disturbing. So I just decided to go and tat him up completely, CM Punk style, see what would happen here. Gerard, by the way, great bottom. Now, here's the thing. I realized midway through that I just needed to change the outfit because it wasn't looking pro wrestler enough. And I think that is like a great combination of Val Venus meets a demon. I don't know. So there it is. Gerard in all of his glory, cheeks hanging out there, tatted up, roided out, the glossy beard, the steel toe boots, everything that you could possibly ask for in that specimen of a man. And I genuinely think that if I'm not, stroking my own ego here, it's kind of a one-to-one comparison between him and Gerard. So yeah, there you have it. That's my Saints Row Boss Factory, Gerard. I regret nothing.
It was a very strong start. The Black Hokage. Let's see what type of Gerard you've made.
Yo, what's going on, beautiful people? It's the big Hokage in the building, the big G4 stepper coming through with that 5. I'm over here, building my own Gerard. And, the concept I think I was going for is, a rapper version. What would Gerard look like if he was a rapper? And the first rapper I had in mind was Lil Uzi Vert. I wanted to give Gerard something a little, he's a smart, kind of sassy type of guy. So that's what I wanted to give him. So I wanted to give him the gold tooth, as you can see, just like the rappers, give him a little bit of dreads, because Uzi had that, I was going for that, now I know what I want type of vibe, you know what I'm saying? Because Gerard definitely does what he wants, which is complete games. As you can see, I'm just kind of shuffling through the beards, kind of, trying to figure out what looks best like him. That's what I found right there. Had to give him the face tats. We had to, because at the end of the day, that's what rappers love, and the drip. I think one of the things that I was looking for most importantly is giving them some Timbs, kind of give them that East Coast vibe. But lucky for me, I was able to kind of build my own with the puffer jacket. Rappers see, I'm creeping and growing. That's what Gerard likes to do. Look at me, I'm a rapper. And then, look, I think he's a dab right here. And yeah, that's very, very rapper-like. But overall, this is the vibe I was going for. I think the people are going to love it. I think I'm going to win this contest because I think it would be funny if Gerard was a rapper. Little Uzi completionist, Little Uzi Gerard. As you can see, we're getting the 360 here. I think he's going to be able to definitely sell out Coachella.
Gerard, we love you, okay?
So our final boss factory, we saved the best for last.
Oh, gosh.
It is, of course,
sensing bias.
My boss factory.
Hey everyone, Emily Rose here, and my Gerard is a noir meets Twilight Zone meets Pleasantville. Very kind of the grayscale aesthetic, black and white, going for a full period look. As you see, we're getting him some gray eyes right here because his eye color doesn't matter since we're going grayscale. And here's the thing, so you can see I'm really getting into the details here because you don't bring a Sims creator to a character creation fight because you're 100% gonna lose. I have spent copious amounts of hours in my life recreating friends and family members and celebrities in The Sims and other video games. And so, poor GB and TBH just were immediately gonna lose in this competition. Did want to give him the candy corn teeth. Unfortunately, it is not of the noir period aesthetic, sadly. So we decided to have some fun with his grayscale skin and give him this metallic look. He does look a little Colossus-y, but I'm willing to work with it because I think it's just fun. And of course, giving him the proper detective noir attire, some nice spectacles so he can look for crime. And I picked this duster. I do like the texture effect that you can color the texture on the duster, but we need it nice and clean. He's showing up to the crime scene very, very nicely. And of course, gloves so he doesn't get his little fingy prints on the crime. And yeah, some nice pants. And of course, some very, very nice era-appropriate shoes. Look at those. Those are great. Finding an emote was hard, but you know what? I had to go with Penguin because penguins are black and white. This Gerard's black and white. Penguins carry themselves with authority, and noir detective Gerard carries himself with authority, and I thought this emote was the perfect thing to bring this outfit together. So there you have it, our noir detective in black and white television Gerard. I still love the choice of the silver metallic skin, and I definitely know I have the most accurate face because when you want creativity, when you want elegance, when you want perfection, you go to Emily Rose.
Hands down, Emily Rose made the best one. There is no question. There is no question. Man. Emily Rose made the best one.
An incredible contender, if I do say so myself.
Hands
Thanks,
down.
Ripped I
Val
wrote.
Venus.
Incredible.
We can deliberate here all we want, but it's all up to the chat.
Chat's got to decide.
Now it's up to you to decide.
Dude,
you have an incredible body, Gerard, and I just wanted to accentuate that.
Let's go, chat.
Yeah.
You love to see it. You love to see it.
No!
How?
You'll love to see it.
This whole show's been a setup.
Emily is dabbing in a circle. Dabbing in a victory circle.
Whoa, Chief, don't make a tornado. She's going to make a tornado.
She's going to make a green tornado and take us all out. Just to be clear, I'm not saying your guys' wasn't good. I'm just saying hers was better.
Thank you all so much for voting for Noir Gerard. And guess what? Now you can download Noir Gerard in your Saints Row game. We're going to have a code up on the screen right now. Look at that code right down there.
DCQBSDZ.
That is the code you can type into, do a screenshot, do whatever you like, write it down, type it into Saints Row Boss Creator, and you'll be able to download your very own Gerard there. We have a few more minutes, but yeah, let's talk about Steam. Actually, yeah, remember you can download Saints Row on the Epic Games Store now and share your creations with us by tagging G4 on socials. We want to see your Gerards. We want to see your other G4 hosts. We want to see your Golden Boys. We want to see your Frosts. We want to see your the Black Hokages.
I dare you.
We want to see your Cassonics. Only Cassonics. All Cassonics.
That's our show. Thank you to everyone that voted for the Gerard character that will live forever in Saints Row.
If you want to jump in on voting and asking us questions and occasionally having the chance to win stuff, check out our live stream every week.
We'll see you next time.
Peace.
Today on X-Play, Super Mario turns into Super Mario Balotelli in our brutally honest review of Mario Strikers Battle League. Plus, we see if Apex Legends is any good on mobile, assuming any of our phones can survive the rage quitting. And we reveal the greatest wrestling game of all time with WWE superstar Xavier Woods, aka Austin Creed. We show no mercy. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to X-Play.
It's the season of champions and the air is steamy with competition.
Which is a polite way of saying the X-Play studio is downwind from an arena stage.
The stink clouds are hot coming in after a Chipotle lunch.
Also, Arena is back. You can tell what show it is because there's a giant sign that says Arena on the set.
While we get a fake brick wall and an arcade cabinet that doesn't even work.
Well, to be fair, we did get it on sale.
Because it was broken.
It's supposedly cursed.
To welcome back Arena to G4, we're going all in on the competition.
First stop, the fungus-crusted football club of Mario Strikers.
Gerard made a noise I've never heard before when this game was revealed earlier this year.
Let's see what noises I make during our review.
Check it out.
What the hell is up, everyone? It's time for Mario Strikers Battle League, and I cannot tell you how long I have been waiting for this. A really easy way to get me invested in any physical activity that isn't DDR is to throw Mario in there. And sure, by now, he's played just about every sport there is. But the Mario Strikers series is a step above. Something about Mario and football, it just makes sense, damn it. Mario loves all sports equally. Tennis, golf, baseball, whatever it is that he and Sonic get up to at the Olympic Games. And these outings always have a bit more personality than your Maddens and FIFAs and whatnots. But Strikers might be the sports series that most successfully translate that personality into a game that feels like the sport it's imitating, while also having room for shenanigans. The original Super Mario Strikers for the Nintendo GameCube was genuinely dope. But for me, Mario Strikers Charge for the Nintendo Wii kicked it up a notch. It was insanely fun to play with friends, and it felt like it had exactly the right soccer to Mario ratio. The teams in these games consisted of a captain and a group of minion characters, and each captain had a super dope hyper strike that earned more points, but more importantly, looked super cool. And honestly, if regular football had guys who would turn the ball into a literal tornado when they kicked it into the goal, then I'd be much more inclined to watch that shit. The rules of Strikers are roughly the rules of association football if players could tackle with reckless abandon and occasionally throw bombs at each other. Matches in Mario Strikers Battle League are played in 3, 4, 5, or even 10-minute increments, which makes it incredibly easy to pick up and play regardless of how much time you have. Which isn't to say that there isn't also a learning curve, because there definitely is, and much more of one than you'll find in either of the previous games. Instead of the minion setup from the first two, each team has a captain and then 3 other characters, each of whom has a set of stats that include shooting, speed, strength, passing, and technique. I want to talk about the game that Mario Strikers Battle League is, but also a bit about the game that it isn't. because it feels more different from the previous installments than I was expecting. It's also not a game with much single-player content, which was admittedly true of the previous games, but it feels especially noticeable here. Strikers is fundamentally a game made to be played with people rather than played through. It presents a fully formed game that can be played in under 5 minutes and says, here you go, play this with friends or online. And that's pretty much it. The closest thing to a campaign is the Cup Battles, which are a series of short, double elimination tournaments against computer-controlled teams with various specialties. And they're fine, pretty fun even, but also pretty disposable. The characters play similarly to each other in lots of ways, but also break down into specific types based on their stats. Big boys like Bowser and Donkey Kong are harder to tackle and pack a bigger punch, while Toad is quick and small and one of the few characters who can be on your team multiple times. Since Toad isn't a person, he's a people. There are billions of him, presumably, and they're all pretty good at soccer. Other characters are better at passing or taking shots on goals, or have a higher technique score, which means that their perfect moves and hyper strikes are easier to land. Passing, shooting, and tackling all have perfect versions that are way more effective if you can time them right, and the hyper strikes are each character's flashy signature move. By tipping the control stick while you shoot, you can aim for specific parts of the goal in order to maximize your chances of making it past the goalie. You can also charge moves while passing, setting up all sorts of rad combos. The hyper strikes are where most of the characters' personalities come through, and they're all pretty delightful. Bowser sets the ball on fire because of course he does. Yoshi turns into an egg because of course he does. And Waluigi does some weird shit because of course he does. In order to use your hyper strikes, you get them from orbs that appear on the field, and then execute a timed button press after fully charging a strike. The better you time it, the higher the chance it has to go in, earning you 2 whopping points and potentially turning the tide of the game. It feels great every single time. Also on the field are classic item boxes, team-specific versions of them, which get thrown out as a penalty for tackling someone who isn't in possession of the ball. It does feel kind of bad for Toad to get wiped out by Bowser, but hey, just because the characters and their personalities are expressed largely through animations in this game doesn't mean that the team comp isn't important. You need a balance of muscle, speed, passing, technique, and shooting abilities, and each character can wear up to 4 pieces of gear that modify their base stats. 1 piece for each stat for each body part. But each piece of gear also knocks another stat down, which means that even though everyone's set of gear seems largely the same, you actually still have to think about what you're doing. It also lets you mess around with how the characters look, to sometimes hilarious effect. Mario Strikers Battle League is a really great game, even if that greatness is part of what keeps me from loving it as much as I love the other games in the series. Which may seem counterintuitive, but a perfectly calibrated game isn't necessarily what I wanted from a Mario Strikers game. But I'm not complaining because it is a genuinely well-designed game, and the hyper strikes and character animations still give it way more personality than basically any other soccer game would have. It's very light on single-player content, just like the others were, but the cups are reasonably fun, and it's possible that the Strikers Club will make for a more compelling online experience, where you can feel a real sense of ownership over your club. Currently, it's too early to know, but it is a great idea. Throw in some DLC characters, and it can start to come closer and closer to living up to the legacy of its predecessors. Which is why Mario Strikers Battle League gets a 4 out of 5.
Kicking a ball around is great, but we need some more real life or death stakes in this episode.
You know, speaking of which, did you hide Emily's Ecto-1? Because if she finds out you took it, she will turn you into a ghost.
Nah, that wasn't me.
Hey, have either of y'all seen my little Ghostbusters car? It is missing from my desk.
Interesting you asked that. On an unrelated topic, I'm gonna go run an errand. I gotta go.
X-Play's official shooter guide takes aim at Apex Legends on mobile. We'll be right back after the break.
Welcome back to X-Play.
Is squishing Apex Legends onto a phone a great idea or the greatest idea?
You know, that's an extremely optimistic statement.
The Port Report is always fair and balanced. You can tell because I'm sitting behind a news desk.
Let's see where it lands.
Greetings, nerds. The Black Hokage here, aka TBH, and to be honest, I'd like to welcome you back to the Port Report, the show where we give you the latest news on all the oldest games. And on today's edition of the Port Report, I'm returning back to my natural habitat, shooters. Now do me a favor and close your eyes. I want you to picture yourself back in the year 2019. The Mandalorian was still teaching us the way, Spider-Man battled the Prince of Persia, and Remedy Games had us all feeling like we were in control. The key word in that previous statement, though, is we felt in control. Little did we know that a new virus would attack the hearts and spirits of the world next year, and Trunks was nowhere to be found to save us. But you know what else happened in 2019? Apex Legends. Respawn Entertainment dropped a new BR title with a marketing scheme akin to Beyonce's album releases. Nobody saw it coming, as we'd all been waiting on Titanfall 3, and we still are, by the way. But I guess a new IP set in the Titanfall universe would just have to do. Initially, I was a little skeptical of this game. Apex had no press before its release, but it was complemented by a full-blown media blitz the day it dropped. EA utilized all the money they made in their microtransactions from FIFA and Madden to pay every major influencer on Twitch and YouTube to promote Apex. As Offset and Cardi B said in 2019, some people will do anything for clout. So I had to see for myself. I downloaded Apex Legends the day it dropped, and I thought it was cool, but it felt like it was missing something for me. And for that reason alone, I played it casually for the first few months after launch. Then Season 1 dropped and I found that thing that was missing, or shall I say that person. It was Octane. I fell in love with the fun-loving, acrobatic speedster. Some might say it's problematic that this game's drug addict is the reason I got addicted to the game, but I'd say mind your business. I can quit Apex whenever I want. But do you guys want to hear a sad reality? These days, I don't have as much time to sit at my computer and live stream myself saying weird and obscene shit on Twitch while I play Apex. Since I was hired by G4, they've been forcing me to touch grass. Enter Apex Mobile. It recently released on iOS and Android devices, and I have to admit, I'm thoroughly impressed for a multitude of reasons. First and foremost, this port is optimized. I've tested it on my iPhone 13 and my iPad, and somehow, this mobile port runs better than the Nintendo Switch version. The game is similar to its big brother, but there are two major differences I spotted. In the mobile version, players have the option to run the game in first or third person. Third person with a limited time game mode in the console PC release, but it's permanent in mobile. Pacing is a bit different here as well. It's easier to bounce around while sliding, so you'll find higher level players slipping and sliding all over the map like Trick Daddy's record label. The sped up gameplay works because if you're playing on mobile, your time is most likely limited. My only issue with the gameplay is the controls. I played several games utilizing the default touch controls, and I was able to get some wins in, but I'd be lying if I said it was easy. Using your fingers to control your character and weapons in such a fast-paced shooter isn't the most ideal setup. It doesn't help either that you're handicapped by your phone's lack of real estate. There's tons of buttons all over the small screen, and some were hard to consistently use. I mainly struggle with managing my inventory. Your backpack is this small button located on the lower left of the screen. I didn't feel confident in heated moments where you needed to quickly drop something or swap scopes on guns. On the bright side, the game does try to combat some of these control issues by auto-collecting loot, so it's not a complete struggle in the early game. There were two reasons I didn't rage quit the touch controls. The first reason is everyone sucks with touch controls, so it all balances out. The second reason I didn't rage quit the touch controls is because the game has controller support. You can connect your Xbox and PlayStation controller to your phone via Bluetooth. Once I found that out, I started dropping 20 and 30 bombs like it was nothing. I know some people in the community don't like controller players on mobile, but I don't care. I take advantage of what's in the game. I don't care if it's a bunch of young kids playing on mommy and daddy's iPad. As Michael Jordan once never said, man, them kids. Now, to get the 411 on what the streets are saying about Apex Mobile, we've sent our special field correspondent and Puerto Rican Deacon Golden Boy to talk to the people. Alex, take it away.
Okay, dude, I need you to focus, all right? When the camera comes to us, just look at the camera, because if I nail this interview, I could make it to the big leagues. That's what the boss said. I could end up on Ricky Lake, Maury, Montel, Arsenio Hall, maybe even Jerry Springer. That's right. Oh, crap. Oh, yes. Special field correspondent for X-Play here, Golden Boy, and I'm joined by Drunk Link, who's going to talk to me about all things Apex Legends Mobile. Drunk Link, surely this is going to be the next big esport, right?
What are you talking about? I'm not playing Apex Mobile. I've got an emulator on my phone to play Ocarina of Time. See?
Are you kidding me? You just came to work to play with yourself?
Yes. Do you want to watch?
Hey, listen!
You sound just like Navi.
This is it. I'm gonna kill this man.
We apologize for that interruption. While our G4 interns work on trying to fix our connection to GB, allow me to tell you a little bit more about the game. At launch, Apex Mobile contains 10 legends, 9 you're familiar with, and 1 new legend named Fade. That's right, this game features a whole new legend. His passive gives him a speed boost every few seconds. You'll know it's in play when anime speed lines hit the screen, but there's more to it. Those speed lines also mark where he'll land if you choose to use his tactical. His tactical ability sends him back in time to his last known marker. This makes Fade an assassin. Overall, Fade is a fun addition to the game. He fits the faster playstyle of the mobile game, and I can't wait to see what other legends come to the game, whether they're new or old. Apex Mobile also contains exclusive skins, exclusive game modes, and limited time game modes. The highlight is Team Deathmatch. It's a great way to warm up your aim to get ready for BR or Arena. What's also exclusive to the mobile version is the new perk system. Each legend has a skill tree. The more you play that character, the more you unlock perks to equip. Perks are modifiers for this game. An example being Octane. He has a perk where if an enemy cracks his shield, he gets an auto hit of that drug that gives him that speed boost he loves. I'm getting word from my producer that our interns got creative and found a way to fix our connection to the special field correspondent Golden Boy. Special field correspondent Golden Boy, take it away.
Yes, that's right. Special field correspondent Golden Boy here, and I'm going to get the skinny on Apex Legends Mobile. I'm actually going to be talking to one of our producers right now. It's Jake. Jake, are you seriously playing the show and buying packs right now?
No. That's not what I'm doing at all. I've been playing Apex Mobile, and it's f***ing awesome, right? I've been playing ranked games. I'm all the way up to Grandmaster now.
Grandmaster is not a rank in wait a minute. Is that a pic? What is that Valor?
It's Apex.
No, that's wait a minute. It's not even moving. That's a picture of Valorant.
No.
Jake, are you serious?
Look, what do you think? I'm not good enough to play? I'm all the way up to Grandmaster. Did I make that point yet?
No, Grandmaster is like not even a rank in Valorant. It's a rank in League of Legends.
Are you trying to imply that I'm not good enough to be highly ranked in League? Is that what I'm hearing right now?
Yes, literally that.
Well, let me tell you something.
What?
Yeah, you got me. I'm not very good at it. I had to pay a bunch of friends to like throw a bunch of games so that I could get up to Grandmaster. I guess you could say that I boosted.
Okay, that's enough. I can't do this anymore. This is ridiculous. You know, lose a job over a boosted, show gets canceled, heartbreak ensues. Then I come over to X-Play thinking that I'm gonna have myself a grand old time. But no, I gotta deal with some more.
Thank you, Golden Boy, for yet another useless report. Anyways, this is a mobile game, and I know the biggest question you probably have is about the business model. I've spent about 8 hours on the mobile version, and I was able to unlock the majority of the game's characters for free within the first 2 hours. Some skins are free and can be unlocked from playing the game, and some are exclusive paid skins just like the mainline game. Honestly, nothing about its business model is super predatory. You can get a lot out of this game for free. The only annoying thing is the constant pop-ups. When you boot up the game, you're met with like 5 pop-ups to buy something before you can get to the game. Overall, if you've been dying for a way to play Apex on the go that doesn't involve that busted-ass Switch port, Apex Mobile is the way to go. Not only does it successfully translate the base game to phones, but it also introduces new game modes, mechanics, and legends that provide the game with its own unique identity. Is Apex Mobile the most ideal way to play Apex? No. But to paraphrase JPEG Mafia, if you need to put the keyboard down but still get the Mac out, Apex Mobile is a more than serviceable experience. As always, I'm the Black Hokage, and this has been the Port Report.
Question, Gerard. What does head-to-head Mario Soccer and sci-fi battle royale have in common?
Ooh, they both pale in comparison to the greatest wrestling games of all time.
WWE superstar Xavier Woods, aka Austin Creed, spits facts right in Cesar's face right after the break.
Oh, he's very excited.
He spits facts!
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to X-Play. Arena is settling scores on G4, but we're here to resolve the question, what is the greatest wrestling game of all time, at least so far?
And Austin Creed and Adam Sessler show us no mercy when making the tough calls.
Get it? No mercy. It's one of the games.
The battle of Titan versus Titan. The struggle of good versus evil versus a folding chair. It's a new day in the cesspool, and we're talking about wrestling games. Okay, now it may surprise you to learn, get ready, I'm not much of an athlete in real life, which is why I prefer to experience wrestling athletics in video game form. But which wrestling game is the greatest show of shows? Okay, I actually have no idea, but I had one idea, which is why I have WWE superstar and G4 host, Xavier Woods, a.k.a. Austin Creed. Whoa! What up, Sessler? Okay, so obviously, as you being a wrestler, intros are kind of important. Does that, what you just did, qualify as an intro? And was that designed specifically for me? And how should I feel about that?
100%. You should feel honored, very happy. I made sure that was for you specifically. You're an entertainer yourself, so I assume you've got some sort of entrance too, right?
I had a feeling this was going to come up, so I actually recorded one earlier. I can only do so many. All right, Austin. Today we are going to crown the greatest wrestling game of all time. So I'm going to defer to you. Where should we start?
We got to go back a little bit because there's been so many good games. I don't think we got to go back way, way, way back, but at least to like Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. So I feel like we're doing all right if we start at a game called Saturday Night Slam Masters. Saturday Night Slam Masters was incredible. One reason because they had these entrances where you have the flashing lights, you've got like fog, there's people screaming and all that stuff. But it was more of like an arcade fighter, but just set kind of in a wrestling ring. This I would count it just more as like a fun game, and you're kind of using wrestling as the conduit, as opposed to like some of the other wrestling games that were coming out a little bit later than this.
I think our next up is a world tour, and that is WCW NWO World Tour.
I think it was the first in the line of N64 wrestling games of this format.
I have a very clear memory of producing the review of this game and knowing that this had become quite a big deal. Compared to what we just looked at with Saturday Night Slam Masters, This really looks like a wrestling game. Let's move on to WWF No Mercy from the year 2000.
This game, my word. This was the first WWE game in these series.
This game coming out was kind of, it was this convergence of what everybody wanted. You know, it was the characters they wanted with the sort of engine and controls that people were in love with. This is one of the better looking N64 games. It really is quite impressive. All right, let's move forward into the year 2002 with WWE SmackDown Shut Your Mouth. We're now moving out of the N64 era, and now we're on the PlayStation 2. And wow, I mean, we're once again talking about a very, very significant jump, both graphically and, I mean, it's moving faster, it's moving smoother. I mean, just look at this frame rate.
Definitely. I believe in this one, they had Ric Flair and Vince McMahon were in charge of each of the shows, and they had like rival storylines, and you'd work on one show, go interfere with the other one, and so that was kind of cool.
Now, speaking of having an effect, here is a game I played a lot of. From the moment I heard it sort of announced as a concept, I was so into it, it's ridiculous. And this is Def Jam Vendetta from 2003.
I think that this is a fantastic one because it took a bunch of Def Jam rappers, Def Jam artists, and gave them these Aki mechanics. And that's when you realize, like, yes, the fact that it had like the WWE for WCW skin on everything, yeah, because those are things that we're familiar with, but it's this game system, it's this engine that's good.
Austin, you played WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2006 on your show Up, Up, Down, Down all the time.
The fact that there's so many new things to the franchise, so the most important one for myself being General Manager mode. So that's what we do on the channel. So General Manager mode is you're either in charge of Raw or SmackDown. You draft your rosters, then you build your show. You pick 5 matches, whether you want them to be regular matches, a Hell in a Cell, a First Blood match, a hardcore match, a backstage barroom brawl. You've got all of these different options for that. And it's kind of like the first time we get the chance to have a simulated wrestling show.
Let's move quite a bit forward into recent history. And this is Fire Pro Wrestling World.
They have taken the time to take the 2D format and make it look as crisp as possible. And by doing that, they've then allowed themselves so much more space to create other things. So I think this game has the most moves of any wrestling game ever. So when you make your create a wrestler, you've got so many incredible options.
This is like the old game doing everything you imagined it was supposed to do back then.
It takes that old school look, but gives you all of the assets and the modes from the newer games. So it's got, like you said, that nostalgic feel, but it's just so well done to the point where you can't really deny that this is a quality game.
All right. I personally feel like I've lived a lifetime through your eyes with all of these wrestling games. There's no question that you have affection for everything we looked at, but, you know, there can only be one. Which one are you crowning as the best wrestling game of all time?
All right. Yeah, right? I'm going to have to say the greatest wrestling game of all time as of right now is
Fire Pro Wrestling!
Wow! It's the most recent on our list.
It is.
And I'm not going to question you, because if I did, you'd probably snap me over your thigh like a twig. But if you wouldn't mind saying why this rises like the cream over just the milk.
Well, because the cream rises to the top. Yeah! So this game won out for me because everything that we've talked about on why all of the games on this list are so good, this game has every single one of them. It's got the crazy creator wrestler. It's got the general manager mode. It's got like the most moves of any wrestling game. It's crisp 2D in a 3D space with the cameras moving as well. All of the things and all of the reasons all these other games are good, they've wrapped it up into one game and given it to us. So that's why I say, for right now, because we don't know what's coming in the future, and we don't know if somebody's going to make some sweet mod for games in the past, Fire Pro Wrestling World is today's victor.
And that's our show.
Ooh, you thought we were done? Oh no. X-Play's content is a world champion. We've got more episodes heading your way. We upload YouTube videos every week. Plus, we're streaming on Twitch and YouTube channels all over the place. You'll see us when you sleep. You'll think about us when you're driving to work. X-Play lives rent-free in your head, and we're painting the walls without prior written permission, baby. Woo!
That was just a fancy way to say we'll see you next time.
That's right, we're coming for you.
Peace.
It's me, Sonic the Hedgehog. I gotta go.
Today on X-Play, AEW's Adam Cole roasts every Halo game and the studio looks like the end of Halo Reach by the time he's finished. Plus, we get a first look at the new wrestling RPG WrestleQuest and the Ryu thirst trap generator called Street Fighter 6. My real life needs a rollback netcode. It's game time!
Hello and welcome to X-Play.
The summer storms are brutal this year, and there's nothing like a good beatdown to clear our heads.
There's been a lot of love for Halo over the years, and we're not having it.
AEW's Adam Cole Baby is a massive Halo fan, which is why he knows exactly where to make it hurt.
He destroys more Spartans in 8 minutes than Golden Boy does an entire season of Halo Infinite.
Ooh, this is gonna be fun. Hey, Golden Boy, can I tell you something?
Yeah, sure, buddy. What's up?
I think all Halo games are the same.
The f you say to me?
See, I knew you'd react that way, so in order to express myself, I brought a friend as my mediator to tell all my feelings.
That's right, baby. I'm here. God, this place looks so much better with me in the building. You know what I mean?
This makes no sense. What?
Let me explain to you exactly what's going on. This is story time with Adam Cole, baby, and I'm gonna make you my bitch.
Oh, what? You're a bitch?
I'm AEW superstar Adam Cole.
Baby!
When I'm not busy kicking ass up and down the AEW locker room with the Undisputed Elite, the greatest faction in all of pro wrestling, I'm playing video games, which you can see every single week on twitch.tv/thechugs. And as a god-tier gamer, I'm more than qualified to tell you why your favorite Halo game sucks.
Okay, but how you gonna roast Halo Combat Evolved? It's like the perfect game. Great music, compelling story, an art style that's still striking to this day.
Halo Combat Evolved? What's with that title? How did it evolve combat?
Hello, it was one of the first games to successfully map first-person shooter mechanics to a controller. The dual-stick controls truly evolved FPS on consoles.
Oh, you're right, Golden Boy. Dual-stick controls did evolve first-person shooting on consoles. When Alien Resurrection did it first.
I hate you, Adam Cole.
Hey, Left, get over here, buddy.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, quick question for you. What's your favorite Halo game?
Easy. Halo 2, baby.
Halo 2? That game couldn't even finish its own story.
So what? I like a good cliffhanger, and that game set the standard for online multiplayer on consoles.
Listen, I can respect what it did for console multiplayer, but Halo 2's ending makes The Force Unleashed 2 look like a finished game.
You can't say that.
Listen, I'll say whatever I want. Now get out of my face before I do a Panama Sunrise off the boosted desk. Also, R.I.P. boosted.
Who here likes Halo 3?
Did someone say Halo 3?
Oh, we're talking about Halo 3, the game that brought the story of the Master Chief and the Arbiters to a stirring and satisfying close. The game that perfected the multiplayer gameplay established by the previous games. The game's so good that Bungie just decided to stop making Halo games. We're talking about that Halo 3?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the Halo 3 that becomes a tycoon game because of Forge mode. You got some shit to say, Adam Cole? Say it. Say it to my face.
Okay, listen, you're actually frightening, so I'm just gonna let this one go.
That's what I thought. Halo 3 rules.
Damn it! Hey, Joe, what's your favorite Halo game?
Oh, ODST, easy.
Ooh, my name's Joe. I read books, listen to jazz, and think I'm better than everyone else because ODST is my favorite Halo.
Okay, first of all, Adam Cole, I do think I'm better than everyone else. But what's wrong with books?
Everything, dude. If I wanted to walk around in the rain at night, I'd go to Seattle.
Hey, it is one of the only action sci-fi norms we've gotten in gaming, and Seattle has got nothing on New Mombasa. Are you just gonna let them talk about Halo that way?
Yeah.
I thought I knew you, Megan.
You don't know shit, Joe. You don't know shit.
I know.
Do Halo Wars! Do Halo Wars!
You mean the Halo game for nerds? The one nobody asked for, not even Bungie? And don't even get me started on the Game Pass filler that was Halo Wars 2. Wasting Atriox on just an okay RTS? The disrespect.
Yeah, I'm all for the slander and the jokes, but what you're not gonna do is slander the GOAT, Halo Reach.
Oh, you want to talk about Reach? Hey, everybody, this guy wants to talk about Reach. You're talking about the Halo game that reminds you that Master Chief is the most boring Spartan?
Okay, but that ain't Reach's fault. That's like being mad at Rogue One for taking the war in Star Wars seriously.
Everyone dies at the end. And now I'm depressed. Is that what you want? A depressed Adam Cole? Not happening. Now get your wannabe Toby Rama ass out of my face.
I don't know who the hell you think you're talking to, but that's not cool, bro. That's why I prefer Adam Sessler.
Yeah, Adam, tell him how it is.
Now, do you even play Halo?
Nah, not really. But as a fellow professional wrestler, I do appreciate all violence.
Here's a better question, GB. When did I say you could talk? What's next? Halo 4?
Oh, man. I haven't thought about that since 2012.
I haven't thought about that game ever.
The Prometheans show up and it all goes downhill from there. Like, seriously, does anyone have Halo 5 Guardians as their favorite Halo game?
Halo 5's not as bad as everyone wants to make it out to be.
Name one thing Halo 5 does better than any other game in the series.
20 minutes later.
They had that was the one with
2 hours later.
Spartan Lock was pretty cool. The Spartan Lock.
It took you 2 hours, and that's all you got? Pathetic.
I was the only one who'd come out here and defend Halo 5. You were such a dick. Why are you so mean?
Hey, what about those mobile games?
What mobile games?
Spartan Assault and Spartan Strike.
Are you just saying words right now?
No, those are actual games.
Nah, don't believe it. You know what else I can't believe? That the Master Chief Collection was the launch title for 2 consecutive Xboxes. What's going on there? Couldn't even bust out a Halo Wars 3. Sure, no one's asking for it, but at least it'd be like having a new game.
Who here likes Halo Infinite?
Shut up, Gerard. No one's having fun anymore.
Hey, don't you talk to me like that, Jake.
You talk to him like that again, and I'll have the Young Bucks unleash a super kick party all over your face.
Yeah, all over your face, Jake.
You want to talk about Halo Infinite? Because we can talk about Halo Infinite.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. Destroy this game, Cole.
First of all, how are you going to kill Atriox off screen? It wasn't bad enough you relegated his arrival to Halo Wars 2. Secondly, just because you improved the graphics didn't mean you had to get rid of Craig. I loved Craig. He was my best friend.
He was all of our best friends, damn right!
Personally, I enjoyed Halo Infinite best when it was called Combat Evolved.
Wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense.
Golden Boy, I swear to God! The only thing infinite about this game is how long its multiplayer seasons last. It's the only way I can play Halo with my friends, and you expect me to play the same content for 6 months? Where's my co-op at? Oh yeah, that's right. At the bottom of a brute latrine right next to Atriox's dignity. Any more, Gerard?
There is a TV series.
Nope. There is no more Halo after Infinite. Put your helmet back on.
So I guess that's it, huh? It's finished?
Yep. And, do you have those 1,600 Microsoft points as promised?
Yeah, they'll be in your account by the end of the day. Please keep it on the down low, though. I don't even think Halo's a bad game. I'm just sick of everyone talking about it.
Well, I mean, it is a pretty great series. Honestly, it's one of my favorites, but I'll always talk trash for the right price.
Hey, can you do the same thing for Final Fantasy? Joe's been talking about Lightning Returns, and I'm just so sick of him talking about it, man.
Oh yeah, I could do that, no problem.
I would greatly reconsider that, Gerard.
Yeah, you know what? We don't have to talk about Final Fantasy, right, guys? Spider-Man games, though?
Oh yeah, you mean the franchise that's only produced 3 good games in the last 18 years?
Oh! It's time to trade verbal fists with actual fists.
We got a first look at Street Fighter 6 and put on our sparring gloves right after the break.
Don't go anywhere or Burly Ryu is gonna have a problem with you.
Welcome back to X-Play. Street Fighter 6 looks so good, which is why we had to see it up close and personal for ourselves.
Take it away, Other V.
What's going on, beautiful people? TBH here on behalf of X-Play, here to get some early hands-on time with Street Fighter 6. But before we do that, I get to have a conversation with the game's director and its producer. Let's check it out.
We've got Capcom in the building. We are super excited to talk about the world premiere of Street Fighter 6. And sitting with me today, I have the chief producer and the director.
So on my left, we got Tsuchiya-san, who's the chief producer, and Nakayama-san, who's the director of Street Fighter 6.
And we appreciate you guys joining us on G4. We're super excited to talk all things Street Fighter 6. People are really excited to hear what's different about this game. I mean, this is the 6th iteration of the major franchise, and people are curious to know what's different between this and the old ones. What was the key focus with trying to find something new, but also keeping that familiar flair to it?
Within the Street Fighter 6 team, there are also the core team members of Street Fighter 5, and they definitely put an emphasis to focus on the battle aspect of the game so that our core fighting game fans continue to enjoy a well-balanced game that's more updated. They also made an attempt to try to emphasize including newer modes that will allow new users who might not be as versed into fighting games to slowly, gradually get comfortable with the game leading up to like the core fighting game aspect.
One of the things I saw that you guys announced is there will be a new control scheme that makes it a little bit easier for some people to play. I'm curious to hear a little bit more about how that works. Also, is there any type of punishment for people who choose that easier scheme like? Or is there like a longer cooldown? Are you not doing powerful of attacks? What's the difference between the traditional and the newer control scheme?
We are introducing this new modern control type into the game. One of the attributes of this control type is that it allows players to perform a special move with one press of a button. We're hoping that this will be like a good stepping stone for new players, and we're still kind of making adjustments to like the amount of damage it does based depending on like the control type, but we hope to have more to share in the future.
Speak a little bit about the drive gauge. Is this a replacement for the V trigger, and also how does the drive gauge affect gameplay overall?
In this game, we do not have the V system that Street Fighter V had. In Street Fighter 6, we implemented the drive system that allows users to execute multiple various types of moves that all come from the same meter. The intent is to allow players to kind of utilize all the tools that the system has to offer in whatever way they enjoy playing it.
In terms of actually the single player content, do you guys have an idea of how many number of game modes you guys will be launching with? And if so, what are those?
So we're aiming to bring back the core modes that were available in Street Fighter V into Street Fighter 6. We also announced 2 new modes, one being called World Tour, which is kind of like a single player action game experience. And then the other one is Battle Hub, which is another completely different mode that allows for communication between the players. In terms of like the scope of these modes, it feels as if he's working on like 3 different game projects simultaneously. So it's scope-wise, it's definitely big, and it is a challenge.
From the trailer that you guys premiered, it looked like you had an avatar running around. Would you be able to customize that character? How will it affect the environment? Like, what exactly is going on in that world tour?
This isn't just some sort of like bonus content. This is like a standalone mode where players can actually thoroughly experience and enjoy the Street Fighter universe. We'll have more information to share later, but it is going to be robust, and it's going to be like a main mode for the title.
You guys have a rough estimate on how many characters you think the game will launch with?
We can't give away any sort of like specific numbers at the moment. We are referencing the starting lineup of what Street Fighter V had to offer as kind of like a benchmark, I guess. We have to at least reach that level. That's just kind of the long-term goal for this project.
Let's switch gears to online play. When it comes to the online fights, will there be rollback netcode? And then also, will there be crossplay between what platforms?
First, speaking on the online netcode, Street Fighter 6 will support rollback netcode. Since Street Fighter 5, the team has been putting in a lot of effort to kind of optimize the online experience based on what they learn from Street Fighter 5. And even like the battle team is heavily involved in testing like the netcode to ensure that the actual like battle experience is very smooth, even under like a lot of like stress testing conditions. There's a lot for players to look forward to in terms of the online netcode. Street Fighter V also did support crossplay. In these modern times, it is very important for titles, especially our title, to support crossplay.
I want to talk a little bit about the new commentary feature that you guys announced. What exactly is that about? What inspired it? And then also, how's it going to work? Is there going to be like updates are people going to be brought in to bring in like new lines, or is it kind of the way it launched is going to be? How's that going to work?
First off, thank you so much for paying attention to that announcement. We're very proud of, and it's a new challenge. It's very new to Street Fighter, obviously. In terms of like new content regarding the commentary feature, that is something that you can experience and play in the current build that we have inside. You can select up to 2 different commentators within the current build, and you might notice that there are some like blank spaces next to the existing characters. We have some more surprises to share down the line, so we hope you look forward to it.
What do you feel like is the number one thing that's going to surprise the public about Street Fighter 6 the most?
We understand that one of the biggest selling points and the things that people actually really look into for Street Fighter are the characters and like the personalities and what kind of fighting systems that they have. We try to pay attention to that and give each one enough personality and something unique about that particular character that I think fans will enjoy.
What platforms will Street Fighter 6 be launching on? Also, is there a release date or window for it?
So first, in terms of supported platforms, Street Fighter 6 will be on PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox Series X and S, and PC. In terms of release date, we have announced that the game is coming out in 2023. We do not have a specific date yet, but we will do our best to try to get this out as soon as possible.
Well, I appreciate you gentlemen joining me here on G4 to talk all things Street Fighter 6. And for more on Street Fighter 6, keep it tuned here at G4. Peace.
So hopefully you guys enjoyed the conversation we had with the producer and the director. Before we go, I want to give some quick impressions of Street Fighter 6. The build we got to play, keep in mind it is early. They only had 4 playable characters, but what I got to play, out of the few matches I got to play, it was buttery smooth. I was actually surprised because it felt like almost like a finished game. So I was very impressed by how well the game ran. Also, in terms of how the game paces, it feels like a mix between Street Fighter 4 and Third Strike with its counter system. I also like the new gauge drive. The fact that it feels like you have to figure out when's the best time to use your special meter versus having that V trigger in there. I actually really enjoyed what I played, and I'm excited to see more. And we'll see when the game comes out in 2023. Peace.
It's getting really weird out there.
How weird?
Honey pie. Whatever. The booby game. It's happening!
Gerard looks like a level 9,000 Discord mod.
Oh yeah, dude, let's go.
Oh my God, you killed Kirby!
Hella.
We're comfortable with our sucking.
Some say I've sucked my entire life.
We give Next Play a 5 out of 5.
I hope you'll do better next time.
Hey everyone, I am here at PAX East 2022. I am so excited, so pumped. I'm about to go jump in and play what might be one of my most anticipated games of the year, Wrestle Quest, a faithful RPG that is faithful to the lineage and history of wrestling by honoring the greats. I'm so pumped. I gotta sit down with the developers. We're gonna talk about it. It's gonna be sick. Let's go!
This is WrestleQuest, the world's first heavyweight pro wrestling RPG.
Yeah.
And as you noticed, we have some real wrestling legends in here. Guys like Macho Man, Jake the Snake, Junkyard Dog. They're kind of like these monuments, these shrines to these legends. At each statue, there's a side quest based around that character. So if you go to Jake the Snake Shrine, you'll go into Jake the Snake Quest. So like some RPGs will let you summon a monster to the battlefield for like a heavy attack. Well, in WrestleQuest, you can summon Jake the Snake to rip a DDT on your enemies.
Yes.
So one thing I want to point out is you can see they kind of have these articulated joints. We went for what we're calling an action figure aesthetic with the game. Obviously, we're harkening back to this classic era of wrestling, the 80s and the 90s. Also, this classic era of RPGs, you know, the Super Nintendo RPGs. Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, Earthbound, Super Mario RPG. that allowed us to create this toy world, which we've had a lot of fun with.
So you guys have like micro voice acting?
Oh yeah. We have one of the best voice actors in the bid, Patrick Hickey.
The cream of the crop.
Our goal with WrestleQuest was to take like the best parts of the JRPGs we grew up with, and then maybe fix some of the pain points, some of the tedium by adding in pro wrestling. So every battle takes place in front of this live audience.
Yeah.
And this hype meter is an indication of the kind of the crowd's entertainment. So if you sit back and you just spam the attack button every turn, this meter is going to drain out because it's showing the audience is getting bored, right? And when that happens, your enemies get stronger. If you approach battles with a little more like showmanship and creativity, that meter will fill, and then you'll get stronger. You'll get bonus damage, better loot after the battle and whatnot. So it's all about putting on a show for that audience. In most RPGs, you take them down to 0 HP, and that's enough to get them down and out. But since it's pro wrestling, you got to take an extra step. You got to pin them.
That you guys have figured out a great way to combine RPGs and wrestling in such a phonetic way.
There's so much shared DNA there anyways. Like, wrestling's not just about, you know, the action that happens in the ring. It's about all the story and the characters, you know, the betrayals, the dramatic reveals, the promos on the mic and everything. So, and obviously, character and narrative, that's, you know, the lifeblood of RPGs. So really, they're a perfect fit.
I love the f***ing refs sliding in and out. That is so... I saw that in the demo, the trailer you guys showed at the Xbox showcase. The minute I saw the refs sliding in and out, I knew this was it.
So we didn't just WrestleFi combat. We WrestleFi'd like every system from JRPGs that we could to give this game, you know, its own unique flavor. There's 12 playable characters. There's basically like 2 primary protagonists and then kind of characters that follow each.
Yeah.
And each of those will get their chance to their own chance in the spotlight.
You guys really thought about everything. This is crazy.
We had a lot of fun, man. Like I said, it's like pro wrestling is exactly what JRPGs needed.
I'm so excited for this.
Did you like it?
I loved it.
Right on, man.
Are you kidding me, man?
It's really about taking the best elements of both and then, you know, fusing them together. Like, obviously, story and narrative is a huge part of both.
Yeah.
I love turn-based combat, and it's just, you know, finding ways to tweak it, make it more engaging, interactive, and so you can't just go in on autopilot. And I think all the wrestling stuff is perfect for that.
Hell yeah. All right, let's wrap this interview up, shall we?
All right,
let's do it.
I'm Zach from MegaCat Studios. I'm the head of narrative and design, and we're here showing off WrestleQuest. Just silking and milking all through PAX here.
Vinny Lee Glamrock. Ain't nothing but a good time here at PAX, baby.
James Deegan, 1/2, maybe 2/3 of the Silk Express.
Andrew Marsh, the Pixelweight champion of the world.
I'm Patrick Hickey Jr. I'm the lead voice actor.
Ooh, yeah, can you dig it?
You guys have created one of the craziest experiences that I think everyone will love. This is truly my PAX highlight thus far.
So you dig it?
Oh, I dig it.
Can you dig it?
Sucker?
Ooh, yeah,
too sweet. To say this is a love letter to wrestling is a massive understatement. You guys have put in blood, sweat, and tears. It's very evident. This is a dream project for so many people.
Oh, yeah.
How did this come together? How is it for you guys now looking at it as you're approaching the finish line for the game?
Most of us grew up with the JRPGs and then this era of wrestling, and when you stop to think about it, those two things share so much DNA. You know, wrestling's not just about the action that happens in the ring.
Yeah.
It's about the characters, the story, the narrative, and obviously, you know, that's the lifeblood of RPGs. So it really it clicked perfectly. And, you know, I love turn-based combat systems, but in RPGs especially, there comes a point where it feels like you're on autopilot. So we've added so much from wrestling to kind of pump that up a notch and remove some of the pain points and make it more engaging and interactive.
The emotional connection we had to the characters and the storytelling of wrestling is the reason we wanted to make it an RPG. We didn't want so much off-the-rails gameplay that you're missing these deep storylines. And then specifically, when we started really looking at what we remember most growing up with wrestling, it was the action figures in the video games first.
This isn't a thing that's like a mecca to the WWF days, to the Attitude Era, to WCW. It's really everything from indies to the current generation of wrestling. And you have great people like, you know, Jeff Jarrett, Booker T, these iconic wrestlers. What is it like to work with these heroes in the space, and how has it impacted your guys' quest to making WrestleQuest?
You're definitely right that it's not just, you know, an homage to one promotion or anything. You know, we try to represent the wide gamut of wrestling out there. So there's a Lucha Libre town, there's a strong style inspired Japanese town. We do it all.
WrestleQuest has been the most challenging and ambitious project we've ever touched. 30 to 50 hours of critical path story alone, and then making sure that we're being respectful and giving parity to every legendary, iconic wrestler we worked with has been a major effort that we've been honestly very proud to take on.
As a wrestler, they've captured the journey from beginning all throughout the process as you grow in your career.
The 12 playable characters bring you on a journey that we hope you'll never forget.
It's really about, again, taking that classic JRPG formula and then adding in some spectacle to pro wrestling.
When I think about WrestleQuest, I think of the cream of the crop, and there is no one that does it better. Can you dig it?
WrestleQuest, you gotta play it. I cannot wait, you guys. Seriously, this is so incredible. Thank you for all your hard work.
And now, introducing the next great legend of wrestling. From humble beginnings to the electrifying figure, taking the world by storm. Bravely embarking on an epic quest from parts unknown. The journeyman traveling the world to take on the very best. He's here and ready to make his mark on history, facing legendary challenges. The biggest name in town, the man who draws a crowd wherever he goes, the rising star that everyone wants to know. An unstoppable, insurmountable, high-flying behemoth in the ring. Unbelievable! He's bringing out moves we've never seen before. Wow! Can you believe it? 1, 2, 3! Oh yeah! Wrap your tights. It's time for WrestleQuest!
And that's our show. Thank you so much for being our sparring partner today.
And you can tussle with X-Play every week with fresh videos on our YouTube channel.
We live stream every week on Twitch and YouTube.
So stay ready out there.
You never know when you gotta drop that mocha cappuccino and throw down to Metro City.
We'll catch you next time.
Later.
Today on X-Play, we find out if a copy of Sonic is a blue diamond or a blob of blue poop. Plus, Atari turns 50 and we talk to the guy in charge of the House of Pong about the next 50 years of gaming. We hope he's a real person and not a stack of ET cartridges wearing a trench coat. It's game time!
Hello and welcome to X-Play.
Sonic the Hedgehog is the most beloved blue character in gaming.
Right after Sub-Zero, Mega Man, Shovel Knight, Zero Suit Samus.
Okay, look, none of those characters are actually Blue Frost.
Tell that to the Reddit thread.
Okay, no matter how wrong that Reddit thread is, getting a hold of the original Sonic games has never been easier with this new collection titled
You'll never guess this.
Sonic Origins. But is it a new way to experience the childlike joy of early Sonic?
Or a rush cash grab for gaming's 5th favorite blue character?
The Port Report is here to answer that very question.
What's going on, nerds? The Black Hokage here, aka TBH, and to be honest, I'd like to welcome you back to the Port Report, the show where we give you the latest news on all the oldest games. Today, we're taking a look at one of the most polarizing characters in gaming history, Sonic the Hedgehog. Many younger gamers aren't even aware of the fact that the origin of the console war stems from Sega and Nintendo. In '91, it was Mario versus Sonic. Sonic versus Mario. And as a child who came from a family with limited resources, I was forced to pick the side of Nintendo. Lucky for me, my neighbor had a Sega Genesis, so we often spent time at one another's homes trying out games. Therefore, I never truly had to partake in the console war. As a Hokage, you have to understand that my life really was a shonen. I learned about console tolerance and equality through the power of friendship. I was a Nintendo child soldier who never had to hit the front lines, but trust and believe, I was ready. I had a Donkey Kong hammer and some Mario Kart blue shells in that closet for that ass if you wanted that smoke. Emphasis on had though, as in past tense. All you weirdos still fighting that console war, you look like Moff Gideon. You lost. Let it go. Defending that plastic won't bring slogans like Sega does what Nintendo don't back. So instead, let's fast forward to the early 2000s. Sega collapsed as a console manufacturer with the Dreamcast, but the consolation prize was they'd remain a third-party game developer. I loved Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. I'm still waiting on the third Sonic Adventure, like how I'm still waiting on that J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar joint album that they teased back in 2010. Who would have thought the Blue Blur was capable of giving us all blue balls with this upcoming Sonic Frontiers? I'm gonna give Frontiers a shot, but every time I see it, just makes me think about Sonic Adventure 3. Stop teasing us, Sega! Throughout the years, Sonic has seen some growing pains. I've never seen a franchise be so consistently inconsistent. I think most people would agree that Sonic's heyday was between the Genesis and the Dreamcast. Since then, Sonic has deep-throated over 9,000 glizzies drenched in chili, became a werehog, and indulged in some light bestiality. Not all hope was lost, though. I loved Sonic Generations, and Sonic Colors was decent, but most importantly, Sonic got his own movies. But here's the kicker. Not only were they good, but they were financially successful in the box office. One could argue the film sent a Sonic boom through the industry. See what I did there? Sonic Boom. It's a game. Double entendre.
Boo. Boo. That pun was awful. You're awful. Also, you know what's not awful? Sonic Lost Worlds. There are no bad Sonic games. There's just some that are better than others. No weapon formed against that hedgehog shall prosper.
Joe, shut the f up. Who let this Sonic fan fiction weirdo on my set? Security! Take this man away! Send him to the G4 torture chamber and make him play that shitty Sonic Connect game until he shits himself!
How dare you call it shitty? And I'll go to the chamber myself!
Back to what I was saying. The success of the first Sonic film inspired the sequel. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 inspired greed. See, here's the thing. I remember being in the theater and hearing kids laughing with joy. It made me happy to see a new generation of kids being introduced to gaming. These kids didn't grow up with Sonic. They don't know about the first great console war. They don't know we fought to make this movie happen. The same way Ash didn't know about the war Lieutenant Surge lost his mind in. Seriously, that mofo lost his mind during the war because how dare you force that sweet Pikachu to become a goddamn Raichu? So now we have Sonic Origins, a collection of 4 Sonic games designed to appeal to this newer generation that may have not grown up with the blue blur. Sonic Origins includes Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Sonic CD. The collection is on damn near every system but the N-Gage. Each game comes with a classic mode that renders the game in the original 4:3 display, and an anniversary mode that removes lives, displays the game in widescreen, and it allows you to play as Sonic, Tails, or Knuckles in any of the games except for Sonic CD. That sounds cool on paper, but in practice, it wasn't that great. Once the novelty wore off, I quickly realized utilizing Tails and Knuckles on certain levels just wasn't fun. It was clear as day that certain levels were designed for certain characters, so things didn't flow right. The game flowed better when it was played the way the developers intended you to play it. But hey, at least there's also a new mirror mode, various display options, a museum, and new missions. The good news is the game runs well from a performance standpoint. I picked it up on PC, and I maintained a smooth frame rate throughout my time on the game, which is good because this is a 30-year-old game running on my RTX 2080. It better run well, or boy, I would have cooked this shit like Remy from Ratatouille. Sadly, that's not the case for the mechanics. Sonic Origins is riddled with glitches galore. There's a mega thread on Reddit that contains over 1,000 comments of fans reporting on problems that they've had with the game. Things such as broken checkpoints, poor AI, levels not loading correctly, and more. I knew things were bad when the developer came out and accused Sega of rushing the development, leading to more bugs and glitches. The icing on this negative cake is a good portion of the music has been swapped out for new tracks. New fans, you won't notice, but OG fans are up in arms. If I could quote Special Field Correspondent Gerard, imagine playing Mario without hearing the classic tunes. It's weird, it's wrong, and it's simply upsetting. For years, there have been rumors about pop legend Michael Jackson producing a lot of Sonic 3's OST back in the day, but it was never fully confirmed. The fact the tracks he's rumored to have produced are the ones missing in the collection have only reignited the rumors. When it comes to these new tracks, I want to love you, but they're not pretty young things. If the rumors are true, and a recent tweet from Sonic creator Yuji Naka seems to confirm they are, then shout out to the Jackson estate protecting their bag. Y'all some smooth criminals. Breaking news. I'm getting word from our producer that I have to allow our special field correspondent, Gerard the Completionist, to steal the show. He's on the streets right now trying to gauge how the public feels about Sonic Origins. Special field correspondent Gerard the Completionist, take it away.
Okay, Gerard, this is it. Your chance in the big leagues. There's been some shows you've always wanted to be on that have been canceled. Things like Dawson's Creek, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Boosted even. Now this is it. This is my chance. My time is... Hi everyone, my name is Gerard Khalil, the completionist with the Port Report, and today I'm here to talk to everyone in the office about how great Sonic the Hedgehog and his games are. Joining me first today is Jake, our producer from X-Play. Hey Jake, can you tell us what you love about Sonic the Hedgehog?
why the are you asking me anything about Sonic?
I mean, Sonic has done so much for the industry.
Oh, you're serious? Sonic's not even a real speedster, man. I mean, we're talking like Barry Allen, Wally West here. You know, Sonic couldn't even beat, Kid Flash in a fight.
Okay, first off, I'm not the one who brought up the Flash. Second, I'm pretty sure Sonic can whoop Kid Flash's ass any day of the week, all right? Now, Ezra Miller, on the other hand...
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, low blow. Even for you, that's a low blow.
Okay, let's take a step back. Objectively speaking, if we look at the Flash's rogue galleries, we have some issues here, okay? The dude has a villain who literally has an ice gun that just shoots the floor with water, it becomes ice, and then the Flash runs and trips and breaks his ankle time and time again. I mean, come on, man, that's pretty lame. Don't even get me started on Captain Kangaroo.
Sonic fights an old scientist named Dr. Eggman. His Humpty Dumpty ass looks like a human gumball with a porn stash. And Shadow, you gonna give the Black Hedgehog guns? How you gonna do that? How you gonna do them like that? That's not even a little racist. That's just straight up old-fashioned racist.
He's got a point. It is pretty racist.
That's
Cool
what
as
I'm
hell. Racist.
Racist.
Oh, whoa, whoa. You look fast.
You look fast too, my friend.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You want to find out how fast, big man?
Oh, I think I do want to find out how fast.
Sounds like you want to have a little race.
Sounds as if I do. Gerard, why don't you start this thing up, huh?
Get us going, Gerard.
Yeah. Drop the bra, let's get going.
Show us what we're racing for,
I don't have
Gerard.
a bra, but
That's how you start a
okay,
race.
Here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. I'm gonna get fired.
Thank you, Gerard, for that completely useless interview. Can we take a moment to just regroup and discuss Sonic Origins price? Usually we don't bring up price when discussing games on XPlay because we believe the quality of the game outweighs any discussion on how much it costs. But in the case of Sonic Origins, we're gonna have to talk about it. The biggest sticking point for Sonic Origins is the price. Across all platforms, Sonic Origins is $40. Now, you might be thinking, well, 4 games for $40, that's okay. But when you realize that only 4 months ago, you could have bought each game for $5, it kind of feels gross. Making it even grosser is that this collection of 30-year-old games somehow has new bugs that weren't present in the original. Now, I'm just a humble reporter. I don't know the work that goes into porting games, but how the hell did y'all manage to add new bugs to a port? It's the equivalent of serving day-old potato salad, throwing some nasty-ass raisins in it, and then charging $40. No one would be okay with that. At least no one should be okay with that. Making things even weirder is that Sega had the audacity to release a deluxe version of Sonic Origins. Again, these are 30-year-old games. If you're gonna make new stuff, just put it in the base game. That's the selling point of any retro collection. Watching Sega make Sonic games for the last 2 decades has felt like watching James Dolan run the Knicks. Every decision leaves you wondering if they actually know what they're doing. Dear Sega, Sonic fans have rocked with you through Sonic 06, Sonic Forces, Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. The least you could do is touch up the graphics, optimize the gameplay, and make this the definitive version of OG Sonic games if you're gonna have the audacity to charge $40. If you're that strapped for cash, how about you try getting your shit together and making new games that are worth giving a damn about? But Sonic fans, can we talk? Come here. Talk to Uncle Hokage. Y'all need to calm the hell down. Let's be real. You probably already own these games across several devices. If you're that heated about the collection, just use an emulator. You probably already have. It's not that serious. There's too much dope shit in the world to be this mad over a lackluster collection of games you played 69 times. And with that being said, I'm your host, the Black Hokage, and this has been...
Hey, I made it out the chamber, and I just want to remind you guys that Sonic Lost World is good. Sonic Forces is not bad.
Who let this guy out? Cut. No, that's it. That's the port report. Go.
Gerard, if I was one of the news media elite, I would nominate you for a Pulitzer.
Oh, you're too kind, Frosk. Thank you. I'm just a regular guy with a regular over-the-top Sonic obsession.
We've got more show right after this.
Hey, Frosk.
Yeah?
Would you say that we got to go fast for a commercial break?
Yep.
Fast.
Hello and welcome to another episode of G-Force Crash Course.
He's the first cleanly has. Next is down for G2. They can't let it slip. Oh no. They're letting it slip. Okay.
Welcome back to X-Play.
We visited the early days of console gaming with Sonic Origins.
Now we're going all the way back to the beginning, to when a controller only had a single button.
Atari turns 50 this year, and we sat down with the man in charge to talk about the next 50.
Check it out.
The legacy of Atari cannot be understated. This classic gaming company kickstarted arcade and console gaming as a product for the masses, forever impacting how we play games. And they are turning 50 years old this year. I'm here with Atari CEO Wade Rosen to celebrate their golden anniversary. Wade, thank you for being here, man.
Hey, thank you, Gerard. Thanks for having me.
Congratulations on 50 years of Atari.
Yeah, thanks.
Unfortunately, I'm too broke to buy you anything gold related for the 50th anniversary, but
I'll take something when I leave the building.
Perfect. We've got tons to take, so we appreciate it. So let's just jump right into it. In what ways does Atari's legacy impact modern games today?
I think the legacy of Atari, especially the early history of video games, is the history of Atari.
Yeah.
And so, the way we consume games, the way we play games is really because of Atari. The fact that we prefer consoles to, say, PCs, which they oftentimes prefer in Europe, or mobile, which much of the world plays, is a legacy of the 2600. And so, in ways that we oftentimes don't think about or feel, Atari continues to impact us. And I believe it's just ingrained in video games to such a deep degree, we don't even see it anymore.
Obviously, you guys have learned a ton of lessons since your guys' inception. But what do you feel is like after 50 years of being in the industry that Atari overall as a company has really learned to grow from?
I think for us, what we've learned, and it's hard for me to speak about 50 years, but I can talk about Atari right now. At this moment, I think you have to decide and pick something that you can be the best at. And it doesn't have to be something massive or large, but pick something, even if it's a niche, that you can own and be the best in the world at, and really pursue that. And that's when people think of Atari in this and they have like these really beautiful connections with it. It's back when they did something that they were better in the world at than anyone. And that's what we strive for. We want to get back to that, even if it's not on the scale to begin with as Sony or Microsoft or Nintendo. I don't think it has to be. And if we pick something that we can own and push on that, then I think that's what makes Atari.
I can imagine that in 50 years, and especially since you're a young guy like I am, like to kind of gauge that growth is so difficult, right? So many things have happened to your guys' company in 50 years. So you took over Atari, just over a year ago now?
Yeah, a little over a year.
What do you hope to accomplish with the company going forward? Should we expect any big sweeping changes? Any franchises coming back that we forgot about?
As far as sweeping changes go, I guess it's always relative a little bit, but I think that return to what can we be the best at means that we need to look at what are things that Atari has to be in, and I think video game software, hardware, but also as a pop culture brand, media. And how can we be a larger part of media? How can we be more involved in all parts of the game business? And so, yes, a lot of big reveals coming up and a lot of things to talk about in the next 12 months.
All right, so Wade, I don't want to call you out, but
please.
You are younger than Atari itself.
That's true, yeah.
As most people in this room technically are. How does it feel to be at the head of such an iconic and established brand? I mean, has that affected, has your youth affected how you approach Atari and how you run the company?
First, it's an honor, right? And you wake up every day and it's surreal. You wake up and you're like, I get to work on this thing and be a steward of something that so many people love and is so tied to, the amount of stories that I hear from people that this is what got them into video games. This is what started their love of video games, and that this beautiful art form that we get to pursue is the reason is tied to Atari. That's really noble. And so first, it's just a huge honor and something that we take really seriously. Most people at Atari now are younger than the company itself. And so I ask myself that often, how has my own video game experience impacted what we want to do with Atari? And it's always this balancing point of trying to tap into the past and look at what made Atari unique back in the past, which was innovation. It was, trying to push the envelope of what was possible, of doing things that were simple, but doing them really well. And so that easy to learn, difficult to master, game ethos, and then finding what we can interject from modern and new gaming, character and narrative and story when appropriate, when that adds up, to flesh out these worlds that were developed before those things became really common.
So that's a great starting point for my next question. Obviously, you are a gamer. What games are you playing currently, if any? Do you even have time to play games? I always say that I'm too busy to play games because I'm too busy playing games.
Yeah, well, that's a fair point. I think the moment I'm too busy to play games, I got into this for the wrong reason.
Right.
I got into it because I love games and I love video games, and if I no longer can play them, that would be such a sad day.
Yeah.
I usually have one running on every console at that point. So, I missed Returnal when it came out before, so I'm blazing through that. And I like games that I can pick up and play for an hour and get really immersed in and then put down and not have to have a checklist of things to do later. That's the really hard thing, is when I have a to-do list next to my other to-do list. So go to this subplot and this submission and go talk to that person. So I'm burning through Returnal, Loop Heroes, always kind of on in my Switch and pushing a little bit deeper into that. And then, I usually am playing a couple Atari games at the same time. So we put out Combinera, which is this mind-meltingly difficult puzzle game, which I would love to get you to take on in the Completionist.
I accept. I'll do it. I'll do it just for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. It's worth me coming on the show just for that.
There you go.
And then I like to oftentimes wind down at night with Gravatar Recharged, which was a game that just came out, and that is kind of this beautiful spacefaring remaster of one of our cult classics, if you will. And that's a really good way to play a game, but not go to bed all wound up and kind of zen out a little bit.
How often do you think you spend yourself playing games a week?
Usually during the week, it's about an hour a day.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit more. And then on the weekend, I don't go out as much as I used to. So it's like I usually, Friday and Saturday nights are usually like a good 4-hour game session at night. So I don't know, I probably get 7 to 8 hours in a good week. And then if I'm traveling a lot, I'll get to play a little bit more. I'm playing through a lot of the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games on my Analog Pocket now that's made that really
Isn't that
accessible.
device so cool?
It's incredible.
Yeah.
And you just pick it up and you're like in it, and it's really great. And that's an example of doing something that, they're not taking on Sony or Microsoft or anything like that, but they're doing it really well, and they've picked something and I think that, that FPGA technology they've got is pretty cool.
Unlike the Atari 2600, we have a pause button.
We're just stopping down the conversation for a minute while we pay some bills.
Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back.
It's getting really weird out there.
How weird?
Oh my God, you killed Kirby!
We give X-Play a 5 out of 5.
I hope you'll do better next time.
Welcome back to X-Play, nerds.
We're talking with Wade Rosen, the CEO of Atari.
No, it's not just a retro t-shirt brand. Atari still makes games and has big plans for the future.
Take it away, Gerard.
What should we expect from Atari in the future?
So with the games themselves, we really try and look at 3 main types, because I think one of the things we realized early on was that for Atari to be successful in games, you need to know what an Atari game is.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of companies and Ataris over the years, and the ones that, even when they did some great things, maybe where it got a little confusing is when you were releasing things like you had licensed titles next to, a snowboarding game, next to an Atari Classic, next to some like first-person shooter, and it became unclear, like, what is this Atari, but just a publishing brand. And I think now you have to have, each title needs to support the others. It's more about the catalog and how it works together. And so we look at 3 types of games, and that the first is, remasters or remakes of the classics, and that's what we try to do with the Recharged series. A second would be new titles that could have been old titles. So like Combinator is an example. It's complex and deep, but it also is very simple. Like a descaled version of that could have been on the 2600.
Yeah.
And so those are kind of we'll do new IP, but we really ask ourselves, like, could this have been an Atari game back in the past? Because if it couldn't, it won't really fit into the catalog and the portfolio.
Right.
And then the ones that people can expect in the future, the new ones are reimaginings. It's using the original gameplay, using the underlying like mechanics, and then adding characters and narrative and plot line into that, and fleshing out this Atari universe and this world.
So Atari's also been paying homage to the classic Atari logo with a reimagined one to celebrate the 50th anniversary. What other choices have been made to celebrate this special event of 50 years of Atari?
We have the 50th anniversary celebration, which is going to be coming out later this year that we're doing with Digital Eclipse. You know, the last thing people want is another, like, here's a bunch of old, old Atari games and you can play them. I mean, that's cool, but there's a way to play those. So this is, yes, there's a lot of old 2600 games, but there's also 5200, 7800, 8-bit, Jaguar, Lynx, like the entire history, really expanding that. And then there's remakes of the classic games. There's a timeline in which you're playing through in this virtual way the history of Atari. And so it's this interactive way to experience all those points. I think that's a big part of this year. We have Atari Mania, which is kind of our version of taking all these classic games and mashing them up into micro games. And then we view the 2600 as a living ecosystem. People still develop for it. People like to develop within those constraints, especially in...
There's a homebrew scene.
Yeah. And I think that's only going to grow because as the world gets more and more complex, the ability to make something within defined constraints is really appealing. And so we want to continue to maintain not just the 2600, but all of our old legacy ecosystems and find ways to support them. And that includes software and hardware. And so we have a lot of new content coming out for the 2600, but also looking at the top or some of the most memorable games and putting those out in commemorative editions.
Wade, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah,
what an incredible opportunity, man.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you.
And that's our show.
When this episode is eventually remastered as X-Play Origins, you can make Tails and Knuckles the host.
Which I'm actually fine with.
Check out more X-Play on our YouTube channel,
where we upload new videos every week. Hey, Frost.
Please do not say gotta go fast.
Okay, never mind.
Later.
Gotta go fast!
Today on X-Play, we use the James Webb Telescope to look far into deep space and discover our Outer Worlds review. Plus, there's a new Star Trek game that does what Star Trek does best: conversations in hallways. And finally, whatever happened to Star Fox Adventures? My bathing suit area from middle school wants to know. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to X-Play.
There's an expansive space game that we here at X-Play cannot stop thinking about.
You know the one we mean.
The Outer Worlds.
Look, before we gotta look at Starfield, we spent our days using a mind control ray to make mega primals squish mini primals.
Which is a sentence that will make way more sense after our review.
Check it out.
We've currently found ourselves in a summer of space gaming announcements. Space horror, space RPGs, space comedy, you name it. And I get it. Space sounds like a hell of a lot better place to be than on Earth right now. But there was one space game we didn't hear any updates about during the June 2022 gaming showcases. It was Obsidian's The Outer Worlds 2. The Outer Worlds 2 was officially announced during the 2021 Xbox Gaming Showcase to the surprise of many fans. Literally. People thought they were seeing a trailer for Fable before they noticed the sprats in the spacesuits. And with all those space games on the brain, we here at X-Play decided it's time to do a retro review of The Outer Worlds. And also, since we mentioned it in our Starfield gameplay breakdown video, and who better to do it than X-Play's resident space whore and also shooter guy? Let's dive in. The Outer Worlds is a bit different than your Mass Effects and your Destinies. It's more of a stylized space western set in the dystopian alternate future of the United States where the corporations own everything, including your body in the cemetery after you die. But how did this future happen? Well, I'm glad you asked. See, in the alternate history of the Outer Worlds, in 1901, President William McKinley was not assassinated at the Pan American Exposition. Thus, his Vice President Theodore Roosevelt did not become president. So, in this full McKinley presidential term, he never passed antitrust laws preventing monopolies and regulating business conduct. So thanks to all of this, a mega-corporation class-based society formed during a pivotal point in the US history, and after almost 400 years, a group of these corporations left the Earth to go to one place where their capitalistic fingers had not reached.
Space!
We find these corpo colonies on the verge of collapse thanks to the poor mismanagement of their leaders, aka the Board. You enter the story as the Stranger, a sole survivor frozen in time aboard the Hope, a ship of the brightest minds thought to be lost. Throughout your journey across planets and space stations, you uncover why these space settlers are suffering. And ultimately, you have the opportunity to positively impact or absolutely ruin the Halcyon colonies and the future of the Outer Worlds themselves as you see fit. If this reimagining of American history and hyper-stylization seems familiar to the Fallout series, that's because the Outer Worlds was helmed by the original Fallout creators Tim Kaine and Leonard Boyarsky. And just like the original Fallout games and other Obsidian titles, it's the dialogue that really shines throughout this game. The writers and the developers built an incredible and detailed setting. Each corporation has its own catchy jingle. Terminal entries help paint an absurd yet depressing world, and companions have fleshed out histories and personal aspirations. And of course, NPCs are chock full of lore and ridiculous dialogue.
Well worth all the sacrifices Wait. What the is this? Is this French? I can't read French.
Another big element of the Outer Worlds is its choices and consequently, its freedom in the gameplay. There are no essential NPCs in this game, so if you really feel like it, you can blow out enemies, towns, hell, even companions without the game completely ending on you. But on the opposite end of the Rizzo spectrum, it's nearly impossible to beat the Outer Worlds in a no-kill mode. While there is a level of RPG creativity and choice around the missions and how you play the game, it's not just a blank canvas that you can paint any way you want. There are borders that you have to stay within and some colors on the palette that you have to use. For instance, once you start the Outer Worlds, you can immediately approach the board and turn in Phineas Wells, the scientist working with you to save the Hope colonists, who is also one of the most wanted individuals in the Halcyon system. Once you place a tractor on Phineas's computer, this doesn't abruptly result in his arrest and end the game. Instead, Sophia, one of the members of the board, just keeps an eye on Phineas and the game continues until you end up in the final mission. But for the most part, all the quests offer creative choices in how you approach them, who to side with, and etc. You can take a stealthy approach, you can diplomatically assess the situation, or go in guns blazing. And these quests can range from you recovering extra medicine and deciding who gets it, to literally stumbling into an audition for an epic space serial. In every instance, your choices do have some level of impact, which allows for a good amount of replayability. Both me and our producer Emily had two different experiences. I obliterated nearly half of the Halcyon colony's population and didn't even recruit all of the companions, while she tried to make friends with everyone and was focused on getting the good ending. Two different playstyles with two mostly different adventures. Another thing the Outer Worlds does right is its level design and scope. It's not too big and it's not too small. It's just right. The game's semi-open world format gives you just enough wiggle room to explore without feeling overwhelmed, unlike a lot of other open world RPGs can do nowadays. The pristine streets of Byzantium are vastly different from the rough and tumble town of Edgewater. I don't feel the same level of excitement when I'm exploring vast, empty worlds of other space RPGs. I'm looking at you, Mass Effect Andromeda. But sadly, combat is a different matter. While the gunplay and melee options are serviceable, the combat overall would benefit from some variety. For a space RPG, you'd think there would be more ways to fight outside your typical shooter standards. Sure, there are a few unique science weapons if you seek them out, but where are my stealth kills, or even grenades? And this basic combat makes the game's difficulty, well, not difficult. I was able to wipe out full towns with basic weapons, and my few companions' ultimates without too much trouble. Now there's one more aspect of the game that we need to talk about. Its port. That's right. The Outer Worlds, which was mostly released on console and PC, received a port on the Nintendo Switch in 2020, so I think we all know what time it is. Greetings, nerds. Welcome back to the Port Report. And as always, I'm your anchor, the Black Hokage, here to give you all the latest news on all the oldest games. So let's get right into it. The Outer Worlds on the Nintendo Switch. Yeah, it's not that great. That's it. Wait, that's it? Y'all called me in here for that? What a waste of time.
Despite its shortcomings, The Outer Worlds is a killer creative and compelling space western RPG that you won't forget. And underneath its comedic veneer, it asks a deeper question of us all. Despite the odds, do you fight to make the world a better place for everyone? Or do you simply just give up, acknowledging that it's too late and only do things to save yourself? I'll let y'all think about that for a bit, but for now, we here at X-Play give The Outer Worlds a 4 out of 5.
This unit is programmed to simulate shock at such assertions.
Okay, so now that you know our thoughts about The Outer Worlds, we thought we'd share some things that we'd love to see added to its upcoming sequel, The Outer Worlds 2. First things first, we want to see more combat variety. Give me grenades, give me big crazy weapons, give me, I don't know, a space crossbow, or at least the ability to stealth kill or simply knock out enemies. More tools at the player's disposal can ultimately create a richer experience that challenges players mentally. It would also be cool to see expanded physical combat abilities, like maybe some kind of scientific Sith lightning or an expanded combat skill tree that allows me to unlock a super jump. The second thing, let's streamline that inventory. Inventory management was a bit of a pain in the first game, so seeing a more efficient system would do wonders. Also, it might just be me, but for a starving colony, I always had way too many consumables on me that I hardly used thanks to not having to heal myself as much. Third, romance options. So what we really want here is... Emily, no, stop, I can't read this.
What's wrong, TBH? Do you not like the script? Everything okay?
Look, I know you want me to sit here and go on and on about the potential romance options that can be in The Outer Worlds 2, but honestly, I think I can use my time better talking more about other features you want to see in the game instead.
Sure, you know what? It's all good. I totally get it. We don't have to go into 3 paragraphs graphically detailing my dream romance system for The Outer Worlds 2, and in particular, Vicar Max.
Great. I just don't think we need to get into all these details. It's a little too graphic. You got too much going on there, Emily.
Okay.
Great. Moving on to number 4. More meaningful choices. The Outer Worlds is all about choice, and in this next one, I'd like to see those elements redefined even more. More choices for quests, more meaningful repercussions for my actions, and as I mentioned earlier, I played the entire game killing most of the NPCs, even the important ones, but the only thing it felt like I missed out on were some dialogue options. And even when I made choices that didn't line up with my companions' beliefs, it would take me literally killing their parents in order for them to leave me. More impactful choices all around would really place The Outer Worlds 2 leagues beyond its Starfield and Mass Effect 5 siblings. Right next to choice is number 5, customization. I'm talking character creation, I'm talking armor options. Give us a lot more perks and level up abilities to choose from. Hell, even a third-person gameplay mode so I can see the character that I made. I want to witness them disintegrating characters while rocking an insane Spacer's Choice moon mask. What are you doing? How long have you been standing there? Why?
It's clear that the retro sci-fi open world subgenre is alive and well, and posted about constantly by Emily in our Discord. Hey, people like it!
Which reminds me, jump into our G4 Discord server, poke around in there during these messages right now.
And make a thread called Fallout 4 is better than New Vegas. Prove me wrong if you really want to see sparks fly.
I heard that. Also, New Vegas is way better than Fallout 4.
We'll be right back.
This is how radicalization starts! Welcome back to X-Play.
We continue our journey into deep space.
This time with an overly sexy cat lady.
And we're not talking about the Ubisoft Avatar game either.
Yet. Please don't get delayed. Please don't get delayed. Please don't get delayed.
Star Fox Adventures rocked the world of an entire generation of young gamers, and then the franchise was never seen again.
Why was it only a one-game wonder? Pay attention. Class is in session.
Do a barrel roll.
Jake, Joe, I'm glad you guys made it to another class.
I mean, we kind of paid to be here.
What's today's lesson, man?
I'm glad you asked. Today we're gonna be talking about ethics, boys.
Oh shit, that sounds like an actual lesson.
Indeed, Jake. Specifically, we're gonna be discussing the ethics of why they only made one Star Fox Adventures.
What? The actual...
Dude, I was gonna give you a pass if you said like Brutal Legend or something, but Star Fox Adventures?
Are you saying that Crystal is not a baddie?
What? No.
I still have complicated feelings about her to this day.
Oh, same. I'm just saying it's not really a one-off and it's, you know, not very good. I mean, they made another Star Fox game like 3 years later.
But it wasn't Star Fox Adventures 2.
Because no one liked it.
I liked it. Are you saying that I'm a nobody?
Yes.
I should give you an F for hurting my feelings.
Okay, well, we're gonna fail anyway because you haven't taught us shit.
You're right, Jake. That's the smartest thing you said all day. Let's start with exactly is Star Fox Adventures.
Oh, dear.
Come on.
Star Fox Adventures originally began life as an original IP for the Nintendo 64. Developer Rare was on a run for making banger after banger for the N64. Star Fox 64, Rare. Conker's Bad Fur Day, Rare. Perfect Dark, it was Rare.
We get it. They make bangers.
Made, Jake. They made bangers.
I mean, I don't know. Sea of Thieves is pretty good.
Nobody asked you, Joe. After taking a long look at the progress the team had made on their new IP, Shigeru Miyamoto noted that the character designs looked incredibly similar to those in Star Fox. So he suggested that instead of making a new IP, they repurposed their work into a Star Fox game for their then upcoming GameCube. The result was Star Fox Adventure, which, fun fact, was the last collaboration between Rare and Nintendo before the studio was brought out by Microsoft.
Dude, skip the history lesson. Why are we talking about this game?
Yeah, what did it do that was so great that you're subjecting us to this bootleg TED Talk about it?
Well, I'll tell you right after this. Pop quiz! What was the original name of the Star Fox Adventures? A. World of Dinosaurs. B. Raptor Rampage. C. Dinosaur Planet. Or D. Jurassic Land. The correct answer is C. Dinosaur Planet. While they took the Dinosaur Planet out of the name, they didn't take the Dinosaur Planet out of the game. Star Fox Adventures is literally set on Dinosaur Planet. Is that not enough for you?
No.
Heartless. Star Fox Adventures was a notable departure from the gameplay previously established in the franchise. As Fox and Crystal, you explore various dungeons, solve puzzles, collect items, and gain new abilities to help you explore further areas.
It was the Legend of Star Fox Ocarina of Space-Time.
It was so much more than that, damn it! While the game predominantly focused on its adventure mode, there are still R-Wing levels that give you that classic Star Fox gameplay. Star Fox Adventures was a definite shift in the formula, but it still made an effort to maintain what fans loved about the franchise. Sure, the game did share some similarities with Ocarina of Time, but if you're gonna steal from another game, you could do a whole lot worse than Ocarina of Time. The dungeon designs were pretty solid. The Cloud Runner Fortress, it's actually pretty cool. The first wide expanse the game allows you to explore is a perfect introduction to the new adventure-based gameplay in the franchise.
Well, there's your first problem right there. Why is there adventure-based gameplay in my flying game?
Just because Star Fox Adventures wasn't like the other games doesn't inherently make it bad.
State facts and shit.
The combat was solid. If you don't think a space fox using a bow staff is cool, you're a literal monster. The game doubled down on the Saturday morning cartoon vibe that was already present in the series, and most importantly, Crystal is a baddie.
Personally, I thought it was cool to see a fox doing stuff outside of a ship. Y'all were okay with him throwing hands with Kirby, but suddenly exploring a dinosaur planet's too much?
No one was asking for it.
And no one was asking for you to still be here, Joe!
Whoa, that's a little unnecessary.
No, what's unnecessary is my wife leaving me for a buff-ass Jamaican dude with a nice smile and a whole ruler in his pants. How am I supposed to compete with that? I'm just your average professor.
I didn't need to know any of that.
What am I supposed to tell my parents I'm learning in school?
I don't
Can't
know.
tell them that.
Pop quiz! What was the name of the Star Fox Adventure villain? The answer is General Scales!
Oh, look. Professor's back. How lovely of you to join us, Professor.
I'm sorry, Jake. It's just that part always gets me emotional, man. I know you're probably wondering why there wasn't a Star Fox Adventure 2.
Not really. I have more questions about that ruler.
Despite what the years of revisionist history might tell you, Star Fox Adventures actually came out to decent reviews in 2002. While the game's graphics received mixed reception for looking like a hybrid of N64 and GameCube games, the new gameplay mechanics were the most divisive. Some folks found the adventure to be a welcome change of pace, while others were upset to pick up a Star Fox game that didn't focus on what they loved about the previous Star Fox games. Sales-wise, the game did okay enough to get a player's choice release, but it didn't catch on the way Star Fox 64 did. It's a shame, too, because there were actually some really great ideas in this game. Does it completely stick its landing? No, but I'm not gonna sit here and let y'all act like this was an unmitigated disaster. It's the one and only Star Fox game that isn't just a copy-paste of the other Star Fox games. And it's kind of funny that Mr. Nostalgia over here is getting mad. A game is trying something new.
He got you there.
This is the definition of the worst person you know, making a pretty decent point.
A sequel to Star Fox Adventures could have iterated on the adventure, added more R-Wing combat, and given us more of what everyone loves, shopkeeper.
Welcome to my store.
That guy reminds me of someone.
I thought Star Fox Adventures was a really cool concept, and the fact that we didn't get another one because of people like you, it makes me sick.
What was that? The end of class, or?
I think so.
Professor Cho! Dinosaur Planet!
You know, they changed the name to Saria, right? And did you just yell your name?
And you know you felt this class, right?
You know, I don't think the credits from that class will transfer to any college anywhere.
Ah, so it's like film school.
I stand corrected. It's not that bad.
After the break, we head where no one has gone before.
A good Star Trek game?
Come on, tell me you didn't get blitzed and play Star Trek Bridge Crew for the best time of your life.
Okay, yeah. A second good Star Trek game?
We'll find out right after the break.
Welcome back to X-Play.
Star Trek Resurgence is attempting to bring the Telltale Games magic to Starfleet, and I think they might just pull it off.
And we finally have a chance to make Spock disappointed in us.
Here's our first look.
Hey everybody, GB here for G4, and I'm joined by the cinematic director for Star Wars, my God. We just finished Fresh Ink, that's why. And I was like, keep that not there.
Hello there. I don't think that really adds up.
Keep that in the cut. Star Trek, I'm a big Trekkie, by the way, which is comedy. 3, 2, 1. What's going on, everyone? GB here for G4, and we're here with Star Trek Resurgence. We had these guys over at the studio a while ago, and I'm joined by Kent, who's the cinematic director for Star Trek Resurgence. Now, first and foremost, as a Trekkie, okay, I just want to thank you for this game, because we need more games in the next generation era. But you were with us before in the studio, and what has changed since we last talked to you, since you last spoke to Gerard?
Well, last time I think we just had the trailer at the time. Yeah. So we're still working on the game. Way more of it is done. We have new stuff to show off here today. We get to meet some aliens for diplomacy, and you get to fly a space shuttle.
So let's actually dive into the a little bit of the story, if you don't mind, because if I'm correct, this takes place in that next generation era, correct?
Yeah, it takes place roughly after Nemesis, so before the Romulan supernova, in kind of a stretch of time that hasn't really been explored very much. And it deals with a ship that had a disaster. Its crew is coming back to go on a new mission, and there's a new first officer and an engineer. You get to play as them and see the story of a Star Trek crew from 2 different perspectives.
Now, we've been seeing a lot of Star Trek games like try and tackle like multiplayer and stuff. Why did it feel so important for you guys to delve into the single player narrative, to really tell a more personalized story?
Well, the DNA of Star Trek is storytelling. Like all the Star Trek will have, it's shows and movies and things. And a lot of games haven't tried to capture that experience of being in a story and meeting characters and making interesting decisions and befriending aliens and that kind of stuff. So that aspect of Star Trek felt unmined in the interactive space. Yeah. And so that's where we came in.
How did it feel? You get the call, we're going to do a Star Trek game. Were you a Trek fan beforehand, or was this like something that you would learn more about as you started to work on the game and really dive into the nitty-gritty of it?
I would say I was a casual Trek fan before, like Abrams movies and the newer stuff. And then since getting on the project, I've delved and consumed so much of it, I get it now, right? Like I understand, like, oh, this is why people like Star Trek. So I came to love it more over time, and I've read so many Star Trek wiki pages. I see them when I close my eyes. It's amazing. It's a huge license. You know, you thanked us. It's an honor for us to get to work with this amazing license to do something in this universe.
I just, like, again, it's for me, it's so great to see more games in Star Trek universe, because the universe is just ripe with so many unique stories that you can tell. And yes, we always focus on the Enterprise and her crew and everything that surrounds that. So I will be remiss if I did not ask, will we see any familiar faces from Next Generation potentially showing up in Resurgence?
Well, we've already confirmed that Spock shows up in the game. We have Ambassador Spock after his tenure on the starships. You get to hang around with him for a lot of the game. He looks fantastic. We worked really hard to get him exactly on license in the visuals and the writing and the voice acting. He's the cameo we revealed so far.
Oh, revealed so far?
Maybe more.
Oh, there may be more. Okay. So if you had to give the elevator pitch to someone who, you know, like yourself, right, or beforehand, was a casual fan of Star Trek coming into this for the first time, what's the elevator pitch? Why should people, you know, dive in headfirst into Star Trek Resurgence?
They should dive into Star Trek Resurgence. They want to play an adventure game, experience a high-quality cinematic story in a unique sci-fi setting where you get to make a lot of decisions and build relationships as part of a starship crew.
And my final question, will we get to control some ships?
You will get to control some ships.
You're my best friend. So how far along is the game at this point? Like, I know you guys said 2022 release.
A lot of the content is done. We're working on a lot of finishing, you know, spit shine, technical things, lighting.
Wow, I love the reflections on the floor.
But we've got a lot of stuff done.
Oh my God! I mean, like
period-appropriate transporter effects.
Yep, it is 100%, and also the shuttles too.
Yeah, if you look inside that one right there, we got it exactly as it was in the show.
Oh my gosh! Yes.
Yeah. We're trying to mix some like DS9 and TNG stuff together. We have still have the wood paneling on stuff, but also a lot of chrome and still carpeted floors.
Show strength or show deference?
What do you want to do before the Queen?
You know what? I shall show deference.
Very polite of you.
I feel like that is That if I was a Federation officer, this is what I would do. But I definitely think that I would be on the lower decks.
The lead writer, Dan, one of his favorite episodes of Star Trek Next Generation is Lower Decks, which is about all the people working in the low part of the ship.
Yeah.
So we really wanted a character that was that, because it's a lesser seen perspective in Star Trek.
Okay.
But also, you can't not have the stuff happening on the bridge.
Yeah.
So that's the result of letting play as the first officer.
Yeah. The landing parties.
Yeah. So you want to be a part of the important big decisions, but also,
of course,
you actually get to make choices as the higher ranked character that affects what the lower ranked character has to go through. Because you sometimes might have to carry out orders that you've given.
That was super cool.
Heck yeah.
That was super cool.
And we have one more scene for you. We get to fly a shuttle around a little bit.
We get to fly! Impulse power, full steam ahead. I just gotta avoid these asteroids.
Yeah, this one's pretty simple. We might give you some more complex stuff to avoid in other bits, but...
And how many of these, is this an often occurrence that you're out in space actually doing things?
This happens a few times. We have a couple gameplay mechanics, we have shuttle flying, we have some cover shooting, we have some tricorder scanning, and they sort of happen intermittently throughout the game, where it makes the most sense to tell the story with that gameplay type.
This is so Star Trek, bro.
That's it.
That's so good. Dude, thank you so much for your time, man.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
That's our show.
A reminder that the prime directive to not interfere with civilizations does not extend to the XPlay YouTube channel.
Feel free to click subscribe buttons and bells all you want.
And if you accidentally create a societal collapse, just tell Starfleet that the Klingons did it.
See you next time.
Peace.
Bill Scruff here, and today I'm going to show you how to properly defend yourself from an armed assailant in the back seat. Armed assailant slides in. Oh my gosh, he's got you. What do? Turn the tables. And come up from behind with their dick. Bill Scruff, tactical defense.
Today on XPlay, we go hands-on with the new Warhammer game and we'll never get the bloodstains out of Golden Boy's clothes. Plus, we dive deep on the future of conventions and debate which non-sports sports game is the best one. I don't have an opinion because EA never made that Madden hot dog eating game I keep emailing them about. Hot dogs for the hot dog god. It's game time!
Hello and welcome to XPlay.
We follow the rule of speak softly and carry a big chainsword.
And that's without the speaking softly part.
Warhammer 40k Darktide builds on what Vermintide wanted to accomplish to bring a new visceral co-op experience to the Warhammer universe.
You can almost smell the unwashed space leather from here.
Check out our first look.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? GB here, and we're about to get a first look at Warhammer 40k Darktide, the new game from Fat Shark Studios. You may know them as the guys who made Warhammer Vermintide. Really great game. This one, even better. It's something you're definitely going to want to watch. And then we also get an opportunity to talk with the dev as well. It's all good stuff. Check it out. I'm joined by Victor, who is the head of design at Fat Shark for Warhammer 40k Darktide. This game is awesome. We actually had a chance to play it. Super fun game. So actually, we did dive into a mission where we were running around. We had to get these batteries, put them into this ammunition crate or something like that. I guess kind of give us the lay of the land of the type of experiences that fans could be looking forward to in a game like this, because it's a co-op shooter. So what should we be looking forward to? Missions like that, collect and retrieve missions, slaying missions, what kind?
We have a number of different types of mission types, as we call it, and they're all focused on cooperation. So the reason why you sort of have one guy carrying something and the rest have to protect him, we try to come up with different mechanics that works similar to that. So while one person is doing something, the other ones should be holding his back, watching out for the enemies and stuff like that. The true core of both Vermintide and Darktide is cooperation. Co-op, we're so focused on co-op. So another mechanic we have is the interrogation that you also did, where you set this skull interrogator. Because a funny thing in the world of 40k, people don't actually understand how all the machines are working, because it's all the machines are so old that it's been forgotten how they work. So it's only a few that actually know how they function, called the Mechanicus. So a normal person in the Warhammer 40k universe, they think it's basically magic. So they don't understand how this machine works. So they set this servitor skull on the machine, and it talks to the machine and sort of makes it work. But sometimes it breaks down, so you have to finish this little sort of mini game. And while you're doing the mini game, your buddies have to protect you. We try to build in cooperation in everything that we do.
You guys had a lot of success from Vermintide. Huge hit. I was seeing it on Twitch all the time. A bunch of people playing it. The Warhammer franchise, it's so historic. It's been around for such a long time. But even then, it's still very much like I don't want to say like a niche, but it does have its like subsection of an audience. So were you shocked by the reception that Vermintide had with the creator community, with the gaming community, or did you know we made a solid game and we knew this thing was going to hit?
And we knew we had like the Warhammer fans. Like we knew we were creating a true Warhammer game with Vermintide, so we knew that would work. We always take the approach of we want this to be approachable by anyone. Like it should be so much fun and such a sort of good visceral experience that it shouldn't matter if you know what's going on. Like who are these people? What are these races and whatnot? At the same time as we go super deep on the lore. So if you are a fan, there's like lore to the nth degree. But you also have to be able to sort of understand what's going on, even if you know nothing about what's going on. Actually, that was sort of my role, because when we started out making Warhammer games, I knew very little about it. Like, I knew what like everybody knows, like, oh, okay, it's cool, tabletop game. But I never really dived deep into the sort of lore and stuff like that before. So I had that role at the company to sort of say, you know, guys, I don't understand what's going on anymore. So we sort of have to dial down the nerdiness or like the lore stuff here. Like, I don't know what's going on. So that's the approach we take. And it's been really cool seeing people playing Vermintide and getting into the lore that way, because it's very approachable. And like going onto Reddit and say like, hey, this Vermintide game is pretty cool. Is there any lore about this? They're like, yep, here's the list of the books you should read. So yeah. So it's super cool. And we're doing the same thing with Darktide. Like you don't have to know anything about 40k. It's completely okay. It's a really kick-ass co-op game. But if you know a lot about 40k, we got you covered.
What would be like the required reading, if you will, to like kind of get up to speed if you happen to know?
We've been working with a really famous Warhammer writer called Dan Abnett, and he's created a series called Eisenhorn, which is about Inquisitors in Warhammer 40k. And in our game, you also play as part of the Inquisition. So that will be a really good place to start. And it's also one of those stories that is a little bit more easily digestible, because it also has the human aspect to the story. And it's not about like these gigantic space marines and stuff like that. It's more about normal people in the world of 40k. And that's also a sort of angle that we want to take. We want to tell the story of a normal soldier or a normal zealot type of person, like a normal human being. How would it be to be a normal person in a world where there are like Nurgle, chaos demons and stuff like that? How do you react and how do you survive? That's what the story we're trying to tell.
That being said, right, like you haven't worked on this game now for a while. How does it feel to finally be able to show it out to the world? And you know, how do you feel the reception has been from, you know, like the people here and also just, you know, from what you've been seeing online?
I mean, it was scary at first, you know, first time you don't know. We knew we had a good game, but it's always a bit scary. Like, and we're Swedish, so we're modest. So we're like, oh yeah, maybe they don't like it, but the reception has been.
Swedes were very modest. Yeah, you're right.
But you know, the reception has been amazing. So it's and like seeing people play here, and it's about the first time anybody outside the office has actually played the game, apart from like maybe 2 or 3 people. So it's been really cool to see everybody's reactions and when they're like screaming, dying, and like, yeah, it's awesome. It's so much fun to see.
So have you now decided to collect some of the figurines you have? Have you been painting?
Yeah. Actually, I just started because I have 2 kids. They're 6 and 9, and I figured like, yeah, they're probably at the age where we can start doing this. So I bought a Tau army just like 2 weeks ago actually and started painting. And I have to say, it's awesome. It's so much fun just to like, I love building first. It's so much fun just to sit there and like glue them together. And so, yeah, I've been enjoying it a hell of a lot actually. So I'm going to build a big army.
Yeah, whenever I try and get into arts and crafts, it's mostly just the crafts and then everything falls apart. So I'm very glad to see you doing. I got to put you in touch with a friend of our show, Shayna Baszler, professional wrestler. She loves Warhammer 40K. So we got to make this happen sometime. But hey, Victor, I want to thank you you so much for your time. I appreciate you. I appreciate the game. Where can people find the game? When does it come out? What platforms?
September 13th.
Yeah.
It's going to be on PC, Steam, and Xbox, Xbox X and S, and also on PC, Xbox. And it will be Game Pass day one. So.
Oh. Game Pass day one, baby. Love to see it, man. Victor, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Check out Warhammer Dark Tide, new co-op game from Fat Shark, the creators of Vermintide. So if you like that game, you're going to like this one too. You're going to like this one too, right? Safe to say.
We've got more show after the break.
We'll be talking about what E3 and game conventions might look like 40,000 years in the future.
Long lines and terrible food?
It's almost like you have a time machine, Gerard.
Oh, yeah. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to X-Play.
I remember when scoring a pass to E3 was instant credibility.
Holding that E3 badge was like getting in early on the next crypto. It was priceless on Wednesday and then worthless by Friday.
Things have been a little rocky for E3 in recent years.
It expanded from a purely industry and media expo into a fan open event.
Big companies like Sony started to bail.
Then E3 went full Dreamcast and was discontinued entirely.
And now apparently it's coming back.
Is this a good thing or further proof that the bad guys are just better at winning?
Can't it be both? Let's find out.
Recently, it was announced that not only would E3 return in 2023, but it would also be produced by ReedPop, the company that is also in charge of producing PAX, New York Comic Con, and even Star Wars Celebration. Now, E3's purpose of vendor connections and premieres has somewhat become a thing of the past as more and more companies are moving towards their own digital showcases. So let's get into it.
I feel like the biggest issue with E3 and all of these is that they need to figure out what they want to be instead of trying to be all of them in one.
Right, but what we have now is a brand that has been put in someone else's hands. So I don't even know if, like, when you give someone an E3, what even comes with it anymore.
Well, I think Frost is right to a degree, right? Like, it needs to decide, is this a consumer show where fans of these brands can come together to play this stuff? Or is it designed for industry professionals to get early release insight onto what the holiday season that year will reflect? Because if you're trying to do both, which is what they tried to do in the last several years, one's gonna hurt the other.
I don't believe ReedPop, like, their purposes, the way they do PAX and other things, isn't about bringing in Sony and EA and all these people who have kind of fled E3. I mean, I don't think that there's any good reason to assume that it's going to return to what it once was.
I think what they could bring to the table, what differentiated PAX from E3 is they were more focused on the people. And to what he said, they need to figure out who they are. So maybe that's Reed Pop's goal, to focus more on the people. Because when they did let the general public into E3, I remember that year, it was a cluster F. Because it was like the fans were kind of intertwining with the media, and it was just too much going on. So like, if they could organize it and go in one specific direction, I'm not mad at it, as long as there is a direction.
Yeah. I'm just glad that monkeypox wasn't around that year, because like, we were all rubbing up against people we didn't want to.
I mean, it was interesting because in the years prior, like what you're saying, they had industry lines and media lines. And so you didn't even sometimes have to have
like a Disneyland fast pass.
Very much so. It was great. Oh, that was the good old days. But no, I mean, you didn't have to always have a press reservation. So I worked for a super small media company, Geek Girl Authority. And so we couldn't compete with the IGNs or the Polygons or the Kotakus, but when there was a press line, I could get in there with the rest of them. And so as the next year when E3 went public, that's when they really started emphasizing press reservations, and it just basically became like, it wasn't just press rooms for everyone anymore. It became very, very select. So it's like, I would love for this next E3 to be like, here's 2 days for industry and press, get all your goods out, and then here's 2 days for public.
I mean, I think the question is, what is the press even going to cover that's outside of the PAX that we know? And I think the other, I don't want to call it the elephant, let's just call it the Keeley in the room. Summer Game Fest. He's done this quite successfully for the past 2 years, and that happens during the same week that many, not all, but many of the major publishers are putting out their digital showcases. That seems to work, and people don't seem to be complaining. Do you think there's something there that would cause people to shift from what's already been becoming an established format?
I think it's also kind of the format that we really want to digest that type of news and games, because one of the biggest advantages of going to an E3 or any sort of game convention like this is the ability to demo and actually sit down. But that used to be when games were mostly spread by word of mouth, or actually going to reading your PlayStation magazine or your Nintendo Power, whatever it was that you were getting reviews. Now everything is done online. That in Summer Games Fest, if you just throw up a bunch of trailers of games, people lose their mind. It then goes up on YouTube, and then that's how it spreads now. And I think, unfortunately, while I fully want a place of community where we can all be nerds, dress up, go to incredible panels, and like meet the incredible developers that are making their game, realistically, effort versus value, it's way too expensive for the actual value that you get out of it for how gaming information is being spread right now.
No, you're right.
The appeal of what the ESA could be doing with E3 is allowing room from the indie scene to kind of thrive, right? There always is IndieCade in the corner. There are some publishers that show up and bring indie titles, but given the size of E3 and the ESA and what they build for this event, it's expensive as hell to be an independent vendor to come and showcase your game and hope that the press that's supposed to be there to supercharge and share the news to the public can show up. It's too expensive.
It's expensive for the major publishers as well, and that's some of the key reasons. One of the core reason that Sony pulled out is, I think the last time they were there, they had Spider-Man.
Yeah,
big Spider-Man.
And they're like, why did we spend all this money for this real estate in this hall for Spider-Man?
If you look at
it just doesn't make any sense.
It's funny because if you look at Sony's spending habits around that time, the years prior and the years after, it went from, oh, look at our huge showcase, to we only brought Spider-Man, to we brought nothing, because they were realizing, oh, we could still do the same amount of effective marketing without having to have a booth there.
And Spider-Man sales, in no way can you correlate them with its presence at E3 that year. It had everything to do with the press conference where they showed the game off, and millions of people had access to it, and obviously good marketing leading up to the launch of the game and it being a very good game.
Which is why I think it really needs to define itself away from marketing. Like, don't go away from your announcement trailers of sending a prepackaged video that someone can step up in front of, and you have like the main convention hall that fills up with all the people so they can see all the greatest things. It's streaming online. Like, do all of that. But you do not need to be revealing demo games at E3 if you're one of those major big AAA developers. I think it either needs to be about the panels, about lifting up the indie scene, especially as now with Unreal Engine 5, how good indie games are looking. We are going into the golden era of indie games. They look amazing.
I think the one thing that we all can easily say is that there does need to be some type of event like a Summer Games
It was
Fest
weird without it.
or like E3. And I think shout outs to Jeff Keighley for doing a great job with Summer Games Fest. It was really wonderful
It celebrates
to go
the
and
culture.
check it out.
Yeah. Celebrate the culture.
I like Sessler talking about gaming conventions. He's like a general who's seen so much horror, nothing really surprises him anymore.
Oh, which explains the story he told me about the time he strangled a man to get a hands-on session time with Sly Cooper.
Games. Games are hell.
Don't go anywhere. The show will be much less grim right after this quick break.
So many memories.
It's getting really weird out there.
How weird?
Honey pie, whatever. The movie game. It's happening!
Gerard looks like a level 9,000 Discord mod.
Yeah, dude, let's go.
Oh my God, you killed Kirby!
Hella.
We're comfortable with our sucking.
Some say I've sucked my entire life.
We give Next Play a 5 out of 5.
I hope you'll do better next time.
Welcome back to X-Play.
We debate a lot on this show.
But it's nice to have hard evidence that my opinion is the correct one.
The audience decides who wins, and that's just as bad of an idea as it sounds.
Is Dance Dance Revolution the best non-sports game of all time? Or is it SSX Tricky?
Fight!
We're debating the best non-sports sports games in another installment that we like to call Head to Head, sponsored by Head & Shoulders. Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology works day and night to protect against flakes, even between washes. It's never not working. Just like how our G4 hosts are never not debating. So today's debate, which non-traditional sports game is the best? Is it SSX Tricky or Dance Dance Revolution? Roll the title card, baby.
No cussing.
You heard the lady. No cussing. All right, here we go. Arguing in the corner for SSX Tricky is Gerard, the completionist, and arguing in favor of Dance Dance Revolution is the Black Hokage. Gerard, you're up first. Let's get the timer. Go.
I want to start out by reading an inspirational quote for all of us in the room here. And it goes like this.
Oh, no.
This speech is my recital. I think it's very vital. To rock a rhyme, that's right on time. It's tricky, it's the title. Here we go. SSX Tricky is one of the best games on the PlayStation 2 flat. This game is incredible. It's such a bummer that we did not get another one ever since in the way that the Tricky title specifically is. Now, that's what makes it so good, is Tricky. The fact that Run DMC's It's Tricky is integrated into the entire game from aesthetic perspective, from a specials perspective, from just having a great time. It doesn't take itself too seriously. It's all about having fun, which is why it kind of fits in that category of non-sport game, right? It doesn't make fun of the fact that, you know, snowboarding isn't a sport. It obviously is, but you have so much more fun when it comes to making it tricky with SSX Tricky.
2,
Damn
1,
it,
there it is. Next up for the opening statement, we have the Black Hokage defending Dance Dance Revolution. Let's get some time on the clock and get your opening statement out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world is facing an obesity problem. Everybody could be healthier. And if there's a game that can make us all healthier, it's Dance Dance Revolution. I mean, think about it. Between our waistlines and my fat head, DDR is going to be something that's going to shrink the waistlines. This is a game that not only is fun to play, but it's easy to follow and it has health benefits. This makes it easier for everybody around the world to follow it. Not only is that, but there's so many different dance styles, music styles that can be incorporated across different continents and countries so that it can have mass appeal. Not to mention, if we start doing competitive DDR, this could reinvigorate the life of the arcade. And who doesn't love more gaming? I mean, this is a show about gaming, ladies and gentlemen. So for me, I think DDR is just an easy choice when it comes to doing competitive, non-sports gaming type events. It's just a lot of money to be made, a lot of fun to be had.
Wow. Okay, so let's go on in and cue up Gerard. Gerard, you got the timer, and get your butt on.
First off, I want to point out that I play Dance Dance Revolution a lot, and I love it. It's a great game. I wouldn't argue, though, that it is a great non-sports game. It's basically just saying it's a game that's not sports-related in the same way that any game technically would be a non-great. Like, I should just say Final Fantasy VII Remake is a great non-sports game to take the category.
Stinging!
It's a sport in that it makes you sweat, but that's kind of where the buck stops. I have a question for you, TBH. Are you talking about the arcade version or the console version of Dance Dance Revolution?
The arcade, I think having that solid floor would be much better for competition.
I agree. In that case, I will not attack you in that point because everyone at home knows that the console versions of Dance Dance Revolution are a mere ghost attempting to become human when it comes to making the arcade experience great.
Time! Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think this might be the first time that I've ever been complimented in a debate. That reason alone should be the reason why I won. But let's say that's not enough. Dance Dance Revolution has unlimited content. There's so many different types of music that you can put into this game and compete to, and for that reason alone, it would make a great sport because it's sustainable, not just from a viewer's perspective, but from a business standpoint. Because in order for a sport to survive, at least on a high level, you have to make money. You have to please the corporate suits. I know. It's not a fun thing to talk about, but I just think that's a better option. And then also, these Dance Dance Revolution competitions can be turned into events. Think of like Fortnite with like Travis Scott and all these artists that come through. You could turn it into a whole concert with live dancing. This would invigorate the crowd, get viral moments, and it would generate jobs. And a recession's coming, ladies and gentlemen. We need jobs.
Wow. I did not expect you to take this to you have more time. Are you good, or are you just gonna stare at the camera for 5 seconds?
You see my body.
I'm just gonna ask the question, wasn't he supposed to rebuttal against SSX Tricky?
I mean, it sounded like he just continued to reaffirm the point.
Yeah.
But it is now time for the closing remarks, the final closing statement. So let's go ahead and start with Gerard first. Put the time on the clock. 3, 2, 1. Close it. Tap.
SSX Tricky is one of the greatest games to come out of EA Sports Big. A true great game that has not received a console port in any way, shape, or form. And there are rumors that a possible remake is in the works with old producers coming together with a possible spin-off or spiritual successor to SSX Tricky. Now, I'm very excited for it. I hope it comes out. I hope it's real. But if not, at the very least, this game is incredible. If you haven't got a chance to play it, I highly recommend it. It's so fun. fun fact, has voice actors from has actors in it that are like famous as hell. Like you have Lucy Liu voicing one of the main characters in the game. Very fun thing. At the very least, I will end this with a little bit of shade. Corey, do you play Dance Dance Revolution? Ooh.
I dance in the mirror every day.
That's not playing Dance Dance Revolution. He doesn't play the game. He's not a gamer. I yield my time. I yield my time.
Here's the thing about SSX Tricky versus Dance Dance Revolution. Us millennials, us older crowd, we're familiar with SSX Tricky, but I could argue the game's just not really relevant with the younger crowd. Now, granted, these games both had their heyday around the same time, but here's the catch. DDR would appeal to the younger generation because dancing is a universal language. So once again, it'll be a much more sustainable sport. It's fun to watch. And then on top of that, you can premiere music and do all these different types of events. Now, I would like to use the last few seconds in my my little debate section here to say that in the last head-to-head, Frost cheated when she came with the whole PowerPoint presentation when it was supposed to be freestyling. And then that I said some of the best Star Wars content was outside of the mainline movies with Vader content. Anybody who's watched Kenobi recently, no spoilers, you know what I'm talking about. I just wanted to say I was right in the last one. Wow. And this is complete anarchy, a sham, and a setup. We left it all in the field.
Wow.
And wait a minute, the results are still coming in. We have 8 seconds left, but it's an 80-20 split. Oh my God. And
come on, chat. Come on, chat.
41.
Go, chat. Come on, chat.
And that's it.
Know my body. Shout out to the chat for holding me down.
SSX Tricky walks away with the win.
Whoa.
At the last second, the Black Hokage has
This is a
lost.
setup. I was winning.
Congratulations to Flawless Jay. How do you feel, man?
Feels good, man. Feels good.
We have a winner, and congratulations to the current king of soap, of shampoo. It is Gerard, the completionist. And remember, consistently using Head and Shoulders with every wash can help provide up to 100% of dandruff protection. Uses directed visible flakes with regular use. But that is going to do it for us here. Thank you so much for watching another head-to-head.
And that's our show. Tough luck, TBH.
I would have won if we didn't have to use those Dominion voting machines for our chat polls.
That is literally not how any of that works.
But I have thousands of hours of polling place security footage that begs to differ.
And where are you watching that?
YouTube. There's a lot of very interesting stuff on there.
Yeah, like our YouTube channel where we upload new videos every week.
I'm just asking the hard questions.
We'll see you next time.
DDR 2024. We're gonna take it back. Revolution is right in the title.
Goodbye. Just say goodbye.
For now. What's up, nerds? Welcome to X-Play.
Cats will outlive us all.
They're like cockroaches with fur. They can survive anything.
Not the way I'd phrase it, but yeah, accurate.
The better question is, who's better to equip to navigate the dystopian future, huh? Humans?
Or adorable fur babies.
Congratulations. The answer is fur babies.
And there's one game breaking ground in playable camp mechanics.
We reviewed Stray. So here you go.
Yeah.
Gary?
The apocalypse is coming. This is something we all know, and I know it might feel like there's nothing that we can do to save ourselves, but that's okay, because if playing through Stray, the simple yet stunning new puzzle platformer from Annapurna Interactive has taught me anything, it's that humans are not this planet's future. Hello! If you're a living person and you're seeing this, then something has gone terribly wrong. This review of Stray is designed specifically to prepare your cats for the coming apocalypse. There's no hope for you, but that fuzzy little idiot that lives in your house rent-free still has a chance. But we're also contractually obligated to make sure that this doubles as a review for humans who are interested in immersing themselves in the sad but adorable world of Stray. So while most of this review will be in English, I would briefly like to address the cats of the world in their native tongue. Meow. 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 The first thing you're likely to notice about Stray is the beautiful, hyper-detailed design of its environments. Or maybe it's the fluidity of the gameplay and the player character's stunningly accurate cat-like movement. Or maybe the first thing you'll do is meow 100 times to unlock a trophy. But the first thing I noticed about Stray is that I am clearly not the intended audience. And neither are you. This game is about cats, for cats, and by cats, which doesn't mean it isn't also an enjoyable experience for any human who loves rich, immersive worlds and smooth, relatively simple gameplay, because it definitely is. But if you're looking for proof of who Stray's target audience is, look no further than this footage of how our team members' cats responded to the game. He's enthralled! Look at him! And he's not alone either. There's already an entire Twitter account dedicated to cats watching Stray. But if this review also helps humans decide whether they want to give it a shot, then, well, I guess that's okay too. Published by Annapurna Interactive, Stray has been in the works since 2015, but it was developed by Blue 12 Studio, which was founded by two cats named Riggs and Murda, although they were gracious enough to give their humans Kula and Viv some of the credit. In fact, Murda was also the primary inspiration for the game's playable character, because just look at this guy, he's clearly a star. Much of the game's early development was focused on getting the cats right, both from a visual design perspective, but also in terms of the gameplay opportunities that they presented. Because when it comes to platforming and puzzle solving, a cat is going to approach problems in a very different way than a human. Although honestly, humans have had a good run, so if we wanted to fully put the cats in charge, I wouldn't complain. Not that we've had much time left anyway, because if Stray has taught me anything, it's that humanity's days are very numbered. Which means the cats of this world need to be prepared for the responsibilities that are awaiting them. So, to help me with that, I'm going to need the assistance of our coordinating producer, Gabrielle, who has been extremely excited for this game. Gabrielle, coming out here? Oh my God! Have you been here the entire time?
Obviously. Do you know how much I love cats?
I mean, yeah, but I thought, we... Fair enough. Do you want to introduce the Cat Preparedness Challenge?
Please, I was born for this. One of the keys to surviving the apocalypse as a cat is to dress for success. The cat in Stray, for instance, wears an adorable yet highly functional little vest. But every cat is different, so we asked some of the folks around the G4 office to equip their cats with apocalypse-ready survival gear. Or, whatever they had lying around. Don't worry about it. Just take a look at these precious little dummies. No cats were harmed in the making of this video. See? All our cats here at G4 are ready for the apocalypse, especially Luna. Are yours? And to any cats who are listening, meow! Meow.
Meow? Huh?
I know what I said.
We'll check back in with Gabrielle when it's time for the next survival challenge. But until then, I want to talk about Stray's narrative, which not only has a lot of great advice for post-apocalyptic cats everywhere, but also a good amount of genuine human emotion. In the far future of a dystopian dream state lives a cat who gets separated from its pack and forced to explore a mysterious city. On this adventure, our little feline hero teams up with a drone and a whole community of robot companions to find his way back to the outside, reunite with its family, and maybe even solve the mystery of what happened to humanity. I would go so far as to say that Stray's narrative and world building are its biggest strengths. Aesthetically pleasing and smooth to play, it's really the curiosity about the world that the team behind Stray has curated that drives the game forward. There's a childlike sense of connection and wonder throughout the game, and Stray asks you not just to save humanity, but to answer, what is humanity really? And the word humanity is doing a lot of work here, because upon exploring Stray's dilapidated, enclosed cityscape, a few things become abundantly clear. One is that it was heavily inspired by Hong Kong's Kowloon walled city, which you should definitely look up because the history of that place is wild. But mostly, it's immediately noticeable that while the soft ones may be gone, their culture and way of life is not. It's been picked up and carried forward by hundreds and hundreds of super sad robots, living their day-to-day lives the best that they can. They play guitar, hang out in bars, and chow down on robo ramen made from hot oil, which actually kind of sounds delicious, but Whenever the player curls up next to one of them or rubs against their leg only to see a heart displayed on their face screen, it becomes immediately apparent that they're just as desperate for connections as the cats are. As we learn more about this robot community, along with the backstory of our trusty drone companion, the ambient emotion of the game keeps growing in intensity. Just walking around and interacting with all your new robo pals is surprisingly affecting and gives the game an emotional through line beyond, just look at how cute this cat is. And now, because he was extremely insistent, here's our producer, Eric Zipper, to talk more about Stray's struggling community of RoboPals. Eric, please join me. Christ! I'm never gonna get used to that.
Good, because you know what I'll never get used to? Sad robots. Genuinely, nothing me up more than a sad little automaton who's just doing his best. Wally? Tears. The Iron Giant messed me up for weeks.
You know, this video is about preparing cats for the apocalypse, right?
That's exactly my point. Don't get me wrong. Cats are great, and I love their stupid, squishy little faces. But who's gonna think about the robots, Frosk? Because if this game has taught me anything, it's that humanity is gonna die and abandon all of its so-called best friends, whether they're cats, robots, or robot cats. Oh my God. Oh my God, a robot cat. Can you imagine?
Are you about to cry?
No, so what? So what if I am? We have to make sure that both the cats and the robots of the world have companionship when the apocalypse comes, which is why I am here to introduce our next cat preparedness challenge, the robot test. Members of our team introduce their cats to the nearest available robot or robot adjacent item. Let's see how it went.
Friendships. I hope the cats watching this have learned a valuable lesson.
And to all the robots watching this.
Zipper, you can't say that on TV. God damn it. God damn it!
Sorry for the interruption. We're the human equivalent of your a-hole cat standing in front of the TV while you're trying to watch your programs.
Here's my butthole. And instead of meow super loud until you get us food, we're gonna show you some commercials instead.
We'll be right back with more robot cat action after the break. Watch your ass.
Well, Battle Beast is our version of a good old-fashioned spelling bee.
We are ready! Appendage. How do you spell it?
I before E is F after C. The spelling isn't there, but the love is.
cat-themed X-Play episode already in progress.
Where we scratch your itch for video game reviews like the back of an expensive couch.
And when we stand on your chest at 6 a.m. when we want you to wake up right now.
If you can't tell from all the cat references, we're reviewing Stray.
Now time for the stunning feline finale.
Wow.
As much as I hate to admit it, Zipper's almost got a point about why the emotions in this game land as hard as they do. The presence of sad cats and sad robots are a big part of it, but that sense of deeply lived-in feeling seeps from every single element of the design. Admittedly, dystopian 70s retrofuturism is a mouthful, but it's gorgeous nonetheless, especially when integrated with the heavy Hong Kong influence that we mentioned earlier. And while Stray isn't the first to explore this sort of style, the execution and interweaving with sound design, narrative, and mechanics make the experience feel highly polished and complete. It's an extremely satisfying world to enter and master, and I'd go so far as to say that it's the strongest draw for Stray, at least when it comes to pulling players in. Just walking around and looking at the environments can eat up as much time as you're willing to let in, leading to a level of immersion that really caught us off guard. And that immersion extends to the music and sound design as well, with a score by Jan van der Kuysen, whose name I very much apologize for butchering. It fuses natural soundscapes, traditional instruments, and 80s synth and bass with a sound direction that mirrors the visual thematics wonderfully, and I cannot overstate its level of impact on the game's enjoyment factor. From a gameplay perspective, the score is used to clue the player into important places for possible treasure hunting and plot significance, as well as to provide touching or hilarious character moments. Finding sheet music for the banjo-playing robot in the first zone is wildly satisfying, because you get to curl up next to them as they play it. And frankly, some of the songs they play are straight bangers. Same goes for the in-game radios that you can use to alter the vibe, which varies wildly from location to location, like a robot nightclub, where you can scratch a record and live out your dreams of being a real cat DJ. Sure, just like that. Stray is a puzzle platformer where gameplay focuses around movement mechanics to solve puzzles and find collectibles. You know, doing cat stuff, but in order to solve puzzles instead of just create chaos. Okay, fine, it is a little bit of both. But as a cat, your dexterity and speed will be your greatest assets, having you maneuver gracefully across rooftops and through sewers. Stray is not a difficult game for any experienced platformer or walking simulator player, and good news, for any players that are experiencing a limb difference or struggles on a traditional controller, there are features that allow you to rebind the keys to whatever you prefer. The puzzles are quick though, and the light design and art direction do a majority of the heavy lifting when it comes to figuring out the right path. That said, just because the game is easy doesn't necessarily detract from its enjoyment. Stray was exceptionally enjoyable in how smoothly an experienced player can cruise through the levels. There are 3 major categories of gameplay that Stray is broken up into. The first is open zone hunting, which is a series of fetch quests through the city's major regions. This is also where you get to hang out with all of your sad robot buddies as you explore their city and find access to various items and locations. This is where the game gives you time for exploration, experimentation, and soaking up the gorgeously designed world. The next big one are the Zerk sprints, which I guess means I should talk about the Zerks, who all of us agreed are gross and vaguely terrifying. So for the sake of our own sanity, we're using these stuffed pigs as stand-ins. Close enough. The Zerks are little bug creatures that latch onto the player cat and drain its life, which is just, it's not cool, man. These chunks require quick reactions to avoid being devoured, and for a brief time, you even get a weapon that lets you pop them like the gross little zits that they are. Running from Zerks is fun, but stressful, which I guess is kind of the idea. And then lastly are the stealth puzzles, which come into play much later in the game, and mostly involve hiding in boxes in order to avoid the robo-police. Because everyone knows that the natural enemy of the cat is the goddamn cops. But getting shot by the little drones feels genuinely bad, and it made us sad pretty much every single time. But it's not like cats really need an excuse to hang out in boxes, so these stealth segments feel like a great opportunity for another cat preparedness challenge. Cats of the world, heed my warning. In the future, boxes will not just be for fun and relaxation, but a crucial tool for survival. Let's see how the G4 cats handle this necessary skill.
Stealth mode activated.
Stealth mode activated.
For those those who don't want to cruise through the game and are looking to explore every nook and cranny of this gorgeous streetscape, there are plenty of collectibles to acquire for badges that your cat can wear on the little vest, as well as memories which unlock more lore for your main robot companion, B12. If you missed any, don't worry. The game allows you to pick which chapter you restart, maintaining your collectibles while you hunt for the ones that you missed. One thing we did find painful is that certain locations within the chapter zones only unlock themselves as you progress certain story points, thus missing a memory and having to restart the chapter to quickly power through busy work before you can open the room you need to get to is tiresome. My advice is to take your time on the first playthrough and really explore and let the beautiful environment breathe. And then once you've done all that and fully absorbed all the sadness that the world has to offer, you can play again with a focus on speed. Speed of speed. One of the PS5 trophies is completing the game in under 2 hours, because the developers know exactly what they're doing and setting up for in terms of replayability. So instead of just letting your cats have all of the zoomies to yourselves, I knew I needed to give it a shot and see how fast I could go. When me, Gabrielle, and Zipper first played through the game, it took us about 6 hours. We were taking our time and exploring, but that's still a lot of time to shave off. So I spent a few runs familiarizing myself, replayed a couple of the trickier, larger chapters, and then I gave it a go. And somehow beat Stray in 1 hour and 39 minutes. Yeah! Yeah! The fastest I've seen anyone do it so far is about 1 hour and 31 minutes, so I'm determined to catch you. But now I have to bring out Zipper and Gabrielle to rub it in their faces, because they doubted me, unless they're already here, because of course you guys are. I really don't know how this keeps happening.
Sorry we're so fast, unlike you.
I literally speedran the game on like my 3rd try.
Look, I am only here to talk about sad robots.
Maybe you'll understand true speed after watching our final cat challenge, Agility, which the G4 cats must deftly maneuver through a deadly obstacle course like this.
All right, fine. That was a stunning display of speed and agility. But I still think my speed run was pretty impressive too. Stray will undoubtedly affect every person differently due to what they take away from its story. We here at XPlay thoroughly enjoyed our playthrough and were quite moved with the execution as a video game. I honestly don't think Stray would be as impactful in its message as a book, graphic novel, or movie. There's something intrinsically needed: agency. You have to act quickly, right now, duck, dodge, jump, run through this roller coaster of emotions, so that when you do get a moment to curl up next to a fishing dock, you find the purpose in it all. Stray is a polished product made by a small team of developers, human and cat alike. It's not in the same league as a AAA title, but it still punches way above its weight. It's an art project and a love letter, and it's free on PlayStation Plus with the extra tier, so please, have yourself an evening with this cat, even if you're not a cat person. Of course, that's assuming you're a person at all. If you are a cat, then this game is necessary and important for the survival of your species. Which is why we're giving Stray a 4 out of 5. Anything else to add, team?
Meow! Meow! Meow!
I hate all of you. Farewell, cats and cat lovers. We'll see you next time. That's a review of Stray, where the only thing scarier than a future without people is a future without cats.
What about a Resident Evil Netflix show?
That's the scariest future of all because, the zombies.
Yeah, zombies. We talked to Wesker himself, Lance Reddick, right after this quick break.
It's getting really weird out there.
How weird?
Oh my God, you killed Kirby!
We give XPlay a 5 out of 5. I hope you'll do better next time.
Hey nerds, welcome back to X-Play.
Who would have thought Albert Wesker would be the bright spot in a dismal Resident Evil universe?
Yeah, it's dismal because of the zombies.
Ah, yeah, because of the zombies.
But we knew to bet it all on Wesker because he's played by the legendary Lance Reddick.
TBH got a chance to talk with our favorite lovable Umbrella Corporation psychopath.
So check it out. So last week, the Resident Evil TV show premiered on Netflix with a take that manages to be surprisingly faithful to the story of the games, while also carving out its own take. Joining us to discuss everything Resident Evil, spoilers and all, is Albert Wesker himself, Lance Reddick. Thank you for coming back to the show. Second time talking to you.
It's a pleasure to be here. I like how you say spoilers and all. Like,
yeah, just a little bit. Nothing too crazy. Because we want people to watch the show.
Yeah.
But first thing I wanted to ask you is, I was watching the show and I was like, it's really cool being able to meet you in person. I was like, I wonder when it comes to having like a big production like this, do you have like some type of ritual that you do when like a new show or like a movie comes out where like you make the kids sit down and watch Dad? Or
well, I mean, it's not like I've had that experience a lot. I mean, with The Wire, I was just excited. With Fringe, I was kind of nervous, but I was also excited. With Bosch, it was more. I thought of it so, even though I had a great role, I thought of it so much as Titus's show that I was like, man, I hope this is good for Titus. So, and this is the first one where I'm basically the male lead. So, in that regard, and the fact that I'm playing such an iconic character, that made me nervous. But the flip side is that I had so much going on. It was all about just kind of getting through the next thing and getting through the day. So it wasn't so. I didn't have that much time to be nervous.
The next thing I wanted to ask you was about some of the challenges you faced actually producing this show. One of the things that was really cool was, it's kind of a spoiler, but you're a clone in the show. You're not the original version of Albert Wesker, and there's multiple versions of you on the screen at a time. Were there any challenges that presented doing that, like basically talking to yourself? Was there anything you had to do in preparation for that?
The scenes where I'm Albert with Albert and Bert, because Bert's of the clones, Bert's the one that's there the most. So. When I first, in the show, when I first realized that, because I'm thinking that he's dead. He's been dead for years. So when I first find out that he's alive, we have a big scene together. But we're kind of not in the same room together. So I shot I shot Albert's side and then I shot Bert's side. So the hardest thing was just preparing, because it literally took twice as long. Just, you know what I mean? Just in doing my script work.
What about the trench coat? You got the, Don, the iconic trench coat. How did that make you feel? Did you feel powerful? Did you feel like you was ready to do something dubious?
When I first put on the trench coat and I put on the glasses and I looked in the mirror, I thought, oh, I'm the version of Wesker that's Blade.
I'm so glad that you addressed that. He's seen the memes on the internet, and you said it, I did. I laughed. I'm not gonna lie, I laughed.
And there was a part of me that was like, oh, I look like Wesker. Oh, damn, I look like Blade. But hey, it is what it is. Yeah.
Is there any other characters that you would want to see from any other video game, whether it was a game you played from your childhood or any? Is it something you want to see adapted like on Netflix or something like that? Like on the big screen or something like that?
I would love to see Silent on the big screen. But my understanding from what I've read is that the adaptation they're focusing on is actually like before the apocalypse happened. So that probably won't happen.
Yeah.
But I would love to play that character on screen.
Okay. Is there any other game?
Zavala. I mean, come on. I'd love to do a Destiny movie.
For sure. What do you feel like is your favorite takeaway or memory from actually shooting the Resident Evil series?
Oh man, I don't know. I had so much fun. I mean, that was such an incredible experience. I don't know what.
And then let me add on to that. Do you feel like you learned anything, like you grew as an actor? Is there anything you learned on that set specifically?
I feel like I grow as an actor every time I do a new role.
For sure.
Yeah, and I definitely feel like I grew as an actor in this because, number one, it's a characters that I've never played before, and you're always it's this weird thing because on the one hand, I consider myself a transformational actor, so I'm never really playing myself. So I'm kind of trying to channel, the spirit of whatever character it is that I'm playing. But by the same token, you have to find some way, some part of yourself that is the character to find the hook, to find a way into the character. That journey of self-discovery it's always new. It's always different because every character is different.
I like that because you gave me a great segue. So where can they discover this show?
Netflix.
It's out right now?
It's out right now. Number one in the world.
Hey, say it loud and say it proud. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to check out Resident Evil right now, available on Netflix, starring Lance Reddick, as well as a bunch of others. Great show. For more things...
wait.
You got one more for me?
Well, can I plug one other show?
Do you think?
Farzar. It's an animated comedy by Waco O'Gwen and Roger Black, the same guys that brought you Brickleberry and that brought you Paradise PD.
Where's that available?
Netflix.
It's also on Netflix?
Also on Netflix.
Is that out right now?
And it's out right now.
I'm going to look the YouTube trailer up right after this.
24th in the world.
Okay.
18 in the countries. It's also in the top 100, so yeah.
No, I'm going to take your word.
Tell you that.
No, this dude is like the sweetest dude, man. And we have whole full-blown conversations before the camera comes on. So at the bare minimum, I'm going to check out the trailer, and I think you guys should too. Check out the show available on Netflix. So
Farzar's funny. It's funny.
For everything Resident Evil and everything else on Netflix, make sure to stay tuned here on X-Play. I'm TBH, Lance Reddick, and we'll see you on the next one. Peace.
Thank you to Lance Reddick. You are welcome in our lab anytime.
And you at home are welcome to check out our YouTube channel.
Extended cuts of our reviews and video essays upload every single week.
And be sure to check out the X-Play live stream every Tuesday,
where we talk about the emerging gaming renaissance of playable cats.
It was one cat game and everybody in the studio lost their mind for some reason.
It was one great cat game.
But what other cat game is making this renaissance?
We're trying to manifest it, all right, TBH?
Do the Kajat and Elder Scrolls count?
Not even close, but we'll see you next time. Bye.
Peace.
Today on X-Play, Gerard breaks down how microtransactions are making you poor. Plus, we want to see the Street Fighter characters brought back in Street Fighter 6. Fat Mega Man has nothing left to lose and fights like a demon. And finally, we take a class on why Bully is an underappreciated franchise. Pulling off an upper decker earns you an extra credit, so I guess it's just like my old community college. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to X-Play.
You know, when a game says free to play, is it really free?
Even as you grind like Conan on the Wheel of Pain, these games never stop trying to squeeze an extra $3.99 out of you.
And Gerard has had enough.
He's breaking down one of the game industry's dirtiest tricks in his new segment called Player's Choice.
Check it out.
Now, if I sound a little off, it's because as a streamer, I feel a little bit left out. I know it's been over a month, but I haven't ranted enough about Diablo Immortal yet.
Every single time that I'm playing this game, I feel like I'm slapping myself in the face.
This game, greedy bastards who have contorted Diablo into this disgusting, offensive, predatory mess.
Not just a lack of respect, but like an active hostility toward the player.
It makes FIFA loot boxes look good.
I spent $10,000 and got nothing! Heaven, please, take my money!
If I were the man I was 5 years ago, I'd take a flamethrower to this place!
The streamer going full crazy frog over dropping 10 grand goes by Quinn69, nice, and he actually ended up spending $16,000 US grinding Diablo Immortal's paid dungeons before finally getting one out of the 35 max level gems needed to fully upgrade a character's build. Whew, brutal. Now, the only time you should get stuck spending 16 grand on a rare dungeon experience is when you forget your safe word. I mean, look, that's on you. You owe Mistress Scarlet for her time, damn it. And I'm not here to kink shame if your thing is getting domed by Activision Blizzard, because it's not just Diablo Immortal. Predatory monetization has seeped into every sweaty crack of this industry. And the App Store could really use some penicillin. Now, I don't want to pretend there was ever some golden age of gaming where prices were totally fair. See, back in the primordial arcade era, Pac-Man wasn't just eating white dots. He devoured $3.5 billion of your dad's college tuition 1 quarter at a time. Today, that money could literally buy you dozens of fully upgraded Diablo Immortal characters. And early home gaming wasn't cheap either. The original Atari, adjusted for inflation, costs $900. And all you could do was play stuff like this. That was, of course, the Porky's game, Playing bad movie tie-in games used to cost more than a PS5 and look like the acid nightmares of a sentient graphic calculator. Who would have thought? Now, I do think monetization has gotten worse over the years, and while I don't know exactly how to fix it, I think it's worth breaking down the industry's worst practices so we can at least be exploited from a place of health and knowledge. So, today, in honor of Diablo Immortal, let's descend into a segment I am calling Gerard's Inferno, the 9 layers of monetization hell. It's very hot. And it won't cost you a thing because it's a free-to-watch model. So there you go. Oh, okay. Look, I don't think I need my own intro currency to host my own segment, but I got the coins, so yeah. Oh, I'll take it. 5,000 coins. Feels good. All right, let's start with layer 1 of monetization hell. Full DLC. Now, a lot of DLC is carefully crafted and worth the money, like Dark Souls, Notorious of the Abyss DLC, perhaps Assassin's Creed, the Jack the Ripper DLC, or the Rock Band 4 SpongeBob SquarePants pack. A lot of SpongeBob fans here in the studio. We've come a long way since the epic disaster known as Street Fighter Cross Tekken, where data mining revealed its DLC was already completed and done on the disc, but could only be unlocked by defeating a hidden boss. Your credit card at a future date. Today, we still got to be careful out there, though. There's a lot of lazy DLC out there, particularly for series with guaranteed fan bases. I'm side-eyeing you, The Sims. You mean I can finally barricade my Sims in a windowless room till they wet themselves? And it's autumn? No way. Layer 2 of monetization hell is the bread and butter of modern gaming, except it's just bread because the butter is price locked. I, of course, am talking about cosmetics. Now, those devil ears, worth every penny. Oh. Okay, obviously I don't need that, whatever this is, but you know what? I do have some free coins, so why not? Let's do it. So obviously not all cosmetics are bad, but they can even be a way to voluntarily support games, like crowdfunding prize pools of the Dota International. Unfortunately, some cosmetics are like a proto-NFT, but what's non-fungible is social trauma from bullying if you rock characters with a base skin. Now look, Polygon reported in 2019, in the last few years, teachers noticed students insulting each other with the term default, a burn for any kid boring or broke enough to rock default skins in a game. Guys, cyberbullies have it way too easy. When I was young, if you wanted to bully a kid with a game, you had to name them in Oregon Trail and hope that they died of cholera. Layer 3 was gonna be in-game advertisements, but I guess we can skip layer 3 and earn 200 coins if we watch a brief sponsored message. So it says running on, so let's just go ahead and skip it.
All right.
Yeah.
The world of video games is always moving.
I've seen this ad
always
before.
changing, always evolving. But
It's an X-Play ad.
Welcome to
It's an Attack of the Show ad. Okay. Scott the Wasp. Name your price. What is going on? Why? Hello? Why are they playing so many? I don't even know what I'm being sold on. Hello? Make it stop, dear God. Ah! Whew. Look, at least it didn't cost real money and it barely ruined the flow of this entire segment. So let's just do what gamers do every day. Pretend ads don't affect us, grab ad blocker, and move on. To layer 4. Now, it's starting to look a little more like hell because I'm talking price-locked power-ups and convenience mechanics. Whether it's 2012 and your grandma's paying real money to skip watering individual grass tiles in Farmville, or it's 2017 and you just caved and spent real money to unlock Darth Maul in Battlefront. It's all basically pay-to-win mechanics turning sunk cost fallacy into high-cost gameplay, and FOMO into no-mo fun. See what I did there? Okay, nice. Seems like you're struggling purchase. Oh, come on. Look, the crowd likes me here. I can get the laughter on my own because they're the hardest working crew in the business, right, guys? Yeah. You know what? I just want to hear praise. Let's just hear it.
All right.
There we go. Yeah, thank you. Nice clap for me. Worth it. Look, They're just price locking necessary aspects of the game, but life is a game, baby, and now I am winning. Applause one more time. Thank you. Ooh. That one came with a studio applause. Now, this next layer of Monster Hell is the one that pulls all the other layers together into one gameplay melting river of burning dollars. Loot boxes. Now, loot boxes are a pure distillation of the dirtiest open secret in game design, exploiting human psychology via casino mechanics to maximize profits. Look, I get it. Luck is fun. There's a reason it's satisfying when your favorite streamer gets perfect boss RNG during a speed run and the possibility to break a world record. Luck is an essential element of almost all games when it's woven into actual gameplay. Or you can just douse your entire game in gold and peril particle effects and charge players every time they want to see cool fireworks. Loot boxes are literally dabbing on us. Oh, okay, hold on. Look, I get the conceit we're doing here, guys, but I'm not buying loot boxes for my own segment. Also, why are completion coins totally worthless in this? Everything costs cash. All right, fine. I'm gonna do it just this once to prove a point, but that's it.
All right.
What do we got? Let's see. Ooh. Okay. You know, all I got were 2 common drops and 1 was a duplicate. I'll be honest, I do want to know what a legendary drop is, but we don't have time to open 30 imaginary X-Play loot boxes. And the fact that I know some of you out there are also curious as to what a legendary drop would be like in this totally made-up high-concept gimmick is just a testament to how insanely effective loot boxes are at manipulating human psychology. Now look, despite everything I've said, I have sympathy for game developers. As production costs continue to balloon, developers often have to pump monetization to keep up or pop. And I imagine it's incredibly frustrating when tacked-on monetization overshadows years of creative work, like food poisoning overshadowing an otherwise flawless trip to Long John Silver's. So, how do we all get off this crazy Toad's Wild Ride of monetization hell? Well, let's be honest. We probably don't. What's worse is that live service games perpetually change depending on the current ecosystem. So when a game shuts down and you cannot use it or any of the items you bought, do you actually own the content you purchased? Is it worth having a console or a mobile device that stores that content locally so you can use it every now and then, like an old iPhone with Flappy Bird? And if so, what is the value of that content? Well, good news is, everyone, I'll be covering all these topics in layers 6 to 9 nights of Monster Hell. And you can find out what I have to say for just $9.99 when you purchase the Gerard's Inferno Season Pass, release date Q7 2022, something like that. Act now and get 1 of 4 digital-only Adam Sessler pillows. It's true. Now, I know all of this feels a little doom and gloom, but what we can do is educate ourselves, each other, and recognize the importance of your own monetization self-value. Or in other words of Karl Marx, just play Hell 1 and Diablo Immortal. The other difficulty levels are just the same content with numbers turned the way up. So, now, open your loot box of your heart, but don't put your credit card information in because arteries aren't great with plastic. Now, but before we end this segment, I do want to end it all with a summary/quote that has never resonated more with me and reflects the current state of monetization in gaming. You are a idiot if you don't think about monetization during the creative process of game development. I've been Gerard. The choice is yours.
Now that you understand what's going on under the surface of the microtransaction machine, it'll be that much easier to avoid the pitfalls. TBH, it's your line.
One sec, I gotta jump on this game every 10 minutes or I'll miss getting my completionist points.
You cannot be serious?
Sweet, I just got a Professor Choke legendary card.
And another Golden Boy headshot?
This absolutely sucks.
Right? I've already had like 60 Golden Boy headshots.
We'll be right back after a series of videos trying to convince you to make microtransactions in real life.
Welcome back to X-Play.
Bully is a taboo word these days.
It brings up images of abuse and conflict in online mobs.
And a damn good game that Rockstar abandoned in favor of Max Payne 3. Well, Max Payne 3 and giant stacks of money from the GTA reprinting machine.
Bully was a one-of-a-kind banger.
If you get all misty thinking about how we'll never get a sequel, well, there's a class you should sign up for.
Check out our one-game wonder on Bully.
Okay, we're not even 30 seconds in. We already got this bullshit.
Did you, listen to the new Drake album or something? What's going on here?
Bully! Did someone who's not us bully your bitch ass?
That's our thing. You tell us who did it.
No, it was bully! Damn, I thought we were about to fight somebody.
Okay, I'll give you Jade Empire.
I was even willing to give him Star Fox Adventures for obvious reasons.
But Bully?
Are you saying that Bully wasn't a banger?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nobody's saying that at all. I'm just saying Rockstar doesn't really make games anymore.
You're just okay with that?
I mean, no, but we have healthy coping mechanisms.
Well, I'm not you. We're gonna talk about Bully or else.
Or else what?
You don't want to know, buddy. Now, given Rockstar's reputation, Bully was under a cloud of controversy as soon as the title was announced. Much like today, people had their minds made up about Bully before they even got to play the game. There were cries about how it was going to corrupt the youth, make kids bully each other even more, and start school shootings even though there's no guns in the game. Remember all that fear-mongering around Joker 2019? It was just like that, except for the product release wasn't a derivative piece of...
Whoa, 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 whoa. I liked Joker, but, I mean, I'm a white dude, so...
Pop quiz! What Disney tie-in game did Rockstar Vancouver make before Bully? The correct answer is Treasure Planet!
Wait, why didn't we talk about that game? I love Treasure Planet.
Oh, so Joker's derivative, but Treasure Island in space is fine.
Hey, it made me believe a ship could fly.
But we're not talking about ships, Joe. We're talking about trauma, specifically the high school kind.
Yeah, you probably know a lot about that, huh?
Bully follows Jimmy Hopkins, a wayward kid who's been expelled from multiple schools before being shoved along to Bullworth Academy. You initially forge a friendship with Gary, who you instantly know is gonna be a little bitch because his name is Gary and he looks like this. Surprising no one, after pissing the entire school off at Gary's behest, he betrays you. The rest of the game is spent restoring peace among the cliques at school and stomping Gary's bootleg Draco Malfoy-looking ass.
Man, you really have it out for this Gary guy.
Have you ever been humiliated by Gary, Jake? I'm back for that. Rockstar's signature open-world gameplay is here, but on a much smaller scale. While the initial hours take place exclusively within the school, the game eventually opens up and allows you to explore the small town surrounding it. Bully does a phenomenal job replicating the feelings of growing up in a small town and getting into a little bit of mischief. Combat is predominantly melee-based, but you also have tools like the slingshot and the stink bombs, and when getting bullied, squaring up is always an option, but you can also negotiate with your bully and manage to avoid conflict. Bully is one of the few Rockstar games to provide you with gameplay choices that don't involve smashing someone's face in. Though don't worry, you can still do that too. The game doesn't forget about academics either.
Sounds like you could learn something from it.
I didn't come here to be disrespected. You can be a delinquent and skip class, but if you do, you'll miss out on some fun mini games like word scramble or mixing up lean in the class.
Well, damn, this does sound like my kind of game.
Excuse me? Are you sipping on that perp in my class?
Yeah, it's the 7-year anniversary of Dirty Sprite 2, and honestly, this makes listening to you a lot easier.
Damn, it's been 7 years already? Shit, pour me up a cup. I Serve the Bass was my anthem.
I knew I liked you, Jay.
It's like you guys don't even care.
Ooh, I'm Professor Chuck. Instead of going to therapy, I have temper tantrums over old games like a little bit.
I heard that, Jake!
I wanted you to hear it!
Ah! Pop quiz! What's the name of the creepy old man who lives at the school? The answer is Mr. Grant!
I don't know, man. I kind of feel like both Drake and Future peaked What a Time to Be Alive.
Come on, we're gonna act like Views didn't have bops? We're gonna really act like I Never Liked You isn't packed full of jams?
Hot take, I think both of them look better as feature artists and solo acts these days.
Wow. The absolute audacity on this man.
Just saying.
Speaking of audacity, where the hell is the professor?
Oh, now you care!
What about beat the brakes off an old man?
Dude, I'm 31.
You are a rough-looking 31.
Yeah, well, you guys spent your 20s getting swirly by Gary.
Wait, Gary happened in your 20s?
Shit couldn't happen to me.
So much like Gary, Rockstar spent over a decade giving me nothing but just pain and misery. Despite the controversy, Bully was released to good reviews and decent sales. A sequel has been rumored to be in the works, but nothing concrete has ever been revealed. It's just been GTA 5. GTA 5 again, Red Dead, GTA 5 again. Any hope of a new Bully has been more or less dashed as Rockstar clearly has no interest in actually making video games anymore. They become the new Valve. It's a shame because the relatively innocent, charming, and playful spirit has been seen as proof that Rockstar could do more than be violent and edgy. More than any other Rockstar game, Bully had heart. It was a nod to anyone that's been bullied. It was Saved by the Bell if it was starred by Dexter Morgan. By bullying the bullies, you were able to take back the power and powerbomb Gary off a rooftop like he deserves. You hear me, Gary? It's on sight, you face. You working at Quiznos, bitch.
Damn. I didn't know you had that in you. I'm honestly kind of impressed.
I don't like bullies. Bully was great because for 15 to 20 hours, I got to feel powerful for once in my life.
Damn, dog, I'm sorry for giving you shit all the time. I'll try and go easier on you.
Whatever, Joe. I don't care. It's okay.
Hey, heard you talking shit, huh?
Oh, Gary. You heard that. Listen, I was just talking about Bully the video game, right, guys?
Nope, he was talking about you, Gary.
Yeah, he actually called you out by name specifically.
No, I didn't!
You know what? Doesn't matter. You're still gonna get these hands.
Get him.
Michael!
He's beating your ass in your own damn classroom. You're just gonna let him do that to you?
Oh, I guess he is.
My leg! My other leg!
That's right. This is how we do it at Quiznos. None of that soft-ass baby shit Subway crap. Yeah, eat fresh my ass.
Man, I can't let Gary have all the fun.
You just said you were gonna take it easy on him.
Well, much like Darth Vader, I lied.
Well, when in Rome.
I wish I had a professor like Choke when I was in school.
Yeah, he really teaches his students that it's okay to be in touch with their emotions.
I think he just gets hung up on his fan grievances, actually.
We continue the fan grievances with our list of Street Fighter characters who need to make a comeback after these quick messages.
So you better not go anywhere.
Welcome back to X-Play.
Street Fighter 6 is busy creating the Ryu Thirst Trap category on TikTok.
But what they need to be focusing on is bringing back these characters.
Hadouken! Coming in at the #1 spot is Sawada. Captain Sawada. You remember this dude? Starring alongside Jean-Claude Van Damme in that It's So Bad It's awesome 90s Street Fighter movie. Sawada is a soldier serving with Guile to take down the Shadaloo. Captain Sawada was officially thrown into the canon as of the Street Fighter V activity report. He even has Street Fighter V styled official art. So there is a chance. Next up, we got Joe's pick, Saddam. He's overly designed to be an American who's a fan of Japanese culture, combining football gear with a samurai helmet. At 3 is my boy, my main, Dudley. I need him to make it in this game. Not only is he a class act with fast fists, but he debuted in Street Fighter 3 and has not shown up since its prequel, Street Fighter 4. #4, DeCapre. DeCapre, or better yet, any of the dolls that haven't made their playable debut yet. The dolls refer to a series of characters in Street Fighter lore that are teenage girls captured by the villainous organization Shadaloo. Their first playable assassin, Cammy, became an instant fan favorite. We eventually got Julie and Junie in Street Fighter 3 and DeCapre in Ultra Street Fighter 4, but there are still 10 plus fascinating soldiers that could still make their debut in the limelight, from Satsuki to Satamu. Next up is Skullmania from the Street Fighter EX series. He's a masked fighter with a red scarf who is a clear reference to the Japanese superhero Kamen Rider, who's only on the list because Jefferson really wanted to give the Kamen Rider fandom their shout out for the year. So I'll see you in 2023. Another deep cut we got on the list is Ingrid. Homegirl showed up in one spinoff, one PSP port, refused to elaborate further, and then just left. Ingrid, who the are you? At the #7 spot, we got, I'm not even gonna build this up. Joe, Jefferson, and I just wanna see Capcom characters like from Rival School or Darkstalkers or Red Earth characters just be in the game. #8, Eliza Masters. We're down to the final 3, and who better to kick off the end than the baddest mother in all of Street Fighter? Eliza, she took the kids Masters, the ex-wife of Ken Masters. And that's why there's no one better to be Ken's final boss in his story mode than the boss who took them kids, Eliza. #9, Fat Mega Man.
In 2012, the world was treated to one of the most underrated crossover fighters of all time, Street Fighter Cross Tekken. And in that game, we saw the holy light of a god. Tekken had Heihachi, Ogre, Jack X, and Lars, but all those edgy boys were nothing compared to who Street Fighter brought in on their side. Fat Mega Man. If the fat Mega Man could represent the Street Fighter side of a crossover game, that means he's a Street Fighter character, and there's a chance. Number 10, Shenlong. Picture this, you're walking down the magazine aisle of your local grocery store, you pick up the latest issue of your favorite gaming magazine, and you see a cheat code for a game you've had in your room right now. You follow every tip, perform every trick, and then nothing. This is Shenlong, the biggest blue ball in all of Street Fighter history. Which started off as a bad mistranslation for Ryu's win quote to an April Fool's hoax concocted by the 1992 gaming magazine EGM, Shenlong has since been the subject of many legends, playground rumors, and fake cheat codes. 30 years later, it's time for the joke to become a reality. No more blue balls. We love our Shenlong. Bring us the hashtag Shlong 2022.
And that's our show. We had a great time.
We'll have an even greater time if Capcom gets some of these amazing characters to throw hands again.
And if you've got opinions on Street Fighter characters or topics you want to see us dive into, come talk to us.
You can join the G4 Discord server.
Or jump into the chat of one of our live streams every Tuesday on Twitch and YouTube. We'll see you soon.
Peace.
Is a hot dog a sandwich? Hot dog. Is it a sandwich? Yes or no?
The hinge is immaterial here.
The hinge being without a hot dog into you just have a
The hinge is immaterial. The button has been made in two parts.
So you have to really discuss what is a hot dog? What is your base definition of hot doghood? What is your base definition of sandwichhood?
Because if I buy a pack of what? Hot dogs. Yeah. I'm buying hot dogs. Are they labeled as sandwiches?
Today on X-Play, we head to Vegas to play Saints Row before anyone else, which sounds like a dream job but ends up with everyone covered in tattoos that aren't safe for TV. What happens in Saints Row apparently goes on national television. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to X-Play.
Saints Row started life as a knockoff GTA.
And then it found its footing by heading into territory too wild even for Rockstar.
This fall, Saints Row returns.
But will it strike that right balance between old and new?
The only way to find out is a trip to Vegas.
Wow. Huh. Who got to go to Vegas?
You did. You went to Vegas. You literally went to Vegas to get a first look at Saints Row. We literally have footage of it.
I don't remember. But I'm excited to check it out. So, yeah. Let's see if I remember any of this. I don't know, play the tape.
I didn't get to go to Vegas because of you.
We're gonna play the tape and then maybe it'll re-jog my memory. Just roll the tape. Yo, what's going on, beautiful people? Big Hokage in the building, big TBH. And to be honest, I'm on my way out the door out of my apartment complex because I'm spending the weekend in Vegas. I got invited out to an event for the reboot of Saints Row. It's coming out soon this summer. I'm gonna be joined by Danny and Jake, get to talk to the developers, play a little bit of the game. It's gonna be a fun vlog, my first time in Vegas, so boys trip. We about to see what's really cracking out here. Real life shit going on. The flight is canceled. I don't think we're going to the Saints Row event, guys. So this is gonna be a 2-minute vlog. Probably one of the best you've ever seen. Make sure to hit the like button.
What the hell happened last night?
Update. I've been in the airport for like the last 5 hours. We're still not in Las Vegas. I'm here with all the friends. Danny's begging for help. So by the time we get to Vegas, it'll be late. I'm really hoping this game is amazing, y'all. Update, 6 hours later. We finally got a plane, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to Vegas.
Well, we finally made it here to beautiful Santo Ileso, home of Saints Row and daily nudes.
morning time breakfast. We got Danny down here, scarf in his face. Hold up. There you go, down there eating tacos. The whole crew here. They got the taco truck going crazy. I passed out last night, y'all. We about to eat breakfast, and then I'm gonna do like a presentation showing off the game. We're gonna get like 4 hours of hands-on time as well. I'm gonna get to interview one of the developers for it. So it's gonna be
So let's get started, shall we? No, I'll go later. See how glamorous this work is?
We're finally getting some playtime with Saints Row.
What's going on, beautiful people? TBH here on behalf of XPlay and G4 TV, and we're out here in beautiful Las Vegas. We just got a preview of the new Saints Row game, and today I am joined by the executive producer, Rob Loftus. Welcome.
Good to be here. Thanks for having us.
We appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Sure.
I've been super excited about this because I'm a huge fan. I was telling you off camera, I played all 4 of the games. I even enjoyed the 4th game. Seeing you guys going back to the kind of this grounded state of mind with the latest iteration, I was really curious to see what was the studio's goal going into this game. What did you want to do with this that you couldn't do in previous iterations? Because I mean, like I said, this is the 5th game. So what goals did your company have in mind that you wanted to do with this game to kind of make it separate itself?
We wanted to tell a different kind of story this time around. We wanted to tell a story for the audience of today and expand that audience as well and talk about issues that are relevant to folks now. We look at this as a great opportunity to bring in a whole new audience into Saints Row. It's a complete reboot of the franchise, from the characters to the city you're playing in.
You just said something that really piqued my interest. You said you wanted to speak to issues that speak to an audience nowadays. Could you, without spoiling too much, could you kind of iterate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about it from a super high level. The game follows the story of a group of friends trying to come up in the city of San Oleso, and so they deal with the issues of making rent, paying their student loans, and trying to figure out their way in the world. And so that's where we start.
In this world, we're not in Stillwater anymore.
No.
We're in a brand new city. What's the name of this city? What's the vibe? What's the inspiration for these cities?
It's San Oleso, and it's a city set in the American Southwest. And so we draw on influences from like Las Vegas and Desert Southwest. We refer to the city as another character, essentially within the game. There's the way we've approached it from a world building perspective. There's different districts that you can explore. There's a whole desert that surrounds the city that's also full of tons of things to explore. Lots of Easter eggs out there for the folks looking for that sort of thing. So yeah, the world of San Oleso is definitely one of my favorite parts of the new Saints.
You talked about a little bit about the districts in the game. From the previous games, every district had its own gang that ran the territory. Can we talk a little bit about the gangs that we have in this game? Like, what's their personalities? What's their motives?
Sure. We call them factions here in this latest Saints, and the first one that the player is exposed to is Marshall. They're like a defense company, a security company that's actually employs the player during the opening of the game. They become a pretty powerful influence on the story and the player as well. From a gang perspective, we've got Los Panteros, who have their own portion of the city. They're sort of like the tougher gang. Like they've got a lot of focus on car culture with that faction. So they've got great rides that you can steal and take for yourself. A lot of like classic American muscle car influence with that. And the other faction that I want to talk about is the Idols. Whenever I think of the Idols, I think of just anarchy, right? They're completely chaotic. The way they attack the players, they swarm you. They have lots of like distraction mechanics. They're like ravers on acid. They're just completely wild. Fighting them is pretty chaotic.
One of my favorite things about the previous Saints Row games, it was either 2 or 3. With the factions, after you defeated them, you would end up getting their abilities, like their fighting style. So I was actually curious to see, is that something we would see return in this game?
We're giving you your own progression in this game. Okay. So as you level up within the game, you'll have access to different types of abilities that you can unlock and use those during fights. And so you have your own progression as you go through.
That was actually one thing, like the inclusion of the RPG element in this version of the game. That was one thing that I was like, yo, you guys might have solved the problem for open world games that I didn't even know needed to be solved. We were driving on the wrong side of the road, and we noticed it was giving us XP,
right,
which
yeah.
XP can be used to, you know, upgrade and get new skills and abilities. So one thing I really liked about this build was it felt like I was always accomplishing something versus just kind of that traditional boring driving from point A to B. Could you talk a little bit about like what exactly was the thought process behind that?
The thought process with that is like we want to give. There's a theme of Saints Row it's all throughout the game, and it goes to that portion of gameplay as well. It's like we want players to express themselves as they want, and so the way you play the game is also an expression of that as well. You know, whether you're driving on the wrong side of the road or the way you configure your character as you're leveling up. That's all an extension of that. So that's the goal. Like, we want players to express themselves.
I think the lifeblood of open world games is actually the side quests, not the main missions. Anybody can run through a main mission, but when the side quests are great, I think Ghost of Tsushima did a great job of actually implementing side characters that pertain to the main game. So it made you want to go through and explore the world. Yeah. So what are you guys doing to kind of keep the player hooked from just running through the main storyline?
So you're touching on one of the big innovations with Saints Row is the criminal venture system that we have. So when you unlock the criminal ventures, you're going to be able to place different types of businesses, which are essentially, you know, criminal fronts for different kinds of activities. You can choose what you want to do. You can choose how you want to go about it. And each time you do that, you get a new character, a new manager who's there with you and advising you on what to do and how to make that continue to build your empire. So we build meaningful characters there.
One of the things that I really loved about Saints Row was the drop in, drop out co-op. Will co-op be present in this game? How will it work? Will it be like matchmaking, or can you just drop in, drop out with a friend?
You can matchmake using invites to get people in. Is also an easy way to just jump in with your friends.
One thing I like to do with my interviews is I like to incorporate the community. So I actually took to Twitter and I said, hey, you guys got any questions about Saints Row? I try to find some decent ones. Okay. So I want to present some questions from our community to you. Sure. If that's cool with you.
Sure.
Our first question that comes from Twitter comes from Ben, and he asks, how would you describe Saints Row story if you were only using a movie? Now, obviously you can't give any spoilers, but I think what he was going for here is like, is it something like Kill Bill meets, you know, Star Wars? Like, what's two movies that you would put together as a baby for this?
Well, you just alluded to one there. Well, it's like so.
You gotta use a different one.
There's a couple. Okay. Here's what I think about. I'm gonna use a few movies: John Wick, Baby Driver, Hobbs and Shaw. So think of like that super satisfying, pulse-pounding action of John Wick. Think of like awesome car chases and like, you know, the crazy driving of Baby Driver. And just think of like, you know, maybe like the humor of like Hobbs and Shaw and, you know, bringing that in there.
It sounds like the goal in mind was you guys just wanted to make something fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Next question, it comes from Carmine and he says, do side missions give any type of incentive for the main mission? Like what's the actual purpose besides, you know, extra fun?
It's extra funding, it's unlocks of different kinds of wearables for your character, different weapons as well. So it's more than just extra fun. You get more tools and more toys for the sandbox essentially.
Yeah, and to add a little bit to that, because he asked that question, I found it from playing the game. What I really liked is you guys straight listed in the side quest what you get at the end of it. It's like a paint job, an extra gun, like that. So like it's in the game, you'll know exactly what you can get into, so you can choose to skip it or you can continue to do it. And I think that's really dope, just those quality of life changes the game. We appreciate that. So when is the release of this latest Saints Row?
August 23rd.
And what platforms would it be available on?
Gosh, all Gen 9 and Gen 8 Xbox and PlayStation platforms. And PC. And Epic.
One reason for people to play this game, what's the number one selling point that they should pick up Saints Row in August?
Because it's a blast. You can just you sit and have co-op with your friends, just having a good time. It's that's why I play Saints, for just the crazy criminal sandbox that we give you.
Well, Rob, we appreciate having you on G4, man. We're excited to see the release of Saints Row in August.
Cool.
It's
great to be here.
It's going to be a good time. So we appreciate you having us. Sorry to hit the brakes. We're pausing real quick to pay some bills.
Speaking of bills, how much of X-Play's budget did we lose at the blackjack tables?
We don't have the time for those kind of questions.
Quit stalling.
Now we gotta hurry because the repo man's gonna take the camera any minute now.
Ah, not bad, huh?
Yeah, we'll be right back after this. Maybe.
Welcome back to X-Play.
We're on a mission to forget our everyday troubles and find out what's in store for the new Saints Row game.
The Black Hokage went to Vegas and part of him didn't come back or even remember.
Keep watching to find out which part.
Ew, I thought that was a metaphor.
Nah. What's going on, beautiful people? Big TBH here, and we're back from Las Vegas. I'm joined by Danny as well as Jake. We got to get some hands-on time with the new Saints Row game that's coming out on all major platforms. We spent about 4 hours with the game each, and I think we're going to share some of our first impressions. I've actually played all 4 games. I don't know how familiar you guys are with the franchise, so I'm actually curious to hear what you had to say. What's the good, the bad, and the ugly on the new Saints Row?
Yeah, I've never been a huge fan of the story. I've always been a fan of just like doing side missions and so on. And plus, the soundtrack has always been great. But yeah, this game got my attention, man. I really enjoy the missions. I just love the new location. The best part for me about Saints Row is how you run into the vehicle and steal it from a random person that's driving it. I just love that style. Like, I know people will compare this a lot to Grand Theft Auto, but I feel like this is something totally different than Grand Theft Auto, man. You know, so. I haven't tried the co-op. I know co-op was available at the event, but I heard nothing but great things about it too, man. So yeah, I'm excited to play the full game. But yeah, the 4 hours has been amazing, man, for me.
I feel like the only people who really compare it to Grand Theft Auto are people who haven't actually played the Saints Row franchise. Like, sure, it's an open world franchise like that, but it's a much more sillier. I feel like Grand Theft Auto is for people who really want to like. They wanted to gangbang, but they were too scared, so they sit on a role playing server all day. Yeah. Versus Saints Row is like super silly. It speaks to like your inner gamer and child. So like the tone's completely different. What were your thoughts, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't played a Saints Row, and so I was interested to see, since like we all kind of three had different, experiences with it. Me, not much. You've played every one of them. Danny's got a little bit. And I loved it, man. It was so much fun. Yeah, it was over the top. It was silly. It didn't take itself too seriously. I really appreciate that. I remember looking at you at one point. I was like, I feel like I'm playing an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. Like, that's kind of how it felt, of just like, the comedy can be over the top. The action can be over the top. It was a ton of fun. And it feels like there's so much to do in the game. It feels like you're not going to get bored of playing it for a while.
Yeah, I was actually a little bit worried about this game because I played all the previous ones, and when they first announced it, that gameplay that they first shown, like the internet wasn't really rocking with it, including myself. Just it was kind of like a Sonic Frontiers situation, in my opinion, where like the gameplay that they released wasn't the best example of it. But now that I had some actual hands-on time with it, I was like, oh my god, another open world game that like I'm actually excited to. Like, I would go as far as to say this might be a dark horse of 2022. I don't think anything's gonna be better than Elden Ring,
right?
But like this is a great game to play after beating Elden Ring. It's just blatantly fun.
It seems like the kind of game that people are going to be like, dude, have you played Saints Row? Like, you should check out Saints Row.
Word of mouth is going to spread.
Yeah, 100%. It feels like a word of mouth game. And like, and you're right as far as, because I mean, I was comparing it to GTA because that's my frame of reference. But like, it feels more like a combination of GTA and like Borderlands. Like, it felt like that style. It was just refreshing. It was a refreshing game because it was just silly. You're just having fun with it. I agree with you. I think it really is going to be a dark horse game. Just out of the 4 hours that we played, I was blown away.
Yeah, one of the things that we have to talk about, especially the side missions, man. For me, one of my favorite ones was going to like a local business and give it a bad review. And as soon you press submit review, man, a mob of people just come and attack you, man. Sometimes it could get a little challenging too, depending where the location and everything, man. How was it for you guys? Because that to me was one of my favorite missions, man. There, man.
My favorite side mission, which by the way, like that's always like a good indicator to me of what's a good open world game and what's bad. Like soon as I got out of the prologue mission, I went straight to the open world map and like just started playing with the side missions. My favorite one was the wingsuit one. The premise of it is you're working with this guy. I guess he owns like a telecoms communication company, and he doesn't like the competition, so he hires you and the Saints to go blow up other towers across the city. So then you have to you have to get on the roof, and then you hit this little like that thing that's in Assassin's Creed that shoots you into the air, and then it puts you in a wingsuit, and you have to go and destroy a bunch of different telecoms satellites or whatever that are protected by goons and stuff. It was really fun to just fly around, which by the way, you could just open your wingsuit whenever you want it once you actually unlock it. So if you jump off a high area, it was just really silly and fun. How about you?
Yeah, I actually fell off a mountain at one point. I was like, oh shit. And then the wingsuit opened. I was like, oh, that's pretty badass. Yeah. But no, I'm with Danny. Like I loved that where you get hired to leave people bad reviews, and then all the different factions, whatever area you're in, they'll come attack you, and they were tough, man. Some of them were difficult, but I liked like the worse the review you left, the more difficult the battle was.
I think the thing that genuinely surprised me about our playtime on this is I was actually engaged by the story.
Yes,
I have to agree with that.
I'm a huge Saints Row fan, and the reason I'm surprised is because when they first announced it, Saints Row, I'm not gonna lie, it looked like they were like kind of just pandering to like Gen Z, just trying too hard to like fit in. And he did mention that in the interview that like they wanted to tell a story that speaks to like this younger generation. But once I actually got into the meat and potatoes, and like obviously I'm not going to spoil anything, it sets up how like this new Saints was created. I was like, okay, this is actually not a bad story. It was not only funny, there was I think I laughed at least 3 or 4 times during our playthrough, which by the way, me personally, I'm not the easiest to make laugh, and especially when it comes to a video game, I had some genuinely laugh out loud moments, and I think that I was like, okay, I'm actually excited to play the story as well.
I mean, we were cracking up the whole time, and one thing that I noticed too when we were driving for the first time around the city, I was hearing Corey Kage was like, yo, this soundtrack is dope. They got KRS-One, they got this. So because I always been a fan of the Saints Row soundtrack. I know in the first one, they had Wu-Tang Clan in there. I know Kanye West was in, I believe was in 3, I think it was, right? So this one, they did a pretty good job, but also with the soundtrack, man. And my station is Cypher, the Cypher station, man.
Oh yeah, that station, that was I was like, that's the one I'm gonna be listening to. Yeah, because it had Tribe, it had DMX,
yes,
it had MOP. Like there were some great songs on that station.
They have a new school channel too. I heard J. Cole and JID on it. I was like,
yeah.
See, I was stuck in the whole like the 90s one, the old school one.
Yeah, both them stations are fire. And then they had like a Latin playlist as well. Like I thought all the music was in it. It was fire.
You know, I was talking with one of the developers at the event, and he said that they were all walking around, and they noticed that nobody upgraded their weapons. They were just busy of just discovering.
Hold up, you can upgrade your weapons?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Oh my god,
I had no idea
know that either.
And this was like right after the gameplay session that we were just talking. He was breaking it down. I'm like, oh man, that's pretty cool. Now, once we get the final build of the game, I'm definitely going to do that and just upgrade my weapons to see if there's any differences, because there were certain missions that I noticed the difficulty was pretty high.
Yeah.
So upgrading the weapons and getting also your skills is going to help you to finish those missions.
I think a lot of people didn't find that because I think everybody wanted to explore the city. So here's another thing. When they first released the gameplay, YouTube does not do this game justice. Because of the compression when you upload it online to YouTube or Twitter, the video doesn't look as good, but it looks so much better in person. The colors really pop. The lighting really surprised me. The lighting is really good in this game. So I think people wanted to explore the city because it was very vibrant and welcoming, and it made you want to drive and experience what it has to offer.
Sit tight, we've got to take a quick break.
We've got more Saints Row coming after the break.
It's getting really weird out there.
How weird?
Honey pie, whatever. The booby game.
It's happening!
Gerard looks like a level 9,000 Discord mod.
Oh yeah, dude, let's go.
Oh my god, you killed Kirby!
Ella.
We're comfortable with our sucking.
Some say I've sucked my entire life.
We give X Play a 5 out of 5. I hope you'll do better next time.
wow, you're still here. Well, welcome back to X-Play.
We now continue the worst Hangover sequel yet.
Starring my dumbass who thought it would be a good idea to go to Vegas.
I didn't even get to go.
You're really salty.
I am.
Yeah, well, make it even worse, I don't remember.
Also, let me ask y'all this. Do you have any concerns after playing with your first impressions with the game?
One thing is there is no crossplay because, you know, that's like the big thing now. Unless it's like a Xbox One, Xbox like that, yeah, right? That's one. There was a couple bugs, but again, it's an early build. It's not, you know.
You stole mine. That was gonna say that was my one concern playing the game was I did run into like a couple bugs. Nothing game breaking. I wasn't falling through the map or nothing like that. But like I saw like a little bit of clipping with the enemies, or like there was one mission where the enemy spawned right in front of me. So like stuff like that, like open world stuff, but nothing that like really broke my immersion. What about you, Jake?
I'm just interested to see how co-op is handled because I know that sometimes can hold games up a little bit, and it can get a little choppy, or you can have frame rate issues with that, or even just, you know, staying connected with, you know, can I just jump in and play with somebody at any time? Can I do things on my own? Like, how's that going to go? I'm excited that they have co-op, and they said that you can play it at any time, jump in at any point. I'm just curious to see how well that is actually been done in the game.
Yeah, I think what I'm most happy about with this game is it didn't feel like a chore to play the game. Kind of a similar feeling that I got with Elden Ring. That's kind of why I've been disenchanted with like open world games. Like a lot of these open world games just feels like, especially Ubisoft games, where you're just checking off a box, do this, do that. It didn't feel like that. I wanted to explore the world of Saints Row, and I said that, I was like, I thought I was done with open world games. I was like, but they got me, man. They got me.
And it feels like when you can just pick up at any time and play too. Like you can put it down for a little bit, come back.
You don't have to be super invested. I like that. Yeah. It strikes that line between being just hardcore enough, but it's still casual to where you can enjoy it. But overall,
I love it. But one quick question before we wrap it up: the new location now, because I know we're so used to playing it similar to like a New York City. I really enjoyed it. It feels more open than before, I think.
I mean, just the area that we got to see felt like it had a lot of character. There was a lot to do. And then I remember looking at the map and saying, oh my God, there's so much more to this map than I thought there was. It just feels like rich with a lot of stuff to do, a lot of character. I'm excited to see what happens after hour 4 in the game.
Yeah, I'm excited because, again, before I was not into the story of Saints Row, and this one really got me into the story, man. So I can't wait to try it out, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Before we had actually went out to Vegas for this event, I was like a little skeptical. I was like, why are they spending so much money? Because y'all should have seen the venue. They rented out like a whole boutique hotel. They had like these muscle cars there, free tacos all day, every day. Danny was going crazy off of them. Like it was a whole event, bro. They spent some money, and I was like, why are they spending so much money on Saints Row? But after playing it, I understand why they're feeling confident, and like I feel more confident. I can say that I think this is going to be, at bare minimum, a decent game.
I think everybody's really going to enjoy this one. I'm excited.
Yeah, this is the biggest game of the summer for sure.
So with that being said, we hope you guys enjoyed our first impressions with our hands-on time with the new Saints Row coming up. It'll drop August 23rd, 2022 on all major platforms. And for more information on Saints Row as well as all other games, keep it tuned here on G4 TV and X-Play. Peace.
Well, that's going to do it for us here from beautiful, weird, violent, crazy, fun Santo Alessa. And even though we're leaving, something tells me it's not goodbye. Just see you later. We'll see you later, too.
That's our show.
We look forward to diving into Saints Row for real when it drops.
I called dibs on the creepy horse mask.
No need to call dibs. That's all you.
Yes! Ha! Well, we'll see you next time.
Weird. Peace.
Today on X-Play, we get the straight schleam about High on Life, the new game from Justin Roiland and Squanch Games. Humans are just drugs for aliens, and your gun is a nervous wreck. Plus, we ask the question, why was there never a sequel to the Marvel Nemesis fighting game? And who let this man teach a class? I really hope these credits are transferable. It's game time!
Hello and welcome to X-Play.
As the resident shooter guy, there's some things that every shooter game needs.
Tight gameplay.
Inventive action sequences.
And guns that talk to you.
What, Frost? No.
Yeah, like when you're trying to shoot the enemies, your gun is talking trash and looking at you with googly eyes.
Is this a fever dream you had?
Yeah, a fever dream I had with my eyes open when I was watching the Bethesda showcase.
High on Life is the new title from Squanch Games.
Which, if you've ever squanched an episode of Rick and Morty, it's safe to squanch that the mad genius Justin Roiland is involved.
We caught up with him and got more than we bargained for.
Squanch it out.
One of the most exciting and wonderful announcements to come out of the Xbox Bethesda game showcase was Squanch Games' High on Life. It's a hilarious take on the FPS genre where you find yourself thrusted into the role of a bounty hunter armed with charismatic talking guns and tasked with busting the alien cartel that gets high off of humans. I feel like introducing you, I don't need to because everyone already knows you, but Justin Roiland, the legend.
The guy who's doing too many things right now. Yeah, so the game pitch, you know, humanity, you know, we live on this planet, everybody's, you know, we're all in shit right now, there's all kinds of conflicts and insanity.
Yeah.
But it gets worse because, yeah, this very dangerous alien drug cartel discovers Earth, and then they grab a human, or the leader, Garmantuous, who's like the leader of this drug cartel, plugs a human into his big giant, like, you know, he's got like a sort of uncircumcised penis kind of arm. two of them. Yeah. And he's huge. He's like Jabba the Hutt size, you know. So he plugs this human in, and he proceeds to just get euphorically high.
Yeah.
And then they just kill the scout who brought him there.
Yeah.
They cut him out, and they teleport away. The base disappears, and yeah, you find yourself in a role where humanity is now being harvested like cattle and sold to aliens. And aliens are using us to get high off of. And out in the cosmos of this game, that's been a pretty common thing. There's other aliens that are being sold as drugs, sentient life, all the way down to like, you know, animals that are similar to like what we would look at a cat or a dog, or, you know, it's pretty dark.
When you take a human and put them in the hyperbong, are they already dead, or are they being roasted alive?
They're alive, and they
God.
are in pain, but they can't. They're basically, it's almost like sleep paralysis. So they're aware, they're in there, they're awake. They can't talk, they can't really move, but you can see the tears, you can see the pain and the tears as their life force is slowly being drained. And you know, a human will last you, you know, like I don't know, a bag of weed. I don't know. It's like, you know, it's like
days.
a week. I don't know. It depends on how much you sit there and just. And if you're not a big, giant, you know, massive alien that can just plug them right in, if you're not a parasitic-based life form, as we call them, if you're just a regular alien the size of us, there's a whole industry around retrofitting and installing a little thing in your head that you can, it's a chip that you can like plug a cable into, and that cable runs to different types of hyperbongs. And in the game, they announced the new hyperbong that's built for humans. So it's this huge thing, you put the human in it, you plug the cable. We're making a little fun of Apple with all the like proprietary plugs and cables and adapters and shit. You know, well, if I already have the thing, can I use this on the new hyperbong? Well, you are going to need an adapter. It's going to be, you know, this many pesos. We're using pesos in this game as an alien currency. Yeah. But part of that is because of the way the translator microbes work in the game. So the guns, the very first gun you get is Kenny, and he's talking in alien until he spits in your face. Yeah. And then there's this slow transition into English. And then he's just like, we gotta move quick. Like these bases are gonna start warping in, they're gonna start hurting your people, we gotta get the out of here. And so it's this fun action-packed intro, and ultimately, yeah, you go from being a kid who's a year out of high school with no propositions, no job, no college plans, to becoming this hero that you didn't know you had it in you. You become the savior, or, you know, at least as good as you can to stop this. Like one of the big things we wanted to do was like Mega Man. You know, when I was a kid, I loved the idea of like being able to pick whichever boss, and then that would load the level. And it's like, oh, what a cool way to like load a level. And of course, we didn't go full, you know, all the way into that concept, but what we are doing is we're allowing the bounty hunter, or the player, with Kenny, to decide in a smaller scope what cartel guys you're gonna go after in what order. We want real stakes and real kind of dark stuff, and Rick and Morty has that all the time, but we wanna build a world with just so much fun, aliens, build like the Alien TV channel. Like, by the way, this game has so much Alien TV. Like we have made so much original like interdimensional cable style animated, 3D animated, 2D animated. Like the TV has so much content that, like literally, I'm not kidding. Let me think. There's probably 7 hours of content on the TV.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Just everything in this world is just so dense, and we've just really built something amazing here. And then when you kill a cartel leader, you get another gun, you rescue another Gatlian. They're called Gatlians.
Yeah.
And each Gatlian has its own full personality and complete different style of weaponry that you can upgrade. They're all upgradable. And we got JB Smoove from Curb Your Enthusiasm. He's one of the main guns. We got Tim Robinson from I Think You Should Leave.
Incredible.
Yeah.
I saw the trailer and it was like, that's Tim Robinson.
Yeah.
Immediately I knew it was him.
Yeah, some people were picking it out, but we didn't say anything in that first teaser because we were like, let's wait until. But like, and then we got Betsy Sidaro, who is amazing, incredible.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, as far as all of your titles have been so far for Squanch Games, even Rick and Morty VR, one of the best VR games out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, we wanted to sell more copies. we were like, oh God, if we could just sell. I don't even remember what the number was. This many units. That'll give us this much burn to. Like we had a whole plan that we were kind of best case scenario, and it was like the truth is, VR is a very niche place right now. You can't even really get funding for games. It's like it's not just. It's a tough one, so I picked the toughest way to build a studio. But honestly, it just had to happen the way it happened. But I do love Trover. I still love that game. There are, though, like I want to say there's like 3 pages of notes that I never got fixed, and it just always kills me.
Just because of time and budget.
It was just like, we got to finish this game. We don't have, we just, it's done. And they were not like, game breaking or
polish and making it nicer and cleaner. Yeah,
it was comedy. It was like, this joke isn't hitting where it needs to hit, or timing, or just but like 3 pages of those throughout the whole game, and I was begging. But at the time, everyone was like, stop. Like, what's good is we learned a lot of lessons on that game that we've taken to this one, to where that stuff's not happening anymore. We didn't have a playable build of Trover where I could just play through the whole game block in.
Yeah.
It would crash, and it was like, okay, well that's a blocker, and I couldn't like go into a submenu and load right past that.
Yeah.
Like now I can just we've got tools and tool stacks now, and it's like it's amazing. And then as we continue to grow as a studio, fingers crossed this game does well, get to make more cool stuff, and we'll just keep getting better, and it's gonna be awesome.
The Squanch isn't over yet.
We've got more Justin Roiland after the Squanch.
Are you ready for smarter conversation?
If I looked like you, if I was you, I'd be constantly borking.
Elevate your media intake with Vibe Check.
I dare you to cut to commercial. I dare you.
Vibe Check. It's deep.
Welcome back to X-Play,
We're talking high on life, and Justin Roiland is spilling all the beans.
which we'll have an intern collect and turn into stew.
We're frugal.
The term is G-fordable.
Which would be the most horrible thing I'd heard in the last 5 minutes if I wasn't thinking about aliens smoking humans as drugs.
Drop some truth on us, Justin.
So in the showcase for High on Life when it was debuted, you used the word Metroidvania to describe the game. Is that an accurate depiction of the game, or is it more like a jab at the games industry for calling everything a Metroidvania?
No. I mean, a little of both, but you know, you hear Metroidvania, you think like, you know, sprite-based, like, you know, Ori and the Blind
2D,
Forest, maybe,
yeah.
or 2D, yeah. And I love those games. Those are some of my favorite genres. I will literally just devour every single one I can get my hands on, unless the controls are and then I'm like, just let me change a couple things, and I will sit here until I'm done. But other than that, yeah, I play anything, and in a way it is, because you know, I mean, maybe you wouldn't call it that, but there are lock and key elements, but not like Doom lock and key, where it's like, I need a green key card to open that green door, or you know, so it's more like fun upgrades, like a Metroid or a Zelda, or like, you know, cool shit that you're gonna get by way of either rescuing a gun or other things in the game, your bounty hunter suit upgrading. Yeah. And you are able to freely go to all of these alien planets and explore. I wouldn't call it an open world game as we've come to know them. It is very narrative driven, but you do have free reign to go and explore these alien worlds as much as you want. And they're alive, and as you move deeper through the chapters of the game, things change in those areas, and there's tons of NPCs to talk to and tons of just stuff to do. Like, if you want to see everything in this game, it's a lot of time. Let's say the first bounty you pick, right? You go through the fun level, you do all the stuff, you finally get to the bounty, you boss fight, you kill him, you rescue a gun. That's your second gun, right?
Yeah.
Now you have 2 guns. Now you're gonna go and do the next bounty, right? But you've got a gun that you just rescued who's with you the whole way. Yeah. And that gun has their whole personality, their whole skill set, all of this cool shit. But what would have happened if you went and killed the other bounty first?
Gun.
And then you go play that other level that you just played, you know, and you're doing that whole level with 2 guns instead of just Kenny.
Yeah.
And we wrote so much for the guns. So it's like, you know, we were really trying to do it because we want to give players a lot of like replayability and high player story and just fun things to talk about online, and and then also it's cool. It's like the idea, that Mega Man thing I couldn't let go. You know, if we had, you know, AAA studio money, we would have straight up gone for the Mega Man. Like, what it would have been is, here's all the cartel leaders. You can do them in any order that you want, except for the last 2, or maybe except for Garmantuous. It's like, you've got to get these guys in order to get to him. You know what I mean?
You gotta kill all the minions before you fight the mob boss.
Yeah, that's right. And it's like, that would have been cool as but it would have been hard. It just would have been, it was just too much. But so we still have it in there enough, you know? It's really cool. It's still in there. And also, by the way, if you're in a level, whatever gun you have equipped, that's the gun that you're gonna be hearing from. And again, you know, I've saw online, I was kind of poking around, you know, I never do this, but I was like reading comments on the YouTube trailer, and it's like, I think there was a little concern about like, oh great, babbling, I don't want a gun babbling in my ear while I play my game, you know? But here's the thing about it is, we really are treating these guns the same way, you know, like BioWare would treat their companions in like Dragon Age, or like, these are companions, you know? And they have stories, they have backstories, they have personalities, they've got things they want to do. But they're not constantly babbling. They're not just going to drive you crazy.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I'm going to say something that I'm not sure if this is going to be.
We can always cut it if it's.
Well, I'll just say it. I just don't know if it's going to be on launch or if this is going to be a DLC. But we are doing a thing called the silencer. On the gun, it's a silencer.
It's an actual, that literally silence from talking.
What it does is, you still get A story like stuff, because that's important.
Yeah.
But any
like wild lines and things like that.
It's just nothing.
Yeah.
But I really have a feeling, as people kind of get into the game and start playing,
they're gonna want to use it as it is.
The guns are cool as they're funny. It's not overwhelming. It's not like, Jesus, shut the up. I mean, and by the way, if you don't like a particular gun, use another gun. They're all like use JB, like he is, you know, or use Tim or Betsy, you know, I'm one of the guns too. But you know, if you're sick of my Morty voice, I swear I was trying to not do Morty. I was like, guys, I am overusing this voice. Like I was the one saying to the team, I want to cast, I'm not going to say who, but I had somebody I wanted to cast as Kenny, the main gun.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to do it. I wanted to just do a bunch of the weird aliens in the world.
Yeah.
And that would have been more fun for me. And then also I think it would have been a little bit, you know, like, hey, I'm not completely overusing this voice, right? Like, which I am. And I'm going to kind of slow, after this, I'm like, okay.
You've had enough.
Trover is Morty.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, guys, come on. Like, we
get it. You're Morty.
Yeah. No. I mean, well, the problem is I only have so many. I'm very aware of like, you know, I've got like 4 voices I can do. So it's like, what do you know?
But I think given to what you've built and like your brand and stuff, like, I think people would be bummed if they also didn't hear it.
Well, that's what the team was saying, and we had a big, you know, debate about it. Like, you know, just friendly, you know, just kind of like, okay, let's just talk, let's have a meeting, let's just pro and con it.
Yeah.
And I want to hear all, you know, I'm very like collaborative with the team. So yeah, they won. I mean, I really didn't want to do it. I was like, please, I was begging them, but no, I was like, dude, you know, when your whole team is telling you, it's like, okay, fine, I'll do it. I'll do it. But like, I just knew in my gut. I mean, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. People will like it. It's gonna be great. I just had this like, I don't want to say I knew in my gut. I just had to. It was me, and I can't. It's me, so it's hard. I can't. I'm biased, and I'm in my own head, and I'm like, they're not. So I'm like, okay, fine. You guys know better.
You're always gonna be your own worst critic, especially when it's your own project.
Yeah. The thing I will say though is Kenny is very different than Morty or Trover. Like who he is as a character is very different.
Right.
And I did try to do a deeper Morty and not, you know, not as like high. So I don't know, but nobody notices that. They're just like, it's Morty. I mean, and I don't blame them. It's fine, you know, whatever. Like Tom does a bunch of voices in the game. Tom Kenny, Maurice LaMarche. We got Jennifer Hale. We got Nolan North. We got like video game like badasses, and then we've got like comedy legends like Rich Fulcher, Mary Mack from Solar Opposites.
Yeah.
Thomas Middleditch from Solar Opposites.
Yeah.
We have like a really wild cast. Like it really is like our goal as a studio is to make primetime animated comedy level content, but in the video game space. And I'm a huge video game fan, I'm a huge gamer, and I always appreciate when, like one of my favorite studios is Free Lives. Have you known that they do genital jousting?
I love genital jousting.
Broforce.
Yes, Broforce is incredible.
And then they have a new one that's like, I think it's called like Kickfoot or Kick.
Yeah, I think, is it drop foot, kick foot? It's where all you do is you just kick. Yeah, you send doors into enemies.
I'm just like, oh my God, you guys are so brilliant. Like, they're so brilliant. I just love them. They're right now my favorite developer. And Devolver is always putting out amazing shit. I mean,
they just make whatever they want, man. It's crazy.
But they actually do make like the shit that if it's the Devolver game, I'll just buy it because I'm like, even if it's not my genre that I play, I'll just buy it because I'm like, you know what? I don't know who's curating over there, but those guys are at what they do. Yes, they're very good. But yes, I mean we're doing something different. But like God, those guys, I just want to be friends with those guys. I want to be friends with that world because it's like they all seem like dude, any dev team that's making genital jousting, like they're my people. Those are my people. We need to hang out, you know. But whatever. Anyway, yeah.
Well, on that note, I'm going to end this with a bunch of rapid fire questions.
Go ahead.
They're all about video games, real quick.
Okay. Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Easy. First one. Favorite video game of all time. Top 3.
Okay, and okay, original Metroid.
For NES, the original. Okay.
Yes, and I mean, look, if you want to get hair splitty, like
Super Metroid,
you know, Metroid Fusion, Metroid Zero Mission, blah, blah, blah. But Metroid, the original, holds a very, very sentimental, special place in my heart. I have a bad memory, but I can still boot that bitch up and beat it without a guide.
Yeah.
Because that's how much I played it as a kid. Anyway, so that. I mean, again, this is another one. Like, but Grand Theft Auto 3 was like a very like holy shit, are you kidding me kind of moment.
Yeah.
And then, dude, I could sit here all day, but it's like, you know, obviously all of the Miyamoto stuff, like Breath of the Wild. This is a modern version of the original Zelda with the exploration and the, you know what I mean? And it's so beautiful. I have so many, but it's like, and then I forget one. I'll be walking back and I'm like, oh, my main game. But yeah, so that's why these questions are like, oh.
Next question, favorite console of all time?
My favorite system is the Game Boy Advance, the DS.
Let's go!
The 3DS. Those are my favorites. Yeah, those are my favorite systems. And then right now, I think the Switch is just like insane.
Yeah. So if you could voice a character in any game, what game would it be?
It'd be fun to do something in like the next Elder Scrolls or like, you know, one of the big, you know, like studios. Yeah, I think that would be fun. Like something, not a main character, but like some kind of fun little Easter egg
like
thing would be. Yeah.
What does a human taste like to the aliens in your game?
So it isn't a taste thing. It's more of just it's like a very intense, euphoric, like I would imagine it would have like the euphoria rush that you hear heroin addicts talking about, mixed with like MDMA, like just, but with zero, it's like, it's clean. It's like there's none of the, you're not going to be like, oh, I need more. I'm on the rat wheel of addiction. All of that's out of it. It's all perfect.
Yeah.
So it's like this amazing, incredible thing that it's like, yeah, these aliens might even feel bad about it.
Yeah.
But it's like, nah, it feels too good, man. Sorry, plugging in.
Awesome. Well, Justin, thanks again for joining us to talk about
absolutely.
High on Life. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Happy to, yeah.
High on Life looks incredibly up.
As up as a Marvel fighting game where half the characters were created by EA?
Not that much.
Well, that's where we're headed after the break.
Don't go anywhere.
It's getting really weird out there.
How weird? Oh my God, you killed Kirby!
We give X-Play a 5 out of 5. I hope you'll do better next time.
Welcome back to X-Play.
Long before the golden age of the MCU, Marvel would let just about anyone make a game.
Including EA.
Who decided to create a bunch of characters no one wanted or remembers.
Except for that one man named Professor Choke.
And he's preaching nostalgia in our segment on game franchises that never got a sequel. One Game Wonders, Marvel Nemesis.
Excelsior!
You think Choke is actually going to show up?
He better. I don't care how bad we beat his ass last week. This is the last day of class, and I'm not trying to do this again.
Jake. Joe.
Choke.
Now, as you all know, this is the last day of summer school, and despite the fact you jumped me last week, I figured it was only right if we go out on a high note.
I'd ask if you're actually going to teach us anything, but we all know that answer at this point.
What's the game, Choke? Just get to the game.
We're talking about one of the greatest fighting games to never get a sequel. That's what. Marvel Nemesis, Jake!
No. No.
No! Jake, wait! Jake, wait!
You were lucky that this man held me back, because I swear on everything holy.
You got a problem with Marvel, Jake?
No! I have a problem with you! We know why Marvel Nemesis didn't get a sequel! It was mid, at best!
You take that back!
You really think Marvel Nemesis is good? You gonna look me in the eye and tell me Marvel Nemesis is good?
Yeah.
You a whole ass bitch, dude.
I'm sick of you guys not respecting me. Now shut up and listen to my lecture! Marvel Nemesis came out at a weird time for Marvel Comics. The characters were gradually regaining relevance through a hit-or-miss movies, but for every Spider-Man 2 and X2 X-Men United, there was a Spider-Man 3 and a Fantastic Four. In the mid-2000s, most superhero games were simply movie tie-ins. It was rare to see new original games built around any character not named Batman or Superman, and even those games weren't that good. From 2004 to 2006, EA had a brief licensing agreement with Marvel. During those 2 years, they made a whopping one game, and it was called Marvel Nemesis Rise of the Imperfects. Pop quiz, what Earth does Marvel Nemesis take place on? The correct answer is Earth 50701! Marvel Nemesis is a 3D arena fighter in the vein of Power Stone and Soul Calibur. The game is unique because not only does it include heroes like Spider-Man, Wolverine, and Captain America, but also the Imperfects, a group of original characters developed by EA. Who needs Electro when you got Johnny Ohm in this bitch? I know some folks were upset at the inclusion of original characters over folks like Ghost Rider and Blade, but honestly, I thought it was cool that they took the chance and tried something new. It wasn't great, but it was interesting. The story is your standard alien invasion fare, and while it doesn't break new ground, it does feel like you're playing a high-energy action movie with some of your favorite Marvel characters. Each hero has their own campaign and story mode, so by default, this is the best Daredevil and Elektra video game.
It doesn't count.
I didn't ask you! Power mismatches are the name of the game, and Marvel Nemesis does a solid job of recreating that. Nemesis has destructible environments with items littered around that you can throw at your opponent. Some heavier items like cars can only be lifted by hella strong fighters like the Hulk or the Thing, and characters like Iron Man and Spider-Man can combat that lack of strength with the range and a little bit of mobility. Everyone is OP in one way or another except for Elektra. That movie still sucks. Was Marvel Nemesis perfect? No, but it was a really solid foundation that could have been perfected if it was just given an actual shot. The Imperfects were an interesting concept, and I would have liked to see more of them fleshed out in further entries. Sure, they're laughable one-off these days, but they could have been lovable rejects if given the chance. Though with news that EA is potentially working on a new Marvel game, maybe the chance is finally coming.
Yeah, because we can all trust EA. Are you done now? Are you good?
I'm glad you asked that, Jake. Time for your final exams!
What the hell, dude? This is all shit you didn't teach us!
What is this? You should have been doing your reading outside of class!
You didn't assign any reading!
Oh, what? Now it's my responsibility to teach you?
It's literally your job!
I don't know what to tell you guys, okay? Looks like you'll be seeing me next semester if you fail your final exams!
You are, without a doubt, the worst person I have ever met. And I once met Jared Fogle.
You two will be seeing more of me next semester!
That's our show.
We can't wait for the Imperfects movie to get announced for Phase 27.
I'm sure we'll all see it and say, it was pretty good.
But until Kevin Feige gets that Imperfects movie in theaters, try out our YouTube channel. We post new videos every week.
How are they, Gerard?
They're pretty good.
I'll take it. See you all in the comments, Muppets.
Bye.
Today on X-Play, an old man yells at us to stop complaining about game remakes and how kids these days don't read enough Faulkner. Plus, we get our greedy mitts on the Steam Deck and break down the good, the bad, and the battery life. Is Valve's handheld console a winner, or is it the Steam machine all over again? We don't have a Vampire Survivors problem. You have a Vampire Survivors problem. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to X-Play.
Sure, everyone talks about new games.
But what about old games turned into new games?
Remakes and remasters are becoming a bigger part of the games industry.
Do they have a legit place in our library, or are they just an unnecessary cash grab?
Adam Sessler has some thoughts on the subject.
So grab a bag of popcorn and step up to the Sessler Soapbox.
Yeah, I took some time off, needed to refresh, enjoyed lots and lots of therapy, and I feel like I've come back new and improved. And also, X-Play has come back new and improved with X-Play Plus. Well, I was also on the remastered edition for the first episode of its return. It seems to be happening at exactly the same time that remasters, remakes are getting a lot of chatter out there in the world, most notably with the slightly curious Last of Us remake. You know, new code, built from the ground up. It was only made kind of commensurate with the PlayStation 4 Pro not that long ago, but we're getting yet another version of the game. And a lot of people are scratching their heads going, why are we using all of these resources that could be going to making new IPs and new games? Why do we have all of these remakes and remasters? One thing I gotta say to you is, I, for one, am really, really happy, and I wish there were actually more of them. First off, there really is no finite creativity. We can have both remakes and new games out there. And remember, a lot of those new IPs or a lot of those new things don't even make it to the shelf. You know, they become expensive experiments and they get diverted into something new. One other thing, this is not about game preservation, which I find to be essential, and it's something that is of great concern to me. That is preserving the old code of the original game for both historical and research purposes. We've already been losing so many games that are so old because no one really thought this was going to be an industry that took off. It was supposed to be a flash in the pan. I like remasters. Really, the first one that comes to mind for me is Klonoa. I love Klonoa, but you know, I don't have a PlayStation 2 anymore. I live in apartments. I don't get to have big clunky things that I never pull out anymore. I have to give them away, I drop them off at the Goodwill, or I just kind of bonk somebody on the head with it. So I don't get to play Klonoa anymore until now it's been made available, Klonoa 1 and 2, on the Switch. This is great. I didn't think, oh my God, what game did we miss? I get to play a game that I really like. Also, this is really the most important thing. I don't think I would have enjoyed playing Klonoa in its original form. You forget how much games have changed. And this is what makes gaming such a different medium than anything else. If you think about movies for a second, if you have eyes, you can see a movie from 1910 just as easily as you can see a movie from 1925 or, 1985 or 2024. You just have to be able to see it. It's different with games. That muscle memory that we use, that we train up, that kind of makes holding a controller something that's very second nature, that has been a slow change and accretion of skills. And when suddenly you have to undo maybe 15, maybe 20 years worth of what you've already learned, it can be very, very frustrating. Just simple thing, not having a full 3D camera. I remember ages ago, I wanted to go back and play Maximo. Once again, a PlayStation 2 game. It was based on the Ghosts and Goblins. It was an homage to it. There isn't really much of a 3D camera, even though it's a 3D game. And some of the angles you got to do some jumps on, you kind of want to scooch it over a little bit. It can drive you slightly insane. Now, what happens with these remakes, not necessarily in the Last of Us case, but what can happen with these remakes is you go in, you tweak it a little bit, and now you have something that is accessible. Some great examples of that. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. It came out a couple of holidays ago, and I remember seeing my godson, who was probably 8 or 9 at the time, playing that. It didn't look as wonderful as some of the other games that were out there, but it played well. He could pick up a controller and do these things, and he wanted to show it off to me. These steps to make it more accessible And not just for those where there are challenges, be it just holding a controller or color blindness. No, this is more just something that like you understand how to play it based upon contemporary standards. This then introduces these games to such a wider audience and a younger audience to understand something about the history of games. Even more importantly, this is the kind of thing that gets the attention of game publishers. So certain genres, the skating game, and also for me, the platformer, the 3D platformer, the good 2D stuff that we've been seeing out there in the indie space, those are well handled. But kind of the overly polished 3D character-driven platformer, Insomniac's the only one doing that with Ratchet and Clank. But if someone was to put out a remake, like they did of Ratchet and Clank, it could at least give us more, which I think is one of the reasons we got the exceptional Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. In fact, anyone who played the remake of Ratchet and Clank 1 and 2 that was squashed into one big game kind of knew when Rift Apart was announced that we were getting something very, very, very special. Also, I haven't played, but I'm going to take the word of every other human being around me, Final Fantasy VII. They took something where you had to use your imagination to kind of understand that world. You had to kind of imagine just how cool that world was. Final Fantasy VII Remake took those ideas, and now the technology existed to fully realize and articulate what Final Fantasy VII was for so many people when they played it the first time. I cannot figure out how that is a bad thing. I think one of the reasons that we look at remakes as something that is a pejorative has a lot to do with the film industry, which, has a strong habit of finding an old IP and somehow resurrecting it and leaving everyone just kind of going, what? Why did you decide to do that? So why are we so interested in remakes and why are we so resistant? I think it actually has to do with something a lot grander, and you'll probably hear me say this on many a soapbox going forward. It's a little bit to do with mortality. That with these remakes, it's a way to revisit the past, and it's a way to keep the past alive, the cultural past in the case of a remake, that we don't want to think that just because we've moved forward in time, moved forward in technology, that suddenly we can ignore everything that happened before. Because that makes, as you get older, it's a way of just, you don't want to give up on all of your efforts, everything that's kind of, brought you here. You want to revisit it. We can look back at the past, improve it, and represent it because there is something of value there. And now we know how to maximize it. That's my hope. It's oddly positive for me. That's also how I feel about myself right now. Definitely about X-Play. New, improved, shiny, for now.
If you step on Sessler's lawn, he'll come out and give you a 20-minute monologue about how great Klonoa is.
Yeah, I've seen him do it.
Yeah, and while you're riding the bus on the way to Sessler's lawn, you'll need something to play.
We go hands-on with the Steam Deck right after the break.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to X-Play.
If you pre-ordered the Steam Deck a year ago, then there's a decent chance you have it by now.
And if your deck hasn't shown up yet, well, it's probably because Amit looked deep into your soul and saw how much porn you've watched and deemed you not yet worthy.
I don't know what that has to do with a Steam Deck.
Do you have one?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a Steam Deck?
No.
Well, it's a good thing at least 2 people on the X-Play team are on Amit's good side.
Let's go hands-on with the Steam Deck.
Check it out.
The Steam Deck was announced in the summer of 2021. I ordered it live on stream in the beach house, and a year later, Valve's new handheld is finally in my hands. Valve messaged out that they've cleared up their supply chain issues and that everyone who currently has a reservation for their brand new handheld will have it by the very end of this year. The Steam Deck is a first-of-its-kind project for the House of Half-Life. And despite the challenge of high-powered games draining the battery life like a starving vampire, the initial response has been overwhelmingly positive from gamers and game developers alike. The new handheld console is meant more as a comp to high-end gaming laptops rather than a Switch killer itself. And it's a big swing for Valve. Does it deliver? Well, we've gone hands-on, and our X-Play editorial lead, Danny Pena, is here to help us to see if the Steam Deck is the real deal.
So Danny, how long have you had your Steam Deck, and which model do you have?
It's been a month now. I have the highest here. I believe is 512 gigs. I believe half a terabyte, right? So
Totally.
Yeah. So I have that, and I love this system so much, man.
Let's show it off to the camera, everyone. Look at that.
I feel like all the poor people at the table need to leave, meaning me.
My
All right.
Steam Deck.
That's a phone.
Now, if you compare it to the Switch OLED,
look at the difference.
It's and it feels heavy. You want to try it out? Yeah. So I've been playing a lot of Horizon, God of War. There's a couple other games there, Thumper, like indie games and stuff. So battery life, it can last an hour and change depending on the type of game. So if I play like a game like God of War, an hour plus.
There are options in the Steam Deck to reduce the use of the battery. You can adjust the way the screen is behaving, how the batteries are behaving, closing certain apps or multiple apps at once, because it's like a phone or a computer where if you've got too many apps, it slows it down. So it's not just like you boot up a game and it lasts an hour. It's dependent on how you at home play the Steam Deck and how you kind of play different games.
I go all the way up. But the game that I play the most, which is crazy, is Vampire Survivors.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, Vampire Survivors. It's great. I don't have a problem, okay? I just like it.
Best $3 game I ever played, man.
Preach it.
How does the button layout feel when you're playing games? I see like the analog sticks are kind of across, similar to like the PlayStation controller. I prefer an Xbox controller. So like, how does it feel in your guys' hands?
Well, for me, because I play a lot of Switch, I had to get used to the D-pad because the D-pad is on top. So every time I'm playing a game, I will switch and I go to the touchpad right here, thinking that it's the D-pad automatically. But once you get a couple games in, you get used to it real quick.
For sure.
It does feel heavy though. But.
A really good or really interesting article. I can't remember if it was like Polygon or maybe it was Game Rant that was talking about how the Steam Deck might change control layouts and control systems, especially for first-person shooters. Have you guys found that? Or Danny, since you've had it longer, have you been experimenting at all with some of your layouts because of the nature of the control scheme?
I have, but I usually play a default. Like I'll play a lot of the third-person games. Apex plays phenomenal in this right here too. Plus, something we've got to mention, there's also buttons here on the bottom too.
There is an L4 and an L5 button on the back, so you can program the controller to be, or the whole Steam Deck to be a little more accessible for games.
Let me ask you this: Have you tried the touchpad at all? Because it reminds me of the Steam controller.
I have. I've definitely, because I have fat hands, I have definitely accidentally pressed it a few times. But it's very easy to recognize, especially because the right one rumbles on most games. So if you are incorrectly touching it or moving it around, it rumbles. And you know, oh, I'm touching that instead of the actual analog stick.
But enough about analog sticks, let's talk about games you should play if you snag one of these bad boys. Video games shouldn't feel like a job, but Aperture Desk Job is where we'll make an exception. If you want to get familiar with your Steam Deck features and also spend more time in the Portal universe, Aperture Desk Job should be your first stop. Not every game needs to be the craziest high-end graphics. Ori and the Will of the Wisps is not yet Steam Deck verified, but Ori and the Blind Forest is, and it's just as vibrant and as amazing as we remember.
Definitely check out Vampire Survivors. It is a great game with a great gameplay loop. Just a fun pick-up-and-go title all the way around.
You probably never thought that you'd ever play Elden Ring on an airplane, but Steam Deck makes that not just possible, but easy. It handles this Game of the Year contender with flying colors, and you don't have to deal with the bullshit Elden Ring keyboard and mouse situation. In fact, with a bit of finessing, Elden Ring runs better on the Steam Deck than it does on some PC rigs and has earned verified status from Valve. On one end is the time-devouring Elden Ring, and on the other end is Stray. This short, sweet cat game is a must-play, so get on it right now. Right now.
Now, one other game we have to recommend is Vampire Survivors. It's simple to pick up, but the infinite variations and sense of progression puts it at the very top of our list, and it's only $3.
Neon White is a game all about speed and hitting that perfect run. It's addicting and it runs buttery smooth on the Steam Deck. And speaking of buttery smooth, Apex Legends is a great game that runs great on the Steam Deck.
Ooh, speaking of great games, Vampire Survivors available right now on the Steam Deck.
Horizon Zero Dawn is a banger, and the Steam Deck is a perfect excuse to go back and play it again. Plus, Insomniac just confirmed that Spider-Man Remastered will be Steam Deck verified when it drops. We will definitely be jumping back into Spidey's world, and the Steam Deck might be the perfect way to do it. And of course, God of War. Sony's instant classic looks great.
I actually have God of War 2018 pulled up running on my Steam Deck that we can show you guys at home how it looks. This is running at, I want to say, 1080p 60 through the Steam Deck, and it looks pretty buttery smooth. I'm pretty stoked about it. You know, God of War on the go is a fun time.
Yeah, and I know there's ways also to play Xbox S Cloud. There's people that manage to do that. I haven't done it at all, but it's crazy playing, you know, games like God of War, Horizon, all these PlayStation games, you know, and in the future, Spider-Man, that's going to be my game. Once it comes out, I'm going to be playing on the Steam Deck too.
I'm just happy to hear that Apex runs on the Steam Deck. I mean, it runs on every platform except for the Switch at this point. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Even mobile.
That is very true. Very, very true.
Now, it is important to note that not every game out the box is Steam compatible, Steam Deck compatible. So if you pick up a game and you want to play it and it doesn't run that well, it's mostly because the developers have not optimized it yet. And the Steam Deck actually most times won't let you run it because it's not on their Steam Deck compatibility list. So if you're like, oh, this game sucks on the Steam Deck, give it time. Developers are still learning how to use this thing, how to program for it. They're learning how to make it better with each patch.
We're gonna hit pause for a second to pay some bills.
And if you're lucky, your Steam Deck's battery will last all the way through the commercial break.
So don't go anywhere. back to X-Play.
We're taking an up-close look at the Steam Deck.
Thank you to Valve Santa Claus for finally delivering Gerard's unit.
Valve Santa Claus sounds awesome.
It's just Gabe Newell and a white beard.
When you ask, are you working on Half-Life 3, he says,
No, no, no.
To speak on the Steam store for a moment, Valve verifies titles that have been optimized specifically for the Steam Deck. And there are more than 1,700 titles already given the seal of approval. And when you boot up your Steam Deck, you will have access to every game you've ever been purchased or gifted, including Vampire Survivors.
You want to show that, Gerard?
Yeah, absolutely. So I can kind of show you right here. Vampire
So right
Survivors.
here, you could see like Grand Deck, like let's say you have 300 games installed already in your PC. When you go to Grand Deck, it will show you the ones that is compatible for this.
Hey, Gerard, will you please play Vampire Survivors? Yeah, no problem, Chad.
What? I just want to play Vampire Survivors in the middle of the segment. I don't have a problem. You have a problem.
I'm booting it up. I'm playing Vampire Survivors. You have a question, Danny?
Do you see yourself like playing this more than the Switch? I'm still going to be switching here and there. It all depends what games comes out. But it's exciting playing, games on the go, especially like, AAA games. And Elden Ring plays really, really good on this.
Yeah, I mean, right now, definitely because all I do is play Vampire Survivors. In fact, that's what I'm doing.
How many hours
right now.
already?
163.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Wait, how many days? Oh, I'm going to keep talking. You said 163?
Yeah, that's 3 hours.
My main concern with this is I'd be worried that it'd be obsolete within like a year or two.
I'm not gonna lie.
That's 7 days, Gerard. You played Vampire Survivors for a week straight.
Look, it's perfectly normal to spend 7 round-the-clock days playing a bullet hell randomized game, okay? It's normal, all right? I don't have a problem.
So I had the Steam machine, and that.
Bless your heart.
Yeah, I had that.
No, he's the first person I've ever heard say, "Yo, I have a Steam." What?
Now, to give a little context, the Steam machine was a console-like gaming PC for your living room to compete with the likes of the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One. It was released in 2015 with models from a few different manufacturers, all running on the Steam OS. Despite trying to hype up PC gaming on your living room TV, and even releasing a new Steam controller, the console just never really took off.
At first, I didn't want to pre-order the Steam Deck because I felt like, man, this is Valve's first handheld. Is it going to be good or not? It's going to be similar to the Steam machine that didn't last that long. And I got a couple people that got it early. I'm like, you know what? Let me get it. So I managed to get it early for me to...
It would be really cool if they, like in a second or third iteration, they came up with some type of upgrade system where like you could insert, like they have their own proprietary RAM or like CPU that you could put in and you could upgrade it yourself.
Well, at the very least, there is a memory card port, so you can throw in a micro SD card to keep it up. Because I think there's what three or four different models, and all of them feature bigger space. But the biggest one that me and Danny both have, it has a different matte finish, so it actually feels a little bit different than the other models.
Even the screen looks different than the other models too.
Do you think as a larger, I guess, like money sink than necessarily something like a Nintendo Switch right now, even though we just compared it to, this is like something for like a gaming laptop, that the Steam Deck might very quickly get obsolete by its hardware alone, since it's unlike a gaming PC where you can keep upgrading pieces? Like, is that ever a fear, or do you think that it's so powerful that it'll have the longevity similar to a console or a laptop?
The way I see it, they're going to treat this thing like it's a Nintendo Switch, where it's a platform war. It's not a console war. In that it's going to be like an iPhone, where they just keep releasing new models that'll just get better and better and the old ones will be obsolete. But the idea is that yes, this is expensive, but I have over 500, 600 games on Steam. I didn't spend a single dime on new games. I just booted this thing up, and not only am I playing games I already own, but it interacts with the cloud save. So immediately I picked up automatically where I left off in both God of War and Vampire Survivors.
Yeah.
So
yeah, the only thing that I'm very excited to try out is the official dock that I know it got delayed for later this year. That you could also add that to your console and play it easily on the TV. So, but I'm not afraid of this like failing, because I see a lot of people been buying it. People that have never bought a Steam machine, they have this for the first time. So we haven't found out the numbers yet from Valve, but I think it's going to be a successful product for them.
Oh, this is definitely not Steam Machine over again.
Oh,
like
no.
I see it on Twitter, like, oh man, I can't get it. There's a demand for it. I think people are excited. It's just I'm curious to see in the longevity will it maintain, but it's definitely there right now.
You know when cats are playing with laser pointers? This is how I feel watching Gerard play this game.
Yeah, I apologize to everyone at home. I probably should warn you all of a little bit of a flash warning if you're sensitive to lights, to maybe close your eyes or minimize the screen just for a little bit, just because as I get better and better at this game and evolve like a snowball, almost like Katamari Damacy style, the bit rate on Twitch and YouTube will start to fall apart just because.
Why does that happen?
It's because the game, there's just too many things. There's just too many items. It falls apart as you play. And it's so funny because if you're watching someone on streams play this game, it just falls apart. And I think it's hilarious.
Oh, speaking of items, are there any cool accessories that people need to be aware of?
What a segue, King.
That's very slick. You're a pro, dude. You're a pro.
I'm trying to get like Gamertag Radio.
Yeah, there's a third-party dock where I'm probably going to bring one of these days to Expo. You guys could check it out. That one. Also, there's cases. I've seen the different colors, the cases you could add into to this, and of course SD cards.
Yeah, I definitely want one, especially starting to travel a little bit more. I can see it versus carrying the big heavy laptop. The case, what's the name? Like, does it add extra bulk in the book bag? Is it?
You know what?
Do you have it?
Can somebody pass me the case?
Because sometimes cases are like
mine's right here.
I don't like cases that are like damn near a book bag.
So this is right here.
Oh no, this is not bad.
Yeah, and in the back right here you could put the plug.
Yeah, I can't stand cases that are like way bigger than the actual product. So this looks great to throw in the book bag.
This is such a small thing, but what I actually really like about this compared to some of the stuff that I've seen around my Switch is that this just looks so minimalist. It's very clean in its design.
You know what I love about it? Show the back. There's a pouch that you can pull apart, and that's where you put your power adapter.
Yeah.
So it doesn't crush your screen.
And also came with this too. For our tier.
Yeah. Little screen cleaner.
Yeah, so I could clean it and everything. But yeah, it feels great. It's perfect.
Yeah, it
Great
feels
device.
really high quality. I know that you said it was heavy. I don't know the actual weight dimension, so it could very well be heavier than the Nintendo Switch. But when I picked it up for the first time, I was like, this is very comparable for how much more powerful and larger it is.
I definitely want one. Just holding it, I'm like, okay, I see the potential in this thing.
Final thoughts. Tech, just go back to the screen real quick when you get a chance
this feels
to the game.
I think this is a must have. I think this is going to be a game changer for Valve.
This is Vampire Survivors, one of the best games ever made. Best $3 on Steam. One of the best games on the Steam Deck. I'm not even playing at this point, and I'm doing pretty good.
You just stay there the whole time. That's
all I got to do is get a little bit of gold, and I'm invincible.
This isn't a slam, just an honest question. Why is this game fun if you're just doing this?
It's just about surviving.
This is about whooping ass.
And that too.
You ever played a game where you're... Hold on. You ever played a game where you're great at it and you whoop ass and you beat little kids to the ground?
I play Pokemon Unite.
Does it feel good?
Yes.
Welcome to Vampire Survivors. 160 hours of my life have gone to it, and I don't regret it because I'm the best. Them kids.
Play Vampire Survivors.
That's our show.
Check us out on YouTube for extended game reviews and videos.
And join the chat during our live streams every Tuesday.
We appreciate you for watching.
And we appreciate Valve Santa Claus for putting Portal 3 in our stockings this year.
But we all know it will probably be a box of socks instead.
See you next time.
Peace.
What is the message for kids that are coming from those neighborhoods?
The message is simple. I was you. You can be me. With dedication, with focus, with, I believe education plays a major role. This industry is a big house with a big tent. There are a lot of opportunities. You have to work hard. You have to be focused and be passionate, but the opportunities are here.
Today on X-Play, we're exposing the secretish history of Anthem and learn that when you combine 5 pounds of power armor and 5 pounds of poop, you get 10 pounds of poop. Fetch quests are the best quests. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to X-Play.
Today, we're exploring the jungle that is the Anthem development story.
Why would a company take a developer known for a narrative title and make them make a purely multiplayer experience?
I don't know, it makes no sense.
It'd be like telling X-Play to make a show without jokes.
Are these jokes?
Look, the team has promised the jokes are coming in the next X-Play patch update.
Oh, great!
Jokes and also loot crates.
Oh, let the shit show begin.
Baldur's Gate, Knights of the Old Republic, Neverwinter Nights, Jade Empire, Mass Effect, Dragon Age, MDK2. You've most likely heard of, if not played, one of these games. For over 20 years, BioWare established itself as a gaming giant in the industry and set a gold standard for RPGs everywhere. But over the last 5 years, we've watched BioWare go from kings of the industry to now a studio whose rocky future remains uncertain. But the linchpin, the crux of this descent, appears to be a little game named Anthem. For those unfamiliar, Anthem is an online multiplayer action RPG where players are provided with powerful exosuits and are tasked with exploring and fighting creatures on the planet Coda in order to protect the Anthem of creation. Anthem was supposed to be BioWare's next big franchise, their next big leap in the gaming industry, and now, 3 years post-release, it costs 1 penny at GameStop. So how did this ambitious project end up in the bargain bin? Well, it's time to jump into our javelins and explore the secretish history of Anthem. In order to talk about Anthem, we need to understand a bit about the history of BioWare. First, BioWare was founded by Drs. Greg Zeschuk, Ray Muzica, and Augustine Yip. And yes, you heard that right, doctors. The three met in medical school and shared a love for video games, so much so that they developed medical simulation programs, including such hits as Acid-Base Simulator and Gastroenterology Patient Simulator. Oh, thrilling! However, their passion for game design soon surpassed their love of the medical field, so they dropped their glucose analyzers for game engines, added more members to their new team, pooled together $100,000, and made their first game. So yeah, the name BioWare comes from their bio, aka the team's biology background, and software, BioWare. From there, BioWare launches the first game, Shattered Steel, published by a company familiar to the secretish history series, Interplay Productions. During Shattered Steel's development, the team was already pitching ideas for their next new title. Tabletop RPGs were beloved by most of the company members, and after working out a partnership with the Advanced Dungeons & Dragons license, Baldur's Gate was born. BioWare would continue to create banger RPGs, including Baldur's Gate 2, Neverwinter Nights, Knights of the Old Republic, and of course, Jade Empire, all within the first 10 years of being a company. Each game would inspire the next, allowing developers to expand upon mechanics, narrative design, character interactions, and of course, romance options. And speaking of dating, BioWare was about to enter a serious relationship themselves. In October of 2007, Electronic Arts announced their acquisition of BioWare and subsequently Pandemic Studios. While this relationship would often be rocky, EA provided an opportunity that would change the company forever. It made BioWare games multi-platform. 2007 was also the year that BioWare would bestow arguably their greatest franchise onto the world, Mass Effect. Now BioWare was at the top of their game. Soon came Dragon Age, Mass Effect 2, Dragon Age 2, Star Wars The Old Republic, developed by BioWare Austin, their first foray into online multiplayer, and of course, Mass Effect 3. That September, after the release of Mass Effect 3, BioWare would announce the third installment in their other major franchise, Dragon Age 3. And then, one day later, on September 18th, BioWare founders and RPG veterans Ray Muzica and Greg Zeschuk announced their departure from BioWare and retired from the gaming industry as a whole. It was the closing of BioWare's most influential chapter and the beginning of a brand new one. Anthem started development in late 2012. The individual heading the project was none other than Casey Hudson, director of the Mass Effect trilogy and Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. In an interview with Game Informer, Hudson noted how he and his team would ask themselves, where should games go? And that future was Project Dylan. No, it wasn't named after some developer's kid, but rather Bob Dylan, in the hopes that, like the musician himself, the game would be referenced by video game fans for years to come. While overall ideas regarding Anthem kept circling and cycling, there was one key element they knew the game had to have. It would be an action game that players could play cooperatively. Shared experience was a big element for BioWare. While players had mostly shared the adventures of Mass Effect and Dragon Age with digital NPCs, what if you and your in-real-life friends could constantly share the experiences of the next BioWare game? They had tackled multiplayer under the Star Wars IP, and now it was time to try it within the realm of a brand new world. Over the next several months, more and more elements of Dylan began to come together. The setting would be a hostile alien world where Iron Man-esque robot suits were required for planetary traversal. And more specifically, what if this hostile alien world was essentially a galactic Bermuda Triangle? Pulling in hazards, creatures, dangerous aliens, you name it. Project Dylan was thankfully retitled to something more marketable and with less hubris. Beyond. But for clarity's sake, we'll keep referring to it as Anthem. Anthem wasn't originally the looter shooter it was at release. From inception, the BioWare team had envisioned a multiplayer game where you would embark from the main hub city with your friends and see how long you could survive on the planet, taking out monsters, uncovering secrets, etc. There was a stronger emphasis on endurance rather than hoarding loot, and that is what excited a lot of the team and kept them inspired to work on the project. A conceptual trailer of Beyond was even shown at E3 2014. But sadly, that August creative director, Casey Hudson, left the project and BioWare entirely. Hudson stated in his departure letter, "The foundation of our new IP in Edmonton is complete, and the team is ready to move forward into pre-production on a title that I think will redefine interactive entertainment." Much like a dad helping you plan out your science project and then immediately dipping once Sunday Night Football starts. And while Hudson probably had a good faith in his team, ultimately, Anthem began to falter without a leader. As the game was hitting core developmental stages, it was becoming evident that some of the idealistic features of the game may not work as seamlessly as they had originally thought. For instance, with each change and modification of the traversal system, the world had to be redesigned to fit it. Meanwhile, in 2014, Dragon Age Inquisition was released to critical acclaim. Despite the horrible crunch, internal indecisiveness, and technical issues, it went on to win several awards and has become one of the most beloved games in the franchise. Inquisition was also the first BioWare title to use EA's Frostbite engine, an engine developed by DICE, but we'll circle back to Frostbite a bit later.
We'll be right back with the secret-ish history of Anthem after this quick break.
Don't go anywhere.
welcome back to X-Play.
We return to the flying power suit-shaped dumpster fire known as Anthem.
But as is often the case, things are rarely pure Paragon or pure Renegade.
Check out part 2 of our secretish history.
In 2015, David Gator, the lead writer for the Dragon Age series, was assigned to Anthem. As Gator took the writing reins, Anthem's story began to feature big central villains and strange plot device artifacts, aka the staples that BioWare was known for. In January of 2016, less than 1 year after he was brought onto the project, Gator left BioWare. Now Anthem was left without a leader or a lead writer. The leadership and direction of Anthem were suddenly in the hands of the design director, art director, game director, animation director, and several Mass Effect veterans. Indecision ran rampant, and the worst part was that it was pure uncharted territory. Now Anthem had been roughly in pre-production for 4 years at this point, and it was time for the holidays. It was a BioWare tradition for teams to build demos that staff could take home to play during the holiday break, and 2016 was the winter of Dylan. The Anthem demo was sent around to all BioWare teams and eventually landed in the lap of EA executive Patrick Soderlund. Soderlund was allegedly disappointed by the graphics and demo itself, so it was time for an overhaul. See, Anthem was different from BioWare's stables for a myriad of reasons. As we've mentioned, they were building an online collaborative multiplayer from the ground up. On top of that, BioWare was working with a lot of pie-in-the-sky features and ideas that would prove difficult to execute due to time, manpower, and the game's engine. One of these being the flying feature. Anthem's flying feature would constantly be included and then removed during development. Sometimes it was a glide, and oftentimes the mechanics straight up broke everything. And, of course, the biggest change of them all, no, not Frostbite, it was no romance options. That's right. For the first time in over 10 years, a BioWare game would not feature this gaming staple. I mean, I can't even imagine what development on a BioWare game without romance options was like, except for the first 35 years of my life.
Okay, you guys are my best and brightest. And I know Anthem's taken a bit of a different direction than our previous games, no romanceable options, but I believe that we can still make characters that players will love. So, let's start with the quest givers.
I got an idea. So our main character, she starts off, she's a little bit shy, but she's also bubbly. And then by the end of the game, she opens up.
I love this, love it.
Oh yeah, and she can have these kind of playful, sassy moments as you get to know her. Oh, and I think her color scheme can be blue and purple.
Oh, and if you try to romance her, she'll die because she's allergic to the outside and it's a big part of her relationship.
Okay, this is good, guys. 2 things. 1, no romanceable options in Anthem. There's no romance. And 2, you just described Tally.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I hear it. Yep.
It's okay. We've made some great characters. Let's try an archetype like the Mentor.
Oh, okay. I'm seeing a soldier, right? A veteran, like he's seen some shit, he's been in the shit, but now he's got a leadership position, and sometimes he's got a bit of a temper.
I love this. I'm loving this.
Okay, yes, and he can have this really dreamy but like grizzled voice. Oh, and his pecs are out and they're huge, and he has these horns that you can grab and him, and in the cutscene he pins you up against a wall.
No. Okay. We were so close. There was some good stuff there. Good stuff, but 2 things. Again, 1, Iron Bull. That is Iron Bull. Already have that character. Number 2, there is no sex in Anthem.
Oh, what are we doing here?
No sex. Okay, let's not worry about the NPCs. Let's go for the main character.
All right, hear me out. We're gonna go with the freelancer. This is not gonna be your ordinary hero. Instead, they're gonna be someone who has to come to grips with the fact that they failed their first mission. But do they give up? No. Instead, they persevere because that's human spirit. And that's an Anthem in which we can get behind.
This is good. This is good. That's what I'm talking about. This is great.
There's more though. I'm not done. The best part is, they'll be playing in a crotchless exosuit, so it makes it easy to get it on! Yeah!
Get it on!
Get it on! Get it on!
Okay, in all seriousness, let's actually talk about Frostbite for a hot second. Frostbite was implemented in Dragon Age Inquisition and later in Mass Effect Andromeda and Anthem. The reason? Soderlund wanted all of EA studios to use the same technology. and wanted to save money on third-party engine licensing fees. But this didn't mean Frostbite was a walk in the park. An anonymous source would say to US Gamer, Frostbite is wonderful for rendering and lots of things, but one of the key things that makes it really difficult to use is anything related to animation, because out of the box, it doesn't have an animation system. So would building a from-the-ground-up multiplayer in Frostbite make it somewhat easier? No! Sure, Frostbite made everything look good, but nothing within it was good, like poison dart frogs, carob chips, and narcissists. As development continued in Frostbite, more and more of Anthem's creative elements, including crafting and survival, were cut due to the difficulty of Frostbite and the frustration that came with bugs. Not only did Frostbite cause an insurmountable lot of them, but the process to remedy said bugs would allegedly take several days of back and forth conversations. As it developed in Frostbite, Anthem began to take on more and more aspects of looter shooters like Destiny, despite Destiny becoming that which shall not be named at BioWare. According to Kotaku and Jason Schreier, a few people who worked on the game said that trying to make comparisons to Destiny would elicit negative reactions from studio leadership. But it's hard not to compare when games like Destiny were at the top of the market BioWare was trying to compete in, similar to how other studios would look to BioWare's Mass Effect and Dragon Age for the best in the narrative RPG market. And speaking of Frostbite and Mass Effect, it's time for Mass Effect Andromeda to release. Yay. On March 21st, 2017, Mass Effect Andromeda ships and performs poorly. The next big chapter in their most beloved franchise tanked. So, now the pressure was on Dylan's shoulders. Oh, and if that wasn't bad enough, Papa EA shut down the Montreal BioWare offices. Now all that remained was Edmonton, the lead studio, and Austin, which had now been recruited to help finish Anthem. But there was some good news for the Anthem team. Remember that demo that needed an overhaul? Well, within 6 weeks, the art was reworked, the demo was polished, and most importantly, the flying system that was once removed was officially back in business. It was the one thing that set Anthem apart from other games in its genre, and Soderlund loved it. That demo will go on to serve as the base of the game's reveal at E3 2017, but it wasn't all space, sunshine, and cosmic rainbows for long. E3 2017 would bring its own unique hurdle to Anthem's development, its naming. Now at this point in time, Anthem was still called Beyond. In fact, Beyond shirts had already been printed for BioWare staff, but EA found that the trademark would be too difficult. So the leadership team was pushed to pick one of their backups. And so that's how we got Anthem. I'm just glad I didn't have to fall back on my backup. Had X-Play not worked out, I would have become a professional snake milker. Smilk.
We need to charge up our power suit one last time before finishing the tale of Anthem.
So while we do that, enjoy this commercial break.
And no, there are no romance options.
This commercial break has no romance options? What the hell?
But they're coming in the next patch.
Great.
Also more loot boxes.
Motherfucker.
It's getting really weird out there.
How weird?
Honey pie. Whatever. The booby game.
It's happening! Gerard looks like a level 9,000 Discord mod.
Yeah, dude, let's go.
Oh my god, you killed Kirby!
Hella. We're comfortable with our sucking.
Some say I've sucked my entire life.
We give X-Play a 5 out of 5. I hope you'll do better next time.
Welcome back to X-Play.
We're heading into the finale of our secretish history of Anthem.
At least we think it's the finale.
All the segments kind of just blend together and ultimately feel like meaningless gunfights and fetch quests after all.
Let's see if fans like the rest of our show more than they like paying $60 for Anthem.
While Anthem's visuals and gameplay wowed fans, there was something missing. And no, it wasn't their original name. It was any semblance of narrative, from one of the most well-known narrative gaming companies. But behind the scenes and behind the piles of Beyond t-shirts, Anthem was still in pre-production. In fact, not even some of the game's fundamentals had been figured out yet. Next would come a rapid succession of onboarding and offboarding for not only Anthem, but BioWare itself. Aaron Flynn, BioWare's general manager, departed the company after 17 years. But what was the most interesting about his departure was that if he left, Casey Hudson would return. Key talent was leaving, Anthem was on the line, and Dragon Age 4 was enduring its own unique set of battles. Along with the return of Hudson, Mark Darrah also joined the Anthem team and began to usher the studio towards one single goal: ship the game. However, Anthem would be hit by another blow. On July 31st, 2017, Corey Gasper, the lead designer of Anthem, tragically passed away. Gasper had worked as a designer on Mass Effect 2, Dragon Age Origins, and Mass Effect 3, with Anthem being his first lead designer project. And amongst all this, Anthem was supposed to launch in 2018, which was only 3 months away. EA would announce in January of 2018 that Anthem would be pushed back to 2019 due to scheduling. And thus began one of the most stressful years in BioWare's history, according to Jason Schreier. Drew Karpyshyn left BioWare entirely, less than a year after he was added to Anthem. And while we've mentioned several big names throughout this video, there were also a number of highly skilled BioWare developers that left throughout Anthem's development and Andromeda's failure, and that would be its legacy. So what else would 2018 have in store? Well,
now, Sessler, I wouldn't be a good shooter guy if I let you alone talk about Anthem, because I actually have a personal connection to this game.
Oh, by all means, the Black Okage. Please, take it away.
Now, just for transparency purposes, I think it's important to state that my name is in the game's credits, as I did do some consultation on Anthem, which still feels really cool, but I use the term consultation loosely because BioWare did not listen. Back in 2018, BioWare flew out creators to EA Studios in Vancouver and Sweden to play Anthem early. From my perspective, I could sense the lack of confidence early on. There was a definitive lack of direction. I expected to play a build that was nearly done, and we'd just be testing it to give advice on how to further polish the game. Instead, we played a very early build for hours that was buggy and unoptimized, and then they ended the day sitting us at a large table with developers debating on what worked and what didn't. It was strange to see one of my favorite studios known for pushing the needle on the RPG genre now just chasing trends, which was pretty much how the public reacted to it once the game was released on February 22nd, 2019. Anthem was quickly met with mixed reviews across the board and was not the groundbreaking, timeless game its developers had hoped it would be. Now, Anthem wasn't all bad. The game featured beautiful surroundings for the player to explore and a creative and well-designed javelin suits that each came with their own unique sets of strengths and weaknesses. But what stood out most was its flight system. No game, not even Marvel's Avengers, had accomplished making you feel like Iron Man better than Anthem. The flight system was fun, intuitive, and literally the best part of the game. But sadly, the rest was not so great. I mean, the main gameplay loot and shoot loop was not rewarding. Loot was often inconsistent, and the game featured a massive lack of content. For a game that wanted to deliver a deeper and richer narrative experience compared to Destiny, well, I can't even recall naming one NPC from the game. Hell, I don't even remember the narrative. Characters would drop information during missions, so you'd completely miss those meaty plot elements if you were just busy talking to your friends. And just like Andromeda, the game was sadly not optimized at launch. The PC version of Anthem would often drop frames, especially during crucial moments when you and a teammate would perform combo attacks. Overall, Anthem really did have so much potential. It just needed more time in the BioWare oven. Look, no one likes an unbaked cake, and you know why? Because it's runny, gritty, and you kind of taste the egg. And also the salmonella. After its rocky release, Anthem experienced another set of delays for its post-launch content. Originally scheduled to release in May, Cataclysm, a limited-time event featuring new story missions, challenges, and more, was finally released in August of that year. Cataclysm was Act 1 of 3 scheduled acts in the game's post-launch update structure. That was until September, literally a month later, when Act 2 and 3 were canceled in favor of seasonal updates. According to the team, there were too many core issues and systems to fix within the base game itself. Chad Robinson, the head of live service for Anthem, would go on to say, "We hear your concerns on the core issues in Anthem and are acting on it. In order to address these long-range plans, we are moving away from the act structures for updates. Instead, we have additional seasonal updates planned for this year that we think players will enjoy." So October brought on the Season of Skulls seasonal event, which was basically a reskin of Cataclysm. Shards were still used as seasonal currency, the Cataclysm was still being run, but oh, guess what? The enemies now have spooky skulls on their head instead. Big whoop. It's equivalent to a show painting their set and then telling you it's a whole new thing. Season of Icetide quickly followed that December, and it seemed like more seasonal updates were on the way. That was until February 2020 when it was announced that seasonal updates had been canceled as well in favor of a reinvention of the game. That's right. Anthem was getting a gameplay revamp similar to Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn, so an incubation team of 30 individuals would head Anthem's rework. When asked about the revamp, Christian Daly, the BioWare Austin studio director, said, "And yes, the team is small, but the whole point of this is to take our time and go back to the drawing board, and a small team gives us the agility a larger one can't afford." That was until 2021. Are you sensing a trend here? BioWare announced on February 24th, 2021, 1 year after their confirmed revamp, that the project was scrapped, canned, shot out of the interstellar trash compactor into space itself. Sure, the team would continue to support the live servers, but BioWare would be turning its company's full attention and energy to future Mass Effect and Dragon Age projects. And so, as the sun rose on BioWare's beloved franchise, so did the sunset on BioWare's biggest gamble and biggest failure. And we're already seeing EA and BioWare learning from Anthem's missteps. That same February, it was announced that Dragon Age 4's multiplayer elements would be shelved in favor of dedicated single-player gameplay. Thankfully, we won't be getting Anthem with Dragons, as some BioWare developers called it. I do feel bad for the multiverse that does.
In the end, BioWare got its wish. Anthem would be the game fans did reference. BioWare's messy and unrewarding venture into online multiplayer looter shooters. For a long time, BioWare had survived on the internal company idea of BioWare magic. To quote Jason Schreier, this was, quote, a belief that no matter how rough a game's production might be, things will always come together in the final months. That, in the very end, with enough blood, sweat, and tears, an amazing game would release. The Mass Effect trilogy saw it, the Dragon Age franchise saw it, but it seems like there just wasn't enough magic left for Anthem. But maybe this is a good thing. Maybe this will challenge BioWare and EA leadership to rethink production practices for their teams for Dragon Age 4, the upcoming Mass Effect game, and whatever else lies on the golden horizon for BioWare. Look, here's the thing. BioWare isn't the same as it used to be. Most of the people who work to make the games and series you love aren't there anymore. Them's the breaks. But that doesn't mean that the potential to make great games isn't there. All of us here at XPlay share a love of BioWare's games, and we really hope that the teams they have now are able to reclaim their gold standard RPG status once again. Just please no gratuitous sex scenes like in Andromeda.
That's our episode. We hope you learned something.
And if what you learned is that you made a good decision never dropping cash on Anthem, then we're okay with that.
In contrast, our YouTube content is totally free. All we ask is hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of your time to help out that algorithm.
And we'd love to hear from you, so jump into our Discord or chat on our live streams every week on Twitch and YouTube if you have something to say.
We'll see you next time.
Peace.
Today on XPlay, we celebrate the unending charm of Jackie Chan, and what the is this game? Why does this Smash Bros game look like it was put in a microwave? We're talking about Chinese bootleg games, and it's a wild ride of crap you never knew existed. We packed 9,999,999 shows in one. It's game time!
Hello and welcome to X-Play.
Back in the 1980s, the NES was the gold standard for game consoles.
But what if you couldn't afford one?
Well, if you lived in China or Southeast Asia, you might buy a giant keyboard from Jackie Chan.
Learn about the Little Tyrant and so much more as we dive into the wild world of Chinese bootleg games.
Little Tyrant's what they called the console, not Jackie Chan. I hear he's lovely, though.
Picture, if you will, a world of gaming unlike our own. An alternate history found in another corner of the globe, brought about by economic inequality, an actual ban on console gaming, and a desire to just play games, no matter what the cost. I'm Adam Sessler, and joining me is X-Play's Jefferson as we take you on a wild ride through the multiverse that is Chinese bootleg video games. The year is 1985. Nintendo is the dominant superpower in the video game industry thanks to their chokehold that was the Nintendo Entertainment System. And it was the must-have toy for every good little boy or girl in a working-class household.
Unless you were a child living in China in the late 1980s or early 90s, first-party gaming in China and most of Southeast Asia, where my family's from, was a rich kid's sport.
To put it simply, it was nigh impossible to own a legitimate Nintendo or Famicom at the time. Not only did the high import tariffs and taxes put these already expensive consoles into the stratosphere of raw cost, but the baseline $150 retail price of an NES console exceeded the entire annual income of an average urban Chinese household.
So, when some clever, opportunistic Chinese computer nerds found out how to reverse engineer an NES system, they looked at the market like...
And almost overnight, markets were bombarded with bootleg NES machines, with all the power, half the plastic, and more importantly of all, a fraction of the cost of the real thing. The red and white machine, or Red Chun Tang, as the Famicom was called by millions of kids in China, was replaced by a new term, the Famiclone, because it's a clone. Get it? An earlier iteration of these Famiclone consoles came fully endorsed by none other than Jackie Chan himself. They called it the Little Tyrant, but this little bastard was anything but little. It was an educational machine with a full-size built-in keyboard, and the educational part was deliberate. It helped skirt the restrictions within China around purely gaming hardware, and it gave permission for parents to purchase with full confidence that their child will be learning everything they need to succeed in school. F that. It plays NES cartridges. And the Little Tyrant wasn't alone. Famiclones and knockoff game consoles took off through the early 8 and 16-bit era, through to the PlayStation generation, and even to today. Gaming alternatives were hot, and other parts of the world wanted in on the action.
Famiclones made their way to my neck of the woods in the Philippines, and while I was enjoying the luxurious life of a Navy child living in Japan, my cousins in Manila and Taguig had a mixture of both bootleg gaming machines and real first-party systems when my family and I came to visit them. Why get your child an expensive PlayStation when a cheap Polystation exists?
Yeah, so since they delayed the KOTOR remake, it looks like I got the perfect excuse not to play the game, and you're just gonna have to accept that I'm not gonna play it.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
What the?
What is it?
It's a Polystation, but it's really a Polystation. This is a bootleg gaming system from Southeast Asia or Russia. Who knows?
Can we play it?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, we're gonna play it.
Open that thing up.
Oh my god, does it smell
Is it
like
one from
China?
that side?
It smells like Wish.
It smells like Wish.
It's blue.
Holy shit.
Pristine plastic.
Exactly how I remembered it.
How much was this?
This was $100.
What?
What is that? Holy shit, it's real.
This says 9,999,999 in one.
9 million games.
This isn't a disc.
There is no disc because it's cartridge based. Gonna be so fun, right?
I feel like they put more actual effort into the box than everything else.
No, they definitely did. This was Photoshop before Photoshop.
You know, we should review that.
There are literally 9,999,999 games on this cartridge.
And time's a ticking. But enough about the consoles themselves. You clicked on this video to see some of the games, and well, sit back and strap in. It's about to get wild. The creation of consoles made exclusively from China led to a boom in hacked or bootleg video game cartridges mass-produced for the Chinese, Southeast Asian, and Eurasian markets. From simple sprite edits to full-blown original games, they were, in an odd and admittedly exploitative way, kind of like an early prototype of indie developers. And because copyright laws in China were non-existent at the time, these games were showing up without any quality controls or formal consent. The year is 2000. Pokemon Gold and Silver were taking the world by storm, and the next generation of Ruby and Sapphire were just looming over the horizon.
So imagine the shocked Pikachu look on my face when on a trip to the Philippines with my family, we passed by a video game store at a shopping mall, and I see up front, over everything else in the store, 2 Pokemon games no one has ever seen before. Pokemon Jade and Pokemon Diamond. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. New creatures, new region, a cell phone calling mechanic, and cussing. I wasn't the smartest kid 22 years ago, but something felt off.
So what was really happening here? The history of Pokemon Jade and Diamond is still fuzzy, but what likely happened was in 2000, an unknown bootleg developer saw a completely unrelated Japanese Game Boy JRPG also about monster battling and collecting. And while they could have just stopped at translating the game to Chinese and called it a day, they went the extra mile to capitalize on Pokemon's popularity by replacing the box art and renaming the entire game to bamboozle gullible kids into buying something that is not related to Pokemon. That initial Chinese translation was then translated again into broken English, hence why we have sentences like this. The real game that was unknowingly caught in the crossfire was officially known in Japan as Keitai Denju Telefang, which literally translates to Cell Phone Beast Telefang, a series where you befriend monsters called Denju by adding them to your cell phone contacts and calling them up every time you need to battle. As far as bootleg games go, reskinning an entire unrelated game's box art to fit another franchise is just the tip of the copyright infringing iceberg. What if they changed the game's code to bootleg another game? Now, there are many examples of bootleggers changing the sprites of NES games, like putting Mario's fat head on top of a Kung Fu master and calling it Mario 10. Or you can do what Game Tech did and take an obscure 2D platformer, rip the playable sprites out of the cartridge, and replace them all with Pikachu. That's what happened to poor Athena for the Famicom.
Pocket Monster on the NES is an elaborate, yet still half-assed bootleg of a game where you take control of Pikachu in an environment unrelated to Pokemon in the slightest. That's because most, if not all, the assets were stolen straight from the Famicom game, Athena.
Now, going back to the notion that since gaming was much more expensive in other parts of the world, leaving gamers in these regions feeling left out from playing new releases other more fortunate players are enjoying, Shenzhen Nanjing comes to the rescue. Shenzhen is a well-documented bootleg software developer, and rest assured, this won't be their only appearance in this video. They are mostly known for taking currently popular JRPGs and backporting them to the NES from the ground up with fascinating results.
Shenzhen brought home many popular JRPG titles to gamers in China who would have never otherwise been able to experience these stories. Titles like Golden Sun, Sword of Mana, Harvest Moon, and Chrono Trigger all backported and demaked to the NES thanks to Shenzhen. But the ones we want to quickly spotlight is their games Kodai Baoshi Jin and Kodai Baoshi Yin, Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire from the Game Boy Advance ported to the NES. Sure, Jin means gold and Yin means silver, so there was definitely some mistranslation in there, but rest assured, these are ports of Ruby and Sapphire for the NES. This was Pokemon for an entire generation of fans.
A pair of Pokemon games that shouldn't exist is barely scratching the surface here.
We take a closer look at more of the 9,999,999 bootleg games we bought from a guy in a parking lot right after the break.
Don't go anywhere.
We're all professionals here, right? Oh.
Yeah! Oh my God, are we on TV? Witness me! Woo!
send it to my mom, please?
Welcome back to X-Play.
I wish Evo had a Tekken event.
Evo does have a Tekken event.
I mean Tekken 3 on the NES, Frost.
That is not a game.
Oh, yes, it is. I was the NES Tekken champion in my elementary school.
We're unpacking the multiverse of madness that is the Southeast Asian bootleg games phenomenon.
So welcome to your nightmare.
Stepping away from all the Pokemans and the Pikachus, we have another backport of the fighting game variety, Tekken 3 for the NES. Yes, it's as wrong as it sounds. Developed by Hummer Team in 1990, who the knows, Tekken 3 is a complete port of actually the first Tekken game for the PlayStation. As far as we know, the sprites are built from the ground up, directly inspired by the original polygonal counterpart, but this time on a 2D NES plane. This particular bootleg was then bootlegged again, imported to the Sega Mega Drive as Tekken Special, developed by GameTech, the same bootleggers who did the Pikachu platformer. The Mega Drive version of the game plays more like Virtua Fighter, adds additional characters to the roster, and runs slightly smoother than its NES counterpart. Now, we know you're all familiar with the Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers NES games from Capcom. There were only 2 games. Only 2. Definitely only 2, right?
I distinctly remember a third game. An extreme Chip and Dale's game with chipmunks firing guns, rocket launchers, and blowing up tanks. It was enough to punch my balls off to the extreme!
Yeah, okay. I'll stop you right there, Johnny. The next bootleg oddity we have is Chip and Dale 3, which is exactly how Jefferson described it as. Released by bootleg devs Realtek in 1995, this is Chip and Dale like you've never seen them before. Terrorist guerrillas have taken control of a nuclear missile site. And who does America call? 2 goddamn chipmunks with goddamn machine guns. Just look at this art. Something that the bootleg gaming scene had on lock was some of the most eye-catching clickbait box art you'll ever see. Can you imagine how differently the Rescue Rangers movie would have gone if they just gave Dale a gun? The whole story would have been resolved right when they entered the uncanny valley town. Is this actually an all-original unofficial sequel to the NES Rescue Rangers game? No. What Realtek did was take yet another obscure game, in this case, Heavy Barrel by Data East, an arcade-style shoot-'em up. Yeah, I've never heard of it either. But you know what I can't stop hearing about? Minions 2, The Rise of Gru.
Wow, that's a great segue to the Minions bootleg.
Wait. I was just kidding.
To paint an even more clear picture of how recent the bootleg game market was thriving, there is a Minions game for the NES. There is no release date on record for the sighting of this bootleg, but Despicable Me came out in 2010. That means this bootleg must have been released by 2011 at the latest, when Minions were all over your auntie's Facebook page.
Oh yeah, Nak, look at this meme. It's funny, huh? Yeah, real funny, auntie. Huh. Look at this one. It's funny because it's true. Wait, you and Uncle John are getting divorced? Yeah, don't tell your cousins when we go to Jollibee today.
While we don't know when this came out, we do know where it came from. Shenzhen Well Mines, not to be confused with Shenzhen Nanjing. And after a thorough cross-examination from our team of experts, we were unable to pinpoint if this was a game hacked from assets of a base game to look like Minions or an entirely new game from the ground up. It's an extremely fascinating look at the lengths these bootleg developers will go, just to be up to date on a popular, trendy intellectual property. What's next? An Angry Birds NES game?
Hey Adam, there's an Angry Birds NES game.
What? How does that work?
It works like
Released around 2012 and developed by Nice Code Software, this is a kinda accurate demake of Angry Birds on the NES. I mean, it has the core gameplay correct, but the game physics? Hell no. You just kinda have to aim your bird and pray it hits the target. It's the type of game you give to your kid to shut them up about not having a phone to play Angry Birds on.
It's sad, really. It kind of makes you more grateful for the little things we take for granted. Electricity, running water, clean air, a bootleg PS1 CD of 350 games in one.
That's right. Who cares about quality over quantity when you can have 350 games in one product? Or the 9,999,999 games that XPlay now owns. How's that review coming?
All right, Frost, show me your gamer skills. Let me see. Were you really out there in them streets?
Oh, I jumped, I jumped.
Why is your leg so long? Like a breadstick.
This is game 4, by the way.
This is only number 4? This is... How many more we... Wait a minute. How did it know to give me a black guy? I don't know how I feel about that, man. I feel like that's... I don't know. It's a little, it's a little insensitive.
No way.
I did not pick this character.
Did you beat Frosk?
Of course he did. He's the black guy.
By default, which is funny because he looks like a black Mario.
Believe it or not, Digimon was just as popular as Pokemon in several corners of Southeast Asia and Europe. This led to many unlicensed products of Digimon in the late 90s and mid-2000s, most of them cursed. And of course, this includes unlicensed Digimon games. Okay, well, I clearly have no idea what a real Digimon game even looks like, so you can take the Digi-Wheel.
I promise I won't take too much of your Digi time. There are a number of Digimon bootlegs, but I'll just talk about the two that stand out the most. Digimon Adventure for the SNES is an action platform made by Chinese bootlegger Syntax. This game almost looks like a legit Digimon game with a respectably rendered Agumon as the player character, and enemy Digimon crawling and flying around a bright backdrop that feasibly looks like it could be the Digiworld. The assets from these bootlegs were taken from other games, but the effort to combine everything into a new product gives this bootleg a sense of earnestness. Like, maybe fans really did make this game. It's not great, but it certainly has more effort put into it than that Pokemon platformer we mentioned earlier. Also, it has a small dinosaur that can shoot a fireball that can transform to an even bigger dinosaur and even bigger fireball. So the odds were already stacked against Pikachu. The other Digimon game worth mentioning is Digimon Ruby for the Game Boy Advance. Have you ever played a Pokemon game and thought to yourself, I really wish this was Digimon?
No.
Right? Me too. I wondered the same thing. So these Taiwanese bootleggers, vast fame, answered that very question with a full-blown Digimon RPG. You play as Davis from Digimon Season 2, and follow an original storyline separate from the anime's plot. It's janky as hell, really tedious, the English translation is hilariously bad, but for the most part, characters look like they should, colors are vibrant, and... Oh, okay, that's it. I just think it's neat. Look at this opening cutscene with a Star Wars auto-scroll.
Oh, probably few person hearing over the figures world this place. This is a human parallel of a fantasy world. Figures world behave that this is unbecome. Human life is the life of the peaceful coexistence. With Digimon, live in the human and Digimon this place to support mutually each other and have no power, did war to us. The figures world probably too is we mini. The year made track for to look for a fantasy paradise. Wow. I didn't know I had that character inside of me.
And yup, the G4 Discord is blowing up right now with Shad Grimgravy memes again.
I'll deal with that later. Next up we have Kart Fighter, developed by Hummer Team in 1994. It's a totally legit Mario fighting game that came out years before Super Smash. Kart Fighter is what actually happens after a Mario Kart race.
Luigi, you son of a bitch! That race was a mine!
You want to let's go? You had the blue shell coming. I'm the Alpha brother now.
You will always be a player too!
I slept with a peach.
You a mother of girl!
Oh yeah, I actually remember playing Kart Fighter at my cousin's house and thought I just imagined it until the ROM made its way online.
This game is a fascinating novelty. You choose from 8 playable Mario characters, all rendered like they were drawn by the G4 host blindfolded. Aside from basic attacks, everyone has a move list of 3 special moves with Street Fighter II styled inputs and quarter circles. The music is annoying. Character frames are constantly going in and out, but it technically functions as a fighting game.
There is no way this episode tops Kart Fighter.
Did you know that Final Fantasy VII was remade for the NES?
I must have it.
It's worth sticking around for, so don't go anywhere.
It's getting really weird out there.
How weird?
Oh my God, you killed Kirby!
We give X-Play a 5 out of 5.
I hope you'll do better next time.
Welcome back to X-Play.
Where we cry Earth's deaths no matter what console it's on.
Whether it's the PlayStation, your phone, or your Switch.
Or the NES. Yeah, you heard me right.
Before Final Fantasy VII Remake, there was a Final Fantasy VII Remake. Bootleg style.
And it's glorious.
Check it out.
Have you heard about Final Fantasy VII Remake?
Yeah.
On the NES?
How many costumes of spiky-haired JRPG protagonists do you have?
Yeah! This isn't even my final form. I don't know what that looks like yet.
Final Fantasy VII, in its near entirety, was backported to the NES in 2005 through Shenzhen Nanjing, the same bootleg devs who made the Pokemon JRPG ports. This is art. The idea of putting other JRPGs like Pokemon and Golden Sun was ambitious enough, but cramming Final Fantasy VII on an older console from scratch? No one just does that for a quick buck. This is a labor of love, and thanks to emulation, it has found a second life to an even wider audience that could appreciate it.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not afraid to admit it. I cried again for Aerith's 8-bit pixelated death scene.
It doesn't have every beat from the original game, but most of the banger moments are there. It plays like Final Fantasy 1 or 2 did on the NES, but now you're playing as Cloud, Tifa, Barret, and the rest of your eco-terrorist friends. It was so beloved by the fandom that the bootleg was given new life when modder Lindblom accurately translated the dialogue directly from the PS1 original. And while this is the worst possible way to experience Final Fantasy VII, it stands as a testament to the ecosystem of games Chinese bootlegs cultivated and provided to their less than fortunate audience. Consoles like PlayStations or Nintendos were not widely allowed to be sold in China until 2015, when the console ban was finally lifted. All right, there was a console ban in China. Well, not precisely a ban, but that's what people call it. In 2000, just 3 months after the Japanese launch of the PS2, the Chinese government passed a bill severely limiting the operation of video game arcades and gaming hardware. The PlayStation 2 did finally manage to officially launch in just 2 cities a few years later, but it cost more than double the regular retail price due to import tariffs, and way more than the gray market bootleg consoles. But we'll get back to that. Where was I? Right, Final Fantasy. Shenzhen took the time and effort to release a version of Final Fantasy VII to people who otherwise would have never been able to play the game. It's a fun little novelty now, but back in the day, this was the Final Fantasy VII to many people. Well, when you put it that way, maybe some of these things do have a place in gaming history.
When people think of bootlegs, they just think of arbitrary box art baiting, modding assets from other games, or just straight sprite swaps. But many of these knockoffs are how a lot of kids around the world discovered their love of video games in the first place.
So, what's the last piece of art you just gotta show me?
A straight sprite swap of Sonic replaced by Mario.
Oh dear God, why? So Mari answers the question, what if Sonic and Mario switched places? Released in 1994 by Hummer Team yet again, So Mari is one of the most infamous bootleg games known even outside of the bootleg community. It is what it is. Mario in place of Sonic in Green Hill Zone. It's fascinating when you consider the fact that not only did they technically backport an entire Sonic game to the NES years before the GameCube, but it's on the NES. There was no way this 8-bit system was going to keep up with the speed of a Genesis, but they tried anyway. The bootleg is well known for having significantly difficult and broken level design and for the sheer audacity of its existence. It garnered so much love that fans even made a Genesis port with improved eye-catching visuals, sprite work, and a system that can handle the speed it needed to function.
Bootleg games. They're a touchy subject. I grew up in the PlayStation era, and in the Philippines, consoles were not outlawed, but very expensive for the average family, so bootlegs of PS1 games were everywhere. While yes, it is a morally gray area, pirated and copyright-breaking games were the only way gamers could afford to play in these parts of the world. And in my case, it was the only way I could have played awesome things I never would have had access to or heard of otherwise. Psychic Force, Kamen Rider Bike Race, Bakusou Kyodai, Let's End Go, Eternal Wings, and Penis.
Wait, what was that last one?
Glad you asked. This here, Adam, is Penis. Penis was my first exposure to retro gaming and emulation. I never owned an NES, and this bad boy has the entire NES library and some other cool stuff, all playable on my modded PlayStation. Without it, I never would have been able to enjoy not only the classics, but some wacky and wild ROM hacks like Super Peach Brothers, Toilet Brothers, Super Amish Brothers, Super Carnage Brothers, and Naked Mario Brothers.
As of now, the bootleg market of yesteryear is a thing of the past. The Chinese ban on console gaming was finally lifted in 2015, allowing gamers all over China to finally legally own the latest games from Nintendo and Sony. In fact, the Xbox One was the first modern-era console to finally be released to the Chinese market on the historic day of September 29th, 2014. In the Philippines, stores like GameLine in Manila now sell real games legitimately, as bootlegs were outlawed in the mid-2000s.
Shout out to the Bootleg Games wiki page and their extensive documentation on game entries and the bootleg developers. Without them, a lot of this information may have been lost to time. Yes, most of them are ass, but every now and then, you might come across something that'll make you go, huh, that's interesting. In a vacuum, yes, they're not as important to the history of gaming as the real deals, but altogether, by their powers combined, they serve as a look into a unique ecosystem of gaming unlike any other.
And that's our show.
Thank you to all the aunties out there across the globe buying your nieces and nephews bootleg games they didn't know existed and never asked for.
Another thing you might not know exists is the XPlay YouTube channel,
where we upload fresh videos each and every week.
See you next time.
Bye-bye.
Today on XPlay, we're solving a mystery, and for once it's not why they haven't canceled this show yet. We review As Dusk Falls and the Sherlock Holmes game where he's hot. Plus, we learn the truth about old Nancy Drew games and why they are f***ed up. Grab a shovel, we got some shallow graves to dig. It's game time!
Hello and welcome to XPlay.
What is the definition of a game?
The existential spiral of dread is starting earlier than usual, I see.
Would a game you can't actually lose be considered a video game?
I wouldn't know. I don't lose video games.
As Dusk Falls pushes the boundaries of the interactive narrative genre.
While you at home push buttons to beat QuickTime events.
If you feel like it.
It's not necessary.
But it is enthralling.
Check out our review of As Dusk Falls.
Choices in video games. Do you cut off Lee's infected arm or do you leave it be? Who do you sacrifice on Vermeer, Caden or Ashley? Do you keep hiding in Chloe's closet or do you take the blame for her weed? Choices help make a game not just a passive experience, but a personal one. Throughout the years, we've seen a range of games that utilize choice in pivotal plot moments to games that use choice as a sole mechanic in their gameplay. And today, we're reviewing one of those titles, Interior Nights As Dusk Falls. For those of you who are out of the loop, As Dusk Falls is that one artistic 2D paint animated game that you've seen pop up across several Xbox showcases. More specifically, it's an original interactive story where your choices impact the lives of several families over the span of 14 years after a robbery goes wrong. So how does As Dusk Falls compare to other interactive story games, and is this a must-play of 2022? Let's find out. Yo, what are you doing? You cannot just skip to the review score. Take that option away, we're doing the damn review. Roll the title card. As Dusk Falls is the first title from Interior Nights, an independent game studio headed by Caroline Mashal, a former lead game designer for Heavy Rain and Beyond Two Souls. Together, these interactive story veterans set out with one goal in mind: to produce rich narrative games and experiences for people who love shows like Breaking Bad or Fargo, but who don't necessarily game, which is absolutely what their first game delivers. Unlike other recent interactive story games, As Dusk Falls doesn't allow you to walk around or engage with the world outside of the choices and QuickTime events you participate in. The narrative of As Dusk Falls spans across 14 years, with the central event being one tragic night at the Desert Dream Motel. Throughout the game, players control one of three main characters. There's Vince Walker, a goofy dad trying to do right by his wife, his daughter, his dad, and himself. And then you have Jay Holt, an 18-year-old kid mixed up in the darkness of his family's choices. And then you got Zoe Walker, that's Vince's daughter, who's haunted by the ghosts of her childhood. The game takes place over 6 total chapters divided into 2 different books. Chapter 1 to 3 make up Book 1 and it's titled Collision. That mostly focuses on the 1998 Desert Dream Motel holdup and the events for all the characters leading up to it. While chapters 4 to 6 fall within Book 2, titled Expansion, and it's all about the aftermath of the events in Book 1. What happens in the past ultimately impacts the future, which is one of the most unique aspects of the game. Decisions you make as Jay and Vince in 1998 influence who Zoe grows up to be in 2012. The game is an excellent example of non-linear storytelling, which shouldn't be a surprise since 2 of the inspirations for this game are Breaking Bad and True Detective, which tell stories in a similar way. Now, we don't want to say much about the narrative since that's literally the whole game, but what we will say is it's definitely one of the most compelling stories that we've experienced. This story will leave you stressed, shocked, heartbroken, relieved, and in the end, ultimately satisfied. As Dusk Falls' narrative rivals the TV shows it's inspired by, and it's a testament to the creative team that Interior Night has put together. As I'm sure you've noticed by now, As Dusk Falls has a rather unique art style. The game doesn't follow typical 3D mocap like your Beyond Two Souls or The Quarry. Instead, As Dusk Falls takes a more traditional art approach and creates movement via stylized painted animated stills. It definitely takes some getting used to, but after the first chapter, I was fully into the art style of this game. Utilizing the painted stills allows the artists and developers to capture the nuance of human emotions. When paired with the voiceover performance of each of the actors, it truly feels like you're playing with real people in front of you, like an F&V game. I could see the fear in Jay's eyes, and I could see the regret in Vince's furrowed brow. Being able to digitally paint your actors also helps you stay away from the testy troubles of 3D mocap animation, like the big gappy mouth holes. So now let's talk about the main gameplay element, choice. This game certainly has a lot of them, and thankfully each chapter comes with a handy dandy path map that allows you to see all the possible choices you can make. And for the most part, these choices are not shallow. Except for maybe the lemonade piss one. Each choice comes with well-crafted dialogue and consequences that impact and further the story. Throughout most of the game, you're faced with conversational choices and action choices. These choices can often feature more than 2 options, and they usually daisy link to the next narrative beat of As Dusk Falls. Then, at pivotal moments in the game, you'll be faced with a crossroads choice. Similar to a real crossroad, these are 2 definitive binary choices that majorly impact other characters in the ending of the game. The replayability in this game is very strong thanks to the variety of choices. It's easy to burn an hour or 2 going back to start a new save, and trying new choices in a chapter just to see where the story goes. The game even offers a community percentage feature, similar to the statistics in Telltale's The Walking Dead, to let you know how your choices compare to others who played the game. Like, I'm sure it's been updated now, but how did only 17% of players at the time we were playing not save the marriage? Y'all need some help. And there are a lot of different ways the story can go and end, many of which truly feel rewarding and earned depending on the story choices you picked along the way. To directly quote the game, sometimes doing the right thing is doing the wrong thing. The other side of As Dusk Falls gameplay is the quick time elements. Thankfully, the QTEs feature a variety of actions, so you won't be bored of them by Chapter 2. In one instance, you'll be button mashing to wrangle a gun, and another moment you'll be asked to rapidly spin the joystick around to clean dishes. But the most disappointing aspect of the quick time events, and arguably the game itself, is that a lot of them don't matter. There was a crucial moment where one of the characters was arrested, and I figured the game was going to end for them early. However, suddenly a QuickTime event popped up to break them out of their handcuffs. If you succeed at the QTE, you break out and escape. If you fail the QTE, after 3 tries, the cutscene of the character breaking out of the handcuffs just immediately plays because the story just has to keep going. Look, I'm totally fine not having as many QuickTime events, just make the ones that do pop up impact the story. Now, there are at least a few QTEs in the game that do have some kind of impact, but don't give me the option to fail if there isn't the ability to fail. You get me? I can fail in the quarry and get a dude's head shut in a bear trap because I missed a QuickTime event. But here, even if I fail a hot wire on a car, another character conveniently finds the keys and the story just keeps going. And that's what's ultimately tough about As Dusk Falls. The game finds itself at a crossroads similar to the one it presents. On one end is its super rewarding narrative choice gameplay, and on the other, it's bad QuickTime events. Now, As Dusk Falls isn't a game that you have to enjoy solo. The game features a co-op multiplayer mode that allows up to 8 players to play through the story together, either via a controller or they can play through the As Dusk Falls app. Once in game, individual QuickTime commands are distributed between all players. So yes, you can f up your end of the dishwashing if you choose to. But the real fun comes with multiplayer decision making. During decisions, each player can cast their individual vote, and of course, like most democratic societies, the decision with the most votes wins. If you and your equal amount of friends create a tie, the game randomly picks your decision for you. And then there's the override feature. Each player is granted a set number of overrides per game. Think of it as like a veto. If they activate their override, their choice is immediately picked, no questions asked. So if you thought Mario Party got tense, just wait till you and your friends start fighting about which hostage to send out of the motel. As Dusk Falls delivers compelling storytelling and unforgettable performances in a pristine package. In its beautifully painted style, this game reminds us that there are no simple choices in life and that every choice has consequences. Consequences that not only impact your future, but the future of others. But with great narrative should come great gameplay, and unfortunately, this is where the dust falls short. And that's why XPlay is giving As Dusk Falls a 4 out of 5.
We jump from one unconventional horror game to another.
Are we talking Dead Space?
Nancy Drew.
I just got a shiver down my spine.
We'll see you after the break.
Hypers!
Welcome back to X-Play.
The Nancy Drew PC games are kind of hardcore.
Don't believe us? Check out the next segment.
There's only one thing left to do. I'm glad I wore pants.
That's a Nancy Drew quote. Don't make it weird.
Too late.
Today, we are diving into a classic terrifying video game that features a woman wandering alone through eerie environments bent on uncovering the mysteries that lie beneath the surface. And no, I'm not talking about Heather Mason from Silent Hill 3. I'm talking about Nancy Drew. There are a lot of PC games from the 90s that have simply been lost to time, particularly the point-and-click adventure genre. Some of them, like Grim Fandango and the Monkey Island series, have received remasters and remakes throughout the new millennium. Most have fallen into obscurity or as Easter eggs in creepy VR realtor tours of hoarder houses, but Her Interactive's Nancy Drew series kept powering through the 2000s and 2010s, delivering 2 different Nancy Drew mystery games a year until 2015, which was coincidentally Vin Diesel's plan for the Fast and the Furious series until The Rock it all up. These games range from adaptations of classic Simon & Schuster Nancy Drew novels to original ideas crafted by the developers themselves. The premise of each game is fairly similar. Nancy is called in to solve a local mystery, or, while on her travels, she just happens to stumble upon one, like finding an unopened Super Mario 64 cartridge at a Goodwill. From there, the player, as Nancy, is tasked with solving the mystery through exploration, interviewing a cast of curious characters, solving puzzles, and uncovering clues and tools along the way. Additionally, just like the 90s classic Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Nancy can also phone her friends in each of the games for additional hints on what to do next.
Do you think you can help me out?
Nancy, be careful. I was afraid that Jake's locker was booby-trapped.
Trying to figure out why Nancy Drew is on an open phone line discussing crimes with literal teenagers is part of the charm, I guess. And I know some of you are thinking, a game series that's geared towards women with a 10+ rating, it can't be that scary, right? Hey, I thought the same thing too, but I was wrong. Dead wrong. These games are actually terrifying. From their offsetting soundtracks and jarring cutscenes to their psychologically grim, repetitive nature if you somehow cannot get information out of a character, can't find the right item, or solve a puzzle.
It's locked.
You can easily find yourself going in literal point-and-click circles in these games for hours on end, descending into madness like you're Jack Torrance trapped inside your own digital overlook hotel that smells like a Scholastic book fair. And, oh yeah, there's dying in this series. You can actually die as Nancy Drew in these games, and it's horrifying. Oh, no, oh my God. No, this isn't right. This is a kid's game. Okay, producers, are you still there? So these were the games that young women played back in the 90s. And you're all okay, right?
Oh, yeah. Definitely. It's like basically the gateway drug for Silent Hill and Resident Evil. Yeah, you can easily go from Barbie Detective Agency to solving the Black Dahlia murders in LA Noire.
Yeah, I started crafting plays in American Girl Premiere, and now I craft glory kills in Doom.
She's terrifying. She's amazing.
Well, you learn something new every day.
Or rather, you would have learned that had you lived.
Along with these gruesome death sequences, you are also dealing with a cavalcade of characters that, are trying to stop Nancy from solving the mystery by any means necessary.
You think you know who to trust, but you don't.
Hell, the first game focuses on high schoolers trying to handle blackmail, illegal drug use, and a gun. Yes, a gun. At the end of the game, Nancy has to pull a gun on a grown man in order to solve the mystery. And despite the unknowing terror of these titles, the Nancy Drew game franchise has won over 30 consecutive Parents' Choice Awards and has sold more games than Harry Potter, Myst, and Tomb Raider. You pull a gun on a grown man in a parking lot because you're the hero. Kids don't do that at home. Or at least don't do it to me. Over the last 20 years, This series has amassed a following and fan base that are still going strong. There are even Twitch and YouTube streamers that are keeping these games alive by playing them. Now, the series itself? Now, that's a bit of a different story. Within the last 10 years, Her Interactive has gone through a series of CEO changes, layoffs, including recasting Nancy's voice actress Lani Minella, financial changes, and delays, specifically on the latest game in the series, Midnight in Salem. Midnight in Salem was a title that was originally supposed to be released in 2015, but due to the internal troubles mentioned, it received countless delays until it finally launched in 2019. And you thought Cyberpunk's delay schedule was bad. This latest installment was fairly panned by the Nancy Drew fanbase. While some saw it as a shaky but could be worse next step in the evolution of the series, many saw it as the death sentence for the teen sleuth's PC career.
We're going down in a blaze of glory.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. The body can still feel pain for 2 minutes after the explosion before the nerve endings are destroyed. Oh. So fans have been left wondering if Nancy Drew will see another mystery, and if the next game will finally go into proper detail about what happens when a body decomposes. And while the list of Nancy Drew games Wikipedia page has listed Untitled 34 game, PC, Mac, TBA, from my own personal experience, you can't trust everything you read on the internet. Hopefully this series continues to evolve and can bring Nancy Drew fully to the 21st century.
Dear Ned, I hope you're doing well. I'm taking a bite out of the Big Apple this spring break, and it tastes great. I am enjoying the stunning sights, delicious pizza, and Bess was right about the pervasive smell of urine. It's everywhere. A body turned up in the Hudson Bay, and you know me, I've been on the case. The NYPD wasn't happy that I kept butting into an active investigation, but they let me do pretty much whatever I wanted to because I'm an affluent white woman. I slipped a hit of Molly to the morgue assistant to help me with my hunch about the items found slammed into the victim's nasal cavity. Nothing says vacation like premeditated murder. I'll be sure to send you a postcard from the Empire State Building. Talk to you soon. Love, Nancy.
All in all, the Nancy Drew series will forever remain a unique chapter in PC gaming history. They were real puzzle games with actual challenges for young gamers 10 and up. And just why were these games so scary? Because they respected their players' intelligence. Nancy Drew didn't go easy on you.
It's locked.
The games constantly emphasize that choices have consequences, and being a teen sleuth doesn't suddenly make things carefree. The real world can be a scary and frightening place filled with unsavory characters and the unexplained. But keep your chin up, and even you can overcome the challenging obstacles that may come your way. Jesus. So you really played these games as kids? Well, that goes to show you cannot judge a game by its target demographic.
The sleuthing continues after the break.
As we get caught in the thirst trap that is Sherlock Holmes.
Why is Sherlock Holmes so hot?
Boing.
Come on!
back to X-Play.
We have a mystery to solve, my dear audience.
When did Sherlock get so dreamy?
And where did that deep closet come from?
Sessler answers all these questions and more in our review of Sherlock Holmes, Chapter 1.
Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 is far from the first Sherlock Holmes video game. Since 2002, developer Frogwares has taken on the intrepid investigator's mantle and has delivered 8 different Holmes adventures, ranging from encounters with Jack the Ripper and Arsène Lupin to even adopting a daughter. The Devil's Daughter. But Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, the 9th edition of Frogwares series, is actually the first game chronologically and features the first open world for the detective. But this isn't your lit professor, Sherlock Holmes. No. This is hot Sherlock Holmes. He's young. He wears just one of his sleeves rolled up because he's kind of a bad boy. Oh yeah, and he's a coroner's bag of mental health issues, including having an imaginary friend-brother companion, coincidentally named John. He's single and ready to mingle, around a crime scene that is. Not only is this Sherlock a babe of Baker Street, but he also comes with a customizable wardrobe. You heard that right. You can dress up Sherlock Holmes. But these outfits serve a purpose outside of just entertainment. Well, all except John's ice cream parlor getup. Sherlock Holmes' outfits, makeup, hats, and yes, facial hair are all pivotal throughout your journey. Some mysteries may have you dressing as a described culprit. Meanwhile, in order to access unique areas or information from locals, you'll have to dress the part. As in, don't dress as a polished Victorian bad boy who looks like he could start his own boy band called the Industrial Revolution. The multifaceted wardrobe system provides a creative and fun tool to the game's overall investigative gameplay, which provides me with a stylish segue into discussing the game's core. Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 is a refreshing take on the mystery genre. Having played my life's worth of puzzle, investigation, and mystery adventure titles, going into Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, I felt confident about what I was in for. And boy was I wrong, but in the best way. The overarching mystery of Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 is, well, you. Sherlock is unable to recall his early life on Cordona, and after visiting his mother's grave, there appear to be questions surrounding her death that you do not know the answers to. Questions that lead you all over the island in search of clarity. Alongside John, you are tasked with solving crimes and mysteries in order to unlock more of your memories and the riddles that lie within your past. But Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 does not hold your hand or spoon-feed you these mysteries. No, Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 pushes you out of the nest and simply yells, "Good luck!" on your way down. As Sherlock, not only do you utilize specific game features to solve mysteries, the Mind Palace, Casebook, chemical analysis, camera, etc., but you must also use your own brain. Quest locations are never marked on the map, so you have to use the power of reading and looking up street names to decipher where you need to go in the game. And the same goes for inspecting police records or exploring the newspaper archive. You have to utilize the context clues from your own casebook in order to find the information you're looking for. While yes, this can sometimes lead to frustrating moments of not knowing where to go next, when you ultimately find that next clue or figure out the next location, you are hit with a sensation so strong you may be yelling, "The game is afoot!" at your own console. Likewise, the mysteries you take on in this title are not on an unmovable linear track. Many games in the genre, including Phoenix Wright, Professor Layton, and even Nancy Drew, usually feature mysteries you need to solve in one very specific way. In Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, you have the option to accuse more than one suspect, in addition to ultimately making the decision to arrest an individual, in some cases an elephant, or simply let them go. The game doesn't correct you if you've made the wrong decision. It simply lets you live with that choice. This makes every deduction that much harder, but also that much more important. There are 4 different endings for Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, and none of them are truly good or bad. They're each heartbreaking in their own way, and have different impacts on Sherlock's life and outlook, even down to which character narrates them. Overall, Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1's greatest triumph is its investigative gameplay. The game treats its players like the intellectual free thinkers they are, and provides a variety of paths for a genre that is traditionally one-track only. Now, the setting is sadly a different story. This title takes a bold step in game design and puts itself into the sprawling open world of Cordona. But sadly, this endeavor is half-baked, or rather half-lit pipe in the hands of the world's most infamous detective. Cordona features a variety of districts ranging from metropolitan British squares to crowded Mediterranean markets. But across all these districts, there's no real life in Cordona. Nowadays, open world games have evolved into highly detailed experiences. You can play cards at a local inn, explore homes for materials and individuals to assassinate. You can even purchase cheese and pomade at a general store. You get my point. If you're going to create an open world game, you have to fill it with a plethora of experiences, side quests, or locations for the player to explore. Moreover, you can only fast travel and take carriages to discovered areas on the map. So get ready to run your way across an entire city early on in the game in order to discover all of the fast travel points that you'll rely on later. And when I say run, I truly mean run. One weird plus to this game is that Sherlock Holmes does not have a stamina meter, which means he can just infinitely run and never stop. Speaking of unlimited stamina, there is another feature that Sherlock has an unlimited amount of. It's not wit or sex appeal, it's ammo for his gun. In this iteration of Sherlock Holmes, his solution to every combat situation is gun. I'm not kidding. Disarm your enemies with a gun. Take down powerful baddies by removing their armor with a gun. Use the environment around you to get the upper hand in battle with a gun. Someone called the NRA. I think we just found them a new spokesperson. Look, there's a part of me that does appreciate the disarming and cleverly use your setting aspects of the game, but it just feels very rigid. And when you can only do those actions with a gun and not anything else, at least let me do something with my hands, like in the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock movie. Combat is largely repetitive in this game. Every combat sequence is set within a specifically sized square with a very specific multi-shot setup cutscene and NPCs that all shout the same exact phrase over and over.
I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. I'm coming.
This makes combat the least fun and least rewarding part of Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, which is disheartening because it's one of the fastest ways to earn money so that you can buy back the auction furniture of your childhood and fill out your closet with outfits like this. While there is a lot Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 gets right, ultimately, its hollow open world and lackluster combat leave the game feeling more like a novelette than a sprawling epic. If you are a fan of mystery adventure games and are looking for a new challenge, then I would definitely recommend stepping into the sexy shoes of this young Sherlock Holmes. However, if you're looking for something more, you may not fully find it within the sea-splash walls of Cordona, which is why we're giving Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 a 3 out of 5.
And that's our show.
You've all reached the level of Super Sleuth,
Which is like reaching Super Saiyan.
but instead of anime powers, you get the powers of a know-it-all 16-year-old girl.
Please do not climb onto any boats rigged with explosives.
Instead, stay home and check out our YouTube channel.
We upload new videos every week. See you next time.
Peace.
What are we doing?
Today on X-Play, X-Play takes the field and goes head-to-head with the last 10 years of Madden games. Is EA's Gridiron franchise as amazing as Tom Brady thinks he is? Or is the real Madden curse is that we have to play these games every damn year? Hut, hut, it's game time!
Hey, welcome back to X-Play.
It's football season, and that means EA is shoving a new Madden game down our throats.
But is Madden an MVP of lazy corner cutting that comes with having an exclusive license to the NFL?
Or have we become entitled crybabies whining about an incredible game franchise that we took for granted?
Or are expectations just too high for Madden, the way they are for Lamar Jackson?
In preparation for Madden 23's Big Game Day, we went back and examined the film on the last decade of video game NFL football.
I think I pulled a hammy.
See?
What's going on, nerds? I'm the Black Hokage, aka TBH, and to be honest, I'm here to answer the question that's plagued man since the dawn of time. Is Madden the same game every year? It's a refrain that's thrown around every year when the new Madden comes around, but then there's been little scientific evidence to back this theory up. That is until now.
myself, Jake, and Joe have joined forces to play the last 10 years of Madden games to determine if Madden truly is the same game every year.
I'm Jake, the sports guy and a producer.
I'm Joe, a guy who allegedly works here.
And we've developed a highly scientific process to determine, is Madden really the same every year?
I want to actually dig into your guys' mind just a little bit before we hop into the stream.
Let's do it.
What's your experience with Madden? Do you guys have any fond memories? Was there any point in your life where you felt like it's starting to feel a little samey? How about you, Jake?
Man, you know, when we hit like 2010, around that time is when I realized that it started to feel kind of the same. It started to feel a little stale. It's not to say I don't have great memories playing friends in high school and college. Madden 04, Madden 08, those were great. But yeah, just a little bit after that time, it started to feel a little stale.
Yeah, I mainly remember Madden just playing it with my friends, both as a kid and through college and high school. Like, it never was a game that I was like, I need to get the new Madden. But I'd play it with the homies every now and again, you know?
Yeah, I think 04 was the peak for me with the series, and then 05 came out, and that's when they came with the QB vision, and that was, it seems like with Madden, they either make the same thing or they make something so different, it's horrible. And I think 05 is like a prime example of that because it made it to where only certain quarterbacks and certain teams were viable. And for me personally, I find joy in playing really bad teams, like a friend picking a bad team, I picking a bad team, and having a battle of the worst versus the mediocre.
Well, I mean, you are a fan of the Washington football team, so. But I'm also a Cardinals fan, so I can't talk.
Go, Pack, go.
Cool. So how about we hop into the stream room, we play the last 10 years of Madden and just kind of do a deep dive and try to figure out what went wrong with this franchise.
Now we got Madden 15. Joe, tell us what the box says.
Personally, I remember enjoying this game. It was not bad. According to Madden 15, it's Madden season. Transform into your rival's worst nightmare with the new breed of defense built to challenge the best offenses in the NFL. A new arsenal of pass rush moves, improved coverage logic, and immersive new camera angles make defense exciting and fun to play. Call plays with confidence thanks to an all-new crowdsourced recommendation engine built from millions of online games. Add an NFL Films-inspired presentation, and it's not just football, y'all. It's Madden season. I would say graphically,
you can see a difference.
It looks much better.
Good.
Yeah,
it looks better.
It looks much better.
Yeah. Can you quit now?
Yep. There we go.
Wait. There we go. For a second. I felt like there was a little bit of latency, though, on the player control, but that might be because the physics are different. They might have made it a little bit more realistic. You got to get a little more time on it. But you definitely see a difference. So right off the rip, I feel like with the first few games that we played, we're definitely debunking the myth that the game looks the same every year. Because every year I definitely see there's improvements.
Yeah.
So what in specific do you remember you used to enjoy so much about this version?
It was just like playing with my... I think it was just the first Madden game I really got into. I thought the defense stuff was fun. I had a lot of fun in the career mode or the franchise mode. Like... playing as a Cardinals.
I think career modes don't get enough love.
They really don't.
I really enjoy playing those because it's less overwhelming. Like playing a game like this where it's like you got to call plays and you have to, control every player and everything like that. Yes, that can be fun, but it can be overwhelming, especially for a first-time
career
player.
mode leans more into the fantasy aspect of gaming.
Yeah. It's more the RPG element that people enjoy.
Yeah, I think maybe it was franchise mode in here, but basically it was the mode where like you're making deals as the coach, like you're deciding like what players you're going to give contracts and stuff, but also like you're playing the actual game. As someone who loves like GM mode in wrestling games, there's just something about navigating menus and like making those type of decisions that just hit us.
But they're gonna make sure you see the new graphics.
Yeah.
All right, boys. I think we can all agree that Madden 15 was probably the most fun that we had with all the games. Does anybody object to that statement?
No, if we weren't in a time crunch, I feel like that's one we would have probably spent a few rounds in because it's a fundamentally fun football game. Actually feels different from 25. I think the focus on defensive mechanics really came through here. but it was really well balanced. Like the offense and defense felt like playing both sides of the field was fun, and that's what I really liked about that game, because traditionally in Madden, when you're on defense, it's really just like, yeah, the AI is going to do what it does.
Yeah, this was the first one that I played in the bunch where I was like, oh, I definitively feel a difference in this.
Yeah.
Not only does it look better than 25 and 13, but I noticed there was much more physics based on this game. The players felt like they had more weight to them. There was an oomph to the tackles, the way that they moved, and when you would like change directions with the player, it felt like gravity was holding the player back and you were forcing yourself against it with the awesome athleticism of the game. 15 feels like it was the base, the foundation for pretty much every other game going forward.
Yeah. Yes. Because down to the UI, like we'll get into that going forward, but I did for the switch up, I liked the UI change. I thought it was a really streamlined approach to play calling. It just was a good game. Like that was the ideal of what I think Madden, a modern Madden game should be.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they repackaged this game's gameplay with new world, with the new physics, and I would be pleased with that game.
Yeah, I would buy that game in a heartbeat.
Throw a little street mode in there, like some of the modern stuff.
Yeah,
yard stuff.
Absolutely, and that would be a killer game. That to me, if they can recapture the magic of this game, I mean, I would say Madden's making a comeback.
Yeah, and like it's sad they reached their peak 8 years ago.
Right.
Like in the 8 years since, no Madden games made me feel the way Madden 15 does.
We're calling a timeout.
This has got to be the most hard I've ever seen out of the X-Play team.
What about that time we won a free ice cream cake?
I stand corrected. This is the second most hard I've seen out of the X-Play team.
And we'll keep providing that second-rate commitment when we return right after the break.
Don't go anywhere, sports fans. Or any kind of fan, anime game. Just don't leave. Welcome back to X-Play.
Were the last 10 years of Madden games banger after banger?
Or are you trying to retcon the golden age of the Patriots out of existence because Tom Brady is gone and you don't know how to deal with all your feelings?
Can't it be both?
Our quest to answer whether the last 10 years of Madden games were good all comes down to this.
This one has Antonio Brown on the cover.
That guy's a rapper, right?
He's a lot of things. Features on the box. What is this one promoting? Real player motion, game-changing control and precision on the field, transforming the way you play Madden. How many times have we used the word like real and motion and player while talking about these games?
I every time I say the word salad around somebody who's never heard it before, like they start to laugh.
But like the more I start to say, like people start like they should have just word
salad. Yeah, that's like, again, now they're just like the complete list and detail of new features at EASports.com Madden NFL. So straight up, like you can't even look at the new features anymore because I'm sure that Madden NFL URL is going to be for the new game.
Hey, bitch, go to the website.
Yeah. If you care that much, bro.
All right, so negative about this, loading screens long as hell once again.
Well, we've noticed loading times have gotten absurd.
Yep.
I think the irony of the loading screens getting longer, the deeper we get into the series, still long. Yeah. But I think the irony of it is my patience is growing thin with this game. But for some reason, the loading screens are longer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I do think this one looks better.
This doesn't look as ashy. This is more sepia.
I feel like this one found a good balance between because the one was too bright and then one was too dark. This one I feel like has a good balance.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm not mad at the visuals. But in terms of the gameplay, like the UI is exactly the same in terms of picking plays. Like I can't really tell.
Since 15, it's all looked the same.
Where is the backer not?
So the way it feels, honestly, this one doesn't feel bad.
This one feels better than the last one.
Definitely, this one is actually not bad.
It feels a little more balanced.
This one feels like what 18 should have felt like because it looks like it, but it plays better.
Right,
much more fluid. Yeah, that's definitely. I think that's worth the $60 price. That's sarcasm, by the way, for the people watching.
Oh!
You almost pulled off what you thought you never could.
I know. I've never gotten that close before.
So far, I would describe this game as solid but uninspired.
It is a football game.
Yeah, it's a football game. That's how I would review it if we do. Madden 19.
It's a game.
Yeah, it works.
Game.
Now, what did Madden 19 do better than 18, guys?
Easy. It wasn't the last three.
Yeah, it was different. It was the first game we're like, oh, this is a change.
Yeah.
But it wasn't good, or was it just different?
That's what it feels like. I remember us thinking that it was good, but only compared to what came before it. So that made it hard to judge objectively.
Yeah.
This one felt more vibrant, more welcoming. It wasn't as dark as like the last two, but that's all I really remember about it. Like from a gameplay standpoint, it was kind of the same. It just looked a little bit brighter.
Also, I would like to note that this is the period of time where they went from actually telling you what's on the box to just going, if you want a complete list of the new details, just go to the website. And for some of them, it's just Madden NFL. So that's going to be talking about the new game. So for the last three, we really couldn't figure out what the new mechanics were because they weren't on the back of the box.
Right, and that's one of the things that they hit in all these games and did on the back covers is they were, it's got dynamic tackling and there's a battle for air supremacy. And it was just word salad.
Yeah,
that's all it was, where it didn't... It just felt like they were trying to overcomplicate the game because they needed to put something new in it to give a reason for there to be a new title other than a new roster.
And really all they were doing was repackaging old ideas. Like what I did find from all these is they would put something in it, then take it out next year and then put it back in like 2 years later. Yep. And then you're like, I played this before, but then it's not as good as the last time. Yeah. So it was a lot of repackaging and word salad. But Madden 20, 2021, and 2022.
We're going to go play those, and then we'll be back here.
All right. We just played a little bit of Madden 2021, 20, 22, 2, all that. We made it to the end of the finish line, boys. How are we feeling? What are our thoughts after playing all these Madden games?
I regret pitching this idea. I'm sorry.
I don't know how long this video is going to be, but it's about 6 hours of us playing all these Madden games.
Yes.
And it felt like 12.
And took years off our lives. Yeah. I'm almost positive.
I've never felt this emotionally exhausted playing video games. And I played The Last of Us 2 in a pandemic.
I mean, the last 3 games of Madden are also very copy-paste. They all feel the same down to the menus. Like they changed a few things graphically and like the intro and that sort of stuff. But other than that, it just feels like the same thing.
Oh my God. Yeah. Like down to the UI, like the new features of 21 were the features in 22. There was nothing in 22.
Wait. they introduced the X Factor, guys.
That was 20.
And the UI changed.
Right.
The presentation did definitively get better. I did actually really like the presentation.
Yeah, the presentation got great. But the one thing that I was confused by a lot of these games, they talk about how there's new commentary, and for some reason, when we had the commentary turned on, there's no commentary.
It was like glitching or something.
Yeah, and we don't know if it's like, because with a lot of these games, they turn off the servers for the old Madden games. So we're just like, was that part of like the online experience or the live service aspect? Like,
yeah,
and that's weird if it's not built into the actual game.
Right. There was a new feature that was implemented in one of the 20s where, like, let's say somebody's trying to tackle you, there would be like a struggle where like the A button would pop up and you both would like rapidly tap it.
It's kind of a mini game.
A mini game, and I like that because it made it a little bit more personal. Because a lot of times with Madden, it does play itself because it's so AI driven.
Right.
So I did like that. The only thing I didn't like about it, it was very inconsistent. It would pop up sometimes, and then you just never knew when it was going to pop up.
Right.
So it made it hard to get good at the game. And once again, the game continued to play itself half the time.
Right.
So it's like, why implement? I feel like they could have fleshed that idea out a little bit better. And then the X Factor feature that they implemented, they talk about it in the menus and what special abilities. Basically, certain players have special abilities that others can't do. But the thing is, like, they don't really explain to you like all the players' abilities. Like, you just kind of, you have to really shift through the menus, and I think they could have did a better job of explaining how that works.
And one thing I want to hit again is when we were talking about how all these games feel the same, that's just from the gameplay aspect. Of course, there were some new features added, new game modes like Long Shot, QB1. My favorite addition that they made is the Yard, which if you haven't tried the Yard, that to me could be what saves the Madden franchise a little bit.
Now that we reached the end of our journey, I've got to ask you guys, do we think that Madden is the same every year?
It almost ebbs and flows. It's almost in a cycle. Like you can kind of see the pattern where it feels like every 3 years, it's just the same. It just kind of recycles, and then they try to innovate a little bit to fool everybody or something. I don't know, but that's how it feels.
I agree with your answer, yes and no. And to kind of further flesh that out, as much as I hate to do this, I give props to Call of Duty. I think a game that comes out every year that does just enough so that you know what's new in it. It still feels like Call of Duty, but you know, oh, this one's in World War II, this one's in space, this one is in Vietnam. It does just enough with the...
And that is easier to do when, yes, you can set it anywhere. It's hard, and I can understand the challenge of how do you make football feel different?
And like I said, going back to like either the X Factor feature or the little mini games, they could have just spent a little bit more time fleshing that out, as well as advertising that this is what makes it feel more personal. I think that's something Call of Duty does do good, and that's why their fan base keeps coming back and getting excited.
Right. So let's talk about the future of Madden then, just real quick, because the new one's coming out very soon, and they're already touting online that this feels different, like any other Madden, which I don't know if you see this.
It just works.
Madden like you've never seen it before.
You've told us this before.
You've told us this before. So the question is Madden going to be the same thing? And if so, how do you fix it? How do you fix the Madden franchise?
I think going free to play, honestly.
100%.
To me,
I agree with that.
To me, it's weird that sport games haven't embraced the live service model. It's like all the games that should embrace live services don't, and the ones that shouldn't do. Because if all you're doing is updating the roster, I would rather you build just Madden NFL free to play, and then throughout the year you can just upgrade the engine if you need to do patches, update the roster, do live stuff like that. Sure, there's an off season that you got to account for.
Sure.
But I think people would be less mad spending $60 on something that feels exactly the same as what they got the year before.
I would like to see them lean a little bit further, even more into the Yard. I feel like they're straddling that fence where they're like, it's a little bit street, but it's still sim. I would like to see them go full-blown arcade.
Yeah.
That way, you can get a sim game, and you're getting 2 games in one, basically. And I mean, that's kind of what Call of Duty is. Like, you have the traditional multiplayer, then you have like Warzone as well as the story.
You got zombies.
Yeah, you got zombies. So it's like, I think if they have those multiple game modes in it, I think that would add more value to the game.
Yeah, I definitely think that even if they don't go to a free-to-play model, man, we don't need one every year. If you did one every 3 years, because then we can see an actual improvement in the game. I mean, that's what we're dying for. We're dying for some kind of innovation within the game.
Yeah, just make a fundamentally sound Madden game, and people will be happy. That's it.
Like all good science, we were surprised by the results of our Madden experiment.
Yes, we can't believe so many of you are still watching. this episode been peer-reviewed yet?
We tried, but none of our peers agreed to watch it.
For more devastating blows like that, don't go anywhere.
People on rollerblades with guns are gonna try to kill each other, we promise.
It's getting really weird out there.
How weird?
Honey pie. Whatever. The movie game.
It's happening!
Gerard looks like a level 9,000 Discord mod.
Yeah, dude, let's go.
Oh my God, you killed Kirby!
Hella.
We're comfortable with our sucking.
Some say I've sucked my entire life.
We give X-Play a 5 out of 5. I hope you'll do better next time.
Welcome back to X-Play.
The NFL is the biggest sport in America.
Our next title features a less-known pastime.
Professional highlight?
No.
What about lacrosse with a bunch of white kids?
Not even close.
Roller derby with guns.
Exactamundo. Check out Frost breaking down her first impressions of Rollerdrome.
Roll 7's latest title is a roller skating bloodbath. The love child of Tony Hawk Pro Skater and a bullet hell game, Rollerdrome stars Kara Hassan in the 2030 Rollerdrome Championship as she shreds, shoots, and slays her way to the top. Hello. As the only surviving member of the G4 Rollerdrome experiment, it's my pleasure to bring you this review. Firstly, we reviewed Rollerdrome on PC through Steam with an Xbox controller. The footage captured for this review is my playthrough and any promotional shots. Now, with that out of the way, let's get in. Ow! I'm okay. It's fine. Revealed at Sony's State of Play, Rollerdrome was a mysterious, eye-catching action title. Built on the movement mechanics and fluidity of famous titles like Tony Hawk Pro Skater, the game's core principle is to survive the 10 arenas and 2 boss battles to be crowned the 2030 Rollerdrome champion. I'd like to note that it's much easier to be crowned Rollerdrome champion in-game than in real life. I would know. Team, I've attempted to assemble the best of the best. You admittedly are not quite it, but you have what the others don't. Nothing to lose.
I'd like to not die.
Noted.
Wait, we could die?
I've issued you standard issue IRF firearms. Now with these bad boys, we can give you ammo based on trick performance. Not that kind of trick.
Seriously, we could Die.
House players will be armed and attempt to eliminate you, and your job, defeat all house players, maximize your score by performing tricks, and, live. Let's In hindsight, I should have seen that coming. Anyway, there are 27 total tricks to choose from between various grabs and grinds that you activate with directional inputs and either left or top buttons. Tricks that require more inputs will of course be worth more points. Likewise, tricks done for the first time in your run will be worth more than repeat button mashing. You do tricks not just to earn points, but to also acquire ammo that you use to dispatch one of 6 various house player types. Over the course of the season, you'll unlock different guns that you can use to combo and best certain enemy types. For example, these shield units can be staggered with a well-placed shotgun slug before being burnt down via the dual pistols. Enemies will spawn in waves at set locations and use different projectile types and timings. The color design in-game cues players to time a roll to activate a perfect dodge, which gives ammo as well as allows the player to trigger a super reflex, a slow-mo feature activated with the left trigger that will also do more damage to house players. What this all comes down to is this. Where Tony Hawk Pro Skater was about chaining together wicked combos and grinds to stack combos, Rollerdrome is about picking your line through the battlefield and using tricks as the cherry on top of your absolute ass kicking. Combos are everything, and they stack not based on the number of tricks you manage, but by slaying house players. And there's a pressure to keep the blood raining down, as your combo meter will slowly drain if you're not hitting or killing. Each arena will also have combo tokens scattered throughout the run that will also instantly stack your combo meter. So with the basic mechanics out of the way, let's get to the difficulty. This game is challenging, and it will push and reward you for mastery. The 10 arenas are segmented by groups, quarters, semis, and finals, and all come with their own unique gameplay challenges. Besting top scores, completing levels with only using a grenade launcher, or showcasing specific tricks will all tick these 10 challenges off. This is important because arenas are not only gated by clearing the tournament stage before them, but by having a certain number of challenges completed. Rollerdrome demands multiple runs and muscle memory for true mastery. Clearly inspired by the 1970s novel and movie and the less good but still totally watchable remake Rollerball, Rollerdrome narratively explores the monetization and sensationalism of violence. The blood sport is made more dangerous to produce more money, and the real enemies are the capitalistic shitbags holding the bag. And that's not me just inserting politics into a video game, that's just factually clear. Visually, the game is simple but stunning in its ability to convey all the necessary information despite the chaos around you. Each enemy type has its own designated and easy to read color, so no hits feel cheap or unfair. Except for you. You. And while the difficulty curve does escalate pretty rapidly, again, the game rewards you for trying again with the challenge and leaderboard system. And once you've beaten it the first time, be prepared for the post-campaign content Out for Blood, because, surprise, that was child's play. Welcome to the real world. Out for Blood follows Kara Hassan on her second year in the Rollerdrome Championship, where the ante has been raised. Now, all enemy types spawn every arena. They hit harder, faster, and generally way more chaotic. It's the hardcore mode of the game, and that first year in the championship was just the tutorial. If you're a fan of fast-paced, mechanically intensive action titles, then Rollerdrome is the perfect game for you. Iconic soundtrack and simple story, the gameplay is addictive and rewarding, which is why we're giving Rollerdrome a 4 out of 5. Okay, done. Nice. Oh, hey, does anyone think they can drive me to the hospital?
The f do you think, Frost?
And that's our show.
We hope we inspired you.
To what? Go outside?
Oh, God, no. No, we hope we inspire you to triple down on virtual sports until the metaverse makes it hard to tell the difference.
I'm not wearing a metaverse helmet. It's so impersonal. I'm gonna go watch football highlights on my phone like God intended.
We'll see you next time.
Peace.
Today on X-Play, we put on the trunks, the gloves, and the photorealistic sweat to fight for Fight Night's triumphant return as a franchise. We miss going toe-to-toe with boxing greats without having to do all those sit-ups or eat all those raw eggs. Well, maybe we'll eat the raw eggs anyway. We're just that crazy. It's game time.
Hello
and welcome to X-Play.
These days, UFC and WWE are the biggest events slaking the public's thirst for hand-to-hand combat. But we ask, what happened to boxing?
And we're not talking about undefeated world champion Floyd Mayweather using Logan Paul's face as a therapy punch pillow.
The sweet science has all but disappeared from the lives of gamers, but there was a time when a boxing game was the most cutting-edge sports game around.
We're talking about Fight Night.
What happened to the franchise?
We're gonna go the distance and find out.
There was once a time when boxing was considered one of the premier global sports. From Muhammad Ali dominating through the 60s and 70s, and Mike Tyson becoming the baddest man alive in the 80s and 90s, and even fighters like Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather dominating through the 2000s, there was no shortage of stars. As gaming became more sophisticated, developers began figuring out how to translate the sweet science into the virtual space.
Now, believe it or not, I actually came into the fight game when I was 7.
I used to box as a kid?
Nah, my dad got me a copy of Knockout Kings 2000 on the PS1.
So you're saying you've had 22 years in the game and you're still getting your ass beat? Shh, wouldn't happen to me though.
The point is, EA Sports got in the game early. Fight Night initially got its start under the Knockout Kings banner. While not quite as arcadey as, say, Ready to Rumble, the mechanics weren't the technical showcases the series would eventually become known for. You pressed buttons, knocked folks out, it was a good time. I have fond memories of wrecking kids up and down the block in Knockout Kings.
Unless I see some receipts, we don't believe you. You need more people.
Can you just let me have anything? Just like one.
Nah, Joe. Nah. After a few entries in Knockout Kings series, the franchise rebranded as Fight Night. These were notable for introducing the total punch control mechanic. This utilized the right thumbstick to give you full control of your punches.
I played most of the early Fight Night games at other people's places, whether it's at my cousin's, a friend's house, even the barbershop, but the first few Fight Nights were never on the need to own list for me, personally.
But Fight Night Champion, though, that's a whole different story, literally. Fight Night Champion was a complete overhaul for the franchise. Total punch control evolved into full spectrum punching. It kept the analog controls, but it streamlined it to something that was more user-friendly, and it didn't require you to do cursive with the sticks. The glossy presentation of the previous games was traded out for a grittier, more grounded aesthetic. But it wasn't these visuals and the mechanical changes that really made Fight Night Champion special. It was the story mode, which at the time was pretty revolutionary for a sports game.
You're not wrong. Most sports games had career modes that would let you build your own character, climb the ranks of your respected league, but to call these dramatically compelling would really be an overstatement.
That was not the case, though, with Fight Night. The game's champion mode followed the rise, fall, and redemption of Andre Bishop.
Y'all, Fight Night Champion story had it all. Betrayal, family drama, prison jumpings, baddies, you name it, it was there.
I think the reason we still talk about Champion to this day is because of the story. I mean, everyone loves a good sports movie. Remember the Titans, Cool Runnings, Our Friend Martin. These are good sports stories that can leave you feeling inspired, like you're able to take on any type of adversity that comes your way. Seeing the adversity athletes have to face outside the game makes these victories feel that much sweeter, and Fight Night Champion nailed that journey like nobody's business. Fight Night Champion had more going for it than just the story mode. The gameplay was so satisfying that you just wanted to keep going. In addition to the story, you could create your own boxer in legacy mode and go through a career, and then there was the standard Fight Now exhibition matches that let you fight matches with over 50 real-life boxers. The online mode, though, that's where champions were made. Y'all don't understand. I would go so hard on this game that my thumbs would actually turn purple. I legit had calluses from playing this game so much. And the reason being is because, fun fact, at one point I was ranked top 100 in Fight Night Champion. And he learned this the hard way.
I just really dislike working with you sometimes. But how about we talk about why we think this franchise fell?
Well, Joe, I will, but not just because you asked. I really don't understand why Fight Night had to die. It's not like the studio closed. EA Canada was rebranded to EA Vancouver, but they're still making games. They've been in charge of the FIFA, NHL, and UFC series. Right when they finally found the peak of this series, it went away, and there was no clear answer of why. Champion sold well, it got good reviews, and we're still talking about it 10 years later.
Personally, I think the UFC series is the big red flag for what happened. Champion came out right at the inflection point when UFC started overtaking boxing as the preferred way to watch a person get brutalized for money. It was only 3 years after Champion that EA Canada made the first UFC game.
The sad reality is we most likely won't see a new Fight Night anytime soon. I recall having a conversation with someone close to the Fight Night series years ago, and they revealed to me that the lack of a new Fight Night had more to do with licensing issues. Fight Night was hard to make because the sport of boxing is such a fractured sport as a whole. There's so many different leagues, belts, and fighters that getting them all to sign on board is a costly thing. Compare that to something like the NBA or NHL, where cutting a direct licensing deal with the most popular league gives you access to the likeness of all of their stars. A large overhead in combination with sales EA wasn't pleased with, and there you have a recipe for a game that was stuck in limbo. That is, unless the new kid on the block hangs tough. There's a new boxing game on the horizon called Esports Boxing Club, or ESBC for short.
I'm sorry, I'm just amazed. A new Kids on the Block reference.
Hang in tough. This title came out of left field from Steel City Interactive, a studio that has no known track record as far as my research could tell. Doesn't matter though, because the visuals and physics of ESBC captivated the imagination of the internet. The icing on the cake is this little known studio somehow managed to sign over 100 boxers, and the list grows daily. Big names too, such as Canelo, Sugar Ray Robinson, Ali, Arturo Gatti, Jake LaMotta, Floyd Patterson, and the list goes on. ESBC is exciting people not just because we're thirsty for more of the sweet science, but because they're transparent. So far from what I can see, I think the face models look great and their head and body movements look decent, and I really like how they're making sure each fighter moves with the nuance of their real life counterpart. That being said, I'm not a huge fan of the current camera angles and the lack of details in the fighter's body. Fight Night Champion was released in 2011, and it still looks like the best fighting game on the market from a visual standpoint, but that's because it's a finished product. The reality is rising tides raise all ships. If the game does well, not only do we have another dope game to play, but EA will most likely take notice. If that excuse I heard about licensing is true, then that goes out the door once they see it's a market for a boxing game. If it's one thing we know, it's that EA loves to make money, and if they see a chance to get a bag, they're gonna jump on it quicker than my ex used to jump to conclusions. Champion showed that sports games were just as capable of telling good stories as any other genre. In the years since its release, we've seen multiple sports titles actually create some really good story modes, like FIFA The Journey, Madden Longshot, and even F1 2021. I really, truly hope we can get another Fight Night in the future. Sure, there's a non-zero chance Jake Paul might be in it, but it would still be a new Fight Night. Even if we don't, I really hope that we see more sports games tell stories at a level in which Fight Night Champion did.
You know, Corey, I got a story I want to tell.
I don't really care, but for the sake of the bit, go for it.
You know what? That's exactly the problem. I want to tell a story about how I shut your shit-talking self up. I'm getting real tired of this. It's just all goddamn day, every day.
You think you're good now?
I know I'm good. I know I'm good.
Okay, all right. Well, meet me in the fast room in about an hour, and I'm going to knock your ass out again.
That's the end of round one.
Now go sit on a stool so an old guy can yell at you and squirt water in your mouth.
He'll also show you some commercials.
Fight continues right after this.
Hello, adventurer! I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw you from afar.
Would you rather have eternal happiness for the rest of your life or die?
Welcome back to X-Play.
We're punching our way to the bottom of a mystery.
What happened to the fallen franchise of Fight Night?
Did EA just f it up like they do most things?
Or did their ass go down in the fit to help Marcellus Wallace win a bunch of cash?
It's probably not that one.
And we've got more data references where that came from. Check out part 2 of our deep dive into Fight Night.
All right, yeah. So it's time for the rematch of the century, ladies and gentlemen. We got Joe in the building. I got Jake here. He's going to be our color commentator. We're going to be playing some Fight Night champion. He wanted a rematch. He's been how long you been training for, man?
So you whooped me on stream like a month ago. So like the day after that, consistently.
Which, by the way, I personally don't like this narrative that I'm a bully. For those who don't know the full context of what actually happened, I was streaming from the G4 studio to my personal Twitch channel, and he overheard me playing, having fun, minding my business. He came over and started talking shit. And I'm glad you admitted to it.
I instigated. Look, TBH is not a bully. I started it. He finished it. And now it's round 2.
And it was, to me, it was only funny because I said I'm gonna knock you out by the 5th, and I knocked him out in the 1st. So, you know, it's one of those things. It's like you reap what you sow. But anyways,
it was also, I didn't realize you were streaming. I thought you were just like playing.
You just thought I had a headset on talking to myself.
No, you weren't. You were just like playing the game because I think I saw it when I was like coming out of a meeting, and I was like, oh, so he getting ready for the video.
What's the name? Yeah, because we got good internet here in the G4 studio, so I was like, let me try streaming from this Xbox and see what it's like. What weight class you want to play? You can pick any weight class. I don't care.
Middleweight?
Middleweight it is. Joe wants to go middleweight. But
yeah, since we spent, the last 10 minutes talking about Fight Night, now we get to show you guys why we love this game so much. In, trying to prepare for this and just doing this video, man, what a game. Still holds up to this day.
Still says it test time. Like I said, it still looks good. We're playing on Game Pass, but this is emulated, so it's still the 360 version. It still looks great. It still feels great. Still runs great. The animations, like when you punch people, the sweat coming, it's one of those things. Like you could tell this is a labor of love. This was an era when games came out, they worked, you know?
Yeah, I was playing it at my desk, and then Megan, our lovely executive producer, she came over and she's like, that's Fight Night? And I was like, yeah, that's a 360 game? Yeah, it looks good.
Mm-hmm. So tell us who each of you are playing as.
I'm playing the great Sugar Ray Leonard.
Sugar Ray.
He's my personal favorite boxer of all time.
He's a great one.
Yeah, a lot of people, fun fact, I don't want to say a lot of people, he called himself, but a lot of casuals that didn't know anything about boxing, they say Ali's the greatest, but in my opinion, Sugar Ray Robinson is speed, power.
Sugar Ray Leonard?
No, Robinson.
Sugar Ray Robinson.
I'm playing Leonard. So Robinson is the original Sugar Ray.
Right.
Leonard's.
I wasn't sure because you were playing as Leonard.
Yeah. So Leonard's my personal favorite. I know that's weird to hear. I just like his fighting style more.
Oh, sure.
But Robinson is a better fighter. If I wanted to bet on somebody.
Well, I got to say, Joe's hanging in there better than he did the first time, I think. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome here live in Los Angeles, the X-Play Capture Room. I am Jake Bennett, your commentator, and we are getting underway with the war at G4.
Hey. Hey, he really sat on that too.
Yeah,
he did not tell us he was going to say that.
I didn't know I was going to say it. I just went with it.
World War at G4.
The war at G4, throwing some hands, taking a step back for a little breather. Leonard's getting there, working the body a little bit. So is Monzon.
You didn't talk about who you picked, Joe.
Yeah, Joe, who you playing as here?
Hello, Smonson. Don't know much about him.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know anything about him either.
Yeah, I just was I didn't want to be cheap and go for a 90.
Ooh, a big punch from Leonard.
You could have picked whoever you wanted.
Both working the body, taking a step back. 25 seconds left in the first round. Can Joe do it? Can he make it out of the first round? Oh, but a big right from Leonard. Oh, a big left from Leonard. Monzon's got to take a step back, losing a little bit of stamina. Leonard goes right back in for more punches, working the body. He's able to dodge, and Joe makes it out of the first round.
He's doing better already.
Already made a massive improvement. We may have a battle here today.
How are you not a commentator? You're really good at it.
Especially because you love sports, too. Like, it's right up your alley.
All right, the start of round 2 of this 10-round championship bout. Leonard comes right back out throwing punches. None connects yet. Trying to work the body is Monzon. Leonard going up high, back down low again. Gets a little bit of a right hook in there. Another one. Monzon still trying to work the body, likes to go low.
Do you have a favorite
Leonard's
boxer,
gonna
Joe?
take a step back.
I don't know. It's kind of a trash human, but in terms of like the way he fights, I dig Floyd Mayweather. I like a good counter puncher.
True. Say what you want about whatever he does outside the ring. He is one of the greatest.
You know, him and his... I have a personal beef with Floyd Mayweather.
Why?
I was waiting at Roscoe's one time, and him and his crew came and jumped me in line. I was pissed.
Is this a true story?
That is a true story. That is a true story. I was waiting. Me and two of my boys visiting from out of town. We were going to Roscoe's, and some bitch pulls up in a bus.
Hey, but check it out.
And I was like, that's Floyd Mayweather. And him and his crew got out and got a table at Roscoe's before me. I've had a personal vendetta against him ever since.
But here's what really sucks about that situation. What can you do about it?
What am I
Right. And the crazy part is Floyd Mayweather's like 5'7", but he will still knock
He
the
will
shit
whoop
out.
my ass, or so will the 7-foot giants that are a part of his crew. I was like, what am I?
I remember what was it? Was which Paul brother? I think he fought Jake Paul.
Logan.
Logan. Yeah. I remember people were like, "Yo, Logan's bigger." I was like, "Nah." And we saw the fight. Like you just like, no, it's an actual martial art. It's a science to this.
Mm-hmm.
It shows you he's a trained fighter because that dude got outclassed and he's old.
Yeah. All right, 15 seconds left here in round 2. Both trading punches. It's been a fairly quiet round, but a nice combo from Leonard with another big punch. Oh, he's going to keep going for the body. He's getting some good punches, but he's able to get out of it and go back to his corner.
Did you ever box, Corey?
No, my father did. Yeah, I used to watch him box when I was a kid. And then he got knocked out. No. And then he quit, and then so we just stopped going to like the boxing gym. But like, I got a little bit of basics like from my dad, like on how to defend myself. I used to wrestle. He put me in wrestling when I was in high school, well, middle school and high school. A part of me kind of wishes I did. I've thought about joining like a kickboxing club or a boxing club or something UFC. I need a hobby because, gaming was my hobby, but it's my job.
Big right from Leonard.
I started.
Oh, a big left from Leonard, an uppercut
before the pandemic.
Nice.
Ooh,
a big left from Monzon.
I started a boxing gym, and then the pandemic happened. So I want to get back to it because it's like it's fun. It's cool to learn how to defend yourself, but it's also like a really good workout.
A good workout. I just like to fight too. Like I'm hyper competitive. That's what the things I miss about like the wrestling days.
It's really I just want to know like if I'm throwing hands at someone, I've got a chance.
It's great. It's great for your confidence too. It just makes you feel good knowing you can just walk around and beat somebody else.
Truly though.
Like, come on, try me. Like,
you see that video of it was like the football player at the college that like was starting stuff at the bar and he started stuff with like some like straight up wrestlers and they broke the dude's arm.
Yeah. Freaking. Did you say you wrestled earlier?
Big right from Monzon.
Did you enjoy it?
I did.
Did you ever like place anything or like accomplish
wasn't
anything?
Like that good, but
a big right uppercut from Monzon. He's got to get some hits in here. He's probably losing on the scorecard. And there's another big left from Leonard, working the body, stepping in, getting back out, taking a breather, trying to reassess things. Monzon keeping his hands up, trying to throw some at the same time. A lot of action on the inside from both of these men, both of these competitors. Well, it looks like we're going to go to round 4 here.
Competition is heating up.
But this isn't pay-per-view, and copies of 15-year-old EA sports games aren't cheap.
We'll be right back after the break.
It's getting really weird out there.
How weird?
Oh my God, you killed Kirby! We give Next Play a 5 out of 5.
I hope you'll do better next time.
Welcome back to X-Play.
We're tired and the puke bucket is almost full, but we gotta know what happened to the Fight Night franchise.
Now let's have a good, clean fight. No biting or eye gouging.
Unless it's absolutely necessary.
Which it usually is.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't get knocked out in the first round, so I already consider this a win.
Joe was going for the consolation victory. Breaking news.
Gerardo's corner already declaring a moral victory, but he still has 2.5 minutes left in round 7, and if he's lucky, 2 more rounds after that. But again, he's going to have to pick it up, probably losing on the scorecard as he was earlier, 30 to 27 after 3 rounds. You can't help but think that Leonard's going to be scored 10s across the board right now, maybe have 1 or 2 rounds in favor of Monson, but Leonard's still looking good. Monson's slipping a little bit on the stamina. Maybe Leonard's got a chance here to knock him down, but both men take a breather with 2 minutes left in round 7.
Game of patience.
Leonard going down low again, trying to work the body. Giving Monson a little bit of trouble. Monson's trying to do the same. Down. Uppercut from Leonard 2 times. Nice straight punch. Oh, punch down on Leonard. Rocked him just a little bit, but he's able to recover quickly.
There
it is. He's going to go down.
I was already
What an uppercut, a right uppercut.
That's what makes this game so great. The way you kill people in this game. You look like you died.
Punches like it's a buffet, but he's able to get back up after being knocked down. Only down after 2. He's going to step back in here. With 1:05 left, maybe he's just got to hold on and get into his corner. But here we are, 60 seconds left in round 7. What can Monson do? At this point, Monson's lost the scorecard. He's going to have to get a knockout if he's going to be able to beat Leonard. Can he do it? 40 seconds left in round 7. These men are throwing hands. Slowing it down just a little bit.
I don't know much about Monson.
Leonard on the attack still.
If anybody decides, because this game is available on Game Pass, if you can't find a copy because it's an old game, but it is on Game Pass. If you pick Leonard, the strategy with Leonard is, I'm not gonna lie, he's more of a high skill type of fighter. So you're probably gonna have to play the long game and pick people apart. But I think he seems more like a power puncher.
And Monson locks up to end the 7th round. Oh, and it looks like we were right. Monson did pick up the 5th round there, but still heavily in favor of Leonard. And at this point, the only thing to save Monson is a knockout. It's going to be tough to do. He's looking tired there in the ring as we start round 8 here in this championship bout. All Leonard has to do is hang on, but I get the feeling he's not the kind of competitor to do that. He wants to go on the attack.
We got to destroy our opponents, absolutely.
Leonard says, no mercy in my dojo. He stays on the attack. Monson doing what he can to keep his hands up, keep out of danger, but he's got to throw some punches. He's got to see if he can land one, but Leonard smartly covering up when he can. Going way after all these throwing haymakers down here.
I'm surprised you're
Leonard
still
looking for the knockout.
You didn't hit me. You were just throwing.
No, I hit you like 4 times, bro. Those were uppercuts. Those weren't regular jabs. You was eating them.
A minute and a half here left.
See, you was eating them.
Oh, no.
You was definitely eating them.
Monson damn near knocked out of the ropes. Takes another uppercut.
Throws his lunch up.
Wow. What a great connect from Leonard. Is Monson going to be able to get up? It's going to be tough. I think he can pull it off. He's got
heart.
4. He's back down. Is he going to do it? We're up to 7. Down to 8. Can he get up after 9?
He's got heart.
Get up. What a warrior. What a competitor.
Now I gotta kill
this
you.
Is why we fight. This is what the sport's about.
I gotta kill you.
On the
you gotta go to the grave.
Knocks him down again.
You said my spleen.
Less than 60 seconds left in the round.
Face you don't want to see.
8th round. Monson goes down again. Can he answer the count?
You ain't getting up after that.
He showed a lot of heart last time. Can he do it again? We're already at 5.
Oh, wait a minute.
Official.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Oh, official Wally Gerbils has counted him out to 10. That's it. The battle is over. The war at G4 is won by none other than the Black Hokage.
GG's.
Your champion the Black Hokage.
Believe it.
After 8 rounds, 58 seconds left in the 8th round. What a battle. Joe, let's start with you. A lot of people, including yourself, didn't think you'd make it this far. How do you feel about your performance here today?
You know, I feel like it was a serviceable performance. Was it the outcome I wanted? No, obviously not. I would have at least liked to see the 10th round, but, you know, it's better than getting knocked out in the first round. I played good, you played better. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, you know?
And TBH, Joe gave you a lot more than you bargained for. Still, we're looking good on the scorecard, but you have to give it up for what Joe was able to do here today.
He definitely played better than the first time we played, but to be fair, I picked Sugar Ray Leonard for a reason because he has 0 power in his hands. He's just fast. And before we started recording this, he said, if I knock him out in the first round, we're going to do best 2 or 3. And I was not in the mood to fight 2 fights in a row. So I purposely picked a fighter with no power. But if I would have picked one, I still would have knocked you out by the 3rd.
Oh, okay. Well, lucky for us, there will be a round 3 here. Since you're talking all this mess, now I'm like, all right, show me what you really got. Because now
we going again?
Now you're saying you're not getting gloves, and I'm just like, I didn't come here to be disrespected. I'm a man. I thought you were gonna fight me like a man. Apparently, I got bitched out, and I didn't even know it.
I respect you that you came in here and you fought like a man, though. I respect that.
I tried. I appreciate it, and I respect you as a competitor as well.
And this is what makes Fight Night great. It's on Game Pass. Try it out. And that's our show.
Check out even more X-Play content on our YouTube channel.
And shop our merch at shop.g4tv.com.
You know, we keep suggesting X-Play boxing gloves as a product and keep being told no.
And then we punch a TV with an X-Play boxing glove.
Which might have something to do with why the merch people keep saying no.
I don't believe it.
Hey, thanks for watching.
Peace.
Today on X-Play, we travel back into the ancient era of 2018 to review God of War. He's got a bald head, is mean to children, and has a disturbing amount of medieval weaponry. And that's just Adam Sessler. We want our next X-Play set to be inside a giant turtle. It's game time!
Hello, and welcome to X-Play.
The God of War franchise returned with a vengeance in 2018 with the release of a brand new title.
Kratos swapped out his Blades of Chaos for a magic axe.
He swapped his Van Dyke for a full-face pelt.
And swapped his first dead wife for his second dead wife.
Do not marry this man, ladies. I know he's got muscles, but it's just not worth it.
Sethler takes a look at this modern masterpiece in his review.
Check it out.
During the pandemic, I had a lot of free time to delve into my backlog of games that I never got to check out, let alone review. One of those games was 2018's God of War, a fresh new take on a franchise we loved back in the yesteryears of X-Play, and after a nice long break from the spotlight, a couple trips to an anger management seminar, and failing a Maury Povich paternity test, the franchise has returned in a big way. How much of a masterpiece is this generation's God of War, and how high does it rank on the summit of Mount Olympus? Kratos, son of Zeus, renowned Spartan general, PS2-era gaming icon, and part-time sexy cow cosplayer, grabbed gamers by our flabby biceps back in 2005 with the release of the first God of War game. With his visceral take-no-bullshit attitude and angsty self-loathing, Kratos was the missing link between obnoxious CrossFit dudes and fingerless glove emo kids. God of War was the brainchild of Twisted Metal lead and famous Metroid troll David Jaffe. The franchise was a fresh M-rated Sony IP that felt like the love child of Devil May Cry and old stop-motion mythology epics like Clash of the Titans and the Sinbad movies, where these were the actors cast as Sinbad. That first God of War game was a colossal smash hit from critics and players alike, with praise going to its Hollywood production values, over-the-top combat, and the iconic lead character. The franchise cranked out a solid main trilogy, a couple more PSP side stories, and then another extra console installment for some reason. After that, God of War started a 5-year slumber. We did run into Kratos in cute little cameos in fighting games of all things, Soul Calibur, Mortal Kombat, and PlayStation All-Stars. But as far as standalone games go, we hadn't heard from our favorite god killer in years. That all changed in E3 2016. After the orchestra received their standing ovation, the lights dimmed down. We hear the voice of a small boy playing with his toys, then out in the distance, the deep, booming voice of a manly man calls out to his son. The figure steps into the light, and the symphonic, deafening, unified cries of millions of Sony fans across the globe could be heard. Kratos was back, and just by taking a glance at the E3 trailer, it was clear that this soft reboot was going to be drastically different, tonally, visually, and gameplay-y. Oh, and it was set in a whole new sandbox. Greek myth iconography is so 2000s. Norse mythology is the new meta. Centuries later, from where we last left off, players once again take on the role of Kratos, the demigod who killed the entire pantheon of Disney's Hercules. And like a good alpha, Kratos fled his home after the events of God of War 3 to start a new family in another state. We presume it went pretty great, right up until we booted up our PS4, because when the game begins, we're introduced to Kratos and his son, Atreus, as they mourn the loss of Faye, Kratos' wife, and Atreus' mother. Then, in classic buddy comedy fashion, they set off on the madcap mission to scatter Faye's ashes from the peak of the highest mountain in the 9 realms. It's a stark departure from the initial kill everything and everyone in Greece. When God of War arrived on shelves in April 2018, it not only went down as a PS4 masterpiece, but also one of the best single-player experiences you can have on a console. From the overhaul of its narrative presentation to the visceral, gripping gameplay, there is no denying that Sony was still the king when it came to single-player gaming experiences. Even game director Cory Barlog was in tears from the overwhelmingly positive reception. It's not surprising that Kratos' newest adventure went on to receive many Game of the Year awards. The Great Bald One was suddenly as popular as pizza again. The game opens up in the beautiful, picturesque, icy terrain of Midgard. If you weren't mowing down hordes of enemies every few minutes, you'd swear you were playing a nature documentary walking simulator. Almost every set piece has you pausing to enjoy the scenery, like you're a tourist in a Norse theme park attraction photo op. In fact, here are some pictures and videos I captured of my intern son and I just taking in the wonderful sights of Midgard. Here's us next to a dead giant. Here's us atop the summit of Jotunheim, where I had to pee the whole time. And this is me using my intern as a human surfboard as we sail away along a molten rock lava river in the deep depths of Muspelheim. The art direction is unreal. This is a clear display for the love of Norse mythological imagery and Scandinavian wildlife. The wide range of beautiful creature designs, from the breathtaking Jormungandr to the vicious Valkyries, are bursting with an insane level of imagination. The excellent hyper-realistic character models fit the new tone of this more grounded God of War. The Kratos of yesteryear would have looked hilariously out of place in this game's nature documentary setting. And yet, I still want to see it. Hey, Studio Santa Monica, hashtag release the Retro Kratos DLC skin, huh? The combo-based original games were blazing fast, flashy, and had an essence of liquid fluidity that made taking down small hordes of enemies in the most gratuitous ways possible voyeuristically empowering. Now, with the camera positioned directly behind Kratos, the action is more personal and weighty. While combos are still the name of the game, Kratos is no longer an over-the-top weapon of mass destruction, instead opting for a more pragmatic approach to combat, switching from your Leviathan axe to your shield. The combat is methodical, satisfyingly crunchy, and the added ability to throw your axe and recall it adds a new level of strategy to nail-biting fights. Even overcoming the last normal enemy in a room is like a cathartic final note of a Tchaikovsky symphony. But spoiler warning, the combat opens up even further when Kratos finds his old reliables, the Blades of Chaos. I was surprised to find how similar the combat mechanics are to the original installments of the franchise. The combat initially takes some getting used to for older fans, but those who stick with its over-the-shoulder, close-quarters combat will find it deeply rewarding. Wielding the Blades of Chaos is truly like finding your old PlayStation 2 console that's been collecting dust in your parents' garage.
You gotta put the quest on pause for a minute.
We'll be right back with more God of War right after the break.
Before we do that, check out the trailer for X-Play's comedy epic, God of Work.
Surprising amount of poop jokes in there.
It's not that surprising.
Check it out.
So your journey begins, mortal.
Welcome to Ragnarok.
Merry Ragnarok! Do it, you coward!
I've been at Digital Solutions for 7 years.
Ding! Dream job unlocked.
Wahoo. Out of paper.
You can't hide! You will face justice!
But you work here long enough and the benefits start really stacking up. At least that's what they tell me.
Hi, Kratos!
Kratos! Kratos! Kratos!
Welcome back to X-Play.
We're reviewing God of War,
Only 4 years later.
which for us is pretty good.
Take it away, Sessler.
As for the controls, you can't jump, which might feel like a restriction compared to previous games, but this more grounded take to combat doesn't really need it. Sorry you won't be performing any air combos or taking your blades of chaos to the skies like a spinning Skydancer doll anytime soon.
Oh no!
Now, let me be real with you for just a moment. One of the big changes from previous God of War games was making Kratos a father. Well, a father of a child that didn't already die off screen. Giving Kratos a kid to mind as a gameplay mechanic and becoming a father thematically was one of the best creative decisions they could have made in fleshing him out as a more sympathetic and relatable character. Your son Atreus follows you throughout the game, much like Ashley from Resident Evil 4, but unlike Ashley, Atreus is actually useful. He doesn't just follow you around in this game, he's a fully fleshed out character with his own beneficial gameplay mechanics. He fires arrows to assist in combat, helps you out in level design exploration, and has his own skill tree that further enhances this subconscious feeling of being a parent and seeing your son progress. It's satisfying and meaningful, like mentoring an X-Play intern. Stop using the words immersive and groundbreaking, boy. We're not a GamePro review.
Right, yes. Sorry, Mr. Sessler.
Always add a controversial soapbox hot take at the end of the review, boy. The algorithm is hungry for angry comments.
Yes, Mr. Sessler.
Remember, not every game is a 3 out of 5, boy.
Not even Kingdom Hearts?
What did I tell you about saying that name's game in my presence, boy? Now, make sure to pad your review out with long-winded, overlong comedy skits that overstay their welcome.
Boy. And finally, I'd like to get something off my chest. Back in the day, no, not at G4, I was working for another video game review YouTube channel. I won't name them, but I was lucky enough and thankful to be able to continue to voice my opinions on certain games at the time. One of those games was God of War Ascension on the PS3. And to those who followed me after my initial departure at G4, you know that I had some very strong words to say about a certain trophy awarded to the player in Ascension, the Bros Before Hoes trophy after killing a female adversary. And while I won't delve into the needless drama that happened afterwards, I will say that seeing that trophy in that moment took me out of the experience and summed up something that always rubbed me the wrong way about the God of War franchise. It's the pseudo-frat boy demeanor that loomed over its presentation. And before anyone goes off in the comments about how I've turned into some politically correct corporate puppet, do you actually know me or read what I post on my Twitter? Well, I'm not saying outright that the God of War franchise previously was the poster child for toxic masculinity. It didn't exactly do anything in its favor to prove otherwise from the previous game's portrayal of women, to Kratos' dead wife and daughter being used as devices just to further Kratos' narrative, and Kratos' evil act of killing the enslaved princess of Poseidon's palace. There are a few moments that leave a bad taste in my mouth in this franchise. Yes, I'm aware all of you will think you're smart and point out, oh, Kratos kills many innocent people of all kinds during the course of his journey. That's the point, he's an asshole and he kills everyone. But it's the way the series presented these moments in particular that leave a mark on you. I understand he comes from a harsh world of conquest, violence, sexuality, brutality, and that understandably paved the way for all his rage and animosity to be at the forefront of his personality. But I felt that the previous incarnation ultimately only scratched the surface on how these factors played a part in his upbringing and anger that the narrative wasn't given enough room for Kratos to explore and self-reflect. I'm happy to report that 2018 God of War took several steps forward and one step back in this department. While Kratos' wife Faye is again a character that barely exists and dies to become a plot device, we are given a character like Freya, a character with her own agency and a mysterious role to play in the franchise moving forward. And most importantly, it handles grief and trauma in a respectful way that the original narrative never showed, and took the character and the players on an emotional journey every step of the way to self-reflect on his time in the original games. The man killed his father, his mother, his brother, his wife, his daughter, Aquaman, Mother Nature, Father Nature, and the embodiment of death in great value, Oprah. He's not a robot. Of course, the man must have had some form of PTSD. This does not neuter the character or give him a complete 180 tonal shift at all. The visceral grit of a Spartan and gratuitous violence we all love so much is still there. Rather, I feel this character has been given so much progression. Not only does he try his best to be a father to Atreus, even if he is cold and distant, we must remember that he's cursed to forever remember his first daughter, Calliope. He can never atone for what he's done, and so seeing Kratos teaching his son the necessary skills to survive in this world is like watching someone get a second chance or a new beginning in life. And this new beginning, God of War 2018, whether you realize it or not, effectively addresses the hyper-masculine traits that we as a society expect from a man or a father, but have learned over time to recognize as somewhat problematic. Traits like having a heart of stone or being uncaring. We see Kratos opening up to his son a little more as the story progresses, and by the end of this chapter, he finally opens up and connects with him, eventually telling Atreus the truth about his past, his lineage, acknowledging that his anger and violence will forever be a part of him, but to never yield to those emotions.
I killed many who were deserving, and many who were not.
In a meta sort of way, the previous games gave into our carnal desires of lust and violence that reflects the wildness of youth, whereas this incarnation grew with its audience, who may or may not be a father or a mother at this point in their life, but the lessons and overarching theme of embracing parenthood, being honest with yourself, or even just simply effectively communicating are all issues that I believe any gamer can latch onto. If the original God of War trilogy of games was this bombastic, high-octane blockbuster film franchise that you watch with your friends at the midnight premiere, the 2018 God of War is the emotionally exhausting A24 indie film that you watch sitting alone in an empty art house theater. Its moments of quiet serenity, walking through these Romanticism-era landscape paintings, are juxtaposed with fantastic action set pieces, exhilarating combat, and everyone bleeds simply orange. The final entry of the Norse saga, God of War Ragnarok, releases in 2022. If it can maintain the bar set by this game and build upon what this game's ending paid for, then I have no doubt Ragnarok will be yet another immersive experience. Wait, immersive?
boy! By showing us how 2018's God of War is a poignant, introspective entry from a great franchise that needed to adapt to the current climate of single-player experiences, the choice to utilize Norse mythology opens the doors for so many possibilities for the story to loosely adapt. The retooled, satisfying combat is brutal and strategic. For all these reasons and more, we give 2018's God of War a 5 out of 5.
We've got more God of War after the break.
Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to X-Play.
Playing God of War has so many pluses.
They involve boss fights.
Bossing your kid around.
And talking about the experience over Zoom calls.
Don't believe us? Check out our God of War discussion.
One could argue that everything that could be said about God of War has already been said, but we're not listening to them, and that's why I'm so happy to have brought in, obviously, my co-hosts, the Black Hokage and Frost, to further talk about one of those games that, well, at least for me, it stuck in the imagination enough that I have played it yet again for the third time in anticipation of the sequel. And I gotta say, it holds up, and I always feel like I'm kind of discovering a little bit more every time I play it. TBH?
I feel like what we saw was like the natural maturation, almost of like the gaming genre as a whole, because it wasn't just his character that developed, because there was a lot of things that were in the old games that weren't in this game, such as like the hypersexualization of things. Like it was just a story about a man and his boy just going on an adventure with some crazy plot twists, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I felt like it was a great natural evolution for the franchise.
Frost, on that note, you have not played the earlier games, and I think that's very valuable, because I think that, you know, of any example of a game where you can start, this one always struck me as one of the best. That, you know, yes, you might benefit from earlier games, but in no way does it inhibit your enjoyment.
Yeah, I'm going to be really honest, and I'm sure I'll get an angry comment or two about this. The God of War games just did not interest me. I had no interest in that storyline or that type of character. To me, when I looked at them, I saw a million other games that I could rather play, and I know that there's that divisive or polarizing conversation around like the landscape of gaming about changing the type of main characters that we're playing. And so when the new one came out and I finally did get to sit down and play it, I'll be really honest, I like begrudgingly picked up the controller. I was like, oh man, this game is supposed to be really good and I don't want to play and I don't like this character. And I did enjoy it, and I thought it was a very beautiful game. I think it's definitely one that I would recommend to friends. I still don't hold it probably in the same regard that a lot of people do, because again, to me, that storyline, I'll be honest, I was playing, I was like, it's about time they had a reflection about the maturing of what it means to be a man and how you talk to your kids and what legacy you're carrying on. Like, it wasn't a breakthrough watershed moment for storytelling, but I saw how it impacted, especially my male friends. But I do recognize the game's ability for its artistic standpoint. I really want to compliment the game and primarily the director for this. There's a lot of games that have cinematic experiences that are just gorgeous games, and God of War, of course, is one of them. As you're moving through the environment, everything is so breathtakingly beautiful, how the lighting, the level design, everything like that. But where they place the camera in cutscenes, not just the seamless transition, but how they're giving you information when you're making a movie and when you're in a film, where you place the camera, and especially in a video game, because you can put the camera anywhere. You can do anything with it. You can put it in impossible locations that we could never feasibly get a camera before. And it's so purposeful in the first time that you see Kratos that the camera is down low as if you're a child and you are looking up at him. And it seems so small, but even just that first gorgeous opening sequence when you're taking the boat across the river and you're seeing the strength of Kratos and getting, for me, introduced to this character.
We use the word cinematic. One can quibble about the semantics of that word, and I am one to quibble about it, but let's move forward with that. This one, usually you see something, that favors the story and the drama that happens in the cutscenes, or a game that, obviously is so about gameplay. This was one of those rare moments where I never felt a cutscene went on too long or was telling me more than I needed to know. And I never felt a combat sequence went past its usefulness either. I think it's one of the less talked about, but one of the most remarkable parts about the game is that it's so easy to play because I never hit that wall where I'm like, okay.
I think it was the transitions that helped in this game as well. Coming out of the cutscenes didn't feel too long because the way that they transitioned into the gameplay was so smooth, as well as the OST in this game. It was perfect. Those ominous ohms, a lot of times in the different cutscenes, those really were just, it really set a great tone for me. In terms of like the gameplay, it wasn't hard to play, but I also don't think it was particularly easy. It was somewhere in the middle. It was like that nice little challenge where it's not like, I wouldn't say it's like a Soulsborne game unless you put it like on the hardest difficulty, but it's not easy either. So then by the time you completed the game, you got a nice sense of satisfaction. And I think that was what they did great as well, so that you could actually focus more on the actual narrative.
Even elements like, say, the Dark Elves. Those Dark Elves, they were tough. And there's a sequence where you're like, oh, this is tough. And I remember having that moment like, if I had to deal with this constantly throughout the rest of this game, and you don't. It has a Dark Elf sequence, and then they kind of go away and they pop up here and there. It was like there's a level of thoughtfulness, like, an extra hour was spent in some meeting room to just kind of hone in on, hey, how do we give the average player as much drama as possible throughout this experience? Because, if the average player is dying a lot, I'm not saying that that's inherently bad, but that tends to undercut the sense of story because it's reminding you that you're inside of a game. And it makes what happens next all the more important because you spent so long just trying to get there.
It's that fine-tuned balance of when you're in a boss fight or a particularly difficult sequence of gameplay loops that, as your health is getting lower and lower, that you can kind of feel the stress that Kratos might be feeling there. Like you're saying, Adam, without balancing of pushing it too far, killing the player, resetting their expectations, taking them out of the immersion. And I agree. I think it is quite a thoughtful game. It was funny. I played the game in Berlin, and the only TV I had was in our living room. And so my wife was sitting next to me watching us play the game, and she's not a gamer at all. And I find it really interesting to play certain games with her just to see how her mind works. And it's almost like does this level design pass the idiot test? Sorry, wife. But it did. She very quickly picked up on blue being the guiding color about like where to go and helping solve like the puzzles about like where you were throwing your axe or how to navigate through certain things. And it's just something that I noticed that the game was so well crafted from every element that someone who is not inherently a gamer next to me could very quickly figure out what to do. And she's like, if you hand her a controller, you're spinning in circles. It's not a good time.
God of War Ragnarok is easily one of the most anticipated, probably one of the few known games that's coming out in 2022. It's always tough. I mean, this is such a lauded game, as The Last of Us was. What does it need to do to somehow honor its legacy, but also give that same level of excitement, on its second outing, TBH?
I feel so bad saying this because I feel like people expect some deep introspective thought of what I expect, but this is one of those games because this is
the 6th one, I think, in the main series, if we count that other PS3 game. So like at this point, I'm just playing the game for the narrative. I don't expect anything mind-blowing. I just want a concise experience that's very well polished with an entertaining storyline. I think the biggest disappointment here would be if the storyline doesn't pay off, especially the way that the game ended in the previous one. But in terms of gameplay, it's a hack and slash game. I expect more hack and slash. I don't know. I'm not expecting anything mind-blowing.
Frost, is there something it could do to win you over more?
I don't know. I guess it would have to be, again, in the narrative. I think TBH is right that you just need quality of life adjustments. You don't need to change the formula at all, and everyone's just looking for a narrative payoff. For me personally, I would be more interested in more female-driven narratives, but that's not really why you go to God of War, and that's not really set up for it, and that's totally fine. Not every game has to be for everyone. I still enjoy it for what it is, so I don't think there's anything that can really change there that can make me like, this is the greatest game ever. It's just, oh, that's a beautiful story. I think it's really well told and really well crafted. It's just not my favorite game.
I think where I'm most interested is, it's called Ragnarok. That's,
the end.
The end of the gods. It's Gudamarong. But that doesn't mean it's necessarily the end of the franchise because he's a Greek god. So it's kind of how they're going to sort of thread that needle of closure with the option to go forward, assuming it's on the level of respect and success as it was for the first one. I think that's a fair chance that we're going to see more of Kratos somewhere way down the line. Frost, TBH, thank you so much for your time. Always appreciated.
And that's our show.
And that's God of War 2018.
Kratos' next adventure is God of War Ragnarok.
But what has Kratos been up to in between the games?
Following Travis Scott to all his tour dates?
Catching up on Love Island?
Getting an office job to pay the bills?
Ooh, no, that's too stupid even for us.
And if you want to confirm how stupid we generally are, head on over to our YouTube channel.
Later.
Peace.
Today, on X-Play, we explore Kratos' strange hobby of murdering eternal beings. According to his Bumble profile, he also enjoys knitting, making his own pasta, and shitposting about Star Wars. We're covering every title from God of War to, God of War. Wear a poncho for this one. It's game time!
Hello and welcome to X-Play.
If you look at the God of War franchise, Kratos has murdered more gods than Christopher Hitchens at a vacation Bible school camp.
Yeah, we're gonna cover them all.
Check it out.
We here at G4 know that you regularly say to yourself, boy, I wish there was a way that was convenient to remember every god that Kratos murders in the entirety of the God of War franchise. So, that's why we assembled a list of his gruesome, wildly inventive deicides into a catchy and simple rap that you can... Rap. We're doing a rap? Okay, I thought it was going to be a chronicle of Kratos' life through the lens of all the gods he's killed, not a rap.
I changed it. It's a rap now. So.
Gabrielle, no one wants to see me do a rap. Also, do you know how hard it is to rhyme with Hephaestus?
Oh my god, Hephaestus, he's the bestest, asbestos, you could go on and on. See, this shit's easy. Oh my god, I'll just do it myself. See you at the end of the video. Ready to have your mind blown.
Well, at least you have that to look forward to. Kratos kills numerous gods throughout the series, with a track record that would put Christian Bale's Gore the God Butcher to shame. We're going to be going in chronological order of Kratos' experience from this point on, which means we're going to start with God of War Ascension, even though it was the last game released in the Greek era on the PS3 in 2013. It's set only 6 months after Ares tricks Kratos into killing his family and wearing their ashes as body paint, which means the ghost of Sparta is understandably carrying around a lot of new pent-up rage. The first gods to experience that rage are Castor and Pollux, although technically only Pollux is a demigod. But as the Gemini twins, they're literally connected to each other, so it seems rude to separate them. Kratos has never really worried about being rude though, and separating them is exactly what he does. They're able to manipulate time in their battle against Kratos, but no amount of time manipulation can undo having your head squished by Kratos' foot. Not a bad start as far as god murder is concerned. But Castor and Pollux are small potatoes compared to Ascension's main villains, the Furies. The Furies are comprised of Megara, Tisiphone, and Alecto, all of which you're probably familiar with if you ever played Hades. These versions are way less chill though, which is really saying something, because even in Hades, Tisiphone literally only says the word murder. Murderer. But in God of War Ascension, the Furies are, for lack of a better word, furious with Kratos for breaking his oath to Ares, because it turns out that being tricked into killing your own family is kind of a deal breaker. The first of the Furies to fall to Kratos' blades is Megara, who has way more spider legs than the similarly named character from Disney's Hercules, so don't even ask. Kratos takes on Megara at the same time as Aegeon, one of the Hecaton Shires.
Hecatoncres.
So good luck to Gabrielle finding a rhyme for that one. The Hecaton Shires are massive ancient giants with 50 heads and hundreds of arms. And this one was turned into a prison where the Furies keep their enemies, which is just not a chill thing to do, even to a gross evil giant. Megara even turns Aegeon's severed hands into equally gross monsters because the dude just can't catch a break. But thankfully, Aegeon goes down when Megara does, falling from a great height that would already be deadly even if Kratos wasn't stabbing her in the chest at the same time. But you know, he was, just to be sure. The other two sisters cause trouble for Kratos throughout the rest of the game, culminating in a large-scale battle where Alecto turns into a monster because of course she does. But after f***ing up the beast with the ship's mast, which is apparently something he makes a habit of, he cuts Alecto's human form in half just to be safe. That only leaves Tisiphone and her illusions, which are almost enough to stop Kratos from killing her, but he sees right through them and strangles her to death. Because sometimes the old ways are the best ways, and you can't go wrong with the good old-fashioned strangling. Alright, that sounded way creepier than I intended. I'm really sorry. The last god that Kratos kills in God of War Ascension is Orcos, the son of Ares and Alecto. But this one is less fun because it's Orcos' idea. Orcos was never the warrior that Ares wanted him to be, which is why Ares built up Kratos into an unstoppable murder machine. But by stabbing Orcos at his request, Kratos severs his bond to Ares, at the cost of restoring some incredibly painful memories. That brings us to the other prequel, God of War Chains of Olympus for the PlayStation Portable. It's relatively light on god murder since it's set during the period of time where Kratos was serving the gods instead of murdering them. In fact, one of the two gods killed in the game might not even technically be a god. It's Charon, the ferryman, who ushers souls into the underworld, and whose name sounds much like Sharon. So that's what I'm just gonna call him going forward. He's Sharon. He's empowered by Persephone, the game's main antagonist, and Kratos kills him by beating him to death with the Gauntlet of Zeus, after stabbing him with his own scythe for good measure. You know, Kratos kills Persephone with the Gauntlet as well, because much like strangulation, you just can't go wrong with caving someone's face in. I'm not a murderer, you guys, I swear. Persephone's goal is to use the Titan Atlas to destroy both the world and all of the gods. A goal that Kratos himself couldn't quite relate to just yet at this point in his journey. But that does get us through all the prequels and into the game that started it all, 2005's God of War for the PS2. Now, Kratos actually only kills one god in this game, and you'll never guess who it is. Okay, yeah, it's fine. It's the God of War, Ares. Good guess. The rivalry between Kratos and Ares actually goes back to when Kratos was a child, and Ares tries to abduct his brother Deimos, mistakenly believing that he was the subject of a prophecy that, you guessed it, actually referred to Kratos. But their beef really kicked off when Ares gave Kratos his iconic Blades of Chaos and empowered him to decimate an army of barbarians, a bloodlust that eventually led to the murder of his own family. For years, Kratos sought revenge against Ares, but he's, you know, a god. Fortunately, the other gods all agreed that Ares is a huge dick who was plotting with the Furies and working against the Pantheon, because he just loved war too damn much. Eventually, though, after 10 years of service to the gods, Athena recruited Kratos to find Pandora's box and kill Ares, which isn't as easy as it sounds, and it doesn't sound particularly easy. Ares even managed to kill Kratos for a bit, but that did not last long. Eventually, with the help of the other gods, Kratos used the Pandora's box to grow to humongous sizes and do a great face-off with Ares, who grew also a bunch of gross spider legs out of his back, because that's apparently a thing that every god in this universe can do, and that's not cool. No more spiders in the god universe, all right? After getting trapped in a memory of when he killed his family and getting his Blades of Chaos taken, it seemed like Kratos was down and out. But there were 7 more games, so you know he wasn't. He managed to get a hold of the Blade of the Gods, which wasn't a sword so much as a huge goddamn bridge in the shape of a sword, which means Kratos has used multiple ship masses and bridges to kill multiple entities. He's a monster. He ran the bridge through Ares' chest, which wasn't quite as creative and gross as some of his other kills, but at least had a decade of emotional weight behind it, so it sort of balances out. After killing Ares, Kratos takes his place as the god of war, which is not only poetic, but also allowed the series to keep its name and have it make sense. So everybody wins. Well, everyone except Ares, I guess. Well, he was a dick, so that's okay. See? Balances itself out.
After a while, Kratos' bloodlust is almost endearing.
Yeah, that man has a brand.
Speaking of brands, check some out during this quick break.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to X-Play.
We're talking God of War, and the bodily fluids are flowing.
You mean blood, right? Because of all the crazy violence?
Sure, among other things.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
Let's just say you should always wash your hands after hanging out with Kratos.
That's gross. Next up, God of War Ghost of Sparta, another portable title released for the PlayStation Portable in 2010. Kratos doesn't kill that many gods in this one either, but the 2 that he does kill both have gross, weird appendages that aren't spider legs, but they're close enough for me to be very mad at it. Remember a bit earlier when I mentioned that Ares took Kratos' brother when they were kids? Well, Deimos ended up with Thanatos, the god of death, which is just never somewhere you want to end up. When the newly god-appointed Kratos finds out about this, he sets out on a quest to kill the god of death and get his brother back. But first, he has to deal with Thanatos' daughter, Aranis. And look, being raised by the god of death can't be easy, but it's no excuse to be an asshole, by the way. Aranis tries hunting Kratos to warn him off of his quest. But then Kratos ripped her wings off, and that's not the last time you'll hear me say that sentence, because Kratos loves ripping wings off. but she grew new ones and turned into a giant monster. And that's also not the last time you'll hear that sentence, because all of the gods in these games love turning into giant freaking monsters. This particular beastie is a big armored raven, which at least isn't a spider, so that's something. But after plunging his blades into the armor's weak spot, Aranis reverts to human form. So he tears off her wings again, and I bet you thought we're gonna have to wait a lot longer to hear me say that. Then he plunges his blade into her back and moves on to her dad. Thanatos gets his revenge though when he murders Deimos and makes the mistake of making Kratos even madder than he already is all the time. Deimos and Kratos had just reconciled, only for him to get squished by the god of death, who had just turned into a giant monster to fight him. Bet you thought you had to wait longer to hear that again, huh? He also realizes that Kratos is the true subject of the prophecy, just in time for Kratos to crack his chest open and make the god of death into the god of being dead. Which is a victory, sure, but also kicks off his feud with the rest of the gods, who are not stoked about the idea of Kratos eventually murdering all of them. Spoiler alert, he does. We have made it to God of War 2 now, which means we're more than halfway through the chronology of the series. But maybe not through the list of names, since this is where Kratos really starts to step up the rate of his god murdering. Towards the beginning of the game, Kratos is betrayed and killed by Zeus for his refusal to show absolute loyalty to the gods. But he is rescued by the Titan Gaia, who sends him on a quest to find the Sisters of Fate, so he can change his fate. Why else would you want to find the Sisters of Fate? Come on. One of his first stops on his quest is the Steeds of Time, gigantic Titan horses who can move a whole freaking island. But first he has to deal with his horsekeeper Theseus, who is way more badass than you'd expect from anyone with the title Horsekeeper. But he does put up a good fight. He is also a legendary warrior, but there's only so much you can do when someone like Kratos wants you dead. And Theseus' death is pretty brutal. After pinning him to a door, Kratos then uses that very same door to crush his head. And I'm not sure there's anything more embarrassing than getting f***ed up by a door twice, let alone the same door. Whew, what an idiot. An equally brutal fate awaits Perseus, a so-called legendary hero who didn't even kill Medusa in this universe, which is like the thing he's known for, Jesus. And while he's also technically a victim of the Sisters of Fate, that doesn't make it any less satisfying when Kratos stabs him with his own sword, knocks him through a wall, and impales him on a hook, only to use the hole he just created with his body as his escape route. Woo! Sucks to be you, bro. But that brings us to the sisters themselves, who I urge you not to mix up with the Furies from earlier, even though they're also three sisters who are vastly powerful and super gross looking. In order to change his fate though, Kratos needs control of their loom. Technically, the less gross sisters like Hesis and Atropos don't even die. They just get trapped in a mirror which is then shattered, sealing them away forever. And considering that they literally just tried to go back in time and change the outcome of Kratos' battle with Ares, seems like they got off easy. But that does bring us to the youngest, grossest, and most dangerous of all sisters, Clotho, a monstrous silkworm-esque being who is built into the loom and spins the threads of fate and time that determine who lives, who dies, and everything in between. Honestly, the vast, time-altering powers of the sisters raises more questions about the chronology of the series than it's able to answer. So it's probably for the best that Kratos brutally murders Clotho, so we don't have to worry about it. After a lengthy battle, Kratos impales her head with a part of her own loom, and then uses it to travel back to the moment where Zeus turned on Kratos, technically undoing most of the events of God of War 2 in the process. Which brings us to God of War 2's most significant god death, which isn't nearly as badass or as cool as most of the others, but is still a big deal. When he goes to strike down Zeus once and for all, Athena throws herself on the blade instead, giving the king of the gods a chance to escape. Up to this point, Athena had been an ally of Kratos, but ending the reign of the gods was a step too far for her. And she even strikes one last blow by revealing to Kratos that Zeus is his father, which also means that a bunch of other gods and demigods Kratos killed were technically his cousins or siblings. But he seems less concerned with that than with ending the rule of the gods and breaking the cycle of vengeance. Kratos uses the loom to go back in time and to bring Zeus's own long-dead daddy Kronos back to bring him down, along with a bunch of other titans. This allows him to finally bring the fight to the gods, stage an assault on Mount Olympus, and hopefully get his vengeance once and for all. Whoo, what could possibly go wrong? Enter God of War 3. Turns out a lot can go wrong, because if you thought God of War 2 is heavy on the murder, then get ready for 2010's God of War 3, which has nearly as many dead gods as the other games combined. And they're all big names you know and love from Greek mythology. I mean, he does start off by murdering Poseidon at the beginning of the game, and it does not slow down from there. In fact, the plot of God of War 3 is basically Kratos murders the whole pantheon. Most of God of War 3 takes place on or around Mount Olympus, picking up with the Titan assault that God of War 2 ended with. Poseidon comes after him with the full power of the ocean, but Kratos rips him out of the massive water construct he's encased himself in, gouges out his eyes, and then snaps his f***ing neck. It's the first murder in the game, and it literally causes a flood that wipes out most of Greece in the first 10 minutes of the game. And that's what most of God of War 3 is. Kratos ascending Mount Olympus, f***ing up the gods, and the entirety of Greece in the process. But he has a longer climb than he thought, because after beating the shit out of Poseidon, the Titans turn on him as he's cast down into the underworld. Again, it makes sense though, because the Titans are just gods, but you know, bigger. They're bigger gods. On his way through the underworld, Kratos roasts a demigod named Pyrrhos with the flames of Cerberus, before coming up against Hades himself. This version of Hades is big and gross, just like all the gods in these games, with massive chained blades that rival those of Kratos. After using those chains like a noose and submerging him in the river Styx, Kratos takes the claws of Hades for himself, and uses them to drain Hades his own goddamn soul, giving him a taste of his own damn medicine. After killing Hades, Kratos keeps working his way upward towards the Flame of Olympus, because he started at the top, but he just won't stop. That one, Gabrielle, you can use.
I don't need your help.
Next up is Helios, who's a big deal because he literally is the sun. After finding the god injured from a battle with the titan Perses, Helios begs for his life, attempting all sorts of strategies to keep Kratos from murdering him. So, Kratos literally rips off Helios' head with his bare hands, slowly and painfully. Now, it is very cool, but it's also very gross. Oh, and it plunges the whole world into darkness, but I'm sure that's fine. Next up is Hermes, whose whole thing is he's just too fast to catch. Something he reminds Kratos of constantly.
You don't try to catch me because you know you can't.
But after taking part in a wild god chase, Kratos manages to injure Hermes enough to slow him down, so he has to catch his breath. After defeating him in battle, Kratos cuts off his legs, takes his boots, and unleashes a plague of disease-infested insects upon the land. It's almost like Kratos' quest for vengeance upon the gods has a series of cascading, unforeseen consequences upon mortal creatures that inhabit the land. Who could have possibly foreseen that other than literally every god who warned Kratos about it? His fault is it? I don't blame Kratos. Next, Kratos takes on Hercules, who he beats to death with his own gauntlets. I don't feel the need to talk about this one too much, other than to point out that Hercules is in fact voiced by TV Hercules Kevin Sorbo, which is pretty damn funny. Now look, I'm not a fan of that guy, but I commend God of War for just Googling the word Hercules and being like, yeah, let's get that guy. After that, Kratos meets Hephaestus, who asks him to go get a magic stone from the stomach of Kronos, Zeus's dad and leader of the Titans, which also would mean that he's Kratos' grandfather. Super weird to think about. Just another big boy for Kratos to rip to shreds. Although he does have to get swallowed alive first, but it's not the first or last time he's gonna have that experience. After finding the stone, Kratos slices his way out of Kronos' stomach before stabbing his dear old granddad right in the forehead. Kratos takes the stone back to Hephaestus, who immediately betrays him because of course he does. This is where I should point out that Hephaestus is voiced by the late great Rip Torn because the game's cast is insane. Sorry, back to Hephaestus, who Kratos impales with his own anvil, though he doesn't have any hard feelings about it since the dude was just trying to protect his daughter. Kratos continues his journey to the flame, passing through Hera's garden, where the Queen of the Gods talks a whole bunch of shit as he attempted to find a way out of her maze. When she says something disparaging about Pandora, Kratos snaps, which I mean both figuratively and literally. He loses control, but also snaps her neck, which seems to be the go-to thing for his murder methods. That brings us to the last of the god murders of the Greek era, as Kratos takes on his father, Zeus, and the Titan Gaia at the same time. In fact, he and Zeus literally duke it out inside of Gaia because there's nothing cooler than killing a god while you're inside of another god. Kratos wounded Gaia earlier in the game as vengeance for her betrayal during the assault on Olympus. but when he stabs Zeus through the chest into Gaia's heart, that seems to do the trick, or at least part of it. Gaia dies, crushing most of Olympus in the process, but Zeus' spirit keeps f***ing with Kratos, because he's just that much of a spiteful dick. Eventually, Kratos restores his powers by forgiving himself for what he did to his wife and daughter, which I promise kind of makes sense in context due to the mechanics of Pandora's box, which we don't really have time to get into right now. But after coming to terms with his guilt and putting Zeus' spirit back into his body, Kratos beats his dad to death with his bare hands. When the spirit of Athena asks him to restore her power, so the new pantheon can restore the world that Kratos' murder spree unleashed, he turns his murder powers on himself instead, committing his final act of deicide and leaving the world once and for all. Except, obviously, that's not true because there's a whole other game.
We gotta take a quick break.
Feel free to break some pots or rip the wings off a few harpies while you wait.
It's getting really weird out there.
How weird?
Honey pie, whatever. The booby game.
It's happening!
Gerard looks like a level 9,000 Discord mod.
Yeah, dude, let's go.
Oh my god, you killed Kirby!
Hella. We're comfortable with our sucking.
Some say I've sucked my entire life.
We give X-Play a 5 out of 5.
I hope you'll do better next time.
Welcome back to X-Play.
The pile of bodies keeps getting higher with more God of War.
We love you, Kratos, but please don't kill us.
God of War 2018, full stop, is a damn masterpiece, but we're not gonna actually spend too long on it because it doesn't have that much God murder in it. And also because I can't wait much longer to hear Gabrielle's murder rap at this point, because it's gotta be good, right? You've been hyping it up all along. I hope it's good. And just to clarify, there's still plenty of murder in this game. It's just that most of the murderees are monsters, or ghouls, or elves, or trolls. The first actual god Kratos murders in the Norse era is Magni, one of the two sons of Chris Hemsworth. Thor. He slices Magni with his axe before slamming the blade right into his smug little face. The other brother, Modi, gets away, but is eventually murdered by Kratos' son, Atreus, in a moment of rage, because if this game has taught me anything, it's that no matter how many gods you kill, the cycle of violence inevitably lives on in the next generation. Family. Kratos also kills 9 Valkyries, assuming that the player is brave enough to take them on. I'm not entirely sure if the Valkyries qualify as gods, but they do allow Kratos to revisit one of his favorite hobbies, which is ripping off the wings off of people. So even though they put up a good fight, it's simply not enough whether they're technically gods or not. And that brings us to the final god murder of the series so far. Holy shit, I can't believe we made it. Whew! The headlining fight in 2018's God of War is definitely Kratos' multiple showdowns with Baldur, a god who shows up at Kratos' doorstep looking for someone who can make him feel something, literally anything, even if it's pain. Baldur's mother Freya made him invincible, but at the cost of trapping him in a feelingless life he desperately wants to escape. The fights between Baldur and Kratos literally crack mountains, but neither of them is able to do any lasting damage to one another due to their godly powers. When Kratos and Atreus discovered that his invulnerability can be bypassed by mistletoe though, the two of them work together in a super dope moment of father-son bonding, filling the guy with arrows, before Kratos falls back on another one of his favorite pastimes and snaps the dude's neck. Oh, and they have this whole fight on and around a reanimated giant's corpse because of course they do. When he kills Baldur, Freya swears vengeance because that cycle of violence and revenge just keeps rearing its ugly head. And with God of War Ragnarok coming around the corner, I have no doubt that Kratos' murder spree is far from over. If God of War 2018 is any indication, this era is a bit more introspective when it comes to murder, and generally reckons with themes of violence and revenge. That doesn't mean it isn't cool as hell, because I contain multitudes and can appreciate murder in all of its forms, whether or not I'm the one committing it. I gotta stop doing this whole bit with the axe thing, huh? All right, Gabrielle, come on out here. It's finally time for your rap.
I hope everyone's ready. You'll never believe what I got to rhyme with Theseus.
Reese's Pieces?
All right, shut up, shut up.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this now.
Okay.
His me on his not but drop keep but so let out whew.
You put a lot of effort into that.
Yeah.
Can I have this back?
Maybe.
Cool.
It's your turn.
Well, on that note, go check out God of Work Season 1 available on my YouTube channel. Gabrielle directed it. Zipper, who wrote this video, wrote it. And we had a bunch of great people on the show. Go watch it. My YouTube channel, link on screen right now. It's good. You're gonna like it.
And that's our show,
If you dug this episode, you'll love our YouTube channel.
where we cover all kinds of games featuring an emotionally distant tough guy learning to form regular human connection.
And sometimes we even talk about games that have a different character arc.
There are games with different character arcs.
Not many, but they are out there, and sometimes they feature cats.
Yeah, well, thank you for watching.
We'll see you next time.
Peace.
Today on X-Play, we review the new Saints Row game and we're going to savor every last glitch and explosion. This episode is 5% badass game review, 95% pointless side missions, and 100% phoned in. I'll give you 200 XP if you shake down the bald man in San Francisco who never returned my copy of Klonoa. It's game time!
Hello and welcome to X-Play.
Today, we're reviewing Saints Row.
The franchise that started as a GTA clone that got progressively more unhinged as time went on.
And now the series has hit the reset button to try to recapture that magic.
We hope you like cowboy hats and VHS tapes.
What does that mean?
You'll see.
I guess we'll see. Here's our review.
Howdy, I'm Jake Bennett, producer for X-Play and crime enthusiast. Are you tired of being told what to do all the damn time? Do you think you should be making enough money to live and not just survive? Do you wish you could be your own boss because your current one is an absolute asshole that wouldn't know how to run a business if it were Then my program, Jake's 36 Steps to Criminal Success, may be right for you. Look, the world is a scary, terrifying place right now. There's war, there's drought, there's famine. Ezra Miller is still running around somehow. It's a madhouse. But just because the world is scary doesn't mean you can't be. For just 4 low payments of $39.99, you can have this 12 VHS tape set to give you all the tools you need to take advantage of the world that takes advantage of you. We cover everything. Here's just a few of our lessons. How to launder money, how to launder blood-soaked clothing, offensive driving, explosions in you, dismemberment, body disposal, how to deal with snitches, and team building. We do not cover how to secure weapons for your criminal empire because the odds are you live in America and... So be sure to call the number below to secure your copy of Jake's 36 Steps to Criminal Success today. Don't wait a damn second. Call right now. Jake's 36 Steps to Criminal Success. The only crime is the low, low price.
What are you doing, Jake?
Well, you know, Saints Row made it look so easy to be a criminal, and to be honest, after playing it for 40 hours straight to help with this review, I honestly really think I could pull it off.
You think you could be a criminal?
Yeah, I absolutely could be a criminal.
Give me one reason you wouldn't go to jail on the first day, though.
Well, I'm white.
Fair point. Now get the hell off my set, because today I'm the boss, and I say it's time we finally review Saints Row. After 9 long years, the gang over at Volition is finally letting us dive back into the world of Saints Row. But this time with a twist. It's not a sequel. No. This is a full-on reboot of the franchise. There's all new characters, an all-new location, and an all-new story. Now, that's a tall order to fill for a game with a pretty devout following. So, does it live up to the hype that they've built around it? I know you may be asking, TBH, what hype are you talking about? I'm talking about this kind. Jake, do you have anything to say for yourself?
I mean, I like whiskey. Is that a crime?
Who doesn't?
Yeah. I mean, I know it's not a crime because on my 36-step tape of how to be a better criminal.
Get the hell out of here, man. This is my video. Anyways, that was the footage from our trip to Las Vegas, where Volition turned an entire motel into a scene of their latest entry in the franchise, doing their best to capture the insanity waiting for you in Santo Ileso. There, they let us get hands-on time for 4 hours with the game, but now that we're 40 hours deep, let's talk about it. Now, right off the bat, Saints Row did something I really like. They ask you for your graphics preferences so you can get the exact settings you like when you're booting up for the first time. This is something I hope to see every game do in the future, as it's a very welcome addition. And full disclosure, we played this on the Xbox Series X, but we're certain the same thing will happen on other consoles. But let's jump into the story. Saints Row follows you, the presumed leader of a group of 4 roommates all involved in the seedy underworld of Santo Ileso. You, an unstoppable killing machine, works for Marshall, a private military group with the firepower and weaponry to make Stark Industries look like Fisher-Price. After some eventful first missions, you and your roommates decide to do something that would ruin Will.i.am's career. Let's go into business with ourselves. They, of course, go on to create the Saints and live happily ever after. Nah, not even kinda. Shit gets absolutely out of hand pretty quick for the group, and it's up to you to help hold your empire together and keep it from crumbling before it even starts. The voice acting in Saints Row is pretty great. I generally like the main characters, even if they can be a little cartoonish or stereotypical at times. But because you start from the bottom and you work your way up, it does make you care about the characters, like a millennial George or Wheezy. If you don't get that reference, go watch some TV Land or something, the Jeffersons, you know, moving on up to the east side. It's in every black household. Anyways, the campaign and its set pieces are what really shine in this game. The main missions are pretty fun, and they can get absolutely wild at some points where you can't even see what's on the screen except for the mayhem that you created with the weapon of your choice. Plus, the game uses music in some of the best ways possible. I won't give too much up, but there's a prison break mission where MOP's ante up drops as soon as the action starts, and it's absolutely amazing. And there's several moments just like this throughout the rest of the game that you're gonna enjoy. And speaking of music, the radio stations are fire. Granted, I think they could have used more songs and a little bit more variety, but the tracks from the hip-hop stations and the synthwave music were really enjoyable. But Volition's attention to detail in certain aspects of the game are really impressive as well, especially with things like seeing waves from the sun when it gets particularly hot in the game during the daytime. The game also rewards you with XP for almost everything you do, including like driving on the wrong side of the road, finding shortcuts, and just generally causing mayhem throughout the city. It makes everything you do feel like it has meaning and purpose to it. At least, that's how it feels. It doesn't always work out that way, but we'll get more into that in just a little bit. One aspect I really like is how Volition introduced a fast travel method that allows you to take pictures of certain landmarks all throughout the city, which is a pretty clever way to get you to explore the city and reward you for doing so. And speaking of rewarding, insurance fraud is back!
Oh, it was never gone, TBH. There's few things more rewarding than insurance fraud, which is actually one of my 36 steps to criminal success.
Stop, dude, stop. Or you're gonna need to file a real insurance claim. He's not wrong though. Insurance fraud is back and it's better than ever. If you haven't played Saints Row before, it's kind of like Reverse Frogger, where your goal is to get hit by as many cars as possible in a small amount of time, racking up more and more money from the claims that you file. But this version introduces a new adrenaline meter that helps you get bigger and crazier explosions. But the best part of Saints Row has to be the deep customization. The level of customization in Saints Row is truly impressive. Almost everything about your character and its weapons and cars they use is customizable. And the best part is, they're not locked behind a paywall. The game starts with plenty of options to work with as far as your character's clothes, and you unlock tons of more stuff in the game as it progresses. You dream it, you can be it in the game. You want to dress like a rave kid at a cocktail party? You can do that. You want to dress like a pretty much anything you do every day? You can do that too. So you ever dress up, dude?
What are you talking about? I am dressed up.
No, not as a character. I mean like in nice clothes.
I don't understand the difference.
Dude, you're head to toe dressed exactly like how you are in the freaking game.
I'm not dressed like characters dressed like me.
You got lost in the game, didn't you? He lost himself. We lost Jake. But unfortunately, Saints Row isn't all kitty cats, waffles, and gratuitous explosions. It's got some problems. For starters, we ran into a lot of bugs. I'm talking about getting stuck in menus, game freezing, crashing, not getting rewarded after missions, abilities not working, visual glitches, and a whole lot more. For example, at level 18, you unlock a perk called Quick Draw that is supposed to allow you to get 4 auto headshots when you use it. The problem is, it never worked. It didn't matter what gun I had selected, the amount of ammo, nothing. And as the shooter guy, the last thing I want to be is shooting blanks. Santo Ileso looks pretty good and it has a nice design, but it just feels empty. It feels lifeless and it lacks personality. Most of the NPCs do these same animations and have the same dialogue over and over again, and that's even when you can find people on the streets. Sometimes it looks like New York City circa April 2020 in these streets. And remember earlier when I said it feels like everything has a purpose, but not always? We gotta talk about the side quests. As you can see on the map, there's so much to do when you delve into the game, but the problem is, it rarely feels like there's a reason to do them. That is, unless you like when a game locks its campaign progress behind its side quests. Yeah, you heard me. You can't continue certain parts of the campaign until you complete a certain number of annoying side quests, and I mean, come on, that's just unreasonable. It would be one thing if the side missions were fun or not that difficult, but oh my god, some of these are a pain in my ass. In particular, I'm talking about the riding shotgun missions. They are a pain in the ass. Basically, you get hired by a random person to shoot up cop cars that chase you in a getaway car. The AI in these missions is super aggressive and they'll just spawn out of thin air. Plus, they'll somehow constantly define the laws of physics and it just feels unfair and overwhelming. It doesn't feel skill-based, nor does it even feel fun. Plus, the AI in general is a pain in the ass. In certain missions when you can't leave the mission area, they'll spawn in unreachable places or they'll call for backup in a location where you can't get to them and stop them from elevating your notoriety level. And it just so happens over and over and over again. It feels like a cheap way to pad gameplay and make it artificially difficult. And while there's a lot to do, there really doesn't feel like there's much incentive to do them because your character caps out at level 20. And considering you can get to level 20 pretty quickly, what's the point of all the extra shit on the map? I'm Doc Gerard out here trying to get all these achievements, so really, there's no reason to grind the game like there is in other games.
I can't tell if Jake's not very good at crime or if he's just pretending to not be good at crime to throw us off his scent. Yeah, no, he's probably not very good at crime.
I don't think so.
No,
Yeah.
that man would definitely already be in prison.
Well, stick around for more Saints Row after the break.
Hey y'all, Scott here. Online personality test. I have no idea who I am.
Just think about how different my life would be if I had this as a kid.
Well, I'm done. I'm not going to game stores anymore. I'm gonna stick to doing what I do best. No manners, no subtlety.
Welcome back to X-Play.
We're diving back into a review of Saints Row.
To cause some chaos for the citizens of Santo Ileso.
If we can find any of them.
Yeah, that open world is pretty dang empty.
There's a lot more gripes where that one came from.
You got this, TBH.
Hello, I'm Joe, and today I'm joined by Corey, aka the Blackest Hokage, Jake Bennett, aka J Money, no affiliation with G Money Enterprises.
No relation.
And Danny Pena, host of Gamertag Radio / the man who high-key keeps the ship running. How are you gentlemen doing today?
Great. I'm alive.
Yeah. I feel that. So, what we're here to talk about, Saints Row. I've been a bit hesitant about the Saints Row reboot because 4 and Agents of Mayhem were a downturn in my opinion. Do you guys feel like this new one recaptured the anarchic spirit that made people fall in love with the franchise in the first place?
I think it does recapture the energy. I think it's somewhere, I would compare it to somewhere between 2 and 3, where it doesn't go too off the rails like 4. But once you get past that nostalgia a little bit, what you're left with, I think, is something that is good, but I think they could have went a little bit further. They could have innovated a little. It leans a little bit too much into the nostalgia. So if you like those, that 2 and 3 kind of vibe, you're going to enjoy it. I just wish there was something there that made it stand out a little bit more.
I mean, the game started really, really strong, and then after a couple hours, it felt really repetitive for me. And then it got really strange towards the end of the game. But I had a great time. The issue that I had with the game is the side missions. I felt like some of them were very difficult. I don't know if you felt like the same way too.
Oh yeah, the side missions were a pain in the ass. I'm not gonna lie. They were cool at first, but then there comes a certain point in the campaign where the campaign's progression is locked behind the side missions, and some of the side missions, the problem with them is the AI becomes so overly aggressive to the point like it's not like anything else in the game, and then like the enemies will spawn in front of you, so it doesn't even reward you for actually playing the game correctly and well.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's certain there's a part in the game where you have to do adventures. You have to complete those in order to unlock like towards the end of the missions too. If not, you'll be there for a very long time.
So, how about you, Jake? Do you have any history with the franchise? Or?
I don't have much history with it. I played like a little bit back in the day, but it did. From what I played of this, like it did feel over the top. It did, from what I know of Saints Row, I felt like it did capture that vibe pretty well. So I'm glad to see that
Corey and Danny agree with that. But man, it's like there are some moments that, I was capturing footage for this review, but also there were some moments where I was like, holy shit, that's crazy. I need to show some of my friends. My screen was full of explosions and just, you can cause absolute mayhem on the map. And I mean, it's a ton of fun when it works.
It's where they get the essence of the original games correctly is in the campaign, in my opinion. Besides, like the towards the end, it gets a little weird. But for the most part, the campaign is like the highlight. It's just like the side quests. I think that's where they missed the mark in terms of the energy.
Really great story compared to like the previous ones.
Well, that sounds great. This is probably the most important question I'm going to ask today. Are there still dildo bats?
Next gen dildos?
Next gen dildo bats.
4K Cockazoid.
60 FPS.
Tyrannosaurus cock.
Just dildo smacking a dude in the face. That's all I'm here for.
Unfortunately, Joe, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you boys can correct me, but in my playthrough, I did not find any big purple dildos.
I did not. I'm going to say something that's going to get cut, but...
You learn something new every day, kid.
I didn't see any in the game, but as far as like weapon variety goes, there was a decent amount of variety, but I honestly only found myself using like one weapon pretty much the entire game. I just used the burst rifle.
It was the best gun.
It was the best gun in the game. I broke that out and then used an RPG when I felt like I needed to, or just really wanted to see some explosions. But that was what was so strange to me, is even though they had all these weapons, it didn't really feel like any need to use anything else other than that one.
And that's because it was so efficient. I mean, there were like cool weapons in there. Like my favorite melee weapon there was this hammer. It was like kind of like, and it made a toy like dog plushie noise whenever you would hit somebody, and like sparkles would come out. It was funny at first, but then it's inefficient when you have like in the side quest mobs of just enemies coming at you nonstop. It's like, I'm just gonna pull out the burst rifle instead.
I think I only went to the store once to purchase a weapon. After that, I was like, I'm just gonna use the same weapon the whole time. Man.
Yeah, and it took me a little bit to realize that you can upgrade the damage on the weapons too, but you can only do those in stores. So like there was little things like that they didn't do a great job of explaining, and it was stuff that you just kind of had to discover on your own.
That's kind of a bit disappointing to hear, because I've been playing through Saints Row the Third again, and I think the upgrading system's really streamlined in there, and I think the variety of weapons were really fun. Like it kind of had that Ratchet and Clank feel of like, this is a really absurd weapon, but it can do damage. So it sounds like with this one, it's like you're gonna find your gun, you're gonna stick with that gun.
Well, the thing, there's a couple missions where you have to use a certain weapon you're gonna find that's part of that mission.
I actually didn't like that either. Like,
you didn't like that?
Yeah, because like once you got used to using like the burst rifle or whatever, it forced you to use a weapon like you were unfamiliar with, and I didn't find it to be as efficient. What I will say is like once you find that there are upgrades, some of the upgrades on the weapons are cool. I don't know if you guys play with them. Like you could put like electricity on your gun, like stuff like that. Nothing like mind blowing, but you can spice it up a little bit.
It sounds like this game kind of takes away a bit of your agency as a player, both with like the 4 side missions and then like forcing you to use guns. So do you feel like it is sort of a lackluster open world game in that, and that it's open until it's not?
To me, it felt like a linear game set in an open world. I know that's kind of strange. Like it just felt like there were they didn't even feel like side missions a lot of times. They felt like mini games.
Yeah.
But like the story itself was so linear. It just felt like, all right, I'm driving to this mission, I'm driving to this one, I'm driving to this one, I'm driving to this one. So like there are times where it feels like it encourages exploration through some of the side missions, but other than that, no. It just felt like a closed off open world game.
To articulate further what you're saying, I can understand where you're coming from. I think the vibe was, the campaign for the most part was the best part, and it was solid. And they made a solid campaign, and then towards the end, they were like in the development, they were like, oh shit, we gotta fill this open world with something. And that's what it feels like. A lot of the other stuff is just something to do versus the kind of the linear set pieces.
But do you think also maybe the open world, because some parts it feels really, really empty, that kind of made me want to just explore just the mission part and not the side missions?
Yeah, that was one of my main critiques. I actually really enjoyed the new city. I thought it was beautiful. I did like driving around it. But then halfway towards the game, when it started to get repetitive, I didn't enjoy exploring it as much because it lacked personality. It wasn't a lot of like people on the streets. And I don't know if because it was the excuses it's a desert city. But yeah, it just wasn't a lot of people on the streets. Like, you'll hear like some funny lines here and there, but then they start to repeat themselves. It just didn't feel like the city was alive compared to like a GTA Vice City or something like that.
Or even the cars, when it stopped at a red light, it just stays there the whole time. Like, it's not moving at all. What's going on? So yeah, it felt really dead, that part.
One of my core problems with Saints Row 4 and Agents of Mayhem were that they were a little too over the top to the point where they didn't really feel fun. Do you think this game strikes a good balance between those cartoonish, over the top shenanigans while still having exciting, challenging combat?
I believe the game does. I think the cartoony wackiness comes in the characters' personalities and the interactions with one another. But for the most part, this game is grounded. In the gameplay, there is a little bit of that wackiness, and it comes in towards like the later in the game. I maxed out my character at level 20, and some of the abilities you can get, like there's ability where you jump into the air and you flip, and then you just shoot SMGs everywhere, and anything it's an AOE, anything in that vicinity it just kills. It's like Neo in the Matrix, just so like there's some of that wackiness there, but for the most part, it's a pretty level-headed, grounded game, and I was cool with that. I did like the vibe that it was just wacky enough. It wasn't too much.
And also, I like his crew. That's also part of the game too. I like the relationship between them and the main character, and also the famous cat that's in there too in the game.
That's right, Snickerdoodle.
Yes.
Yeah, Snickerdoodle the cat.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought I actually did a great job of that too, and you can see where the developers really put their personality into it, because one of my favorite parts of the game was there's a citywide LARP game happening. And you have non-lethal weapons, and everyone, when you shoot them, does an over-the-top death like you would if you were playing, LARPing and stuff like that. And it's just really fun-spirited, and it's goofy and ridiculous because they take it way too seriously. But even throughout the rest of the game, I mean, yeah, it does. It felt like playing a Stallone movie. In a way, like where there would be just crazy moments of action, and then there'd be a couple good one-liners or some good jokes here and there. But I didn't think it was too over the top, but I think it was just enough.
The Saints Row conversation continues right after we pay some bills.
With a quick commercial break, not by driving a semi-truck into the side of a bank.
We are not criminals, Jake.
But you could be. It's just 36 easy steps.
Don't go anywhere.
Jesus Christ.
It's getting really weird out there.
How weird?
Oh my God, you killed Kirby!
We give X-Play a 5 out of 5.
I hope you'll do better next time.
Welcome back to X-Play.
The Saints Row love and hate continues.
Check it out.
Can we talk about the radio station? Because I really enjoy the soundtrack.
Yeah.
And honestly, there was moments in missions that where they added a lot of the songs from the 90s, especially like the hip hop tracks. But I really enjoy the Cypher radio station. I believe, which is the one that like the current
Flex. It was called the Flex radio.
Flex was really good too. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, man.
The music is one of the biggest highlights of the game, and like that was one of my favorite parts. They do a great job of implementing music like at the right time during the campaign.
Oh, yes.
My favorite mission, there's a prison break mission without spoiling too much, and then MOP drops. Eddie up, and like you ready to just run. It was perfect. It really got. I was like, okay, this is lit.
Yeah.
The only critique I would have about the music, I did like it, but I did feel like the radio stations could have used a little bit more variety. Within like 10 hours of the game, I noticed there's only like 3 songs per station.
It was a little bit more.
It was more. It was a bad rotation then because I kept getting the same songs over and over again.
Yeah. Like sometimes I'll go back to the headquarters, your spot, and then you get out and it's the same track playing all over again. I'm like, wait a minute. So you're right. That part is kind of iffy.
So do you guys think this new Saints Row sets up a solid foundation for the future of the franchise, or did this feel more like a one and done?
I think a sequel could work, but what I think they need to do is they need to trim down the fat. The city doesn't need to be as big, or if it is, just cut back on all the side missions, make a bigger campaign. I think the sweet spot is something like Miles Morales. I think that kind of 10 to 20 hour spot, but the game was just too long and it was long for no reason. And I think I would have enjoyed this a little bit more if they would have just got to the point.
Well, Joe, I have a question for you.
Ask away.
Can I interest you in my 36 steps to criminal success?
Oh, Jake, do I look like I need your help to be a criminal? I've been finessing the game since 2017. This has been great, but let's take it back to y'all to get that score.
Let's do it.
Saints Row, while not without its problems, is still a fun game. I'm sure they'll iron out a lot of the bugs and issues that we had with it, but bigger problems still linger within the gameplay. And though the story starts off strong, it takes a strange turn towards the end that was, well, it was a weird choice in our opinion. But still, the gunplay is fun, the explosions are plentiful, and the customization is killer. And while at times it feels like you're playing an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, Arnie flicks aren't exactly winning meaningful awards. So with that being said, we give Saints Row by Deep Silver Volition a 3 out of 5. You back to peddle your dumbass tapes?
Actually, no, I'm not. I thought about it and I decided to start a different business venture. It's called J4, a comedy-centric entertainment network that's going to talk all about video games and sports and pop culture.
Stop. Where do I sign up?
Oh, let's go right over here.
Let's go.
Yeah. Use the code on the screen to dress like me in Saints Row after you call the number below to get your tapes today.
And that's our review of Saints Row.
If you want to shower us with praise and tell us how spot on all of our opinions are, head over to our YouTube channel.
We've got the hookup with all kinds of game reviews, deep dives, and first looks.
Catch you next time.
Peace.
Today on X-Play, Callisto Protocol's new gameplay demo confirms that most of the monster designs were inspired by snot rockets. My fear of boogers has finally caught up with me. And Dead Island 2 is apparently a real game. We react to the stunning Gamescom reveal and are shocked that it looks pretty good. The only thing deader than the island is my Hollywood dreams. It's game time.
Hello and welcome to X-Play.
Gamescom is patient zero for the latest outbreak of gaming reveals and news.
Like Dead Island 2, the open-world zombie action game set in Los Angeles.
And it asks the hard questions.
If a zombie outbreak destroyed the city,
would any of us notice?
I'll give us like 50-50 odds.
Yeah, we'll check out our reaction to Dead Island 2.
It's real, everyone. Dead Island 2 is real and actually coming out early next year, which is a sentence a lot of us have said before in a previous decade. This time it's true. We think. We're pretty sure. 8 years and 3 different game studios later, we are returning to the island. Which is not an island at all, to be honest. It's Los Angeles. The setting hasn't changed since the original announcement trailer where a fitness nut went for a jog, turned zombie, and got his shoes stolen. The locale for Dead Island 2 is about the only thing that has stayed the same after all this time. The game was handed from Jaeger Development to Sumo Digital and ultimately to Dambuster Studios in 2019. Dambuster then restarted the development process from scratch, building a new Dead Island 2 from the ground up. Dead Island 2 cinematic trailer features Jake, one of 6 playable characters in the game. Melee combat and open world co-op are still front and center in the new title. The current plan is for the final game to feature 3-player co-op in a new dynamic dismemberment and gore mechanic called the Fully Locational System for Humanoids, or Flesh. The real signature, according to the game's director, is the realistic way the zombies burn, which is kind of a weird thing to celebrate, but hey, we're just excited that he's excited. The dynamic systems also include environmental combat like fire, water, and electricity, giving you more tools for zombie killing than your garden variety katana. The character leveling is driven by a deck of skill cards you will unlock. A quick reshuffle of your increasingly powerful deck results in more and more formidable gameplay. Also, Dead Island 2 will be the first game to utilize a tool called Alexa Game Control in conjunction with Amazon, so you can taunt and distract zombies just by yelling, "Hey zombie," or ask where the nearest workbench is.
Hey zombie, the nearest workbench is right over there. You dumb
Which is cool.
Would you like me to pre-order Dead Island 2 for you? Gerald the Completing Man.
Who asked for this? Dead Island 2 is here, and the X-Play team was just as shocked as the rest of the internet. Dead Island 2, very highly anticipated game that I don't think anyone saw really. I mean, there was a leak a couple of weeks ago about how the game was pre-orderable from different websites. And yeah, I don't know. The trailer obviously had a different tone and different stakes than the last 2 Dead Island trailers that we got, but at least it's real. And we did get a little bit of gameplay. Does anyone want to share their thoughts?
Yeah, I have 2 questions about this game. One, I know it's going to take place in LA. How big is it going to be? Because I know they showed Santa Monica, downtown, etc. So I'm just wondering how big the world is going to be compared to like the previous game. And they haven't said anything about multiplayer, so probably gonna find out more
and
later.
that was a big part of the original game. I remember was the multiplayer component. I mean, it's cool they're still focusing on melee, because I also remember that being one of the big things in the OG game. But one of the big problems with the original game was just how repetitive it got. So in the gameplay, we saw like a lot of the interacting with the environment, like shooting the electricity thingy and then falling and setting the zombies on fire and whatever.
Yeah.
So if there's a lot of like environmental destructibility, I think that can make the game really cool and rewarding. But I am concerned about just, is this going to scale up in a fun and interesting way?
Yeah, I think
make it kind of like a Just Cause 2. Yeah. But with zombies, if you're like really relying or banking on replayability with like kind of the physics or sandbox engine that you're placed into.
Yeah, I think the takeaway is that, once again, in my opinion, the same mistakes that the original games did. Not really emphasizing gameplay and focusing a lot on visual flair.
When did the original come out?
2011.
They announced this, I think, back in 8 years ago, right?
Yeah.
And I even went to the party. I mentioned this to the team. I went to the Dead Island 2 party at E3.
My question is for, and I guess mostly speaking to Danny and Joe, because it feels like you guys have a lot of hands-on, Gerard, correct me if I'm wrong, experience with the title. Like, what was, because I was in China at this time, like, what was revolutionary about the title then that made it so, like, I guess, hype now that Dead Island 2 announcing is poggers?
Nothing.
I think what it comes down to is this was a title / trailer we saw 8 years ago that everyone was like, oh wow, we never thought they'd make another one. And then
it became essentially a meme.
Yeah, and then and the fact that, you know, we got baited at Summer Games Fest with Goat Simulator 3 and the trailer they did, which is basically a nod to Dead Island 2, and then we got this trailer. It is very, very different.
That is why everybody's talking about Dead Island 2, is almost that it's a meme that's gotten out of control.
Yeah, it's like Duke Nukem Forever, where it's like we never thought we'd see this game, and here it is.
I think the thing that stands out to me the most in this trailer is not necessarily the melee gameplay, but how kind of these different, unique cast of characters. Like, all the characters have a very distinct look in like the gameplay trailer we just saw. They have really distinct personalities, it feels like. So for me, I'm like, all right, is this a zombie game that's leaning much harder on the characterizations and the kind of the characters you interact with
within this world and just kind of like this. It's an ironic take on just how like awful humanity gets once something like this happens. Whereas like The Last of Us is much more like, oh, look at humanity. This is like, humanity sucks.
We interrupt this conversation about Dead Island 2 to bring you things to know about Los Angeles during a zombie apocalypse. Find a good burrito place. They are easy to eat while using a sword. You can now afford a house. Feel free to take one of the big ones that used to be owned by a famous person. Look good. Just because it's the end of the world doesn't mean you get to dress like a trash person. Don't smoke. It's 2022. Everyone vapes now, and it's hard to quit even if you don't have a head anymore. And finally, avoid Hollywood and Highland. What are you, an idiot? God. Now back to our Dead Island 2 discussion already in progress.
I feel like this has a really good environment that it could live in because people are really clamoring for another Left 4 Dead because Back 4 Blood didn't really live up to the expectations that consumers and fans had for it. That if it does, like you're saying, Emily, kind of sit in that ironic, very satirical atmosphere, it could almost do what Saints Row originally did for Grand Theft Auto for that zombie genre. My only fear for it is that A, it sounds like there wasn't a lot of clamoring for this, and it was mostly kind of an ironic joke, and then B, it's releasing amidst a lot of multiplayer, like survival-esque games that are coming out, including what's the one, Redfall? Is that what it was called?
Redfall. Yes.
Yeah, which looks really cool.
Early next year.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm scared that it would then get lost in the shuffle whenever it does decide to launch.
I mean, there's people really excited to play this game.
Yeah,
you know, and this watching this trailer reminded me a little bit of Dying Light 2.
Mm-hmm.
You know, am I right? It kind of has that same vibe.
It seems like, at least in this trailer, the tone seems more like they could replicate that in the game as opposed to the original Dead Island trailer. Because I think that's part of the problem with the original Dead Island is we wanted that. And if the game itself was really, really good, you could get past that. But yeah, this one looks just like, I don't know. It looks like a game, which I know I say a lot, but it doesn't. It looks like a really good-looking 360 game.
I know you mentioned Back 4 Blood, Left 4 Dead. The only difference is that this one is an open world where you could play 4 players for that.
And I think the customization and what you do with your character like makes or breaks this game, as well as how easy it is to like hook up and play with your friends.
Mm-hmm. And I think just because they're really having an emphasis on melee-based gameplay, they said there will be some guns, but I think it'll just like we've seen zombies on fire, we've seen shooting up an oil rig or an oil tank, we've seen a transformer crashing and causing a bunch of electrical damage. I really hope this is a game where the world is your sandbox in taking on these zombies. So it's like, great, I'm going to lure them all to over here, and I'm going to cause this kind of chain of events to happen, like some kind of Rube Goldberg zombie machine, and deal a bunch of damage.
Yeah, if it can be like the spiritual successor to Sunset Overdrive that, we never got, that would be cool, but
that would be a fun announcement.
Yeah. So like if it has that vibe of just sort of, the awesome apocalypse, I could get down with that.
I think as long as the game lives up to the creativity that they've showed in both of these trailers with their music choice, with like kind of what they're communicating, I'm in. I'm giving this game a day one, like, let's check it out.
I'm surprised with the date, February 3rd. That's very soon.
It is. And we've seen in the past, too, a lot of games like to sit in February because it's an easy month to be delayed from. So, like The Last of Us.
It's different, though, because next year there's a lot of games coming out early next year. Yeah. Some of them got delayed from this year to next year. So, it's going to be a lot of games coming out.
I hope that I can be just as chill about the zombie apocalypse as Jake is in that Dead Island 2 trailer.
I bet he'd be totally okay with taking a commercial break.
No doubt.
We've got more Dead Island up next, and later a look at Callisto Protocol.
Welcome back to X-Play.
We're reacting to Dead Island 2, which just had a big reveal at Gamescom.
Clean off your workbench. Crafting season is back.
Let's get back into it.
One thing I did see chat pointing out was the weapons crafting in the original Dead Island. Do you remember that? Where you you could find materials and then piece them all together and have cooler weapons. So if that's still in there, that'd be cool. And if it's I'm seeing people making a lot of Dead Rising comparisons, which it basically was Dead Rising on an island. But we haven't gotten one of those in a long time. It's a very good one. So maybe it could scratch an itch that a lot of people are looking for and just haven't had in a while, and it could succeed on those terms.
I guess real quick around the room, what do you look for in your zombie games? What to you makes a good zombie game?
I literally just finished for the last.
I know.
Combat has to feel fun.
Okay.
If it's too serious, it kind of detracts from the zaniness of the premise.
I like a good tone, either desperation, resource management. You only have so many things you can use to survive, or just completely absurd and bonkers and over the top. If you're in either of those two lanes, I can get down with it.
I love a good co-op element. That's why I loved Left 4 Dead and of course that goes into the combat and how important all of that is, but to be able to set out and just destroy some zombies with some friends, I mean, that's fun. Those are the most fun zombie games to me.
I feel you.
I agree with all of this. Just as a cherry on top, it has to have a kick-ass soundtrack. I think.
Ooh,
you have to be slaughtering zombies in the most metal way possible. It has to be super rock and roll.
I was gonna say, for me, it's world building. I love to see how a studio creatively imagines an apocalypse. I don't like it when it's basic. There's garbage everywhere. People are sad and dirty. What's something give me?
Just Los Angeles.
I know it's a little too close to home, literally. But no, I really like it when people take creative reimaginings. Like Jake, you pointed out in the first trailer we saw, there was a zombie with pantyhose over his head. So clearly, a dude who was trying to rob the convenience store who then got killed and turned into a zombie. So I love little world building moments like that. Really creative, creating this world, fleshing it out. Are there factions? How does civilization keep moving on? Are there bottle caps as currency? That kind of fun.
The contextual storytelling of a zombie game or zombie movies where you can figure out those. I hope those details are in the game of you can tell what this person was doing when they became a zombie, or what their backstory was, and those kind of things remind me of something like Zombieland, which as a movie is different than a game, but capture if it has the Zombieland tone. Yeah, it's that tone would be perfect for something like this, because it kind of scratches the Dead Rising itch a little bit without so much item crafting. I don't know if everybody was so super into the item crafting in Dead Rising, but I kind of wanted it to be a little less weird for me. So maybe this is that game for me.
Dead Rising was, I have to save my daughter, get the pills for my daughter, right?
That's, you described 7 different.
Dead Rising 2 specifically is that.
But yeah, your daughter's slowly turning, and so you got to kind of keep giving their.
Yeah, well, in the universe of Dead Rising, people who are infected have a pharmaceutical suppressant called Zombrex that people use to stay, and then they're at a mall and something happens where they can't leave, and so they need to hoard as much Zombrex as they can to save the daughter.
I will say also, on top of world building, a creative way of how you convey your zombie virus, whether it be bug, whether it be fungi, whether it be something real wacky, energy drink.
Zombrex was just a way for the government to keep track of it. We don't know what's in it. It can't be trusted.
And I'll say it's coming out. It's coming out.
Just sit back here.
It's coming out in February. I just want to pop in and out. It's coming out in February, so there's plenty of time to make this the Bulletstorm of zombie games. That's all I'm saying.
Oh.
If you want to do environmental destruction, that keeps the variety up. How many different ways can you kill a zombie? But it's coming out in February, so probably not Bulletstorm of zombie games, but I think that'd be great. I'll take my answer off the air.
Yeah. All right. Final thoughts about Dead Island 2.
I'm just excited. I'm excited, and I'm curious. LA though? Why LA?
Have you been to LA?
I think there's a lot of creative potential.
What's more dead inside than
living in Los Angeles.
Well, I think part of it is kind of the contrast of like, I mean, parts of LA are beautiful. I mean, they showed like, you know, you think of palm trees, you think of sunshine, you think of the hills,
the
you
beach,
think of these nice houses, and then everything has gone to shit. I think it's just the contrast of those two things, I think work together. I think that's probably why.
And you know what? I feel like if we were on another island again, it might kind of follow like the same structures and the same kind of, oh, you have like, here's our hotels, here's your local town, here's a marina. Where this, it's like, okay, we can play on these familiar things. We can really kind of get creative with this world. I bet there will be some lore as to like why it is an island, why we keep the island name.
Did they scan LA for it?
I love everyone saying LA is not an island.
Yes. I mean, yeah, unless there's a big earthquake.
You don't know.
Well, you know what? Yeah, that part, yeah, that would be interesting.
It could be a metaphorical island in that if this zombie virus breaks out, they section off Los Angeles from the rest of California.
Just in LA.
It's just LA. But yeah, I'm personally feeling really hyped. I really can't wait to check out this game the day after my birthday. So that's going to be a real fun 30th birthday present.
If it doesn't get delayed.
If it doesn't get delayed.
It's been a long time coming, but Dead Island 2 sure looks like a Dead Island game. We're still a little shocked that this is real and not a very committed Goat Simulator 3 viral marketing campaign. But Dead Island 2 has the potential to carve out space in the zombie landscape with fast-paced, melee-driven combat with an added flair of fun that's been missing.
Dead Island 2 has realistically burning flesh in beautiful Southern California sunshine.
But the game after the break turns out the lights and makes you wish you never left the West Side.
We're jumping into Callisto Protocol when we come back.
Don't go anywhere.
Hello, the pressure's been kicked up a notch.
Oh, Burrito Man, yeah!
I'm sorry.
God damn it, this is insane! Amanda, call 911! On it! Oh! Make that booty pop! Oh my God!
Now that's how you do it!
Welcome back to X-Play.
Our next game turns out the lights and sends alien monsters to the wood chipper.
Are there a lot of wood chippers in space?
Look, Callisto Protocol is not interested in the workplace safety. Just keep your eyes open and try not to step into anything gross, man.
Boo! Ooh, did we scare you? I hope so, because it's time to talk about a scary game, the Callisto Protocol, coming out this December.
I'm not sure what's happening.
So then we got two more glimpses at Callisto Protocol. The one we're watching right now, some more gameplay. Not only are we seeing enemies evolve even after being shot, which is nightmare fuel, but we also see that our main character has a gun, but also these kinds of like magic abilities in which they're allowed to kind of freeze time and also force throw enemies across the room.
Gravity gun?
Is that because of the gun or because of his arm?
I think it's his arm. So I think to me it's giving like
BioShock.
I said it during the live stream.
Also those dodging mechanics just look so clean.
Which, can we talk about how BioShock had a 15-year anniversary and how old I feel?
Let's not, because now we all feel old.
I feel old.
But yeah, you can definitely see the love letters, and of course, like just this game screams Dead Space, but not Dead Space, especially with like the health meter on our prisoner's neck, as we know from the story. This takes place on the Jupiter's moon of Callisto. It is a space jail where some not so great things have been going on. So we got to look at kind of this enemy gameplay and kind of combat styles you can do, and then we have this really interesting sequence, which I think someone in this room described it as Six Flags
Hurricane
Harbor in space. Because yeah, this is such an interesting sequence to show for me. I know why they did it, but I was just like, wow, I think it just goes to show like, yeah, this whole like he's going through these tunnels in this water system, but it's also beating his ass, because if he's not dodging correctly, and yeah, we're gonna see some really gruesome.
This part was too long in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it just went on.
The common theme for the Callisto Protocol is end in death, because this is how they ended the Gamescom one too, or the Summer Games Fest one,
with a super gruesome death.
Sorry, Joe, I cut you off. I didn't mean to.
Oh no, I wasn't going to say anything of relevance, so you're good.
I think
Joe's excited about this though. This little water ride.
I mean,
yeah, I would ride the ride, ending and everything.
Oh, jeez, yeah, it just does not get better for him. He's
that
already,
is,
he's
that
already
was
in
a
half,
fan,
and then he
by
just
the
gets
way.
squished like a little,
You hate to see it.
like
Right
a little,
through it.
like a little bubble wrap.
Yeah, that's what's gonna suck about this game. Is just all the horrible ways you're gonna die. Because I'm assuming we're gonna die a lot.
Yes, that's actually something that the creator talked to Golden Boy about in our Callisto Protocol interview. They can check out on the X-Play YouTube channel.
The developers are awesome.
How much fun his team had designing and creating and just manifesting the most insane deaths for this game. I think he said something along the lines of like, I came back every day and was just terrified and just bewildered by what my team had created.
Yeah,
Can you imagine walking into the office and being like, okay, psychopaths.
You gotta come look at the death for the day.
What's coming up now?
I'm trying to find. So yeah. Set on Jupiter's dead moon Callisto in the year 2320. So fun fact about this game too, I don't know if anybody here knows it, as I interrupt myself with my ADHD tendencies. This game was originally supposed to be a PUBG spinoff.
Wait, what?
I remember.
I mean, you couldn't
It's
see
not
it.
that it was a spinoff, it's that they were based in the same universe. But I think they abandoned that because everyone was like, what?
Confusing.
Yeah.
I don't think that's canon anymore.
It's not canon.
They got rid of
I
it,
think they were like, it'll be in the PUBG universe, it'll be in space, and I think it just kept evolving to the point where it's like, we can't shoehorn PUBG in here.
That's
anymore,
why that
which
sequence.
It's why it's published by Krafton, who also publishes PUBG. So that's why that link is there.
That's why that sequence
Thank
is so
God
long.
it's
It's where we're dropping. It's going through
I'm very happy.
Winner, mutilate,
survived the drop. You
everyone
landed
at space dinner.
I'm gonna read this very dramatically. One of the most hostile, isolated environments in the universe, Callisto looms large over Jacob's desperate struggle to survive.
A lot of Jacobs for main characters now.
Yeah, can we get a more creative name?
Put a K in there. Players must not only contend with the horrors of Black Iron Prison, but also the centuries-old secret that plague Jupiter's long-dead moon,
The moons are
both
haunted.
above and below the surface.
So what you're saying is that like they were here before us. They will
be here after us.
Damn.
I love this environment. Dark, grimy.
It's also cool. I'm really curious because it's a jail, so it's not going to be like the space station we've seen in the Dead Spaces. So I'm like, I really am curious to see how creative they get with this jail, like what all is there, and if you even escape the jail, and perhaps like because this is like a Dead Moon colony, can you explore more colony aspects of the game?
What if this is like, and just crazy theory going out here, what if this whole experience is actually his punishment and he's going through a psychological like LSD trip where these things are just full Event Horizon Jacob's Ladder.
The game ends and it's like, well,
he wakes up.
The prison
Your
simulation
sentence is over.
Exactly. The prison simulation is over. This is our new mind prison game.
So it's like Total Recall, right?
Yeah, exactly.
or that like
all a dream.
Black Mirror.
Yeah, or that Jutsu in Naruto where it's like you're in there for 15 seconds, you feel like you've been punished for 1,000 years.
I just love the 3 references that happened. Total Recall, that Black Mirror episode, and that one Naruto film. 3 different ways.
All related to Callisto Protocol.
And
all terrible.
People in the chat saying, very Dead Space. It is not the new Dead Space. It is the Callisto Protocol created by the original creator of Dead Space. But if you want more Dead Space, guess what? You're in luck, because a month after Callisto Protocol comes out this December, in January, we are getting the Dead Space remake.
The way that I see this is a throwdown. I have no idea if this is actually how they feel, but like it's like when Outer Worlds left, or they like took the Fallout thing and then Fallout brought it back. It's like, I'll teach you how to use that IP, and they like throw down Outer Worlds instead of like the new Fallout. This is how I feel. It's like, I'll teach you how to do Dead Space.
Definitely a very weirdly historic moment in the gaming, like in gaming, where it's like you do have this kind of you have the situation where the originator of the series basically creating a spiritual successor to the series, and then you have the company that now owns the licensing IP saying, hey, other studio, you take this on, revamp it, remake it.
Is that a remake or a remake?
It is it's a remake, because
right.
they're adding gameplay elements from Dead Space 2 and 3 to 1 to kind of connect a more fluid storyline. And then they're adding more Zero G and jetpacks, so there's gonna be a lot more Zero G exploration and whatnot. It's rough.
Remake System Shock 2, you cowards.
And that's our show.
There are so many great games on the way, and Gamescom is just the beginning.
Can't wait. Head on over to the YouTube channel to catch our first thoughts. We're uploading new content all the time.
Thank you for watching.
Peace.
Today on X-Play, Sonic Frontiers is speeding towards us with new gameplay like an out-of-control subway train made of obnoxious optimism. Borderlands is so obsessed with guns, they're giving them speaking roles. And the game everyone is most excited about is a Pinocchio game that looks totally metal. What the is happening? It's game time.
Hello and welcome to X-Play.
There are a lot of awful Pinocchio adaptations that have come along.
But Lies of P has to be one of the strangest I've ever seen.
The puppet who wants to be a real boy is channeling some serious Devil May Cry Dante type of energy.
And the entire game revolves around you lying as well as you can.
It's pretty weird.
It looks awesome.
Let's see if Lies of P is ready to be a real boy.
Is this the Pinocchio?
This is the Pinocchio game. This is, in fact, Lies of P.
Inject this into my eyeballs, Megan. Thank you so
In
much.
Spanish, mentiras de P.
De P. De P.
This is actually really pretty.
Yeah, it looks way
Oh, give me that Final Fantasy action.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you have like our blue fairy who's kind of bringing Pinocchio to life. As you see in the kind of the gameplay trailer, he's got this mechanical left arm. But something that's really interesting is that he is a full doll. So throughout the game, you are going to be able to modify him for different gameplay effects. For example, you can use his arm as a grappling hook or a flamethrower or an electric weapon. So you'll kind of have, it's going to have really fun customization, not just like abilities wise, but like it'll affect who your character is, which I think is super cool and plays into that whole idea of like, how would you make a Pinocchio action game? You make him super modifiable.
There's I'm reading this article here, and one of the funniest things I think I could see from this is that on the Steam page, it says that you can customize Pinocchio anywhere that you need to. And a mechanic in the game that exists is that Pinocchio will accumulate humanity points by lying. And these points will affect how the story ends.
Wow. That's kind of cool.
I found it
fun.
I think that's.
Yeah.
I mean, because you see this and you see this very like dark, macabre trailer, and you're like, okay, this is Pinocchio, but how? Like, I think someone else was bringing up in the room, like, how do you lie? Is that an ability? Like, how does? Because there we have Geppetto. How does this traditional fairy tale play in? And it seems like
I'm fighting you guys to review this.
They really have taken. They've really taken care in making sure that mythos is fully throughout not only the narrative but the gameplay itself. I love that lying is a mechanic in this game.
And this is day one on Game Pass.
Day one. So I'm
all in.
I'm playing this because there's no excuse not to. Right. It looks.
I mean, it definitely
cool.
looks dated.
Yeah. But I think that the combat looks cool and the world building is so intriguing that I can, graphics aren't what sell me on the game. It's really.
It looks
what
fun.
are you doing? Yeah.
It definitely has like that kind of
Like
fun
that right
Souls-like, kind of parry, mashy combat heavy gameplay.
Mechanically intensive.
Yo, these bosses enemy looks.
But I'm also like, it also is giving me kind of very strong Dishonored vibes, like another series I love, and just exploring this city and just kind of making your way through it. So yeah, it is. You are playing in a abandoned city filled with murderous puppets. I mean, if you thought robots were bad, get ready for murderous puppets.
Speaking of murderous puppets,
All puppets were murderous.
I know that this is like just my brain ping-ponged around. Did you guys ever play Condemned?
Oh yeah, I love
Yeah, coming on
classic.
And like the mannequin level, that's, I don't know why. I look at that trailer and suddenly I'm thinking about that. I'm like, yes, give me killer mannequins.
Best launch game on the Xbox 360 when it came out.
Was that game really? Because I remember playing it when it like over at Frenton's house. I don't know if that was like a critically acclaimed game, but I feel like that game was a absolute banger.
Yeah,
I think people really got down with it. I mean, I was like a teenager at the time, so my critical faculties were, is it dope or not? And I thought it was dope.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, Pinocchio, I'm ready.
Yeah, which also looks dope. I just like the design of Pinocchio. He looks cool.
He looks cool. I want to know like how you modify him. If you can like modify his face, because we see his arm, but like, are there other aspects of him can you modify? Is there a Mass
Why? What are you
Effect?
looking at modifying, Emily?
I just want to see how it affects his face. Make him a spooky, evil.
Now we know how you get down on games.
I don't think there's going to be a what we're all thinking about modification in this game.
Are you sure though?
No.
You don't know?
Are you sure?
How does
Pinocchio is not a boy in this instance.
No,
he's a man.
He looks.
I mean,
early
Emily,
20s.
his nose grows longer.
Late
when he lies. Imagine what else could happen when he tells the truth.
No.
Oh, is that how that works?
There is
scientifically, yeah.
Scientifically, yes.
Some dark film out there that explores just that. What I was trying to get to was, I wonder, it would be cool if like it's not just his arm that's customizable, especially for combat, but as we see that there's like this lying mechanic as he lies, is there a Mass Effect 2 / KOTOR element where it's like he kind of like gets maybe broken the more he lies,
like the Fable.
He gets more corrupted. Yeah, he kind of changes his form too. Also, Jiminy Cricket is here. I want to know more about that, which looks really, really cool. I'm super stoked. I'm not a big Souls-like person, but if you like, kind of like Elden Ring, kind of like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, if you give me a world or a character or a story that intrigues me enough, I will get over my fear of that gameplay and kind of get out of my gaming comfort zone just to explore that world and that story and those characters.
It does look closer to like a Final Fantasy or like a Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it'll be good.
So I think he's gonna guide you. I think Jiminy Cricket, right, in the game, similar to like Zelda and all these other games.
I'm sure that will be part of the lying element. Thank you so much to Mel Pomeno. I believe that film is called Pinocchio Hose.
That's a good one. That's good.
I would watch it.
Thank you.
I hope you get to fight Geppetto because
the maker.
Yeah, as an Evangelion fan,
god.
I love watching a son beat Geppetto's father.
He's like the Dr. Robotnik of Pinocchio.
Yeah.
The Gendo Ikari.
That would be a wild twist. Father versus son.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
The imagery that you had at the very end there, where that's like the woman that's like carrying the fractured body of
It's
Pinocchio.
very much. I forget what the name of that famous.
The Pietro?
It's from Michelangelo, right? It's the Madonna.
Yeah, that's
Madonna.
Mary holding dead Jesus, and so you have this city where puppets were made to serve people, and they have this very religious imagery.
But
of
they're people.
Humans holding a Jesus-like puppet. Jesus puppet.
If I can feel and think and make memories, aren't I just
Nier Automata as best game where you play as a robot being? We'll have to see.
Wait, best game that we play as a robot?
as a robot struggling with its own humanity.
Oh, that's a trope.
That's the kicker. Yeah.
Lies of P, everyone.
Lies of P.
Or for some of you, lies of peen.
Pinocchio is a lot more metal than I expected.
And this is just the first part of the show.
Don't go anywhere. We got the latest and the greatest from Gamescom right after the break.
Thought we were canceled? We're back for a second season to Name Your Price.
Welcome back to X-Play.
What's better than an open world game?
Any kind of game.
No, an open world game with Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic Frontiers is on its way, and we got an eye full of the latest from the Gamescom opening night live showcase.
Oh, let the squeak commence.
A game that's been on a lot of people's minds, that now has a very competitive release date. The Blue Blur himself, Sonic the Hedgehog. Coming out.
Date?
November 8th.
It's a bold move. We'll see if it pays off.
Very bold move.
What? And they doubled down?
Yep. So Skull and Bones will be coming out on November 8th. Sonic Frontiers will be coming out on November 8th. And then November 9th will be God of War.
I think I know why, though. And this is the true nature of it.
Mm-hmm.
The same people who are going to play Sonic Frontiers may not necessarily be the same people as far as large fan bases go that would play God of War.
Or even Skull and Bones.
Or even Skull and Bones.
And also, it's I guess technically more of a family game. So for the holiday season, you can get your kid the new Sonic game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's multi-platform.
Well, the other thing that's different about video games too is it's not like movies where it's like I need to see this in theaters. There's not really a time limit on that kind of stuff. I mean, sure, some people want to be like up on like, you know, they're like, I want to be, play this game at the same time as everybody else. But I don't always think it's that big a deal. But who knows? I mean, it's not going to be the best-selling game.
But it's a consumer. Like, I agree with you from like a consumer standpoint because we'll wait for sales and stuff and like play things over time. But I think for quarterlies, like consumers, we don't care. We're like, more games, delicious. But the guys at the very top are like, we spent millions of dollars in marketing to get blown out by God of War.
So I think the really interesting thing from this trailer was the fact that we actually saw more gameplay rather than the hub open world, which Gerard, you got to play at Summer Game Fest, and there was a huge time locked NDA on it. That NDA has long since passed. So tell us a little bit. So now you can talk about it, and we saw a bit of it. Tell us a little bit about what's played.
I forget what the term is called, but it's essentially like these portal zones that you visit, and it's literally recreations, reinterpretations, also some new stages from Sonic's history, much in the same vein as Sonic Generations or Sonic Forces, where you're visiting Green Hill Zone or Chemical Plant Zone or whatever it may be. And it was really fun, really well put together. It was a little bit of a twist in terms of what it usually is expected out of a Green Hill Zone.
Mm-hmm.
We're all kind of tired of Green Hill Zone as a Sonic community just because every game has it. But yeah, it was very exciting to know that there is an open world aspect, and then there's like a linear, traditional 3D/2D Sonic component. And that was the big thing they wanted to keep a secret. And I don't know why, because I feel like if they had showcased that, it would have made people super
I think
pumped.
the hype would have been out through the roof initially, because I think we all were looking at that hub world. I know me personally, just seeing like very kind of open field Breath of the Wild, like, oh, I'm just Sonic just running around in the grass.
So
yeah, I'm a free hedgehog.
So does it kind of have a like Mario 64 kind of feel of like with the paintings, where you jump into the paintings to go to different levels and zones? Is that kind of vibe?
I'd say so. I mean, you'll see in the trailer at some point, like Sonic touches this like pillar thing, like that over there. I think if I recall correctly, that's where you would go to one of the various Sonic stages. So it's you press that pillar and it transports you there.
So it's kind of like the old school Sonic adventure games where you have like the hub of the city and then you get teleported into the different stages.
I'd say it's similar to that, but I think there's more of these stages than there are of what you would get from a Sonic adventure or Sonic Heroes game, where it's like Act 1 or Act 2 or a linear stage. It's more of a bite-sized experience.
Amy?
They're called cyberspace levels, which is kind of a weird title for them, but I get it.
Have they showcased any of the other Sonic characters other than Sonic and Amy?
In this trailer,
Just Amy and new character.
A new stranger.
A new stranger. Once again, I find it very funny that both Sonic open world games have featured a titular female character that is now introduced to the canon. I think in the previous trailer, we saw Knuckles, or
I think it's reported that Knuckles and Tails are in the game.
Yeah, so we have seen Amy. I mean, I'm big fingers crossed here for my boy Shadow. Just more Shadow.
Big the cat. Represent.
Now, Gerard, this trailer, has it changed your mind about the game at all? Because I know you got to play it.
No. I think the game's going to be fun. It's going to be great. I personally speaking, though, will the game be ready is my biggest concern for that launch date. And and if not, are they comfortable kicking it down the line? Because I think right now the Sonic brand is the strongest it's been in probably the last decade. With the Sonic film, with Sonic Mania, Sonic Forces was a bit of a misstep, but it's bound to happen. I just hope that for their sake that they go, hey, let's stop taking L's by releasing games early for budget's sake and make sure the game is as polished as possible. And it's hard because they are releasing on every major platform. Sonic Colors was not as well. Sonic Colors Ultimate was not well received because of all the bugs, and the most recent Sonic Origins also had a fair amount of problems too. So to me, I just want Sega to take their time and stop worrying about getting the thing out and making the product actually functional.
Do you remember a couple months back, IGN had a Gameplay First, I think it's called. IGN First. They had a lot of negative feedback. What they showed there, I think it got a little bit better during Summer Game Fest. Do you think this was better this time around?
It felt like we didn't. Aside from the young girl who could float with the robot stuff flying around her, I didn't feel like we learned anything new outside of there were a couple of different biomes. There's like a sand area.
That city level, I'm getting really. I mean, I love Sonic Adventure Battle 2, so that city level was getting me real hyped.
Did it really change your mind when you got to play and like sit down with it? Like, were you kind of like lukewarm going into it, and then when you got your hands on it, did it improve your thoughts or your excitement?
Yeah, it did. I want to say that the to kind of go to your point, Danny, the IGN First coverage that was kind of suggested or rather painted towards in the beginning, was not a great start to the game. I think they hit a lot of stuff from everyone, and what they showed was very controlled and limited, and it was a little more fleshed out in the Summer Game Showcase build. And the Summer Game Showcase build, you're right, Frost. I had a full 180 on it. I was worried about the game. I played it, and I loved every minute of it. It's a fascinating take on Sonic, which I think Sonic fans are going to love this. I think people who don't necessarily know or care about Sonic, they're going to try it, but there's going to be that level of what is it? Cautiously optimistic.
Yeah.
There's going to be like cautious optimism going into the game, I feel.
I will say, looking at this footage, because I remember being very like, oof, this is the Sonic open world game when it first came out. The trailer did look like there's been some more polish on the open world areas. The design still is a bit questionable to me with the way the rails work, but it does look stronger than what we got from the IGN first stuff. And then hearing your reactions from playing it at the game, I'm definitely cautiously optimistic because I am a Sonic fan. Which it's been a rough go of it. Every time you think you're on an upswing, Sonic Forces comes through, or a Sonic the Hedgehog 4. You're like, oh, still Sonic.
But the wild thing, the fans still support it no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, Sonic fans, they're ride or die because they know that even if the game, and I'm with them too on this. There are many things about Sonic Forces that came out that were not great, but there's also a lot of stupid fun things in that game that people will remember and enjoy. And we kind of have to remember that Sonic, much like Mario and other Nintendo family friendly brands, is more often than not marketed to young children. So there will be people playing Sonic Frontiers that go, this is my first Sonic game ever. Ooh. And I'm going to experience that. And that's going to be, they're either going to hate it or it's going to be a nostalgic time for them. And 10 years from now, we're talking about Sonic Frontiers, people are going to be saying, hey, Sonic Frontiers was awesome.
This game is also going to be available for the Switch, right?
Yes, yeah.
I'm worried.
I mean,
that's going to have some frame rate issues.
Very worried about that. Honestly.
Yeah, I understand the idea that you want to have the most consumers playing your game, but if you have to really approach it with a level of clarity and focus, if you want your Switch port to be as good as the others.
Okay, so real quick popcorn. Since we're on the subject of Sonic games, and we clearly all have played Sonic games, what is everyone's favorite Sonic?
Sonic Adventure 2, you understand.
Yes. Love the soundtrack too of that game.
If we're talking 3D Sonic, I would say Sonic Adventure 2. If we're talking 2D Sonic, I would say the original Sonic 3 and Knuckles, but realistically looking back, I would say Sonic Mania.
Sonic Mania.
Same boat. Sonic Mania is my favorite, 2D or 3D.
Oh man,
Damn.
And tall.
And he hides in different areas in the building.
That's true. I actually like Sonic 2. I think it's just because it made such an impact on me when I was a kid.
Wait, Sonic through the Genesis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Of like the 2D. I love that game. I love the music in it, the levels. I love everything about that game.
I really like Sonic CD. That was a really good
Sonic CD. I played it for the first time. That was really great.
Yeah.
I'm actually a Knuckles Chaotix guy.
Dude, I need Knuckles Chaotix in the modern port. I want to play it so badly.
I want Super Sonic to be in Sonic Frontiers. I thought when I saw Amy, I was like, is that Super Sonic? Because it was like all golden looking. No, it's Amy.
Love Amy Rose. I love Sonic Adventure Battle too. You know what? It sounds funny enough, but the branching timelines of Shadow the Hedgehog remain in my heart fondly.
With his
Are you saying the 2005 Sonic the Hedgehog game is...
Shadow the Hedgehog game.
Okay, Emily. We're learning new things about you every day.
You're saying that, just so for the record, for everyone at home and in TV land,
so it's being recorded.
You are saying that Shadow the Hedgehog, the game in which Shadow drives a gigantic car and has a gun, is your favorite Hedgehog
second favorite.
Second favorite. Okay.
Sonic Adventure Battle 2, top tier. We love it. We love a Chow Garden. If this game gives us a Chow Garden, I will be hyped. I mean, even the little stone creature at the beginning of the trailer, look, maybe it was an ancient stone Chow.
Do you know how much I would throw down for a Blitzball Chocobo Chow Garden just game?
Like Blitzball game?
Oh.
Yes.
But I thought the branching good versus evil the storylines of Shadow the Hedgehog was creative and a bold choice, and
He's got to get to he has to fulfill the promise to the president.
Yeah, he's got his best friend, the president. Really weird having an alien demon guy as kind of the overlord for Shadow, but get some more backstory about Maria, which is always fun. We always love that. So yeah, I'm a
my God.
diehard
Core
Shadow
memory
the
unlocked.
Hedgehog fan.
Shadow saying Maria.
Maria.
That's like all he ever says.
I know, but I just hadn't, and I heard his voice in my head.
And Shadow the Hedgehog, my sweet boy, is going to be in Sonic the Hedgehog 3.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Hopefully he has a gun.
Yeah, if you
And
haven't seen the
hopefully-
movie, spoiler.
Yeah, hopefully Sonic has a gun in Sonic Frontiers. I think that would really just bring the whole thing
open
to a
world
whole new.
connectivity.
Yes.
We've got to take a quick break.
But the Borderlands crew is going to help us finish strong.
Don't go anywhere, Vault Hunter.
Dream job unlocked.
You can't hide!
Out of paper.
Welcome back to X-Play.
Borderlands was always more than just a shooter.
The vibrant characters and sense of humor are a huge part of what makes the franchise work.
New Tales from the Borderlands is just what it says. It's a new installment on the Tales from the Borderlands franchise.
Which is a narrative spin-off from the mainline Borderlands titles.
So if Borderlands is all about guns, but you don't shoot guns, do the guns now talk?
Yes. Well, at least one of them does.
It's like, I gotta see this.
New Tales of the Borderlands. You guys were all hyped for that.
Oh yes. Emily been talking about this for days now.
Yes.
Yes.
So I love Telltale Games.
So upset with it.
one of the best series that came from Telltale was Tales from the Borderlands, because it did such a great job of kind of playing with the Telltale storytelling style, but also expanding on the worlds of the Borderlands that they kind of would later incorporate in 3, which was really, really fun. And so it was actually really surprising to hear that a new Tales from the Borderlands was in development. I think we found out about that a few months ago, because as we all know, Telltale had a really, really tumultuous kind of ending as a company, and it seems like it's been split, or a lot of people from Telltale have kind of gone off to other narrative gaming companies or have developed their own, but there is still a team at Telltale that is now working with a new developer, along with it's not even Telltale. It's fully Gearbox. My apologies. So this is fully Gearbox. So
but they have employees that worked on it.
Yeah, they have some Telltale. I think they had the Telltale VP talking in this kind of trailer demonstration. I think the big question for me is, we see all these scenes from the game. How much, because Gearbox is leading this and not necessarily Telltale, how much will it be kind of narrative choice driven where it's like, oh, you're just choosing what they're doing, or you're doing quick time events like the original Tales from the Borderlands, or is it going to be more action based because that's kind of more Gearbox's bread and butter, but with a stronger kind of narrative lead since it is tapping into that storyline?
Is this the same team that made Tiny Tina's Wonderland? Like, has the evolution taken from then?
We don't know yet.
No clue.
No clue yet.
Yeah, we really just got this trailer, and it looks, like Borderlands. Full disclosure, I'm not a huge Borderlands fan. Just never. Not even that they're bad games. I feel like they're built on co-op. Yeah. And my friends always would play them and then get hella far ahead of me, and I'm just like, well, I guess I can't play now.
Emily, you got to play the first one, right?
I played a little bit, yeah.
All right. Are you okay with new characters or?
I think so, because I think since it's a new team taking on, I say yes. Let us see new characters, because I think that was so great about the first Tales from the Borderlands is it introduced us to these new characters that we all fell in love with. I mean, I'm really excited because they showed a character from that trailer who's in a wheelchair, which is really, really cool. You don't see a lot of characters kind of in the forefront with disabilities in gaming, and so having like one of your three main leads being a woman in a robot like floating wheelchair, I thought was really, really cool, and I'm really excited to meet all these characters and get to know them. I mean, even like the little gun that sits on his legs and talks. I'm stoked. I'm curious. Like I said, I think the big question for me is gameplay. Like we've said during what we kind of harped on during the actual conference itself. Seeing trailers.
The gameplay.
Trailers are great and they get me excited and hooked, but gameplay is kind of the deciding factor. This is probably going to be narrative led with a little bit more kind of action adventure. Probably not gun, shoot 'em up, but kind of more of a balance than just your straight Telltale.
This sounds very similar to Vampire Masquerade's Swan Song kind of style of gameplay, where it's much more about like your interactions, relationships, and uncovering the dynamics of the characters with light gameplay elements of like using each character's like specific trait to navigate situations. That's what it sounds like.
On Xbox, pre-order price $39.99.
Okay, that's a good price. That's a good price.
Good, back to back. Give me.
Give Danny all the props in the chat. I mean, I think for me, like, I really just want to make sure the humor's there. I don't know about you, but one of my favorite moments from Tales from the Borderlands was, I think it was the finger gun fight, where everyone, like, they did, like, a big finger gun battle, and everyone was, like, being shot by, like, finger guns, and it was really, really cute, and had a bunch of quick time events. So just making sure that they keep that kind of lightness and that humor, and those kind of, those were all quick time events, and it was just really goofy and funny, but just that charm, I think that's a big thing for me. But I'm really hyped.
And that's our show.
Do you think Gearbox could get all the way through a Borderlands game without a claptrap appearance?
Not a chance.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. The little bastard started out so cute, and now he's everywhere, crying for attention.
Which, speaking of a cry for attention, check out our YouTube channel.
We drop new videos 3 times a week, and less than half of them have claptrap cameos.
We'll see you around.
Bye, Muppets.
Peace.
I have been many things. A killer, a god, an emotionally distant father. But at long last, I am at peace. That printer was a Scythian f***. I regret nothing. My name is Kratos, and it has been 4 winters since my last video game. And I have been imprisoned in this god's forsaken pit of corporate lotus eaters ever since, chained by a contract to fulfill my duties as inventory manager, until blood-soaked Ragnarok releases me from this bondage.
Kratos, I know it's a priority of yours to die gloriously in battle, but I'm going to need you to stop breaking our printers.
David of Human Resources.
Dave, just call me Dave.
Did you receive my scroll?
The parking spot application? Yes, you list your vehicle make and model as World Serpent / Canoe.
Correct.
There's no license plate number. And I'm pretty sure it's written in human blood. How am I supposed to approve this, Kratos?
It is not blood.
Oh, well, that's good.
It is feces.
Yes, please, God, come in.